the La Mountain, one of the divine mountain ranges of the divine continent, where mist formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth's worlds, and treasures are everywhere. But at the same time, demonic beasts run rampant, and danger lurks everywhere. Today, Shui Amonyan, Chui Shan, and Elder Tao entered the mountain to search for dragon blood Ganoderma. Seeing the countless dragon blood Ganoderma right before him, Chui Shan immediately lost his composure and rushed straight towards the pond ahead, wanting to grab as much as possible. He foolishly made a lot of noise while picking the mushrooms, eventually startling the demonic beast beneath the pond. By the time Elder Tao ran to stop him, it was already too late. The ferocious beast had already risen from the water. Chui Shan, who was so arrogant just moments ago, now could only cry out for help, his hand still refusing to let go of the dragon blood Ganoderma. Elder Tao ordered Shui Amonyan to rescue Chui Shan, while he would take responsibility for dealing with that black dragon Jiao. But its strength seemed to far surpass his, leaving Elder Tao in an extremely difficult and distressed situation. Knowing he couldn't win, Elder Tao could only manage to face Shui Amonyan and Chui Shan and shout loudly, "Run!" After that, he was hit by the black dragon Jiao's full-force attack, a truly miserable sight. With lightning speed, it rushed forward again, wanting to finish off the remaining two people. Just as Shui Amonyan thought their fate was to die there today, their savior appeared. A strong young man appeared, his right arm enhanced by the blazing flame hegemonic body art secret technique. Then, with just one punch to the black dragon Jiao's head, he instantly killed it on the spot. Shui Amonyan and Chui Shan were left speechless at this sight. Elder Tao, a first-star martial general, was defeated by that demonic beast. Yet this person didn't even use a weapon. Just one punch took the monster's life. As expected, the blazing flame hegemonic body art is powerful. It actually allowed me to defeat the black dragon Jiao, despite being outmatched. After landing, the young man seemed very pleased with his punch. Then he noticed two strangers staring at him without blinking, so he asked, "Who are you?" The strength of this unfamiliar young man made Chui Shan and Shui Amonyan involuntarily step back a few paces, their heads covered in cold sweat. He said that he considered himself a resident of this Dala Mountain, but before he could even ask about the identities of the other two, the beast behind him suddenly opened its eyes. It turned out it wasn't dead. It had only been knocked out for a moment, but the young man showed no surprise or fear. Instead, he merely sighed wearily. "Alas, my strength is too inferior. I risked everything and barely managed to knock it out for a short while. But there's no need to panic, because my grandpa is very reliable." No sooner had he finished speaking than the black dragon Jiao had its head severed by a sharp sword strike. This time, it truly had no chance of getting back up. The demonic beast's green blood splattered all over the young man, leaving him in a completely messy state. Then, an older man holding a slender, sharp sword gracefully descended beside him. "Grandpa, you've got me all covered in blood again." The young man complained, "Wasn't it because I rushed to save you? Go quickly and pull out the black dragon Jiao's teeth. Once you're done, come back to the inn. This isn't a convenient place." As he said this, he also began to notice the presence of the two unfamiliar guests. Seeing that this man was even more terrifying than the young man from earlier, Tuet Macneem and Chu Wai-sun retreated a few more steps. At this moment, they suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Tuet Macneem, Chu Wai-sun, stay away from them a bit." Looking to the left, it turned out to be Elder Tao. It turned out that not only the black dragon Jiao survived, but he did too. There's truly a blessing in disguise. Even though Elder Tao's injuries are severe now, and his face is completely disfigured, it's already a great thing that he's still alive. A broken left arm, a blind left eye. This level of cultivation can't be mistaken. He mumbled, "You are one of the 6 monsters of YAN, the one-armed sword ghost who takes lives without batting an eye. You too. Run quickly. Leave this place to me. Even if I have to risk my old life, I must." Elder Tao hadn't even finished his sentence when the one-armed sword ghost punched him, sending him flying into a nearby tree. Seeing him treated like this, Tuet Macneem couldn't help but grit her teeth. But she and Chu Wai-sun were even less of a match for those two. In a flash, they were tightly bound by the one-armed sword ghost's power, unable to breathe. A martial woman, two half-baked great martial masters. Tell me, what are you doing coming to Mount Dai-La? The one-armed sword ghost questioned. Under this invisible pressure, Tuet Mac Neem immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. The young man feared someone would die, so he stopped his grandfather. Grandpa, don't just casually take people's lives. But the one-armed sword ghost said he was only suppressing Tuet Mac Neem, and her spitting blood had nothing to do with him. Moreover, if he wasn't mistaken, Tuet Mac Neem possessed the extremely rare Ninine body. It's just that her realm is too low, so she can't suppress the Een energy generated by this physique. And Mount Dai La is a cold and Een place. Tuet Mac Neem must not know about her physique, and daring to push her martial spirit here led to the sudden outbreak of cold poison. The Ninine body is extremely rare. This girl is for you. With that, the one-armed sword ghost flicked his hand. Tuet Mac Neem's entire body flew over, hitting his grandson directly in the face. Chu Wai-sun went wild upon seeing this. He had long been fond of Tuet Mac Neem. How could he swallow this insult? What are you trying to do? Let Tuet Mac Neem go immediately. He roared. The one-armed sword ghost moved a little closer. Once again, he questioned Chu Wai-sun about why the three of them came to Mount Dai La. At first, this guy was very stubborn, saying that he wouldn't confess even if they beat him to death. However, the one-armed sword ghost only slapped him once, and Chu Wai-sun, crying, told everything, including the fact that the three of them came from the Divine Moon Academy in Jialam Imperial City. Having heard that Mount Dai La has precious dragon bloodgrass, they wanted to try their luck. As a result, he received another slap on the other side, and his entire body slammed into a nearby tree, his condition no better than Elder Tao's. The one-armed sword ghost flicked his sleeve. Since they weren't enemies, he decided to spare their lives, but Shui Mo Ran was different. Because the Ninine physique is one of the 10 great sacred physiques, it is very compatible with the Nine Yang physique of that young man. So he decided to bring her back to be his grandson's wife. The one-armed sword ghost's grandson, however, wasn't his biological grandson. He was Chu Tin then, a 21st century youth who had been idle for 18 years, then accidentally transmigrated. He originally thought that after transmigrating, he would become a young master or an emperor or something. But no, fate had Chu Tin then fall onto Mount Dai La, which was covered in ice and snow all year round, and he became the grandson of 6 eccentric old people at the Wu Yai Inn. Their nicknames were Nan Gue, Thia Tuong, Kim Kui, Dak Bo Tat, Tien Ko, and Hong Mai Nuong respectively. They had been sealed in this inn for almost 100 years. Chu Tin then was picked up and raised by them, with the hope that he would become the key to breaking the seal. As long as he could awaken his martial spirit, he could go down the mountain and find a way to rescue them. But life wasn't that easy, because Chu Tin then was, from beginning to end, just a mortal without a spiritual root. In his previous life, he was a programmer hounded by deadlines like a dog, so this kind of transmigration was truly perfect for him. The mountain had a large, comfortable garden. He could plant potatoes today and sweet potatoes tomorrow, enjoying life. He had even planned out his retirement. But no, just like many other fantasy protagonists, a system had arrived for him. It introduced itself as the strongest martial spirit system, stating that their meeting was fate, and from now on, it would help Chu Tin then reach the pinnacle. But it only received a look of disgust from him in return. Please spare me. Combined, I've lived to middle age in 2 lifetimes, and you're giving me this idiotic system. Even a farming or retirement system would be fine. The martial spirit system, being bluntly criticized by its host upon their first meeting, was incredibly hurt. But a system isn't something you can just change when you want to. Therefore, it forcibly made Chu Tin then its host. Even though he vehemently objected, not wanting anything to disturb his retirement life, he was ultimately taken over by that idiotic system. A sky-piercing scream and a golden light shot straight through the blue sky from within the Wu Yai Inn. The old folks group, who were playing cards at the time, were also drawn by this situation. As for Chu Tin then, after he woke up, he found himself in an undefined space, surrounded by many floating light spots. Hello, host. The martial spirit system spoke. You have completed your awakening. This is the nine heavens abyss of martial spirit enlightenment. But because your realm is too low, you can currently only cultivate the martial spirit of the first layer of the abyss. Martial spirits are divided into beast martial spirits, plant martial spirits, weapon martial spirits, spiritual martial spirits, and special martial spirits. Please choose, host. Chu Tin Dan's face was full of disgust, and he grumbled that he didn't want to choose. Unexpectedly, that idiotic system was even more stubborn, automatically selecting the most suitable martial spirit for its host. Immediately after, the martial spirit fusion process rapidly took place. Even though Chu Tin then vehemently objected, he couldn't resist his fate. Before losing consciousness, he seemed to have seen a pair of eyes, along with a faint, ethereal voice. I am the eye that sees all things, the golden eye. When Chu Tin then woke up again, he was lying on a bed in the inn, facing the group of old folks who all wore anxious expressions. Then, are you awake? You gave us quite a fright. We just entered the room and found you unconscious on the ground. Just awakening your martial spirit could cause such a powerful shock. As expected of my grandson, the one-armed sword ghost nodded. Quick, let Grandpa see your martial spirit. It must be a very high rank, right? After that, he placed his hand on Chu Tin Dan's forehead and began to sense. But the result was that his martial spirit was only spirit rank, the lowest of the 9 martial spirit ranks. Spirit, profound, earth, heaven, king, emperor, saint, imperial, and the highest, divine rank. The old folks were extremely saddened and disappointed. It was clear that the awakening caused such a huge commotion, yet the martial spirit was only spirit rank. Such a low rank means low potential. He could only cultivate up to the martial master realm at most. After 18 years, he finally awakened, only for it to be a spirit rank. Oh, my grandson. They began to cover their faces and sob. Chu Tin then didn't know what to say in this situation. Suddenly, he heard a crisp notification sound again. That stupid system appeared again. Congratulations, host, for successfully fusing with your martial spirit. You've received the novice's lucky show-off item. This item allows you to attack a target 3 ranks above you, causing the target to instantly fall unconscious without causing actual harm. The cooldown time will decrease with each rank you advance. Additionally, the system has another piece of good news. That is, although Chu Tin Dan's GoldenEye martial spirit is only spirit rank, it can be upgraded infinitely through various materials. And the first materials Chu Tin then needs to collect are Black Dragon's teeth and Demon Beast spirit blood. Get lost. Why should I listen to you? Chu Tin then lazily lay down, pulling the blanket up high. He just wanted to rest. But this system was unexpectedly inhumane enough to have an electric shock mode. After being zapped off his feet by it, Chu Tin then was forced to sit up and asked the one-armed sword ghost to lead him to Mount Daluo. That's how the scene of him fighting the Black Flood Dragon, as seen at the beginning of the story, came about. It's just that the current situation was giving Chu Tin then a huge headache. He just followed the system's instructions to fight a demon beast. But how on earth did he end up getting a wife? Those old men didn't even ask if he wanted to get married. They just locked Chu Tin Dan and Shwemoran in the bridal chamber like that. She's so beautiful, why refuse her? The system appeared, wondering. She's too big. Whoever wants to marry her can. I won't love someone with big breasts. Don't you dare look down on flat-chested people. Chu Tin then yelled. So what are you going to do now? A gentleman doesn't take advantage of someone in distress. Chu Tin then sighed, but then, for some reason, continued. First, take off her clothes. Shwemoran was feeling very cold due to the poison's control. In that coldness, she felt someone fumbling with her top. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Chu Tin Dan, looking sneaky, taking off her outer clothes. Instinctively, Shwemoran immediately launched a kick aimed straight at his nether regions. If Chu Tin then hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been completely infertile. You pervert, let go of me, Shwemoran said through clenched teeth. Don't move. If you want to live, be cooperative. Chu Tin then still tried to press her tightly onto the bed. Shwemoran, being a girl and still poisoned, couldn't resist him. Out of extreme anger, She spat out another mouthful of blood. Her condition worsened. So Chu Tin then dared not delay any longer. He pulled open her top, then bit his finger until it bled, and drew a talisman on Shwemoran's bare chest. Fortunately, his body constitution was of 9 yam, so this blood talisman could temporarily suppress Shwemoran's cold poison. When the pain subsided, Shwemoran opened her eyes once more. The two faced each other in an extremely awkward situation. Shwemoran immediately covered her chest with both hands. But before she could even complain, Chu Tin then cried out first. "You brute," he said, and then also covered his chest with both hands like Shwemoran, looking utterly wronged, with tears welling up in his eyes. Before Shwemoran could understand what was happening, Chu Tin then's tears flowed like rain. "Do you think I wanted to take off your clothes? Wasn't it all to save a heartless person like you? I am a pure and innocent young master, clearly. You're the one who violated me. Look at my hand. It hurts so much. I saved you, and you still kicked me. Apologize to me now." Chu Tin then rattled off a non-stop stream of words, then thrust his finger, still profusely bleeding from drawing the talisman, in front of Shwemoran's eyes. Her mind was temporarily thrown into chaos by him, and she stammered an apology. After that, Chu Tin then even made her thank him for saving her life. Shwemoran mumbled a thank you. "Boo-hoo, I'm so wronged." Chu Tin then turned away, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. "You don't cry." This time, it was Shwemoran who was flustered and didn't know what to do. But she had no idea that Chu Tin then was actually laughing to himself at that moment. Don't they always say the one who makes the first move is the strong one? Those tricks about having to take responsibility if you see someone's body would never happen to him. Chu Tin then was determined not to be tied down to some big-chested character. "Oh well, I'm handsome and virtuous, so I won't argue with you anymore. Later, I'll take you down a small path to get you off this mountain." After pretending to cry to his heart's content, Chu Tin then put on a righteous facade and said, but before Shwemoran could reply, Hong Meinyang's excited voice echoed from outside. "What's wrong, little Chun? Are you done yet? Go for it. Whether we can embrace a handsome man still depends on you." Chu Xingchen didn't know where to hide his face out of embarrassment. Seeing Shwemoran's wary eyes, he felt it would be better to let her go sooner. But just as Chu Xingchen opened the window, intending to sneak her out, he suddenly felt a huge spiritual power tremor, as if the entire mountain was experiencing an earthquake. It turned out that a master had come to visit Yan. Shue Jinchuan of the Golem Shue family has come to visit. My granddaughter, Shwemoran, has disturbed your peaceful cultivation. I apologize to you on her behalf. I hope you will release her, otherwise this old man, wouldn't mind leveling this Yan. Who did I think it was? Turns out it's Shwemoran's elder to demand her return. The Golem Shue family, which Shue Jinchuan just named, is one of the 4 great families of Golem Imperial City. This family has been passed down for centuries, possessing abundant wealth and countless powerful individuals. Family head Shue Jinchuan is a peak martial emperor. In this entire Golem Imperial City, those who can contend with him can be counted on one's fingers. Shwemoran poked her head out the window. She saw that besides her grandfather, her second granduncle, third granduncle, and in general, half of her family's martial king-level powerhouses had gathered. Seeing this, Shwemoran turned back to advise Chu Xingchen. "Given that you just saved me, it shows your nature isn't bad. You should run first. Otherwise, if my grandfather catches up, I'm afraid he won't spare you. Catch up here." A sneering smile appeared on Chu Xingchen's face. I'm afraid her grandfather doesn't have that ability. The old folks group at Yan, who were eagerly anticipating their grandson's fun, were furious when outsiders interrupted their enjoyment. They didn't even bother to acknowledge Shue Jinchuan, casually sending out one of the people who had just lost the card game. On the Shue family's side, despite such a display of force, they received no response for a long time. The entire group then shouted and rushed forward together. "Charge my ass." Suddenly, something appeared, knocking Shue Jinchuan back. After that, the rest of the people couldn't escape either. It turned out that Tianji had lost a card game earlier, so he had to take on the important task of chasing away these annoying people. But in his eyes, The opponents were merely petty martial emperors, not even worthy of him using a third of his strength. Xue Zhenchuan was beaten senseless, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He looked at Tianji hovering high above, muttering incessantly, "How can this be? This power? Who exactly is this person? Who am I? Why should I tell someone who's about to kick the bucket?" Tianji revealed a malevolent smile, but as he was about to make his move, a black shadow streaked over, blocking Xue Zhenchuan. "Please, Senior, show mercy." The old folks squinted. How did she get down there already? But suddenly at this moment, YA was covered by a plume of smoke from an unknown origin. When the smoke cleared a bit, Tianji was tightly bound by a golden chain, and the person holding that chain was none other than their grandson, Chu Tin-dan. "Grandpa Tianji, I'm sorry," he said miserably. Then he shouted loudly towards Xue Monyan, "Quickly take your family and go." After Xue Monyan and her family escaped, Chu Tin then automatically returned to Yan, kneeling before his parental council. Everyone's eyes were filled with murderous intent. They didn't even need to lift a finger to take his life. Chu Tin then, placed in this situation, would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. Originally, he just wanted to watch the show from the sidelines. But suddenly, Xue Monyan, with tears in her eyes, pleaded with him to save her grandfather. At first, Chu Tin then didn't even bother to agree, but that music system automatically turned her plea into a mission. A harem is essential. The system is willing to wholeheartedly assist you. Please strive to gain the affection of female characters, and work hard for a life surrounded by beauties. Chu Tin then really wanted to curse. Why should he save Xue Monyan's grandfather? But to his surprise, the penalty for refusing this mission was continuous electric shocks for an entire day. So, despite his reluctance, Chu Tin then had to treat Xue Monyan's grandfather as his own grandfather, which led to the scene just now. "Tell us, little brat, helping outsiders, why did you want to let those old geezers go?" Hong Meinyang gritted her teeth and questioned Chu Tin then. Her appearance made him almost cry. "All right, Hong Meinyang, don't scare the boy anymore." Poison Bodhisattva spoke up to defend him, then turned to Chu Tin then and scolded him. "Xiao Tan, you really went too far this time. Other things aside, but they've seen your face. What if they seek revenge on you when you go down the mountain later? When you go down the mountain, you won't have us to protect you, and you only have a spirit-grade martial soul." Poison Bodhisattva kept nagging, even bringing up the fact that Chu Tin then let go of the girl with the suitable physique for dual cultivation. But because of his reminder, Chu Tin then suddenly thought of a way to satisfy his parental counsel. Couldn't his martial soul upgrade? He had already accumulated enough materials. So Chu Tin then immediately asked the system to help him upgrade. So, while Poison Bodhisattva was still grumbling, Chu Tin then's martial soul had evolved to the profound grade, and he had become a 3-star martial artist. Sword Ghost was the first to sense this change. After that, their serious expressions all disappeared. "Ha ha ha, it evolved, it really evolved." They grabbed Chu Tin then and shook him back and forth, making him feel dizzy. Their joy was understandable, because after living so many years, this was the first time they had seen a martial soul that could automatically evolve. If the martial soul could evolve, it meant Chu Tin then's future prospects would also be vast. So they temporarily forgot the mistakes he made today, only feeling that Chu Tin then was truly sent by the heavens to save them. However, just when Chu Tin then thought everything had gone smoothly, he was met with Hong Meinyang's cold, Clow Reed-like smile. "All right, now answer. Why did you want to let those people go?" No one remembers better than women. With her reminder, the other 5 grandfathers also just remembered this. Chu Tin then couldn't give them a reasonable explanation, so he couldn't escape the fate of being punished to kneel in the woodshed for unfilial conduct. Just as he was both sad and his legs were aching, that music system appeared again. "Host, please don't be sad. After experiencing these things, you will definitely gain Xue Moran's favor." "I don't need her favor. You damn system!" Chu Tin then yelled. "But in Gollum, the Xue family has great power. After the host descends the mountain, you definitely won't be able to escape them." The system began to sigh again. "It probably won't come to that, since the grandfathers let those people go so easily. They must have left a way out for me. Honestly, Chu Tin then had guessed correctly. When Xue Zhenchuan and his two younger brothers returned home, they found that all three of them had been cursed with the heart-devouring charm. This curse is usually not obvious, but in some cases, it can activate instantly. It is an ancient, long-lost poison curse, and the conditions for its activation and the method to lift this curse are all decided by the caster. This time, though luckily we escaped, our lives are controlled by them. How humiliating! It's not humiliating, Xue Zhenchuan said, because the person who attacked us, I'm afraid their realm has reached the martial emperor realm. As soon as he said that, the faces of the others changed color. It must be said that martial artists in this world are divided into 9 realms. The lowest is martial practitioner, slowly progressing to martial master, great martial master, martial sect, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, martial sovereign, and the highest is martial god. Only one step away from the highest realm. How terrifying must that power be? The martial sovereign realm, in other words, is a potential martial god. In this divine continent, a martial sovereign hasn't appeared for nearly 100 years. In the Battle of Chu Xie years ago, quite a few talented people were lost. Therefore, when they heard that a martial sovereign suddenly appeared on Mount Daluo, no one in the Xue family wasn't bewildered. I feel like that old man's martial soul is very familiar. 100 years ago, there really seemed to have been a person. That is, from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. The second master of the Xue family muttered, but he hadn't even finished his complete sentence when he was interrupted by Xue Zhenchuan. Second brother, watch your words. The name of that demon cannot be casually spoken. Besides, he passed away long ago. In short, he felt that the origins of the people at the Endless Inn today were not ordinary. Perhaps the conditions for activating the heart-devouring charm are also related to this. Therefore, Xue Zhenchuan requested that everyone present keep what happened a secret, not mention it to outsiders, and wait for him to return and discuss it with the emperor before deciding what to do. With that, Xue Zhenchuan turned to ask his granddaughter a few things. Xue Moran, you said there's also a young man on Mount Daluo who just awakened his martial soul? That's right, Xue Moran nodded. This old man then felt that perhaps that young man was the key. So he sent people to monitor the area around Mount Daluo, instructing them to report back immediately if there was any activity. A few days later, Chu Xingqian, whose legs were still sore from being punished to kneel in the woodshed, was brought to the waterfall for training. After learning that his martial soul could be upgraded, the elders enthusiastically began to devise a training plan for him. Because they had been sealed for many years, their power had also declined. Breaking the seal was extremely urgent, so he was also pressured to keep up. Since transmigrating, Chu Xingqian had never worked so hard, and as a result, his cultivation realm rapidly improved. He was only a step away from becoming a martial master. After sitting long enough under the icy waterfall, he was finally allowed to return to the inn. As soon as he opened the door, he saw all 6 elders gathered, their faces looking quite serious. Little Chun, we've discussed it. You're going down the mountain today. Chu Xingqian was stunned. They had clearly said before to wait until he reached the martial master realm to go down the mountain, but he didn't expect the elders to want to send him away so quickly. It was also because they had already taught him everything they could, and him staying here for a few more days wouldn't do any good. All 6 felt it would be better for Chu Xingqian to go down the mountain sooner for practical experience, so they decisively kicked him out the door. Chu Xingqian was extremely distressed. Mount Daluo had many high-level demon beasts, and it would be very dangerous for him to go out alone. Due to the influence of the seal, the further the elders were from the inn, the weaker their strength became, so they couldn't guarantee his safe descent. Therefore, they could only rely on a teleportation array to send him directly to Jialan Imperial City. Before he left, they also meticulously instructed Chu Xingqian that this time, he must find 6 divine seal-breaking stones. According to Poison Bodhisattva, one had been obtained by the Jialan royal family, which was why the 6 of them sent him directly to Jialan Imperial City. The whereabouts of the other 5 were stored in a ring, which also contained gifts they had prepared for Chu Xingqian. Outside Mount Daluo, dangers abound. You must be careful and not let outsiders know your origins. And also, Poison Bodhisattva was good in every aspect, except for one weakness. He talked too much, and once he started, it was hard to stop. Seeing him ramble on, Sword Ghost had to interrupt him. The teleportation array can't be maintained for long. Speak less. Little Chun, the matter of breaking the seal is entirely up to you. You won't disappoint your grandpa, will you? Of course, Chu Xingchen replied confidently. Elders, wait for me to return. After Chu Xingchen disappeared from the teleportation array, Tianji finally couldn't hold on any longer and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He had expended too much power just now, which led to this state. Originally, only those in the Martial Emperor realm could suppress the power of the seal to open a teleportation array, but fortunately, Chu Xingchen awakened his martial soul in time, allowing him to send him out. His power had already been weakening, and forcing open the teleportation array this time caused Tianji to drop to the Martial Saint realm. Everyone was worried about Tianji, until he suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly. But thinking that I was the last one to lose the Martial Emperor realm, I'm no longer sad. You are all weaklings, ha ha. He's truly old and still asking for a beating. Yen Gui had to strongly restrain Hong Bainyang, otherwise, a chaotic fight would surely have erupted. The inn instantly became noisy because of this. Only Poison Bodhisattva and Sword Ghost silently looked out the window. They were both worried about Chu Xingchen. Little Chun will return safely, right? He's a good kid. I both hope he can break the seal and save us, and also hope he can stay away from danger a bit. We didn't tell him about the past, hoping he wouldn't get dragged into it. Don't worry, little Chun is so smart. Nothing will happen to him. It's the new year. Maybe he's currently enjoying the brilliant fireworks in Jialan Imperial City. Sword Ghost reassured his old friend. But none of them expected that Chenji's teleportation array would send Chu Xingchen straight into a brothel. In his previous life, he was a diligent and dedicated programmer. After transmigrating, 18 years of farming life had worn down all of Chu Xingchen's desires. Even though many things happened, he basically remained very calm, completely unmoved. Yet now, surrounded by the beautiful women of the pleasure house, like a swarm of spider demons, Chu Xingchen felt his whole body stiffen, his mind blank, until he heard the familiar notification sound, and that system popped up again. Host, go for it. Collect all these female characters for your harem. This crazy system. Do you want to get banned for 18+ content? I'm not that kind of despicable man. It seemed every time he communicated with this idiotic system, Chu Xingchen had to yell loudly in anger. After speaking, he immediately ran away. Those girls from the pleasure house also chased after him. Luckily, Chu Xingchen quickly escaped into a room and temporarily got away. System, didn't Grandpa Chenji want to send me to Jialan Imperial City? What kind of ghostly place is this? Chu Xingchen questioned. Well, according to the positioning, this is indeed some sort of pleasure district in Jialan Imperial City. Sending his grandson to a place like this. That old man is truly wicked, Chu Xingchen mumbled. If it weren't for his great mission, he would definitely go back and settle scores with him to vent his anger. But just then, a very familiar voice came from the room next door. Chu Xingchen immediately activated his GoldenEye martial soul, saw through the wall, and then spotted an acquaintance. Oh, this is the old man Shuamoran calls Elder Tao. Elder Tao, your disciple has been tracking the remnant of the Yenhu for a long time. I can confirm that the beast is hiding in this inn. It's just that it's disguised and blending in with the crowd, so I find it hard to see, which is why I invited you to help. The person opposite Elder Tao respectfully said, Yenhu are skilled at transformation and cunning by nature. It's not easy that you've tracked it this far. Don't worry, I will definitely help you capture it to atone for its sins. Chu Xingchen had overheard their entire conversation. If he wasn't mistaken, the Yenhu they just mentioned were a demon beast tribe that lived near the western divine continent for nearly 1,000 years. Their fur was dazzlingly beautiful, which is why they called themselves Yan. Dazzling. The Yenhu and humans were like fire and water, with border skirmishes constantly occurring. 100 years ago, during the Zhuxia battle, the Yenhu tribe was surrounded and annihilated by an alliance of immortal sects, so they have been extinct for a long time. Sister Muxie thought that the Yenhu had been extinct for a long time. But Chu Xingqian revealed a shocking piece of news to it. That is, Hong Bainyang was actually a Yenhu. Initially, he wasn't very clear, until he once saw her drunk at a New Year's party, and she revealed her true form. That's when he was told by the other elders that Hong Bainyang was a Yenhu. Actually, although they had lived together for 18 years, Chu Xingqian didn't really know the origins of his old folk. They rarely talked about the past, and always remained very tight-lipped with him. Putting that aside, Chu Xingqian noticed more new people arriving. What a coincidence, more acquaintances. This time, it was Xue Moran and Joey Shan who arrived. This world is really too small. Chu Xingqian quickly found a mask to cover his face. This time, Elder Tao called those two to help him search for the flame fox. Before that, he had sealed off this inn with his soul power. Unless the opponent had a higher cultivation level, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape. This can't be delayed, Elder Tao. Let's start searching, Joey Shan urged. Elder Tao grunted, then drew his sword. His sharp gaze, like a knife, stared at the room opposite, 2 walls away. Then he decisively slashed, and the door blocking Chu Xingqian's way was instantly cut open. Then let's start with this eavesdropping brat. Elder Tao's eye stared at him very fiercely. Chu Xingqian cursed under his breath. How is this old man's hearing even better than a dog's? Many people were attracted by the commotion. Chu Xingqian didn't think he would run into such trouble so soon after descending the mountain. The madam of the brothel cried non-stop. Sirs, please don't fight anymore. If you keep fighting, Spring Fragrance House will collapse. But none of the main characters in this brawl were in the mood to listen to her. Chu Xingqian was busy running, while Elder Tao relentlessly chased after him, questioning why he had the guts to eavesdrop, but not the guts to face him. Seeing how verbose he was, Chu Xingqian asked the system to let him use the intimidating display skill. But unfortunately, Chu Xingqian had already used the skill when fighting the Black Flood Dragon, and it was currently on cooldown. And the main point was that its cooldown period lasted for 10 years. Chu Xingqian almost spat blood in anger, giving the system a loving look. The cooldown time is shortened as your level increases. Work hard to level up. What's the use of glaring at me? The system immediately retorted. Chu Xingqian secretly thought this thing was useless. It seemed he still had to rely on himself. Immediately, Chu Xingqian took out the flying immortal art that Hong Binu had taught him. His nimble movements momentarily stunned Elder Tao. Chu Xingqian thought he had shaken off his pursuers and intended to run eastward, where the soul power blockade created by Elder Tao was weaker, allowing him to escape. Who would have thought that in the very next second, he caught up to him, even disparaging the flying immortal art as nothing more than a childish trick in his eyes. Chu Xingqian was sent sprawling by a single blow. His entire body slammed hard onto the ground, hurting so much he almost fainted. But just as he put his hand down to stand up, Chu Xingqian accidentally touched something soft. He turned his head, and the scene at that moment not only surprised Chu Xingqian but also froze everyone present. He had actually fallen onto the flame fox, causing it to reveal its true form. The flame fox panicked and began to flee. Chu Xingqian thought that once these people found their target, they would let him go. Who would have thought that Elder Tao was so cautious that he chased after it himself and ordered Xue Moran to chase and capture Chu Xingqian? Aren't you trying to target that flame fox? Why do you still want to chase me? Chu Xingqian lamented. What's more, it was Xue Moran chasing him. Just at this critical moment, the system issued a new mission. This time it was also a mission to collect items to upgrade his martial soul, and the required item was the flame fox's blood. What the heck? Why didn't you say so earlier? Chu Xingqian yelled. He had just held the flame fox in his hand. Asking for a little blood wouldn't have been hard. Now that it's escaped, you issue the mission? What's up with that? Missions are issued randomly. I can't control it. The system replied irresponsibly. Chu Xingqian felt that sooner or later, this idiotic system would get him killed. Well then, for now, he'd get rid of Xue Moran and then figure things out. He then took out 4 smoke bombs from his shirt, temporarily using smoke screens to limit Xue Moran's vision, and then slipped into the room right next door. Chu Xingqian knew very well that if he competed for the Flame Fox with these people, he couldn't win, and he also had to protect his identity. Fortunately, before leaving, Hong Bainon had given him a form-shifting pill. Taking it would allow him to change his appearance and aura, enough for him to blend in with the crowd. Chu Xingqian swallowed a form-shifting pill. A painful sensation invaded his entire body, making it hard for Chu Xingqian to even breathe. He suppressed the pain, quickly changing his clothes to transform into someone else. But just at this moment, the flimsy door was violently kicked open by someone. "Come out! Stop hiding! Don't think I don't know where you are!" Xue Moran stormed in furiously. At this moment, Chu Xingqian had just finished transforming. He had transformed into the appearance of a young woman, wearing only a thin set of underwear. He and Xue Moran faced each other in this awkward situation, and for a moment, neither could speak. Xue Moran remained silent for a long time. Chu Xingqian, on the other hand, was extremely tense. Fortunately, he had taken off his outer clothes quickly, otherwise, he would definitely have revealed a flaw. After a long while, the other party finally spoke. "Miss, did you see a man in a blue shirt run past here? I followed his aura here, but his aura suddenly disappeared." Chu Xingqian pretended to ponder, then opened his mouth and said no. But just then, he realized his voice hadn't changed at all, so he frantically clamped his mouth shut. Fortunately, Xue Moran thought that a young woman like him, caught in a state of disarray, was just flustered. For now, seeing no clues, I decided to leave. But the fact that she was about to leave made Chu Tin then even more panicked. Originally, he intended to transform into an old man to blend into their group, looking for an opportunity to collect the Yanhuji blood. But for some reason, he transformed into such a young lady. It seems the difficulty just doubled. Chu Tin then didn't have time to think much, so he grabbed Tuet Macneem's wrist. He tried to constrict his throat, barely managing to produce a voice like a hoarse young girl, then asked her, "Aren't you senior sister Tuet Macneem from the Noyet Academy? Have you met me before?" Tuet Macneem's eyes widened in surprise. Seeing this, Chu Tin then immediately activated his movie star-like acting skills, crying and throwing himself into Tuet Macneem's arms. "That's right, senior sister, save me. I'm also a student of the Noyet Academy, on New Year's Day returning home to visit my parents, but unexpectedly ran into bad people. They threw me into this wolf's den, swallowed me whole, and even poisoned my voice. Luckily I met you. Please take me out of here." Chu Tin then cried desperately, hugging Tuet Macneem tightly, wiping all his tears and snot onto her clothes. But his bitter strategy actually worked. Tuet Macneem helped Chu Tin then stand up, asking worriedly, "Stand up first. If you're a disciple of our the Noyet Academy, then of course I can't just stand by and watch. What's your name?" In a moment of urgency, Chu Tin then hastily made up a name, Chu Tin Ka. The system heard it and immediately mocked his terrible naming ability. But never mind. It was good enough that the other party believed him. Chu Tin then was afraid of revealing his identity, so he started crying again. Just then, they heard a crashing sound outside. "You evil Yanhu, still trying to run?" It seems that Yanhu Kid was caught by Elder Tao. He then ordered his subordinates to lock it up, then transfer it to Atonement Valley for detention. At this moment, Tuet Macneem also led Chu Tin then out. "Elder Tao, as expected of you, you caught that monster so quickly." Tuet Macneem praised him repeatedly. "It's nothing. Have you caught that little thief yet?" Tuet Macneem was a bit disappointed, saying she was useless and couldn't keep up because the little thief's aura suddenly disappeared, and she still couldn't sense it now. Elder Tao didn't blame her, as he had felt the little thief's actions were strange from the beginning. Even though he didn't use full strength earlier, the little thief, who was only at the martial artist realm, being able to withstand a palm strike was already unusual. They probably never dreamed that the little thief they kept talking about was precisely the delicate young girl standing behind Tuet Macneem. After much chatter, Elder Tao finally noticed Chu Tin then. Tuet Macneem was afraid he was still panicked, so she spoke up to defend him. "She's also a disciple of our the Noyet Academy, sold here by bad people. Luckily, she met me and wants me to lead her out." Elder Tao didn't suspect anything. He only felt indignant that some villain dared to harm a disciple of the Noyet Academy. Afterward, he told Tuet and Mac Neem to take Chu Tin then back first. They had already tied up Yenhu, and would also leave this place now. The group returned to the inn. Because he was in a girl's form, Chu Tin then naturally shared a room with Tuet Mac Neem. She gave him a new, clean set of clothes, then said that tomorrow morning, Chu Wai's son would take him back. Chu, Senior Chu will take me back? What about Senior Sister then? So Tin then started to panic again. I have to escort Yenhu. Don't worry. Chu Wai's son will protect you well. Who needs that scoundrel's protection? So Tin then refused, once again hugging Tuet Mac Neem tightly, constantly saying that he was very afraid of men now and didn't want to leave her. Moreover, if he returned to the Noyet Academy now, his identity would be exposed. He had to escort Yenhu with them at all costs. At first, Tuet Mac Neem was a bit awkward, but because So Tin then kept crying and pleading, she finally had to give in. All right then, I'll take you back tomorrow. Thank you, Senior Sister. So Tin Nan's eyes immediately lit up, but after speaking, he realized there was a problem. Thanks for nothing. He wanted to escort Yenhu with him. So how did it turn into Tuet Mac Neem taking him back to the academy instead of Chu Wai's son? How is that any different? So Tim then cried silently. Tuet Mac Neem also didn't notice his strange expression. All right, it's getting late. Let's rest. After saying that, she started to take off her clothes. So Tim then was so scared he jumped. Seeing this strange expression, Tuet Mac Neem didn't suspect anything at all. What's wrong? Things happened unexpectedly. We didn't book an extra room, so you'll stay with me temporarily. We're both girls, it's fine. I'll go shower first. So Tin Dan's face was beet red, and he didn't even dare to open his eyes fully. He was just temporarily in a female form. How did he end up becoming Tuet Mac Neem's sister, even sleeping in the same bed with her at night? Tin then tried to steady his emotions. All right, he'd calm down. It's not a big deal. Why get so agitated? Even big breasts couldn't disrupt his state of mind. Unexpectedly, Mac Neem suddenly spoke. Can't sleep? He flinched and turned to her. Senior Sister, you scared me to death. She rested her arm and teased. Why are you so tense? I don't eat people. Tin then immediately defended himself. I'm thinking about a few things. That Yenhu, she also looks like a little girl. She doesn't seem like she's done anything bad. Mac Neem frowned, scrutinizing him. Do you feel sorry for it? You absolutely must not sympathize with them. Yenhu often pretends to be weak, exploits people's kindness, then turns around and bites them. Countless people have been harmed by them. 100 years ago, when evil demons invaded Shenzhou, they repeatedly instigated battles between immortal sects and evil demons, without any regard for righteousness. Don't let its appearance deceive you. Don't be soft-hearted, understand? After speaking for a while, she got sleepy. All right, don't think too much. We have to leave early tomorrow. Go to sleep quickly. Actually, her falling asleep was due to the scent in Tin Dan's hand. He sighed in relief and opened his hand, revealing the soul-charming powder. He had prepared it long ago. For someone of her level, it was enough for a good night's sleep. Tin then gently brushed the hair of the person beside him. Sleep well, Senior Sister. He instantly flew out of the room. I'm off to do my mission. He hid on the rooftop, secretly watching Wai's son. Tin then rubbed his hands and took out a soul-bewitching powder. He sniffed the scent of the powder, became drowsy, and immediately fell into a deep sleep. He was a bit speechless. What's the use of having him guard the door? Tin then secretly opened the room's door. He then saw Qiu Hai imprisoned inside, being tortured by a demon-binding array. No wonder the outer defenses were so weak. He gently approached her. This formation would cause demon beasts immediate excruciating pain. It's truly terrible. Tin then took out a jade bottle to collect blood. Sorry, Junior Sister. I'll borrow some of your blood. Qiu Hai seemed to sense someone approaching and weakly opened her eyes. Her hand suddenly grabbed him tightly. Tin then was startled to hear her groan. Save me. Qiu Hai looked up and pleaded. Sister, please save me. He looked at her clinging to him, slightly flustered. Qiu Hai painfully whispered, Save me. I can't go into the Valley of Penitence. Please save me. I'll do anything you want. Sister. Tin then quickly covered her mouth. Speak softly. Immediately, Hang Kwang popped out. Received the female character's request. Host is invited to complete the mission. Save the flaming fox and add her to your harem. He angrily cursed, again. It didn't hesitate to retort. If you don't build a harem, how can you be a dragon among men? Besides, she has small breasts, perfectly fitting your aesthetic. Tin then was almost manipulated. That's right, no. Saving her is very troublesome. Then Hang Kwang impatiently punished. Then enjoy the electric shock. Q Hai looked at him, acting strangely in confusion. Sister. Tin then had no choice and said, All right, I'll save you. Helping others is a good deed. I'm very happy. Although he still cursed in his heart. Damn system, sooner or later I'll adjust you to only focus on farming. Q Hai began to feel that the person in front of her had a problem. She had already blended in peacefully, but this stinking man exposed her. She recalled being exposed by Tin, then while hiding and muttered, Stinking man. But then, Q Hai began to scheme. She didn't know the other party's true identity, but when she was at her wit's end, a person with strange behavior appeared before her. She doesn't seem like a very smart woman. Maybe she's not an accomplice of the Noyet Academy. I can use her to escape. Just then, Q Hai saw the system shocking him and thought, But is she not normal? While she was lost in thought, Tin then suddenly grabbed her. I'll save you. At that moment, Q Hai felt more fear than joy. It's over. I might not live much longer. He twisted the ring on his finger, calculating. To save her, I must open the demon-binding array. That old Taoist will definitely notice. To help this girl escape right under the Martial King's nose. It's really making things difficult for me. Afterward, Tin then looked at the ring on his finger and sighed. I can only rely on it. From within the ring, a colossal battle armor appeared. He looked up at the armor and said with a somber expression, This battle puppet was created from a primeval celestial core, infused with Elder Nanquia soul power. It can fight beyond its level, but it consumes an immense amount of soul power. At my current level, I can still barely control it. I definitely need to use top-grade soul crystals for enhancement. Tin then gritted his teeth and took out a soul crystal with an extremely reluctant expression. This is a top-grade soul crystal. A single crystal mine can only produce 5 of these at most. I can't bear it. Q Hai saw him hesitating and reminded him, Hurry up. Hearing that, Tin then had no choice but to put the precious soul crystal into the battle armor. He began chanting incantations. Like this, it can almost reach the level of a martial king. Battle puppet, destroy the demon-binding formation. A hand quickly moved towards Q Hai. With its terrifying power, the demon-binding formation couldn't hold. The chains wrapped around her loosened and gradually disappeared. The two of them also naturally climbed onto the battle armor. Tin then reminded, all right, use this chance to escape quickly. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from afar. It was Elder Tao. He asked loudly, Who are you, sir? Elder Tao stared at him, scrutinizing him. Why did you destroy my demon-binding formation? Tin then thought irritably. He's here too fast. He quickly activated his battle state, instructing Q Hai. Hold onto the battle puppet tightly. I'll take you out first. As soon as he finished speaking, the armor, carrying Q Hai, soared outside. Before they went far, it was blocked by Elder Tao's attack. Elder Tao roared, Where do you think you're going? Saying that, he continued to unleash even more fierce attacks. Tin then, observing from below, was extremely worried. He could only reveal his trump card, battle puppet, Mark. Immediately, a colossal surge of power appeared, blocking Elder Tao. However, Elder Tao wasn't that simple. New attacks poured onto the battle armor in quick succession. Suddenly, Elder Tao revealed a cunning smile. This time, he didn't aim for the armor but directly attacked Q Hai. Tin then had also realized the opponent's scheme. That damn old man. He's just going to chop at the little fox. No time to delay. We have to run first. He no longer wanted to confront Elder Tao directly and quickly controlled the armor to flee. It seemed Elder Tao had also prepared. unleashing an iron chain attack to block the armor. Elder Tao waved his hand, declaring, "Since you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave." After that, he cast a spell to conjure a large sword, preparing to stab Q-Hai. Tin then thought in fear, "A skill." Elder Tao continued to wave his hand. Along with that, the sword gradually stabbed down at the armor. At the same time, he realized it was a Martial King ultimate skill. This attack created a powerful impact, blowing up all the surrounding rocks and dirt. The sword pierced through Q-Hai, leaving her whole body drenched in blood. Tin then anxiously cried out, "Little fox." Without hesitation, he quickly ran towards her immediately. At the same time, a few more people rushed out asking, "Elder Tao, what's wrong? Did someone come to steal the flame fox?" He teleported to Tin Dan's side and slowly replied, "Don't panic. I've had a formation set up here for a long time. You guys came at the wrong time." Elder Tao glanced at the dying Q-Hai. "I didn't expect the Flame Fox clan to have declined to this extent, yet there are still people willing to help." He didn't bother much with it anymore, but it's a pity I can't bring it to the Valley of Repentance anymore. I struck too hard just now. This Flame Fox probably won't survive past tonight. And this strange thing, I initially thought it was a guardian spirit, but now I realize it's a battle puppet. The students of Divine Moon Academy shouted, "A battle puppet? Could it be a battle puppet master from the Featherflower Pavilion?" Elder Tao walked closer to Chu-Hai to observe. Such an exquisite and strange battle puppet doesn't resemble the craftsmanship of the Featherflower Pavilion. Rather, it looks like the work of the genius battle puppet master from 100 years ago. Then he turned to instruct, "This matter cannot be ignored. For now, bring this thing back." While Elder Tao wasn't paying attention, a giant hand attacked him. The punch tore through multiple layers of walls, and Elder Tao was sent flying into the surrounding area. Those students were still in shock, gaping at the armor. The senior brother, standing nearby, tremblingly stepped forward to confirm the situation. He didn't expect the armor to be able to move. The senior brother watched the armor fly away and cried out in fear, "How can it still move?" Seeing them like that, Tin then had to distract them. "It's attacking Elder Tao again. Senior brothers, quickly go help Elder Tao." They thought it was reasonable, so they turned to instruct, "Okay, you stay here. We'll go and come back." He quickly replied, "All right." As soon as they left, Tin then collapsed to the ground. Han Kuang asked worriedly, "Host, are you okay?" He clutched his head and replied, "Just leveled up and controlling a battle puppet. I'm a bit dizzy." It could only sigh. "You're already bleeding from all 7 orifices. You've already consumed a large amount of soul power, and forcing a level up, your body won't be able to handle it." Tin then seemed not to care much about this. "It's still worth it. I've entered the Martial Master realm, and the battle puppet's strength has also increased significantly. It's enough to hold them off for a long time." He didn't forget his mission. First, save the little fox. Q-Hai seemed to mumble something. He anxiously asked Tang Kuang, "What should I do? I don't have any healing elixirs for spirit beasts. She's about to stop breathing." It gave a suggestion. "I suggest you form a half-life blood pact with her." Spirit beasts with a half-life blood pact will have extremely robust life force. This kind of injury can heal on its own. Having no other choice, Tin then took some blood. "Let's try. I can't let her die here." He quickly drew blood from his tongue and applied it to the other party's neck. Tin then said in frustration, "I still wanted to ask her about Aunt Hong and the flame fox." The blood stain on Q-Hai's neck gradually faded, turning into a mark. Next, Tin then cast a spell, merging his blood with her body. The green light of the pact gradually enveloped Q-Hai's body. The excessive use of blood had exhausted Tin Dan, who collapsed to the ground, panting continuously. He thought tiredly, "The blood pact consumed too much. I don't have the strength to lead her away anymore. I can only—" Tin then came up with a plan. "Battle puppet, come back." He thought to himself, "My last bit of soul power. Lead her out safely." Tin then watched the battle armor go far away before daring to lie down on the ground, sighing in relief. Now it's safe. Just then, someone approached. He also sensed someone was there, so he looked up. Tin then saw Mo ran and let out a soft-o. Meanwhile, the battle puppet and everyone at Shun Yu caused a great commotion, shaking heaven and earth. In an inn, Tin then was lying on the bed when he suddenly opened his eyes. He was startled and immediately sat up. Tin then looked down at the blanket on him, thinking to himself, an inn's bed. From afar, a voice came asking, "Are you awake?" He saw Mo ran and exclaimed in surprise, "Senior sister." She gently explained, "Get up and eat. Yesterday, I saw you unconscious outside in the courtyard, so I brought you back." The blazing fox was finally stolen. The commotion it caused was huge. Mo Ran recounted last night's situation. Old Tao crippled one of that battle puppet's arms, and the battle puppet also injured Old Tao. Now they are still discussing this matter. We have to return to Shenyu to report to our superiors. Her expression gradually became sad. It's also time to hurry back. In a few days, it will be the annual recruitment assembly. I have to go help. Tin then secretly noted, recruitment assembly. He rummaged through the information about the assembly in his mind. It's equivalent to the college entrance exam. At that time, all the great academies will gather in one place, and the candidates will also showcase their talents within the academy. Shenyu Academy has a close relationship with the Jialan Imperial family. To approach the Imperial family, infiltrating Shenyu through the assembly is a good plan. Tin then looked at Mo Ran, thinking to himself, this was also my initial plan, it's just. He gradually grew suspicious. Last night, before I fainted, I clearly saw her. Perhaps she also knows I already have the blazing fox. But what is she thinking now? She hasn't exposed me. Is it because she didn't see? Or is she playing along with me? While deep in thought, Mo Ran called out, "Come here and eat." Tin then quickly replied, "All right." He decided not to speculate anymore. Forget it. If she wants to play along, let's play along. Anyway, I'm going to back out later. While eating, Tin then felt the other person's gaze. She was looking at him. He paused for a second as he brought a spoonful of rice to his mouth. Tin then painfully clutched his body. My body hurts so much. She poisoned me. No, that's not right. He guessed the real reason. The medicine is about to wear off. I'm about to transform back to my original form. Mo Ran saw Tin then wasn't well and asked, "What's wrong?" He could only lie. "Senior sister, I suddenly have a fever." She asked in surprise, "A fever?" Tin then confirmed, "Yes, I've been like this since I was little. I'll suddenly get a fever of 100 degrees. It will burn you, senior sister. Please go outside quickly. I'll feel better after a nap. You must not come back." Mo Ran, still unaware of what was happening, just uttered a puzzled "huh." He slammed the door shut, leaning against the wall and gasping for breath. Tin then grew increasingly anxious. My body is so hot. Thinking this, he rushed to the window. I must leave here quickly. Mo ran outside was equally worried. Sure, are you really okay? She heard strange noises coming from inside, so she couldn't resist going in. Mo ran opened the door and said, "I'm coming in." Just then, Tin had transformed back to his original form. She couldn't believe it, so she slammed the door shut. Then she rubbed her eyes. Mo ran open the door again, only to see a naked man climbing out the window. She slammed the door shut again. This time, Mo Ran didn't rub her eyes, but lowered her head grimly. He ran across the roof in embarrassment, muttering, "Run, run naked." Tin then, embarrassed, tied his hair up and cursed. I told her not to come in. Oh well, I'll go find the little fox first. He quickly put on a shirt and rushed off. According to the blood pack's reaction, she's in the West Forest. Meanwhile, Joshi was recalling something. At that time, she was happily running and jumping in a vast meadow. Her older sister suddenly appeared, calling her name, Xiaoxi. She angrily grabbed her and lifted her up. Xiaoxi didn't mind, smiling brightly and calling her sister. She anxiously scolded. "You're running around again." Then she warned her. "The humans are here again. I'll go lure them away. You hide quickly." Her older sister urged with all her might. "You must hide well." This dream startled Jiyoshi awake. It took her a moment to calm down. Jiyoshi carefully recalled. "Where is this? I remember being hit by that old man. It was that older sister who used the blood pact to pull me out." Thinking of this, her face was filled with happiness. That's right. Although she doesn't look very smart, she's truly a kind, gentle, good person. I must definitely repay her properly later. Just then, Tindon arrived and asked, "You're awake?" He happily said, "You woke up just as I put away the battle armor. You recover pretty quickly, don't you?" Tin then asked with concern, "How are you feeling?" Before he could react, Jiyoshi quickly slapped Tin then right across the face. He flew a good distance from that blow. Tin then asked in disbelief, "What did you do?" Jiyoshi, equally fierce, repeated, "I remember you." She cursed him directly. "You rotten bastard. You made me reveal myself." Tin then grew even angrier. "What do you mean I made you reveal yourself? But I'm also the one who saved you." Jiyoshi yelled, "Nonsense! Shameless! The one who saved me was clearly my dear warm, silly older sister." He tried to explain. "She is me. I'm a woman." Of course, she didn't believe him. "You're crazy. Get away from me." Helpless, he had to take out those pills. "Fine, you don't believe me." With that, Tim then opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. Because he swallowed it too fast, he choked and had to punch his chest to clear it. Then, Tim then defiantly pointed at his face. "Look closely. How about that? I'll show you what an old female master is." He continued to offer proof. "If you still don't believe me, you can use the blood pack to check again. I'm a man." Jiyoshi seemed utterly shocked by this ridiculous situation. A man. The image of her beautiful and gentle older sister had been completely shattered by the man in front of her. Jiyoshi lost her composure and screamed, "You pervert who likes to impersonate women. You deceptive, heartless swindler. Give me back my warm older sister, you damn stinky man." Suddenly, Tin then caught the crucial point. "Wait a minute." He probed. "You don't happen to like girls, do you?" Jiyoshi didn't answer but threatened, "What's it to you if I like girls?" The answer was so obvious, it made Tin then furious. He couldn't stand it anymore and cursed back. "Do you have any manners? I'm your lifesaver and your master. You didn't even say thank you, and you scold and hit me. You ungrateful wretch. It serves you right to be caught and sent to Repentance Valley." Jiyoshi slowly teared up, having to endure such great humiliation. Tin then, who was passionately cursing, only now noticed, "I was truly an idiot for saving you." He looked at her, helpless and speechless. Even Hang Kwang blamed him. "Oh my host, she's a girl. You're being too harsh. Quickly say something gentle to soothe her." Unexpectedly, Tin then also played the crying game, letting out a humph. Then he pretended to have suffered immense grievances. "What are you crying for? It's like I'm bullying you. I just said a few words and you're crying. You scolded me, and I'm the one who feels wronged. I worked so hard to save you, and because you like girls, I'm treated like this." Jiyoshi was stunned for a few seconds at this strange sight. Tindan's acting was incredibly immersive. So wronged. He made Jiyoshi confused, not knowing what to do. You don't cry. I'm sorry." She panicked and took the blame. "It's my fault." Tin then saw his goal was achieved and smiled slyly. "That's more like it. It wasn't my fault to begin with. Why should I comfort her? Want to use tears to make me bow my head? Dream on." She became increasingly flustered. "I was too rude. Can you please stop crying?" He immediately agreed, no longer acting. "Okay." Seeing Tin then like that, she immediately realized it was a trick. This man. She just now reacted. "I lost. He even knows how to use weakness and tears better than me. He's really not simple." He happily asked, "So let's get down to business. What are your plans next? The two looked at each other for a moment. Seeing Jiyoshi silent, Tin then spoke first. He introduced himself. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Chu Tin Dan, and I want to pass the entrance exam for the Divine Moon Academy. He also laid out his conditions. I hope you can come with me. You can help me through a blood contract. I need your power. During this time, I will hide your identity and keep you safe. Jiyoshi sadly scoffed. Keep me safe. She replied with vexation. I'm a Yenhu. If you take me with you, aren't you afraid I'll turn on you? Tin Dan, however, didn't think so. Would you do that? Every race has good and bad people. I won't blame all Yenhu's faults on you alone. He crossed his arms and said, We'll have enough time to get to know each other. What kind of person you are, I will see with my own eyes and hear with my own ears. But if you don't want to go, that's fine too. She seemed to have made a big decision. I'll go with you. She nervously twiddled her fingers. Anyway, I have nowhere else to go. It's just that I have one request. Seeing this, Timon listened intently. Who would have thought it would be that strange condition? Can you pretend to be a girl forever? He, of course, disagreed. Are you dreaming? The scene shifts to a forest. Timon sat in a corner of the forest, cursing. This Yenhu brat is really taking liberties. Does she really think I'm a cross-dressing freak? Hang Kwong didn't forget to chime in. Host. But you're just too good at cross-dressing. Her cross-dressing prowess. He couldn't take it anymore. He raised his middle finger. See if that's warm enough. Just one look, and I knew you weren't a proper robot. It retorted. Robot? Who told you I'm a machine? Hang Kwong concluded. I'm human. Before I became a system, I was a human from another world, but for some reason, my world collapsed. At that time, my master brain found me and made a deal with me. Li Hang Kwong, as long as you become a system and cultivate a long Aotion who surpasses all long Aotions, I will rebuild your world and let you return. What do you say? I agreed to it, although the memories from before becoming a system would be sealed, and I'd even forget my own name. I remembered that there was someone very important waiting for me. To return to her side, I'm willing to do anything. So I desperately studied how to become a system and even won the honorary title of Outstanding Advanced System. Later, I was highly valued by the Master Brain and came to this world. Hang Kwong was disappointed. It's a pity I met you. Tindan's eyes looked like they wanted to devour it. You're criticizing me? I took on the task you arbitrarily accepted, and I didn't get anything out of the fight. Yet you still have the nerve to criticize me. Seeing that look, Hang Kwong quickly stopped him and explained, My current assistance is indeed very weak, but this really isn't my problem. Normally, systems that come to a new world quickly link up. The way of heaven is the rule of the world. The system can enhance your protagonist's halo by interfering with the way of heaven and providing various system items. But I've been here for so long, and I can't sense the way of heaven. It's as if it's disappeared. A world without rules is chaotic. But this world operates in an orderly fashion. It's extremely strange. He wondered, there's such a thing? Go ask the Master Brain. Hearing this, it explained, I've already reported it. I'll probably get an answer soon. Don't worry about this. Just focus on completing the mission. These are all minor matters. Tendant's face showed dejection. He felt pity for Hang Kwong and muttered to himself. His world has already collapsed, and he's still dragged into things like this. His life isn't easy either. Tin then empathized and promised it. All right, I'll try my best to cooperate with you from now on, so you can return home sooner. Hang Kwong was moved. Thank you, host. He stood up and stepped forward. Let's go. I'll tell the little fox to prepare first. Above the tree where Tin then stood, a figure suddenly flew away. In an ancient Chinese-style village, Ishan saw her return and excitedly called out, Mo Ran, you're back. Where did you go? Where's junior sister Choo Choo? Mo Ran replied. She said she wanted to go home first, so I escorted her out of the city. He worried. She went alone? Is it safe? Mo Ran assured him. No problem. I gave her a protective magic item. Ishan felt relieved. You're always so thoughtful. You're always so kind to junior sister. You truly are gentle. Mo Ran replied politely. It's just repaying a kindness. A few days later, in Garan Imperial City, someone exclaimed, It's so lively. Many entertainment activities in the city were surrounded by people. Tinden was excited. Look, variety acts, Q-Hai said dejectedly. Is it your first time in the city? Looking so bewildered? He replied while eating candied hawthorn. This is indeed my first time in the city. Why are you covering yourself up so completely? Q-Hai stammered an explanation. I'm just used to it. Revealing my face in places like this feels unsafe. Plus, there will be many cultivators at the enrollment assembly. I'm scared. Tinden tugged at her cloak and said, You've concealed your aura and even changed your appearance. What the hell are you scared of? Q-Hai was startled by this sudden act. Seeing this, he put on an arrogant face and asked, What are you yelling for? Where's your fighting spirit from before? Even if others recognize you as Fiery Fox, you're my blood oath spirit beast. If the sky falls, I'll bear it. No one can do anything to you. From now on, walk with your head held high and your chest out. Understand? Q-Hai was embarrassed. I don't need some stinky man to teach me. Tin then excitedly pulled her along. The registration area. Let's go check it out. There was a large sign with 2 people in charge. He smiled brightly. Hello, we'd like to register. Tin then was quite surprised by the simple procedure. Just fill it out. The registrar held up a piece of paper. Registration requirements. Martial Master rank or above. Martial Soul rank. Profound rank or above. He exclaimed excitedly. All right, we just happen to meet the requirements. The guard gestured to a magical circle. Then step in here. It's a teleportation mirror. Cultivators who meet the registration requirements will naturally pass through and enter the examination waiting hall. He reminded them, Once you've filled out the form, please enter. Tin then eagerly put his hand in first, slowly stepping through the circle. Inside, it was already packed with candidates. Tin then and Q-Hai quickly entered. Voices around them said, Someone else came in. They observed and exclaimed, So many people. He looked up curiously. What's that? Han Kuang explained. They are spatial secret realms, also equivalent to your exam questions. You will choose one secret realm to enter. Most secret realms are ancient battlefields, harsh environments, with many demons rampant, testing the comprehensive abilities of the participating candidates. At this moment, someone spoke up. Candidates, please be quiet. A man emerged from another magical circle. Today's registration is complete. Prepare yourselves thoroughly. The examination will begin immediately. I am Luke Min from the Infinite Academy, your guide. Next, I will announce the basic examination rules. Food and elixirs cannot be brought into the secret realm examination. Everything else is unrestricted. Please voluntarily surrender prohibited items. They will be returned after the exam. A candidate quickly stuffed food into his mouth. The steamed bun my mother gave me. Tin then sighed in relief. Good thing I finished my candied hawthorn. He continued to explain. The longer you survive in the secret realm, the higher your score. Surviving for 7 days is considered valid. There are no restrictions on any candidate's actions. Q-Hai whispered, No restrictions? So I can kill people. Tin then was alarmed. You've got guts as big as the sky. Suddenly, white clouds appeared. Lukeman explained, These are spirits. Please choose one. Later, it will determine which secret realm you must enter. They will also tell you about bonus objectives and what you'll encounter in the secret realm. If you face life-threatening danger, the spirit can save your life and take you out of the examination ground. He reached out and grabbed one. Behind him, someone whispered, I heard this year's secret realm difficulty is very high. Brother Thatch is our exceptional talent. If we're assigned to the same secret realm, I hope Brother Thatch can help us more. He replied, I wouldn't dare accept that. A red-haired man exuded a cold aura. As soon as Jiushi saw him, she recognized him. Shi Wu, the second young master of the Shi family, one of the four great families of Golem. Tin then was surprised. She knew him. Jiushi looked at him in confusion. And yet you don't know? This person is very famous. When he awakened, his soul power could already condense into a physical form, called the Sword of Light. Tin then exclaimed, soul power condensing into a physical state. Isn't that something only possible after reaching the martial ancestor realm? She wasn't surprised by his reaction. Talented people don't follow normal rules. Now he's a 4-star martial master. He's this year's top seed. Tin then gasped in admiration. Truly amazing. Han Kuang appeared, shouting in a resentful tone. What's so great about that? Host, you're the strongest. You can't lose. Complete the mission, win first place, break the historical record in the secret realm. I am the unprecedented Long Aotian. He covered his face, sweating. I knew it. How long is the historical record? It said confidently, 17 days. Tin then yelled in annoyance. Then just let me live peacefully in there forever. Han Kuang ignored him and continued. Time in the secret realm passes very quickly. 15 days is only half an hour outside, so it won't delay anything. Jiushi interrupted. The secret realm is about to open. Will we enter the same secret realm? What if they discover my identity? He comforted her. With the blood pact, it's fine. If not, the two of us will hold on to each other. With that, the two immediately clasped each other's hands. Lu Ming called from above, contestants. 100 years ago, during the age of Dharma decline, evil invaded, living beings suffered, and the cultivation world was on the brink of destruction. But the predecessors persevered, replenished the spiritual veins, repelled the evil, and thus we have today's prosperity. These secret realms still retain the setting of that era of destruction. May you inherit the will of the predecessors, temper your bodies and minds within, and break through yourselves. He clasped his hands together, gathering power in his palms. The arena. Lu Ming opened his hands, and the accumulated magic unleashed. Open. At that moment, an invisible force acted upon the contestants. Each person was quickly sent to a different location. Jiushi woke up groggily after being teleported. She lay on the ground, thinking. It hurts so much. My hair. That guy pulled so hard, and in the end, we still got separated. Jiushi painfully reached for where her hair tie had been yanked, when a voice suddenly rang out. This must be Pure Water Ridge in the Black Earth Demon Swamp. Strange. I heard Senior Sister say that contestants would all be uniformly transported to a certain spot in the secret realm, then they'd decide where to go on their own. But everyone was separated as soon as they entered. Xiaoling saw Jiushi and asked, Little sister, are you awake? You seem a bit motion sick from the teleportation. Are you okay? She saw the person in front of her and turned pale. Sure. Shui Wu. Xiaoling, not realizing, continued. We'll look for food and bonus points. Want to come along? Jiushi was so scared, she almost cried upon seeing him. Help! Why did I run into them? My identity will be exposed. She shrieked inwardly. Tin then, where are you? Elsewhere. He was standing, still holding Jiushi's hair tie in his hand. The space there was desolate. Tin Dan's pants had fallen down. He looked down at the hair tie in his hand. Then he wearily clutched his head. Where's this place? Suddenly, a demon-tied creature flew in from somewhere, and Tin then ducked, easily dodging its attack. He raised his leg, responding quickly, and a powerful kick slammed the demon-tied creature to the ground. Seeing the attacker, Tin then was speechless, not knowing what to say. He scoffed, What's this? A demon like this dares to ambush. Han Kuang said, It's a demon-tied creature. This mystic realm is called Black Earth Demon Swamp. Looking at the terrain, this is probably the Bone-Tide Plains. The fog here is all poisonous. But you are completely immune. Tin then immediately thought of Jiushi. The little fox has also entered this mystic realm. I can sense her. But why were we separated? Shouldn't we have been transported to the same place? It replied uncertainly. Perhaps the examination rules have changed. Look around for any dangers, find some food, and ensure your survival time. Seeing him staring downwards, Han Kuang wondered, "What's wrong?" Tin then bent down, picked up a handful of soil, and crumbled it. "This soil," he excitedly told it, "it's so fertile." Han Kuang asked again, "What?" Tin then took a hoe from his ring, excited. "I've never seen such fertile land. It's much better than Dala Mountain. It would be a crime not to farm it." Han Kuang couldn't understand. "You want to farm? You're a genius, coming to a mystic realm just to farm. Calm down a bit. If you keep doing this now, even if plants grow, you'll still starve to death." His eyes shining, he replied, "It's okay. I've crossbred fast-growing seeds and emergency flowering materials. Plus, with soul power acceleration, they can bear fruit in 3 days. I'll grow food. Let alone surviving 17 days. I can survive a year." Han Kuang stopped him then. "No, you're here for the exam, not to farm. Stop it." Elsewhere, a force struck the ground, and Jiu Shi, with a dark expression, held a mushroom in her hand. Next to her, Xue Wu was still diligently using a hammer to collect mushrooms. Shaoling appeared and asked, "How much have you two dug?" He held up a basket full of mushrooms. "Only one basket." She felt something was off. "This Xue Wu is so different from what I imagined. I thought he'd be a fierce warrior, but it turns out he's very quiet and extremely obedient to this older sister named Xiaoling." She carefully held the basket of mushrooms. "The closer we get to the bone-tide plains, the less food there is. We must take this opportunity to dig up more stone mushrooms." A contestant appeared and asked, "How much have you two dug up?" "This isn't enough. Everyone follow me. I am candidate Ha. I know where there's food." Hearing that, everyone quickly followed him. In her heart, Q Hai worried, "Where is he taking us?" Suddenly, she stepped on something on the ground. Q Hai's face darkened as she lifted her foot to check. When she realized what she had stepped on, she openly showed her disgust. She quickly rubbed it against a tree trunk to remove it. Stepped on poop. Chulin observed and realized, "There's too much waste on the road." She anxiously asked the leading candidate, "Where is this?" With a sinister look, he raised a teleportation charm in exchange for Truyet Vo being eliminated. "It's quite worth it." By the time everyone realized, it was too late. There were Truma all around, with no way back. Chu Lin was angry but remained calm. This is a Truma den, and they dared to secretly harm someone from the Thatch family. After the exam, I will definitely investigate who gave him the guts to do this. Avo, you're too famous. You've been targeted. He didn't care about these Truma. A famous hero in the martial arts world will always be envied by worthless people. For such schemes, I've been prepared for a long time. Truyetvo hadn't finished his sentence. "So my Kwang Min sword. When he was kicked to the ground by a Truma. Let me finish my lines." Q Hai witnessed it and worried. This is the Kwang Min sword." He angrily shouted, "You Truma don't have any reason." Chu Lin didn't flinch and quickly gathered magic. Her spell created a protective barrier, knocking the Truma far away. Chu Lin advised, "Avo, you should read fewer novels usually. When fighting, if you can act, don't say useless words." Elsewhere, Tin then was sowing seeds into the ground. After dropping them, he used a hoe to scoop up soil and cover them, and finally, watered the seeds to sprout. Tin then carefully admired his planted creations. Han Kuang was annoyed by his actions. "We barely found any water, and you're using it to water this?" Tin then pointed and explained, "This is a fast-growing watermelon I crossbred. It doesn't lack water anymore. Just call it Yuki. These are vegetables, called a bok dai hong. Trang helpless. This is scary. Even growing vegetables, you have to name them." He happily replied, "This is my romantic sentiment. Someone drifting through the mundane world like you certainly wouldn't understand." Hang Kwang, confused again, asked, "What are you felling trees for?" Tin then calmly replied, "To build a house, make a fence." He didn't understand. Build a house. His face satisfied. After building the house, I can go hunting. Life is truly interesting. Hang Kwang was tired and speechless. Brain Master, I can't take it anymore. I want to go home. While Tin then was overjoyed, an eagle flew by in the sky. It saw him down below. The eagle then flew back to report to its master. At a large city, Black Tide Camp, the eagle landed and transformed into Chiu Ma. He respectfully knelt and reported, "Great King." He asked, "Chiu Na, what's the situation?" He replied, "Great King, according to my investigation, there are a total of 57 people transferred to Chiu Suang Plain. Most of them are isolated and alone, already infected with tide poison, and won't last long. But there is one person who seems unaffected by the tide poison. He is currently at the border of the mystic realm." The atmosphere there was silent as Chiu Na reported Tin Van's actions, farming. The Great King covered his face in confusion. "I thought those who came in last year were digging for treasure, earning money, setting off fireworks. They were already unreliable. I didn't expect that this year another person would come and even farm. Never mind, they're all insignificant nobodies. You lead a team of high-level tide demons and deal with all the irrelevant people." He said with a sinister voice, "After all, our target is only that thatched tree at Vo." The tide demons surrounded where he stood, grinding their teeth. "Thatch, tree at Vo." Chulin was curious. How do these tide demons know of Vo's name? Realizing the situation was not good, she reminded, "Everyone, this is my soul force domain. It's unstable and can only be maintained for a short time." Q Hai was immediately surprised by these words. Soul force domain? Isn't that a skill that only a great martial master can use? This sister is already a great martial master, Chulin told everyone. But the level of these tide demons isn't high. Everyone just rush forward and surround them. I'm a healer. No need to worry about injuries. A Vo clear the way." He firmly replied, "I cannot refuse. Against unreasonable evil demons like you, I will no longer speak of righteousness. My sword." A beam of light shot out, following the light that came. Truyetvo used all his strength to attack. The streams of light he controlled formed a whirlwind, sweeping the tide demons in. Truyetvo spun around to create a vortex. Chulin reminded, "A Vo breakthrough. Don't waste too much energy here." He used his strength to break out. Truyetvo charged quickly towards the tide demons. No problem. A single sweep from him easily defeated the tide demons. Seeing Truyetvo had cleared the way, she said, "Let's follow him," while marveling in her heart. Truly too exaggerated. Everyone quickly escaped the encirclement. Chulin reached out and pulled him back. "All right, Avo, we've gotten out. Let's rest for a bit." Truyetvo agreed. "Okay, I'm hungry anyway. That villain is really looking down on me, thinking a bunch of demon tides could get rid of me. He doesn't know his place." Though she had escaped, she remained vigilant. Breaking out was surprisingly smooth. She just felt it was strange. How did the demon tides in the secret realm know of O? Could it be that the one who harmed us colluded with the demon tides? No way. Outside a small house, the sound of the demon tides echoed. "Is this the place?" That's right. They looked at the scene before them and smiled sinisterly. Humans and their farming. Tin Dan, planting growing trees, felt overjoyed. "My greatest happiness is watching you grow up." He set a simple trap with seeds as bait. The mouse ran over and sniffed the bait. It got caught in the trap and was crushed by the stone. Tin then excitedly picked it up. "A mouse pie. Caught a field mouse. Let's go home and make some soup." Hang Kwong was speechless at the sight. He excitedly turned and said, "Brother Kwong, don't look so upset. As long as we live long enough here, isn't farming day by day good? Look, my cabbage is almost grown too." When Tin then returned, the vegetable garden was completely destroyed, and the fruits were no longer intact. His face turned dark as he witnessed his hard work being ruined. Several demon tides were sitting in front of the house, waiting. "You're back. Why are you so dumbfounded? Scared, are you? Look at his useless appearance. He's definitely scared stiff." Tin then shed tears at the sight of his ruined vegetable beds. "My vegetables." Seeing his tears, the demon tides mocked him. "This kid is crying. Your vegetables have been enjoyed by our brothers. They were very juicy." Before he could laugh long, a crushing blow landed on his face. He was struck and spun around. The demon tide went berserk. "You dare hit me?" He pointed at Tin then and yelled, "Brothers, deal with him." A group of demon tides immediately charged forward without hesitation. Before they could even attack, one charging from above was not far away by him. Tin then, swift as the wind, dealt with each one quickly in the blink of an eye. Soon, he stood before the one who had given the order. His face turned pale with fear, sweating profusely. Tin Dan's face was cold. His eyes filled with a deadly intent as he looked down. The demon tide was so scared he could only stammer. How could this be? You're just a martial arts master, Realm." He didn't let him finish, growling, "Why did you trample my vegetables?" Pinned down by Tindan's foot, he screamed in terror. At this moment, he was utterly enraged, his eyes full of killing intent. "Answer me. Why did you trample my vegetables?" The demon tide quickly begged Tindan for mercy. "Brave sir, spare my life. It was the great king of the Black Tide camp who wanted me to kill you. Every grievance has its source, every debt its owner. If there's a problem, go find our great king." He lost patience and stomped him down. "Too much talk." The demon tide was immediately plunged into the ground, only his head remaining visible. The space there fell into silence. Han Kuang appeared and called. Tin then summoned a weapon from his ring. With a cold face, he ordered. Tin Dan's arm was immediately covered by many large rocks, each rock gradually vanishing. Suddenly, a tremor came from his arm, and the surroundings were enveloped in flames. Though Tin then said nothing, his face was exceedingly grim. One of his eyes had turned yellow with streaks of power, and he etched 3 words. The demon tide was struck and spat out green blood. Zuyet Vo was already tired by now. Looking at it indifferently, he wiped his sweat and recounted. Chu Lin was also exhausted, thinking. Zuyet Vo felt hungry and blurted out. She looked into the basket and replied. Hu Hai saw this and pondered. "With the help of the blood contract, I can last a long time without eating or drinking. The closer we get to true Suang Plain, the stronger the blood contract's reaction. Is Tindan there? The situation here is so dangerous. His side must be even worse." Suddenly, her throat glowed. Hu Hai looked at what was pouring out, panicked. "My soul power is rapidly depleting through the blood contract. Has Tindan encountered danger?" On this side, he was using his ultimate move, his hands clasped together, radiating fire. The demon tides in front of him all charged forward, their faces equally ferocious. Tin then punched one in the face with his left hand. His right hand punched another in the eye. Before the demon tide could react, his hand had reached it. Before they could see what Tin had done, they saw it bleeding from its nose. He struck as fast as lightning, and the demon tides were defeated one by one. It saw its side was at a disadvantage, angrily gnashing its teeth and cursing. "I'll fight you." He glared at the demon tide biting him, radiating murderous intent. A second later, Tin then bit it back, shouting. The demon tide hadn't expected this, quickly fled for help. Suddenly, a purple light flew from afar. He quickly detected it. Tin then disdainfully swatted away the purple object. Suddenly, laughter echoed. The great king of the demon tide scorned. Now, this king is already a mid-level heavenly beast, equivalent to a 2-star martial ancestor. He was smug, thinking, "You'll only amount to this much," when he took a full punch to the face. That one move sent the great king flying tens of meters away. He slammed right into the wall, blood gushing out incessantly. The great king was dazed, unable to believe it. How? How could this be? This speed and power. He snapped his fingers. He saw Tindan appear right in front of him, terrified. Martial King Realm. He grabbed the great king's head and growled. You're the great king of the Black Tide Camp, aren't you? Tin then was cold, like Yama demanding a life. This move is for a buck. The wall couldn't hold, gradually cracking more, and finally, the dent shattered into a huge hole. He spoke sternly, move after move. This is for Chu Ki, for Dai Hong. For Chang Chang, for Kiu Kiu, for Dai Jip, for Tiu Bop. Get up. You've only taken a few blows. Don't pass out. Remember this. You can trample on me, but you can't trample on my vegetables. Now, Tinen's tightly clenched hands radiated fire. He dropped the bag of vegetables in front of him. The great king blankly listened as Tin then ordered, sincerely apologized to them. The great king, his face covered in blood, was stunned. AP apologize? Apologize to a vegetable leaf. But he still complied. AP apologize. Tin was still angry, dissatisfied. That's not sincere at all. You don't respect the fruits of my labor. You ordered others to maliciously destroy the fields and trample my vegetables. Now you're apologizing so casually. It seems you haven't been beaten enough yet. The great king was terrified. No, no. I was wrong, vegetable grandpa. I was wrong. Please, great sir, have mercy on me. Only now did he notice the pale-faced demon tied beside him. Tin then loudly ordered, "What are you all still standing around for? Come here and apologize too." Loud apologies echoed. "Vegetable grandpa, I apologize. Vegetable grandpa, I was wrong. We won't dare do it again." He stood there, his face grim. "Abak, Trang Trang, your revenge has been taken." Tin then clasped his hands, bidding them farewell. Go well. Suddenly, he felt something strange. Why could he sense a faint soul force fluctuation beneath this camp? Tin then grabbed his hair and pressed. "Wait a minute, what's under the camp?" The great king avoided his gaze, stammering, "And nothing at all." He gave a merciless slap. He cried out in pain. "A basement. There's a basement under the camp. It stores a little food, truly nothing else." Tin then rubbed his chin slightly, intrigued. "Really? I don't believe it. Lead me down to see." As he walked, he commented, "Are you all moles or demon-tied? You're quite good at digging, aren't you?" The great king was reserved. "You jest, sir. You see, it's just for a little food. Nothing else hidden here." Then he turned and said, "Let's go up." Tin then didn't believe him, so he used his divine eye ability, smirking. "Nothing else hidden, eh? I don't think so." He used all his strength to kick hard, right where he was standing. The opposite wall gradually began to glow red, and red characters immediately became clearly visible. The great king trembled. Tin then spoke. "You're quite careful, even using a concealment array to deceive others' eyes and ears, but my divine eye is still very good. What treasure did you get? Let me see what good stuff you've hidden." Inside, a girl was tied up, and it seemed there wasn't just one person, but many young women were bound here. He froze, mouth agape. DMO. Hatchkin recognized him, probing. "You're also a contestant. Can you help us? We set up a formation on the plains, got hit by tidal poison, and were ambushed by a group of tidal demons. They killed all the male contestants and imprisoned us here." Hang Kwong suddenly appeared in front of him. "Host." He interrupted. I get it. Save her and take her into your harem, right? I'll help her." It retorted, "No, just take them all in." Tinen's eyes turned red. "Are you even human anymore?" Suddenly, a voice interjected. Can you save our princess first?" Hatch completed. "This is the third Princess Lam Kui of the Gollum Imperial family. After she was poisoned, she started having a high fever. Without elixirs, I can't cure her. If you can help, thank you, Hao Hin." He stammered, "A member of the Imperial family." The great king was hung upside down on a pillar of shame, a sign around his neck read, "Kidnapping women, trampling the mountain villa, demon lord." The tidal demons below saw this and broke out in a cold sweat. On this side, Tin then whispered instructions. "Couldn't find a clean bed. Put her on this table for now." Hatchkin complied. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Looking at Lam Kui's poison state, he explained, when ordinary people are hit by tidal poison, most will experience a decline in soul power. But the princess, because of it, has a continuous high fever, unconscious, and not waking up. I originally wanted to transfer soul essence to her, but the soul essence seems ineffective. Hearing this, Hatchkin wondered. Although the princess is noble, she's been very healthy since childhood. How could she be this weak? Tin then speculated. It might be related to the composition of the tidal poison. I once analyzed tidal poison and found that it's generated because of... He rested his chin on his hand, a dangerous expression on his face as he declared, tidal demon feces. She was stunned, repeating, feces. Tin then clarified, tidal demons like to defecate everywhere. Their feces aren't strong-smelling, but they easily produce methane gas. Methane gas then floats in the fog on the plains. This mixture creates tidal poison. It's possible the princess has never been in such a harsh environment before, which is why she's suffering from such a high fever due to the poison. Hearing this, Hatchkin was horrified and broke out in a sweat. That's ridiculous, but it makes a lot of sense. So His Highness passed out due to feces. So, how can we cure the tidal poison? Tin then truthfully replied, it's not difficult to cure, but in this environment, even if you cure the poison, you'll get repoisoned. It doesn't solve the root cause. She grew more anxious. Then we can only leave the tidal demon plains. He calmly continued, there's no need for such trouble. I have a way to purify tidal poison, and that is farming. Tindan's face didn't change as he said this. This was the second time Hatchkin was stunned speechless. Farm. He paid no mind and recounted. After entering the secret realm, I've been planting vegetables and farming. I discovered that during their growth, plants absorb toxic gases. If it's a spirit herb with spiritual energy, then the purification effect will be multiplied. Coincidentally, I have this secret weapon, accelerated spirit medicine seeds. They can bear fruit in 1 or 2 days. To help all living things, I will never refuse in this life. I want to completely resolve this tidal poison, purify the toxic gas, and return a blue sky to the secret realm. I hope all you fellow Taoists will help me. Tin then clenched his fist and shouted, let's grow vegetables together. Hang Kwang couldn't help but appear and remind him, host, I told you to take them into your harem, not to drag them along to farm. Seeing his disgusted attitude, it began to nag. Given your negative attitude towards the harem, there's now the latest harem incentive mechanism. As long as you can make the girls in the mission reach the standard favorability level, you can get a chance to draw a prize. The rewards are very generous. Tin then scoffed openly. What good rewards could you possibly have? Hang Kwang tempted him. For example, some farming divine artifacts. Attracted by these words, he then flattered, Brother Kwang, you're my true elder brother. Gathering favorability, no problem at all. Just watch closely. Only then did Hatchkin hesitantly ask, fellow Taoist, isn't growing vegetables a bit too far-fetched? We've never grown vegetables or farmed before, and the few of us can't possibly plant much. Tin then reassured him, it's no big deal. Farming isn't hard. This is the agricultural book I wrote. Everyone read a bit. Learning should go hand in hand with practice. Tomorrow, you can watch how I farm. As for manpower, we need to expand the scale. The one thing we can't lack is manpower. The tide demons over here are still engrossed in discussion. The Great King is like this now. We won't be killed, will we? The Great King looks so alluring tied up. The scene shifts to 10 days later. Someone is moving. After much hardship, Chudvo's group arrived. He announced, finally, we're here. Ahead is the Black Tide camp. Chu Lin vigilantly looked around. The situation here is much better than I imagined. There's very little tidal poison, and hardly any tide demons. Strange. Isn't the plain supposed to be the most difficult area? Chudvo cautiously said, it's too strange. I heard there are several tide demon kings in the camp, almost at the martial ancestor level. We can't let our guard down. Little did he know that the dangerous Great King had already been dealt with. Chudvo gave the order, his eyes firm. Let's go. Just be careful. I also want to see how formidable the Black Tide camp, the most difficult area in this secret realm, truly is. The scene changes. On the left side of the gate, there's a couplet with numerous golden characters. The right side is no less ornate, forming a complete couplet. Both looked up at the camp gate's splendor, stunned and visibly shocked. They gradually stepped closer to the Black Tide camp's gate. Chud Vo and Chu Lin intently looked ahead. Black Tide camp. Someone's voice echoed. Do you wish to enter the camp? A Tide demon came to greet them. Hello. Welcome to Black Tide camp. I am Tide Aid Worker number 10, I know. She adjusted her glasses happily. Oh my, you're Chud Vo, aren't you? I've seen your portrait before. She hospitably took his hand. We all know you. Come on in. Instructor So is also waiting for you. Chud Vo was bewildered. What? I gnome pulled him along. I won't harm you. As long as you work, there will be food. Many contestants have come to grow vegetables with us. Look, come in and see. Chudvo struggled. I don't want to. Let go of my hand. But she still wouldn't let go. Come in, come in. Just then, Hatchkin walked in and saw the scene, calling out, Young Master Thatch, young Lady Twee. It really is all of you. She was also surprised. Chief Guard Hatchkin. Chu Lin observed. The clothes she's wearing. Hatchkin awkwardly touched his clothes and explained. Instructor So said this is the uniform for research staff. It's a long story. Let's go inside and talk. It's very safe here. Hugh Hai sweated. This surname So, isn't that the name of someone I know? Moving to another location, where there are many trees and crops. A Tam, on the field covered in sweat, enthusiastically called out, Hello, Miss Hatch. He pointed at a two and yelled, Hey, why are you peeing everywhere like that? Absolutely no manners, destroying the public environment when the public restroom is clearly right next door. You've forgotten all of Instructor So's teachings, haven't you? He was scared. I couldn't hold it in. A Tam angrily questioned, So you just pee anywhere? It seems your ideological awareness is still not enough. Don't eat dinner tonight. Copy the Hack True Tray Agricultural Ecological Environment Protection rules 100 times. A two cried and begged, No, please. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. The people standing there were also startled. The demon tide is so elegant. I can't believe it. Hatchkin smiled. Aren't you surprised? She raised her fist, her voice filled with determination. Initially, I also didn't believe they could walk the righteous path. Instructor So said we must educate the demon tide to develop their thinking. I still found it unbelievable, but the truth is proven that we cannot discriminate against the demon tide. Any race can be united. Because we all aspire to a beautiful blue sky, under the guidance of Instructor So, who possesses complete ideology, strength, wisdom, and charisma, the Hacktho demon tide will surely live a new life. Hatchkin's determination illuminated everyone. She excitedly grabbed Yulin's hand. Come on, I'll take everyone to meet the great Instructor So. Let's build Hack True Tray together. She was pulled along, bewildered. What? The directional arrow moved to a new location. Inside, lively discussions were taking place. You must use morning glory juice with alum. Tin then, while painting nails, instructed. Apply a few more coats of color, and it'll be very bright. Apply it to your hands, and it'll disappear after a few days. Chu-Hoa looked at her own hands and exclaimed, It's beautiful. Instructor So, you're amazing. I can't formulate this color myself. He looked pleased. Just a trivial skill, nothing to mention. Even Hang Kwong had to praise him. You really know a lot. I told you to date them, not be their sister. You're the harem king, not a bestie or anything. Tin then looked at the displayed stats and proudly said, But the progress isn't slowing down. Look at this favorability score. It yelled, You're despicable, shameless. He perked his ears with amusement. Well said. Say more. Han Kuang grew even angrier. You're messing with me. From outside, a voice called out, Instructor So, Mr. Thatch and the others have arrived. Upon hearing this, it gradually blurred away. Hak gang che li nim jiao, this is seems to go Ting. He recognized the acquaintance, Chu Hai. Tin then noticed Han Kuang acting a bit unusual. He panicked. Damn, what's wrong with you? It announced, this Chit-Vo's magnetic field is incorrect. His whole body emitted a powerful energy source. After that, an object like a sphere appeared. Then it strongly affected Han Kuang, just as expected. This is a high-level system prop. Fate transfer. Tin then was half believing, half doubting. A system prop? The blue circle grew larger and larger. Tin then was confused. What is this fate transformation? Han Kuang explained. It can see someone else's fate and transfer it to the user of the prop. It's a high-level prop that can only be created with the help of the heavenly Tao. Many Long Gao Thien became children of fate, thanks to this. He wondered, does this mean Chit-Vo has a system even stronger than yours? It replied, impossible. I can't sense any system on him. If there were another system, I would have been ejected when I arrived and wouldn't have been able to enter this world. Moreover, Chit-Vo isn't the user of the fate transfer. His attention focused on the young man. He's someone whose fate was stolen. Hatchkin called out, puzzled. Teacher So. Tin then pondered deeply. As expected, he was targeted. Before the exam, you didn't notice anything unusual about him, did you? Perhaps after he entered the secret realm, someone altered his fate. Han Kuang nodded in agreement. That's right. He decided to probe a bit. Let's ask him first. Tin then approached him warmly. Young Master Thatch, it's a pleasure to meet you. Chit-Vo bowed respectfully. Teacher So, it's a pleasure to meet you. I heard about you from Guard Hack on my way here. I admire you. To save all living beings in the demon tide, you led everyone to plant vegetables to purify the tide poison. That truly shows wisdom and benevolence. Compared to someone like me, who only cares about passing the exam, both in my heart and in what I see, I'm not even 1/10,000th of you. Tin then was surprised by the young man's fervent enthusiasm. What's wrong with this Chit-Vo? He kept rambling. Sir is truly a great hero. I admire you. Q Hai felt embarrassed on his behalf, his expressions constantly changing. He's an idiot. Tin then thought happily to himself. No wonder he's so easy to trick. He's the ultimate idiot. He laughed loudly in response. Young Master Thatch, you're too humble. I merely did what any righteous knight would do. You and I are kindred spirits, from now on. Let's address each other as brothers. What do you say? Chit-Vo joyfully shook hands. That's wonderful. Tin then took the opportunity to ask, by the way, Brother Thatch, what happened to you before you arrived here? Could you tell me in detail? He didn't let the other person answer and babbled on. I captured the great king of the Black Tide stronghold and wanted to know his purpose and plan. Then I discovered that you were their main target. Then the great king appeared. Greetings, director, greetings, distinguished guests. I am True Kin So, formerly the great king of the Black Tide stronghold. Tin then wanted to know the story quickly and thoroughly. No need for formalities. Tell them about your experience. He nodded and replied, yes. The great king raised his hand to adjust his glasses and began to recount. As you all know, the secret realm only opens during the exam period. Normally, there can be no contact with the outside world, but 2 months before the exam began, someone managed to enter my dream realm. Upon hearing this, Chu Lin and Chit-Vo were a little stunned. He continued, I couldn't clearly see his face. I could only feel his immense power. He wanted me to work for him in this secret realm. At first, I didn't believe it, but in a flash, he elevated me from the great martial master realm to the wisdom 2-star martial arts. He also promised that once it was done, he would release me from this secret realm. After the demon race's defeat, we were trapped in this secret realm for over 100 years. The temptation grew, so I agreed to his terms. Initially, He wanted me to capture several noble women and have them consumed. This was easy to do. I started with those infected by the demon poison. Then I captured Chouette Vo. He said he wanted Chouette Vo to suffer torment, but not be killed, to make his life worse than death. The other two still had tense expressions. Suddenly, Chu Lin smiled coldly. What nerve! The great king felt an even colder shiver down his spine. I was blind. I only wanted to complete the mission and get out. So, Tin thought to himself, he's just an idiot, being deceived by others. Hang Kwang reported, looking back now, his sudden leap in rank was probably the effect of some system item. The weaker the host, the higher the effect of destiny conversion. That mysterious person wants to quickly plunder through the demon tide. Where did his system item come from? Clearly, I'm the only system in this world. He gave a thumbs up, sighing endlessly. Uniquely useless. Chu Lin pondered. So, that mysterious person was the one who initially wanted to harm us by using the participant in disguise? Tin then trembled as he asked again. The participant in disguise? She searched her memories. That's right. I remember. He had a charming face. A mysterious person stood outside. What's going on with this black-tie camp? After Chouette Vo entered, my connection with destiny conversion failed. The participant was extremely frustrated. I originally wanted to have the demon tide abduct the princess. Then I'd enter as a hero to save the beauty. Destiny and fame would both be mine, but looking at black tie camp now. He cast a spell, unfurling a scroll. Give me a disguise item. Let's sneak in and investigate the situation. The image on the paper clearly depicted the person's figure. Chu Lin picked up her brush and told everyone, "This is the guy." Chouette Vo exclaimed in admiration, "You drew him so accurately." Tin then, standing nearby, was also stunned. I'm willing to call her the Picasso of the cultivation world. Outside, an announcement was made. Director So, there are a few new participants outside who want to help fight the demon tide. Could you go do some ideological work? At the same time, at Black Tide Camp, Inom earnestly explained, Lady, we've changed. We won't harm you. But the girl still despised them. Don't touch me, you demon tide people. There's no way I'll believe what you say. My teammates were killed by you demon tide people. Working with the demon tide to farm? Are you crazy? This black tide camp definitely has some conspiracy to lure us in and capture us all at once. Inom also tried her best to explain. There's no conspiracy. This is called mutual benefit. If you want to farm, come in. The camp will provide free food and lodging, and everyone can work together to resolve the demon poison. As he struggled to explain, Tin then appeared. Director So. Tin then waved his hand solemnly. If you don't want to farm, go somewhere else. The demon tide won't bother you. Stop spouting nonsense at the camp gate. It affects our internal unity. A figure cheered loudly at being rescued. Teacher So. He looked at everyone and continued, Of course, if there are any conflicts among you, you can report them directly to me. The great king put his arm around Inom's shoulder, laughing. No conflicts. Our relationship is very good, extremely harmonious. A young man raised his hand. Can I come in and farm? Just give me food. I'm not with her. I originally wanted to enter Black Tide Camp. He happily shook the man's hand. Of course you can. Welcome, welcome. The disguised participant gritted his teeth, secretly annoyed. This Black Tide Camp is completely untrustworthy. It's impossible for there to be no conflict between humans and demons. It seems it's all related to this guy named So. For now, I'll go inside and clarify the situation. So he changed his expression, smiling obsequiously as he told everyone, I misunderstood earlier. Can I join now? Tinden didn't want to insist. If you want to join, just join. At the same time, Hang Kwang reported, Host, he is that mysterious person. He's currently using a disguise item, temporarily. I cannot separate him from it. But he gently told it, Don't act yet. Be careful not to alert him. I've recognized him. Normal contestants who come here are so hungry they can barely speak. Only he could cause trouble. It seems with the system's help, he's been living quite well these past few days. Tin then smiled and told Han Kuang, "Let him in and see what he does. I also want to see what kind of tricks he's planning." I know, with a hospitable expression, introduced to the disguised contestant. "This is the human women's dorm. Please go rest first." The demon tide in the camp has also gone in the right direction under Instructor So's guidance, so please trust us. Let's all live happily together. Hang in there. Watch closely now. He sneered. "Are you kidding me?" Then he looked around cautiously, wary of everything, and subtly reached into his sleeve to take something out. The disguised person pulled out a scroll and quickly asked, "What kind of person is So Tin then? Have you investigated his background?" The scroll replied, "Nothing found. Just an unknown nobody." He requested, "Do you have any charm items? Give me one. In this entire Black Tide camp, he's the toughest. If I want to control the situation, I must control him first. This disguise isn't bad. Add some charm to it. I don't believe he won't fall for it." It was already dark. The lights in the dwellings were already on. The oil lamps had also been lit. Tin then looked at the girl on the bed and said, "The concentration of the tide venom has decreased quite a bit." After checking her pulse, "The princess should wake up in 2 days." Hatchkin breathed a sigh of relief. "It's truly thanks to you, sir." He smiled and said, "No need for formalities. It's getting late. I'll head back now." She bowed as she saw him off. "Please take care, sir." After saying goodbye, Tin then walked back to his house. As soon as he entered the door, he was surprised by the silhouette of a woman. Before Tin then could fully recover from his surprise, the voice greeted him, "You're back." The voluptuous figure, with seductive gestures, stood there calling out, "Instructor So." 2 minutes before Tin then was heading home, Han Kuang appeared and announced, "Host, there's someone in your room. That person. He has a disguise and charm. He wants to seduce you with feminine wiles." He sneered, "Ridiculous. Such big breasts, and he still wants to seduce me." It warned cautiously, "Be careful, just in case. I'll give you a system buff. You won't be affected by the item, and it might even backfire on him." Tin then happily accepted. "All right." He burst through the door, full of determination. "Let me teach you a lesson." Voluptuous figure, delicate words. Instructor So. You're back. The enchanting image, from Tin then's perspective, was completely different. He was utterly shocked and terrified. Tin then vomited everything he had. The contestant didn't understand either. "What's wrong with this person? Instructor So, what's wrong with you?" He vomited while raising his hand to stop him. "Don't come closer. Stay away from me." Tin then felt the scene before his eyes was too offensive. My eyes hurt so much. Even my organs are cramping." At the same time, Han Kuang reported, "This is a side effect of the corn. You will see the most disgusting thing to continue staying awake." The imposter was also surprised by his violent reaction and cursed silently. "What's wrong with this person? A beauty is offering herself to him, and he's vomiting like this. Is he gay?" "Gay. Even if he's gay, he won't escape my grasp. Unleash enchantment." He continued to use a more powerful trick, hugging Tin then and cooing, "Instructor So, I hate it so much. Instructor, you're breaking my heart." "Don't you like me?" From his perspective, the intimate scene continued to replay. Tin then really couldn't take it anymore. His eyes felt like they were bleeding. The increasingly violent retching sounds attracted attention from outside. The imposter also couldn't stand it anymore and cursed loudly. "Stop vomiting. What's wrong with you? Look into my eyes." Chu Hai outside called out worriedly, "Tin then, what's wrong? Who's in your room?" As soon as she opened the door, a chaotic scene met her eyes. Chu Hai's face darkened, and she silently cursed. She quickly closed the door and hastily said, "Sorry to bother you." Seeing this, he shrieked for help. "Don't go. Kid Hai, save me. I'm about to throw up everything." Chu Hai disdainfully dragged her feet away, ignoring Tin then's pleas. "Don't touch me. You filthy humans. He hugged her and cried uncontrollably. I'm so miserable. He's a pervert. He's seducing me. I'm going to puke until my glucose drops. Chu Hai was surprised and said, What? At the same time, everyone arrived. Why is it so noisy? Instructor So. We'll go make you some soothing soup. Another person was a bit confused. You too, what are you? The imposter, whose clothes were disheveled, hastily pulled his shirt straight. Everyone's faces darkened as they thought in unison. Instructor So's unspoken rules? No way. Tin then shrieked, protesting his innocence. It's not what you think. I'm pure. He's the one who wanted to assault me. Everyone was skeptical. Assault? Everyone angrily shouted. Beast! How dare you try to defile Instructor So? Hatchkin ordered. Arrest her. He felt the situation was getting increasingly difficult. It seems controlling this place is impossible now. In that case, the imposter clutched the scroll, quietly casting a spell from behind. Hang Kwong urgently reported. That's, host, be careful. Tin then was affected by the incredibly powerful beam of light. Everyone was dazzled by the light. The scene was enveloped by the unleashed magic. He hugged her tightly, watching everything unfold. Hatchkin was bewildered. What's happening? Tin then asked worriedly. Chu Hai, what's wrong with you? Chu Hai's face gradually transformed. She became more aggressive and terrifying. He wasn't afraid. He grabbed Chu Hai's head and forcefully pushed it down. Bite me. Trying to rebel. The current situation was not just her going mad. Everyone around them was gradually becoming more frenzied. Hang Kwong urgently reported. They're losing their minds. It can make demons reveal their true forms and enter a berserk state. It's practically a siege. Where did that bastard get so many high-level items from? He's completely unreasonable. There's a true Ma launching a mental assault from behind. I Gnome yelled out a warning. Careful, guide. Then turned and asked, Are you okay? He joyfully called out, AI Gnome. You're still clear-headed. Weren't you affected? Holding a shovel, she replied. Just now, I truly felt an intense, frantic rage, but... In my ear, the guide's teachings echoed again. I am a new era Chalma, embracing new ideologies. How could I be dominated by primitive madness? So I managed to suppress the rage, and became clear-headed again. Ting Shun, eyes welling up with emotion, said, AI Gnome, I didn't expect you to achieve such a high level of enlightenment. I am willing to call you the Light of Chalma. The future of the demon tribe rests with you. Full of enthusiasm, she replied. Guide, rest assured. AI Gnome will not disappoint your expectations. Unable to stand this sweet talk, Hak Kwong anxiously said, Stop with the nonsense. That scoundrel ran east. Ting Shun looked confused. East? He looked at Q Hai, who was also in a frenzied state. Ting Shun implored, AI Gnome, help me take care of her. Knock out the frenzied Chalma, but don't harm her life. She agreed. Okay, you're going to... Ting Shun replied to AI Gnome's question. I'm going to deal with that pervert. The east is where the princess lives. A mysterious figure appeared at the house. They've arrived. The disguised contestant smiled smugly. If I can't control the Black Tide Fortress, then destroy it. Seeing the Chow Ma's insane nature, I'd like to see how you'll coexist harmoniously. While the Chow Ma are rioting, I'll rescue the princess. That would be a heroic deed. Then I'll use enchantment on the princess, and she'll absolutely fall deeply in love with me. Thinking this, he acted out. Princess, I'm here. Ting Shin rushed over and saw a large fire raging around the house. He was filled with extreme worry and fear. Hak Kwong was also utterly distraught. It's the princess's room. Why did it explode? He's not trying to blow up the princess, is he? Host, Ting Shen uncomfortably said. Wait. A figure gradually appeared in the flames. It was Princess Lam Kui, standing defiantly amidst the fiercely burning fire. Lam Kui's face suddenly became serious, her eyes burning brighter and brighter. Ting Shin used the power of his eyes and stared intently at her. Hatchkin ran over, calling out loudly, Princess! Lam Kui, holding a torch, softly uttered, "Guard Can." She rushed forward and tightly embraced Her Highness, saying, "I saw the big fire here and knew immediately that you had woken up. It's truly good that you're okay." The disguised contestant now lay painfully on the ground, looking towards the group. Lam Kui frowned, pointing at the guy. "This person, the moment I opened my eyes, I saw him touching my leg with a vulgar expression. I couldn't control myself and set the room on fire." Hatch Can, standing behind, turned pale when she heard that. "Touching your leg?" Then she pushed Lam Kui behind her and said, "Your Highness, let your subordinate handle him. Please move back a little." Hatchkin glared furiously. "Be careful this filth doesn't dirty your hands." Immediately after, she rushed forward without hesitation at high speed. Despite being covered in scratches, he still struggled to fight back. Hatchkin furiously, sword in hand, rushed forward to attack. While accelerating the altar, she suddenly stopped, trembling and exclaiming, "This pile of mud!" Hak Kwang's notification appeared at this moment. His martial spirit is mud, reinforced by an item. Even a Grand Martial Master would find it very difficult to escape. Host. Tin then also furiously threw a few punches and said, "So dirty." Seeing this, the other person uttered with some difficulty, "The plan is completely ruined. Do you have a memory erasure item? Give it to me now." He directly dealt a heavy blow. In pain and fear, he clutched his face and exclaimed, "You! How did you escape?" Tin then punched and cursed, "With just your petty tricks, you think you can stop me? You want to destroy Hak True Tray. Are you dreaming?" Seeing his fierce spirit, Hatchkin cheered, "Mr. So is fighting great. Kill him. Mr. So is amazing." The other person, badly beaten, thought painfully, "So strong. A martial ancestor. Why does this person always ruin my good deeds? If I get caught here, won't I fall back into that situation? No, I must resist. I want everyone to submit to me." Scroll painting, 20 years of lifespan. He took out a new weapon and gritted his teeth, ordering, "Kill him for me." Tin then suddenly froze for a few seconds. He was completely unable to move against the opponent's new technique. Tindan's eyes became vacant, as if hypnotized. Then a strange surge of electricity appeared. He was now slumped on the ground, clutching the calligraphy scroll in his hand. Hatchcan and Lam Kui gasped in surprise. "Mr. So." The other person smirked. She asked, "Where did you take Mr. So?" He sneered, a terrifying expression on his face, and replied, "He was eaten." Then he approached Lam Kui and gently continued, "Although the price was a bit high, there's finally no one left to stop me, my princess." Hatchkin trembled and softly called, "Your Highness." She glared and shouted, "Get out! How disgusting!" He smiled cunningly. "The princess is certainly arrogant, isn't she? It's best if you stay arrogant like this from now on." The contestant said while summoning power, "Playing is only fun when it's like this." Just as he was smug, a surprise attack appeared. It was Chuyet Vo. He appeared just in time and said, "A hero always appears at the crucial moment." Tindan still didn't understand what was happening at this moment. He looked left and right in a daze, then lowered his gaze to his feet. 3037. Tindan realized in shock and wondered, "Where's this?" Hak Kwang appeared at this moment. He looked at him and exclaimed, "This is Brother Kwang. You're here too." Tindan saw some words appear on the system, and after reading them, he slowly realized, "System space." Hatchkin stood motionless, worried for Chuyet Vo, and softly called, "Young Master Thatch." Just then, the mud chunks that held her and Lam Kui also shattered. Hatchkin exclaimed joyfully, "We're out. Is young Master Thatch that strong?" Just then, a voice came from behind. A Vo's light sword is naturally anathema to mud. It was Chu Lin. She kindly asked, "Are you too hurt?" Seeing her, they exclaimed in surprise, "Miss Tui." She walked over and gently continued, "Just now, the demon tide suddenly went berserk, and we wanted to find Mr. So. Mr. AI Nong said he came this way." Hatch Lamb still anxiously called out softly, "Mr. So, this isn't good." She also worriedly warned, "Young Master Thatch, be careful. He has a magic artifact that can teleport in space." Mr. So was hit by a move and then disappeared. The contestant continued to get a beating, gritting his teeth and thinking to himself, "This person is truly sinister. He seems to also have a magic artifact I can't see. That makes my attacks strangely shift." Chudvo also frowned and stared, thinking, "Being targeted by this person. Brother So, please don't let anything happen." On this side, Tin then was still immersed in a sweet dream. Hakwang appeared and said, "Get out of here." He casually replied, "I've tried everything just now. I can't get out no matter what. What can I do if I don't sleep?" Tin then lazily yawned and continued, "Isn't this the system space? You should have a way, right?" He then said, as if sensing something, "This place is very strange." Hakwang began to explain. After linking with the heavenly Tao, the system forms its own system space, using consciousness to store the system. It creates high-level items, but there's no system consciousness in here. It's like an empty shell without a soul. I checked series serial number and found it's just a low-level AI, a clumsy substitute for the system's consciousness. If it operates based on a pre-established sequence, then that scroll can only be considered a mechanical item provider, a fake system. After listening, Tin then just smiled and replied, "The fake system has a bunch of items, while the real system doesn't even have its own space." He rested his chin on his hand, thought for a moment, then continued, "So, it's like we're locked in someone else's house. There's no one in the house, just an AI, and we don't know how to leave." It nodded, confirming, "That's one way to understand it." Tin then pondered for a bit. "Can we just take over its house?" Hakwang listened and then praised him endlessly. "You truly are a genius, kid." He was startled upon hearing that and sat up, asking, "Really?" It frankly stated, "Let's try it. After all, infiltrating this AI is as easy as turning over your hand. If it dared to lock us in here, it should have prepared thoroughly." With that, Hakwang opened up a vast virtual space. "Let me show you the strength of an advanced, excellent system." On this side, Chudvo was still trying his best to fight the contestant. The battle between the two of them remained tense, with no end in sight. Lam Kui, holding her weapon, rushed forward to provide support for him. She glared and used a move called Warrior Knight, Enhance, one hammer to seal the sound. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, sending Chudvo flying backward. Lam Kui still seriously charged forward, his image appearing before her. Lam Kui angrily dragged him out and grumbled, "It's this move again." She scowled and exclaimed, "How annoying! Every time I'm about to hit him, he either suddenly teleports or this strange shield appears. Avo, snap out of it." The contestant was now battered and slumped on the ground. His face was scratched and bruised all over. He stared intently at Lam Kui and thought to himself, "I had to dig out new items just to barely withstand their attacks. I can't waste more energy on them." Behind him, he still clung tightly to the calligraphy scroll and softly uttered, "I can only." There are four strongest types of systems in the world: healing, enhancement, defense, and rank up. Unlike the original technique given to the Black-Tide King, this one can continuously increase my rank until it reaches the limit my body can accept. But this greatly depletes lifespan. To completely suppress them, I'd have to advance beyond Grand Martial Master. He looked at Chudvo and Lam Kui, who were now right in front of him. But even so, if I don't hesitate to trade my lifespan, I'll just turn back into a dog that everyone bullies. Instantly, a huge surge of energy erupted. Hatchkin gritted his teeth and held on. The soul force surge is too strong. Is he breaking through? Before them, the traitor was growing stronger and stronger. Chudvo frowned and asserted, "Not only that, his rank is continuously increasing. He must have used some kind of magic artifact again. No, we can't let him keep ranking up. Alin, boost me." She immediately cast a spell, providing a 1-star boost. He didn't hesitate to charge forward. We must deal with him before his realm stabilizes. With one sword strike, he shattered his power burst. But before the flaming sword reached the enemy, a liquid substance burst out. Chu Lin observed and also felt something was wrong. She timely created a protective barrier, managing to withstand the attacking mud. But the traitor continuously attacked, relentlessly trying to kill and entangle Chutvo. But at this moment, a whip wrapped around him. Hatchkin had joined the battle. Her whip swept the enemy away, leaving the traitor no time to react. Lam Kui simultaneously coordinated the attack, striking down with a hammer, creating an earth-shattering collision. It knocked him down, causing the ground to explode. Chutvo also concentrated his power into a fire streak, hurling it forcefully towards the traitor. Mid-air, Lam Kui continuously spun to gain momentum. As soon as the fire streak approached, she seized the opportunity. She struck its tail with a hammer, adding more pressure, making the fire streak descend like lightning, exploding an entire area of land with overwhelming might. Chu Lin was still able to withstand it with her protection. Lam Kui returned and asked, "Is it dealt with?" She observed the situation and replied, "Perhaps." But suddenly, the ground beneath their feet shook. Everyone was seized by the mud. "What?" The traitor walked up to them. "Quite powerful indeed. That move of yours is enough to rival a peak Grand Martial Master. What a pity. I've already entered the Martial Sect realm." Saying that, he kicked Chutvo in the face, terrifying Chu Lin. "Avo," the traitor disdainfully said. "Light sword, I hate your counter-attribute the most. It really hurts my hand. Since memories can be cleansed anyway, I can play with you all first before that." These words enraged Lam Kui. "How dare you do such a thing to me? Be careful, my imperial father will execute your entire clan." He maliciously laughed loudly. "Perhaps by then you'll be crying and begging me for mercy, my little princess." The traitor excitedly opened the scroll. "Heavenly Emperor's pillar, son of fortune, all must submit at my feet. I am the one chosen by heaven." But at that very moment, a fist struck him directly in the chin. That arm, surprisingly, reached out from the scroll. A person gradually emerged as if traversing space. Everyone looked at him in surprise. "Teacher So." Tin then asked in confusion, "What are you doing, diving headfirst like this?" "Performance art." Hatchkin forced a smile. "No." Suddenly they shouted, "Teacher So, be careful." They only saw him decisively and easily swatted away. Tin then brushed his hands in disgust. "Mud again? It's ruining the whole ground." The traitor angrily cursed, "It's you again. Why are you dead in there?" He furiously roared, "Die." He quickly lifted his leg. A powerful stomp created a wall of earth, blocking the attack, leaving Lam Kui and the others staring in bewilderment. Tin then grinned, poking his head out from the stone wall. "You like playing in the mud, huh?" Then, without hesitation, he punched the ground. "I'll play with you." Immediately, a fist shot up from below, sending the traitor flying. He spat blood, still disbelieving. "Too strong. What kind of monster is he?" "I'm a martial ancestor realm." The traitor consumed his lifespan again. "No," he thought frantically. "I must be stronger." Han Kuang reminded, "Host, get close to him. We can't let him continue to level up. He's weak enough now. I'll ride along with your punch and directly take his item. His lifespan is almost exhausted." At this moment, the traitor's eyes lost focus. "I must be stronger." At this moment, he recalled his childhood. The traitor sat crying in a corner. "Those powerful families, relying on their influence, have bullied me since I was little, even stole my qualification to enroll." It was then that a voice asked, "Do you want to change?" The words caught his attention. Who's there?" Something on the bookshelf lit up. "It's me." The traitor was startled. A scroll. It tempted him. "You are the chosen one. I am sent by the heavenly Tao to help you. I can give you everything you want. Help you get your revenge, ascend to the peak of the divine realm, all for a small cost of your lifespan." Past memories overlapped with his current bewilderment. Tin then, with just one punch, sent his enemy flying. The traitor, still getting hit, questioned his life. Why? I've grown stronger. Why am I losing to an unknown nobody? I'm clearly the chosen one. After he was knocked down, a pile of fragments flew out, surprising Tin then. How did it break? Hang Kwang explained. He was a one-time use item. After use, only fragments can be separated. Anyway, I have space now. I can reassemble the fragments and use them, which is still a bargain. At this moment, the trader could only groan. Everyone bullies me. You all bully me. Why is it so hard for me to change? It's all your fault. I won't let you live in peace. He annoyedly retorted. You're almost out of breath, and still talking so much. You've done so many wicked things. Now you're pretending to be the victim? But he remained deluded. I just wanted what was rightfully mine. Those powerful families, they're born enjoying the cultivation resources and respect of this entire G-Lam, while I have no power or influence. I've been bullied endlessly since childhood. 2 years ago, I finally managed to pass the entrance exam for the Immortal Cultivation Academy, only to be impersonated and replaced. I clearly worked just as hard, so why does no one see me? They're born noble, and I was born inferior. I just wanted to get revenge on them, make them pay, trample all over them. What did I do wrong? The scroll was my only hope, unfortunately. The spirit interrupted. It's not your hope, but the devil dragging you into the dark abyss. Wielding a knife against the innocent is not revenge, but foolish and shameless. You've chosen the wrong way to rise again. The traitor listened in shock. Finally his eyes blurred with tears. I have no choice. The spirit continued. The pockmarked guy is dead, and didn't even die in peace. The soul can neutralize many types of physical and spell damage, but for the loss of lifespan, it cannot be recovered. It can only be transferred out of his body. Hang Kwang spoke up. How truly tragic, he scoffed. Isn't it you fraudulent systems that exchange lifespan for items? It retorted. Only fake systems do that. I am the true system. I would never shorten your lifespan. Come in here with me. Tin then was brought into a dark space. Where is this? He wondered. Hang Kwang replied. My system space. All the knowledge accumulated by my host brain is stored here. I'll reorganize it a bit later. Tin then exclaimed. This library is amazing. It continued rambling. Very few systems let their hosts enter the system space. This is a top secret. But we are the closest partners. I am honest about everything. I hope you can trust me. According to my investigation, this fake system is an exchange machine. Whatever is inside will automatically search for a host. The host sacrifices their life, and it provides items. I tried to trace the origin of the items, but as soon as I tried, it self-destructed. I cannot connect to the heavenly Tao. It must be related to the fake system. It also sacrifices lives, tarnishing my reputation. From now on, whenever I encounter a fake system, I will destroy it. It can also provide the power needed to upgrade your martial spirit. At this point, it suddenly cheered, perfect. The power is enough now, upgrade. Congratulations, your martial spirit has been upgraded to Earth tier. Tinman was surprised. So casual, huh? You've changed, you're so sloppy. Before, weren't there all those thunder and lightning effects when upgrading? Hang Kwang replied. Back then, we had just met. I wanted to build an image of a cool, professional, and aloof system. Now you know what I'm like, so what else do you need? Tin then was annoyed but couldn't do anything. It took out something. Oh right, there are items too. You still can't create high-level items, but I can use these fragments to piece them together. Without the support of the heavenly Tao, I can only rely on myself to create high-level items. This requires a large amount of accumulated knowledge and energy. I have to read all the books here. He looked at the pile of books. That's going all out. It pointed to itself. I am indeed quite useless right now, but I can compensate with hard work and effort. I absolutely cannot lose to that shameless fake system. You must become the strongest man in the world, and I will become the strongest system in the world. Let's strive together. Tin then rummaged through the books curiously. Do you have any pig farming books? Other animals are fine too. I want to try developing animal husbandry. Hang Kwang was speechless. It pushed Tin then out of the space. Get out! Suddenly, a voice called out, Guide. He smiled. I know, how is it? Has everyone calmed down yet? He was flustered. They've calmed down. But the riot destroyed more than half of the vegetable fields. A crisis destroyed all the vegetable fields. Every seedling fell, waterlogged and unsalvageable. Everyone, covered in wounds and remorse, apologized to the guide. We all went crazy back then, and after we sobered up, we realized everything was ruined. You please punish us. Tin then, holding a knife, his face dark, said, You are also victims. Why would I punish you? I want to take that pockmarked guy's life. Chuyedvo intervened. Calm down, brother So. AI Gnome clung on tightly. No, Guide. Guide, don't abandon us. Food is inherently very important, and this time a lot more was destroyed. Staple foods grow slowly. Now, there are more and more people in the camp. We're running out of food. If you leave, Black Tide Camp will be doomed too. Tin then sighed. I'm sorry. I was too agitated. I won't abandon you. Running out of food is truly difficult to solve. I can't breed fast-growing staple food seeds. From his ring, he took out something. Outside. Tin then held the corn with determined eyes. He began to explain. Corn grows fast. It's the fastest-growing main plant among all plants. But I didn't plant it before. Chuyedvo wondered. Why? Tin then raised it with an unwilling look. It's not tasty. The flavor is bland, far inferior to regular corn. But it ripens very quickly. If everyone plants it together, perhaps we can get through this period. Combine the remaining food and announced to the entire camp, Tomorrow, we plant corn together. AI Gnome accepted the order. Yes. While everyone was discussing, Q Hai was observing them. She, with a terrified, sweating face, said nothing. Bahong pointed. She's DM Ho. Chucklai reminded. Why are you talking nonsense? Q Hai was panicked, her face pale. It's revealed. My true form was revealed then. Everyone saw it. What do I do? Early the next morning, a voice rang out. What's this joke? Lam Kui was annoyed. You want me to go farming? I'm a princess. And what is this? Is this even food for people? This counts as breakfast. AI Gnome lowered his face, not daring to speak loudly. It's good enough to have boiled sweet potatoes to eat. She furiously said, You Truong my people. As soon as I arrived, you locked me up, and now you're making me farm? Damn it, I'll tear this camp apart. Hatchkin embraced Lam Kui. Your Highness. A voice rang out, cutting through the chaos. The farming order was given by me. You're not farming for Truong Ma. You're farming for yourself. Suddenly someone called out, Teacher, So. Tin then spoke up. As for the food, AI Gnome, tell them what you used to eat. He stammered, unable to speak. Eat. Then, ashamed, he bowed his head and told everyone, Feces. We only ate it when we were truly starving, and not always. Feces weren't delicious either. Most of the time, we ate our own kind. Lam Kui, Chulin, and Hatchkin were all horrified when they heard that. That's terrifying. AI Gnome explained. Actually, there was originally a food reserve, but those were all the Black Tide King's personal belongings, and ordinary demon chiefs weren't allowed to eat them. After the guide arrived, those rations were distributed equally. We farmed, and everything gradually got better. Tin then pushed the hoe towards her. It's clear now, isn't it? Only by farming can you have good food to eat. Hurry and go farm. Lam Kui's face showed defiance. I don't want to. Farmers are the ones who farm. How can I do such lowly and dirty manual labor? He scoffed. So what do you want to do? We farm and then serve you. Lam Kui raised her head high. Isn't that the normal principle? I am the princess of Gollum. Tin then lost his patience. Your Highness, the rule of Black Tide Camp is that you reap what you sow. No one is an exception. If you don't work, then don't eat. Let's go. We'll go plant some delicious food. Hatchkin immediately called out to him. Teacher So. She turned to persuade her. Your Highness, that's just how Teacher So is. Please don't mind him. Your subordinate will do all your work. I won't let you starve. Lam Kui's face darkened. Who cares? How dare he speak to me like that? I'll remember him. Even if I starve to death, I won't eat a single grain of his rice. I want to see if he dares to offend a princess and let her starve to death. Hatchkin was helpless. Your Highness. Han Kuang scolded. Why do you have such an attitude towards a princess? Your favorability has dropped significantly. What if you need her to find the seal-breaking stone? Tin then retorted coldly. I know that, but I am the guide of Black Tide Camp, and I must maintain fairness. I cannot compromise. Once someone enjoys without working, labor will no longer be glorious. So what's the point of working then? Han Kuang slapped him. It all boils down to farming. Think about your main mission. Conquer all of them, and I'll give you a farming divine artifact. Tin then replied, Conquer them, huh? He thought with a dangerous expression. The so-called conquest is to make people fall for you. All right, that's my specialty. Tin then guided everyone to start planting. In the fields, first, evenly spread a layer of waste. Place 2 or 3 seeds between the waste, maintaining a distance from the waste. Otherwise, the seeds will be shriveled by the waste. After completing the above steps, cover it up and water it. Chietvo was curious. So, that's how food grows. He replied, Yes. He immediately quickly hoed the ground. All right, I'll try it too. Tin then turned to look, speechless at Hatchkin's method. He immediately called out, Chief Guard. She turned and replied, Teacher So. Teacher, rest assured, I will definitely do the princess's share of the work. Please don't deduct her food portion. Tin then explained, I don't want to make things difficult for her. On the contrary, there's another way. Lam Kui felt wronged after arguing with him. It's all that Tin Nan's fault. After I get out, I'll definitely tell my imperial father to lock him up. A voice from outside said, Good afternoon. You've worked hard farming. Hurry up and eat. Tin then was serious. I hope you'll cooperate with me a little. In the house where Lam Kui was staying, she leaned on the window, sighing. I'm so hungry. Being hungry is so uncomfortable. Everyone came back from farming, happily laughing and talking. It's not hard. Working together is a lot of fun. Oh, right. Did you all hear what happened this morning? That princess does nothing but wants to eat. It's ridiculous. Exactly. So shameless. She deserves to starve. She heard them gossiping about her and got angry. You're really bold, daring to talk behind my back. Do you want to die? Hatch Khan stopped her. Princess, calm down. Don't bother with them. Are you hungry? I brought you lunch. Lam Kui refused. I won't eat. Why are you helping outsiders? Don't be my captain of the guards anymore, unless Tin comes here and kneels to apologize. Otherwise, I will definitely not forgive him. Hatch Khan was rejected. Your Highness. Dusk on the second day of the competition. Lam Kui lay emaciated on the bed, her eyes blurry and cheeks sunken. So hungry. Why didn't Hatch Khan bring me food? She doesn't need me anymore. Lam Kui jumped up when she smelled food. So fragrant. She rushed outside. What is that smell? Tin then, who was roasting sweet potatoes, saw her and called out, Your Highness. Seeing him, Lam Kui immediately closed the door. Tin then poked his head through the window, a sweet potato in hand. Your Highness, don't close the door. I've come to apologize to you. This small sweet potato is a token of my sincerity. The aroma of the roasted sweet potato wafted into the room. I hope you won't refuse. Lam Kui smelled it and could no longer control herself. She grabbed the sweet potato and devoured it. Tin then immediately said, Eat slowly. Lam Kui continued to eat quickly after days of having nothing in her stomach. As she ate, she thought, I really have no prospects at all. But why is it so fragrant? Lam Kui wiped her tears and held out her hand. Another one. He handed out the recently roasted sweet potato and said, Your Highness, this one isn't fully cooked yet. How about you roast it a bit more yourself? Bury the sweet potato in the ashes and it will be done in the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Her face darkened. One incense stick is too slow. Then she took action, causing Tin then to panic. You can't just burn it like that. It's all burnt, my sweet potato. He was distressed. It's all burnt. How am I supposed to act now? Suddenly, AI Gnome's voice rang out. Good evening. Farming all day, so tired. Oh my instructor princess, are you too roasting sweet potatoes? Are these sweet potatoes the princess roasted? They look crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, fragrant and delicious. Can I try some? Tin then was helpless. Change the dialogue. Are you blind? He held the sweet potato in his hand. Well, I won't be polite then. Then he told himself. The instructor already said it. No matter what the princess bakes, I must praise it, as a first step to encourage her to work outside. No matter how bad it tastes, I still have to. AI Gnome took a bite, and suddenly her eyes lit up, and her hair grew quickly. A freshly baked sweet potato, beneath its charred skin, had a soft and smooth flavor. The aroma touched the tip of her tongue and instantly warmed her entire body. AI Gnome exclaimed, "It's so delicious!" Tin then was surprised by this reaction. AI Gnome, your hair has grown long. He quickly put the sweet potato into Tin Than's mouth. This is delicious. Instructor, try it. He tried the baked sweet potato, his eyes sparkling. So delicious. Truma ran over. What? Eating sweet potatoes can make your hair grow. Let me try it. Everyone's hair grew long after eating, and their eyes also brightened. They chatted. It's really delicious, even better than the instructor's baked sweet potatoes, and it can make your hair grow. This is the first time my head has grown so much hair. So the princess is really amazing. Tin then praised, as expected of the princess of Gollum. After eating her sweet potatoes, one's strength greatly increases, and spirits are boosted. One bite can plant 20 acres of fields. Lamb Qui shyly said, amazing like that. He held up the sweet potato. Yes, this is the greatest delicacy in history. Such a great dish should be tasted by everyone, so that everyone can see that Gollum has a good princess who is extraordinarily talented and loves her people like you. For more people to be able to eat these sweet potatoes, I sincerely request you. Please become the head chef of the Black Tide Camp. The construction of the Black Tide Camp cannot do without you. Everyone also shouted, yes, become the head chef. Lamb Qui heard everyone and softly agreed. All right. Her mouth couldn't help but curve. You all asked me, so I won't make it difficult for you anymore. The group cheered. Great. Long live the princess. The mess hall is saved. Everyone celebrated Lamb Qui taking charge of the cooking. Tin then smirked. It's settled. A free chef. Her cooking talent is indeed not bad. Her martial spirit is very suitable for cooking. She must be a priority for cultivation. Hang Kwong angrily said, you're making her like you, not telling you to teach her to be a chef. Are you trying to make me mad? Two people were hiding behind a tree observing everything. Ba Hong was indignant. This treacherous scoundrel even managed to flatter the princess. Truck Lai admitted, we have no advantage in the Black Tide camp. The young princess can't suppress him either. How about we just leave the examination grounds directly and tell the examiners he's colluding with Yenhu? Anyway, we've survived for over 17 days already, surpassing the record of all major academies. The two looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Outside the examination grounds, at the score announcement area, all candidates were looking for their rankings. Some people wondered, who is Tin then? Don't know. What's wrong with this Black Earth Demon Tide? 1. Black Earth Demon Tide Tin then 2. Black Earth Demon Tide Thatch Chuyet Vo. 3. Black Earth Demon Tide Lucan Chi. 4. Black Earth Demon Tide Child Eating Scabs. 5. Black Earth Demon Tide. Chief Examiner, Luke Leem, spoke up. According to the time in the Mystic Realm, it's already been over 17 days. Why are there still so many candidates who haven't come out? Which family does this Tin then belong to? Luke Min replied, According to what the exiting candidates said, there's a problem with the spirit of this examination grounds. They can't voluntarily transport out. They can only get out by dying. That deceased candidate was also from that examination ground. He panicked. What? This is considered an incident at the examination ground. Luke Leem thought carefully. Deceased candidates are not uncommon. Every year, a few candidates lose their lives. But if the deceased is a child of a great noble family, then that's big trouble. Thach Chuyet Vo, Tui Chu Lin, and even the third princess, their safety is crucial. Don't tell me we have to suspend the examination. A voice rang out. Chief Examiner. 2 more candidates just emerged from the Black Earth Demon Tide, saying they have something to report. They said the top-ranked 10 then colluded with DM Ho, instigated the Demon Tide, and forced the princess to roast sweet potatoes. He also incited young Master Thach, Miss Twee, and all the candidates there to farm. Everyone present was puzzled upon hearing this. On the bulletin board, sweet potatoes distributed, limited quantity. Everyone lined up in an orderly fashion to receive sweet potatoes. At the score announcement area, everyone wondered, farming. Luke Leem immediately thought, wait a minute, forcing the princess, insulting the imperial family, manipulating the demon tide, colluding with demons, colluding with DM Ho, colluding with the demon race. He yelled, this kid wants to rebel. Quickly seal off the examination ground and capture Tin Nan. Someone ran over, reporting, sir. We just inspected the examination ground and found that the sealing formation for the Black Earth Demon Tide can no longer operate. Luke Leem was startled and asked, what? Then he sweated in thought. The formation overseeing the examination was personally designed by a venerable of the divine nation. It has never had any problems for all these years. Why is it that this examination ground not only has an issue with its guardian spirit, but also cannot be sealed off? Could it be all the schemes of that Tin Nan fellow? He told them, go report to the imperial family. Request to gather a large number of imperial-level cultivators capable of repairing the formation and the guardian spirit. This person is no longer someone we can control. Hugh Hai was walking under the watchful gazes of the crowd. People around were discussing. Did you hear? 2 people already ran out to report about DM Ho. Anyway, they've been messing around long enough. Maybe they'll even get a reward for reporting. They're quite calculative, actually. TCH, burning bridges. What a thing to do. Recently, DM Ho has been alone. Where has Tin Nan gone? It seems he's teaching the princess how to cook, trying to curry favor with her. Right. Nobody wants to be associated with DM Ho. You don't know how to protect yourself. The atmosphere there grew somber. A plate of vegetables was placed on the table. Master, these are the stir-fried greens I made using your method. Please try them. Tin then immediately picked up a piece with chopsticks. Well, I won't be polite then. He tasted it and was surprised by its flavor. Tin then remarked, fresh and rich in flavor, much better than mine. Your Highness, you truly have a talent. Lam Kui was delighted. Really? Is that true? Are you sure? Of course. This dish will definitely be added to the cafeteria menu so everyone can taste Her Highness's cooking. Truly worthy of being our head chef. She heard that and denied it. No, not at all. It's thanks to you teaching me every day. Hatchkin was moved. Your Highness has already learned humility. Lam Kui was praised and beamed with joy. All right, then I'll have to work even harder. She quickly went to light the fire for the stove. Hatchkin was delighted. I didn't expect Your Highness would like cooking so much. I've never seen her so lively. She was silent for a moment, as if realizing something. Then she panicked at the thought of Lam Kui and Tin Nan falling in love. Could it be? Oh, about this, although Instructor So is very charming, this kind of relationship might face obstacles. Lam Kui embraced him. I must marry him. I don't agree. Suddenly, a voice called her. Chief Guard. Hatchkin wondered. As a subordinate, what should I do? Lam Kui's voice rang out. I feel that master. She looked up. Is very much like my mother. Hatchkin was so surprised she spluttered her drink. She recounted, "My mother really loved to cook. When she was still alive, I often saw her personally going into the kitchen." Lam Kui's face was sorrowful, but my father didn't like her like that. He thought cooking was a servant's job. Ever since mother passed away, father and my eldest brother have been busy with court affairs, spending less and less time with me. But they were both very doting. And no one ever scolded me loudly, nor did anyone patiently and gently encourage me like my mother did. She wished, if master were a girl, that would be wonderful. I'd want him to be my imperial consort so badly. Hatchkin was speechless. What a terrifying thought. In a simple house, Han Kuang called out, "Host." "Congratulations. The princess's favorability level is sufficient. Mission accomplished." Tinden was delighted. "All right then. So, you understand, right?" It replied, "Don't worry. I've been ready for a long time. I definitely won't disappoint you." Everyone was diligently plowing the fields. Ai Nong sighed. "So tiring. Today we still have to harvest corn." Suddenly, a sound surprised everyone. Everyone was startled by the sound of that thing. A plow appeared, saying, "Time to eat." It was several times larger than the people standing there. Everyone around gaped at the thing Tin then was driving. "What is this thing?" He suddenly poked his head out to greet them. "Good morning." Everyone was astonished. Instructor so. Chuyet Vo was stunned. "Senior brother, is this your mechanical vehicle?" Tin then immediately explained, "This is called a plow. It can also be considered a type of mechanical vehicle." Q Hai, still overwhelmed, suddenly flinched when his name was called. "Little Hai, you've been avoiding me these past few days. I finally caught you." She was grabbed by the collar and pulled into the vehicle like a chicken. "Come on, I'll let you feel the power of technology." Tin then started the engine, eagerly. "Let's go." Q Hai felt terrified. "It's shaking, shaking so much." But he teased, "This is a plow powered by soul energy. Can you feel your soul energy burning wildly?" She heard that, both angry and wary. "How dare you waste my soul power?" Tin then was still half joking, half serious. "I have to cultivate this entire camp. One person's soul power isn't enough." Q Hai was secretly alarmed. "It's already been cultivated once, so you don't mean to go around the camp again, do you?" You were startled by her actions. "What are you doing hiding down there? It's very dangerous." But Q Hai stubbornly said, You leave me alone. Don't let others see us together." Tin then annoyed asked back, "What if they see us?" "I've told you before, if anything happens, I'll protect you. Trust me a little. Your little issue won't implicate me. You didn't do anything wrong, so why are you so timid?" Hearing these words, she pouted, on the verge of tears. "You helplessly hit her. Next time you're wronged, you have to tell me. Sit tight, watch me help you get justice." A loudspeaker was installed outside the vehicle. Tim then cleared his throat a few times to check the sound. His echoing voice attracted everyone's attention. "Attention, everyone!" A chaos demon noticed the guide's voice. Daintu saw it, stunned, a mechanical vehicle. Tim then, both threatening and denouncing, said, "Lately, many people have been talking behind Chu Hai's back, calling her a vixen, and ostracizing her. I think some people have had too much to eat. So what if she's a vixen? Did she steal your food or rice? If anyone pulls the stunt again, I invite you to leave Hack True Camp. Furthermore, to let Chu Hai feel the warmth of the world, the camp is launching an activity to protect Chu Hai. No matter who it is, as long as they smile and speak warmly to Chu Hai every day, I will teach that person how to drive a mechanical vehicle, one person per day. First come, first serve for smiles." She got angry. She slapped him. "Are you crazy?" Suddenly, a voice called from outside, "Lady Hai." The chaos demon smiled brightly, fawning eagerly. "I told you. I think you're absolutely adorable. I like you." Chu Hoa went all out, leaning against the door to confess. "Little sister Chu Hai, big sister loves you. Let me try teacher SOS mechanical vehicle too." Flattering words continuously echoed. Lady Hi, I love you. Tu he, mon miat pisio. Are you expressing goodwill or begging for love? Her face turned completely red with embarrassment. Stop. Don't be like that. In the herb garden, everyone was chattering excitedly. Have you seen the guide's mechanical vehicle yet? I heard you can play with it just by confessing your feelings to Lady Hi. The chaos demons were all eager. Really? I want to go confess too. I have to go. Take me with you. Chu Lin heard the entire conversation and secretly rejoiced. It seems Mr. So has taken action. This is great. A few days ago, even I stayed far away, afraid of implicating others. This child must have suffered a lot before. At this moment, someone invited. Lady Hi, let's go. She quickly replied, coming. Ku Hai was thus followed by the Chaos Demons, who confessed their feelings. They excitedly took turns test driving the tractor. Meanwhile, he leisurely played with Chiet Vo, and Han Kwong comfortably drank coffee and read a book. Lam knelt before the scholar as his cooking skill ranked up. These days, the Chaos Demons lived very carefree. Time gradually passed, and Ainom was meticulously writing a book. Suddenly, a Chaos Demon came to report. Deputy Guide Ainom, the guide called for you. He immediately replied, coming. Ainom immediately left, leaving the book under the dazzling sunlight. One page was already filled with writing. The page recorded in the diary. It has been half a year since the guide came to hack True Camp. Outside, the spectators grew impatient. There are still contestants who haven't come out yet. They couldn't help but whisper and discuss. It's been almost 7 hours since the examination started. Converted to time in the examination hall, it's already half a year. This is too exaggerated. It seems they were threatened by that Tin and So, trapped inside and unable to get out. The higher-ups have already summoned high-level cultivators. Meanwhile, a meeting was taking place. I heard people from the 4 great families also came. One of them loudly scolded. How does your chief examiner control the examination hall? To be outsmarted by an unknown nobody. None other than Bak Kan, the matriarch of the Bak family. It's almost 7 hours, and we still can't get in. Now my son is in there farming. She imagined her son being exploited, feeling uneasy. Plus, Avo is both foolish and hard-working, so he must be treated like an ox and bossed around. Luke Leem, from the Luke family, helplessly explained. This time, you really can't blame the chief examiner. To prevent cheating, during the exam, the hall can only be exited, not entered. The rules were set by the Divine Kingdom's Venerable. He's a martial god-level powerhouse. We can't break through his restrictions. We've already asked for help from His Excellency, the Venerable. They fell silent, and the atmosphere gradually grew serious. He quickly tried to soothe them. Although we can't get in now, every 12 hours the examination hall will automatically open to welcome a new round of exams, so you don't need to be so stressed. In another 5 hours, the examination hall will be able to open automatically. Someone suddenly interrupted. You're not that worried, are you? No one from the Luke family is inside. Madam Hatch stood up, agitated. 5 hours here is 5 months inside. How much suffering must my daughter be enduring? I heard she's being forced, wearing some white coat every day, doing all sorts of research, locked in a room and not allowed out. They must be mentally abusing her. The others also sighed. The father of a candidate couldn't help but sob. My son, too. Just then, the sound of a staff tapping echoed, breaking the atmosphere, and everyone fell silent. Tui Mak Hung, the head of the Tui family, advised. It takes time for the Venerable to return, and the situation is unclear right now. Everyone, please don't rush. I have a way to observe what's happening inside the examination hall. We can try it. The scene shifted to inside the examination hall. Suddenly, red threads, tangled like silk, appeared, blocking the sunlight. In just a moment, the red threads transformed into the shape of an eye. 2 true demons below saw it and cursed in fear. Damn. Look at the sky. The sun's grown an eye. What the hell? The red-haired one immediately ran away. Oh my God! The other commanded. Go call the guide quickly. It turned out the parents were observing the situation from above. She explained, "This formation won't last very long, but we can see what's happening with the children inside." Bach anxiously stared. "So many people. I can't find my son. Is True Demon's hair that good?" "Hey, I see him. Red hair. Zoom in. This foolish child, he's actually farming. Oh my God, who is this? So sunburned. Why does he look so flustered? I'm your mother." The formation shifted direction, and they continued to observe. "Wait, a bunch of true demons are surrounding a blue-haired person. It's a Lin. He's surrounded by true demons. It looks like a guard. What kind of clothes is he wearing?" Luke Leem unexpectedly interjected. "To the left. Go to the left. What is that? It's moving so fast. It looks like a mechanical vehicle, moving so fast." Hey, a child got out. From inside the vehicle, a small figure jumped down. Kuhai squinted at the sky. She took out her sunglasses and put them on to see more clearly. Kuhai, with a defiant look, raised a loving middle finger. The parents were stunned by her impudent action. The guy didn't like Miss Hai being timid and reserved. Besides encouraging physical activity to protect little Hai, he also tried other ways to make her more active. His mental discipline was forceful. "If you're bullied, you must fight back. Where's your initial strength against me? You're just a homebody." She retorted defiantly, "I'm not homebody." He got angry and taught her a bad habit. "Then be a bit more arrogant from now on. If anyone looks down on you, you scold them. Come, I'll teach you how to flip the bird." Kuhai felt confused. What does that mean? Under his efforts, Miss Hai gradually became more outgoing, but she became a bit too extra. Ainong saw the action and broke out in a cold sweat. "Miss Hai, get back, get back. I don't even know what that is. Be careful not to get hurt." She didn't care. This probably can't hurt anyone. Just then, a voice called out to the two of them. "Little Hai, I know." Seeing that Chu Lin had arrived, she happily greeted, "Big Sister Tui." Chu Lin looked up at the sky and surmised, "This is a surveillance formation similar to the all-seeing eye. There's no need to be afraid. Look at this bamboo formation. Perhaps my grandmother made it," she wondered. "But surveillance in the examination hall violates the examination rules. Why would grandmother?" Chu Lin then turned back to the main topic. "Where's Mr. So?" He honestly reported, "The instructor is at the west riverbank of the camp. He even told me to go there earlier." Hearing that, she invited, "Then let's go find him." Luke Leem had been observing the situation, doubting. "Their relationship seems quite good, doesn't it?" Madam Hatch quickly interjected, "It seems they're not in danger. Go find my daughter, Hatch can." "I'm worried she'll be locked up by Tin then. She's always been a truly conservative child." Meanwhile, a certain crocodile got hit. Hatch Can, wearing a swimsuit, excitedly admired her results. "I caught it." Botkin saw her faint and shrieked in panic. "Madam Hatch." Her face pale, she stammered, "Why is this child dressed so revealing? This is unacceptable. This is unacceptable." Someone was performing acupressure to save her, constantly encouraging, "Madam Hatch, keep going." Meanwhile, Chu Ho also excitedly showed off. "Teacher So, I caught so many fish. Let's catch fish together." Tinen's face turned red, and he didn't reply. He rubbed his forehead, pretending, "I'm so drunk, so dizzy." Han Kwong was much more blunt. "Beautiful. Look more." Tin then was regretting in his heart, "If I had known, I would have brought little Hai and the princess instead." Suddenly a voice called out, "Everyone, look up there." Hovering in the air was an eye-shaped figure. "The sun has opened its eye." Someone asked in surprise, "What is that?" Suddenly, the eye closed, leaving only a red thread. It closed. Chu Lin just arrived and reminded, "Mr. So, this is probably a warning. Perhaps we should leave. Surveillance during the exam violates the rules and goes against the rules set by the Venerables. It definitely can't last long, and the losses will be significant." Suddenly, grandmother appeared outside the examination hall and even opened the all-seeing eye. Something must have happened outside. We've been in here for half a year already. It's time to go out. Chuyet-Vo grumbled, but I still want to farm. Lamqui pouted. I want to cook. While Ainom pleaded, please don't leave. She was also helpless, but we came to investigate. Only silently pondered. I'm afraid those two have said something. The situation outside isn't optimistic. Tindon looked at Ku Hai's sad expression, deep in thought. He picked up a strand of her hair and teased her. On this side, Chu Lin was still analyzing. We can't stay in here our whole lives. Suddenly, Tindon interjected, giving an order. Stop arguing, pack up. We'll leave the secret realm early tomorrow morning. He couldn't believe it and jumped up. Instructor, explain clearly. If it's because those two complained that led to all this, then Hack True Camp will hardly escape implication. The longer we drag this on, the more variables there will be. We must go out and resolve it quickly. I know, there's no feast that doesn't end. We'll have to leave sooner or later. I've taught you everything you need to know. The rest is up to you. His eyes welled up with tears. I understand. Early the next morning, by the side of a certain mountain, the Truma group came to see them off, reluctantly giving endless instructions. I can't bear to see you go. Old Thatch, the wild yam outside isn't as good as what you grow yourself. Take a lot. Miss Twee, I will definitely become a good doctor. Lam Quies's eyes were red as she instructed. Make sure everyone gets enough to eat. Tindon was also sad. I don't know if there will still be a chance to farm after we leave. Ainom stood opposite, looking at him without saying anything. Tindon smiled, looking at him with eyes full of trust. Ainom pursed his lips, trying not to burst into tears. When he saw the time, he signaled. Time to go. Don't cry anymore. It's not a farewell. Everyone, the green mountains remain. The flowing water still leads to a bright future. Ainom finally cried, while True Ma beside him sobbed pitifully. They were forced to leave. Only Tindon could still smile, promising. We'll meet again. Madam Hatch outside shouted furiously. Tindon, you shameless man, forcing my daughter to dress like that to catch fish. Luke Leem approached to soothe her. Madam Hatch, I saw her catching fish quite happily. The situation inside might not be as bad as you think. She was now so furious, she couldn't hear anything else. Nonsense! Macneem shook her head in annoyance beside them. She thought to herself, that guy, with such a sensitive identity, why can't he be more discreet? Luckily, Grandpa doesn't know his name or face. Just then, an urgent voice rang out. Report. My lords, the candidates from the Black Earth Demon Dynasty are out. People around began to whisper. That Tindon guy is out. He's finally out. Let me see what he looks like. I heard he's quite dashing. Noble ladies are all attracted to him. Isn't he just a farmer? As soon as they finished speaking, a figure appeared. The strange thing was, that person was completely naked. Tindon's group now appeared before the public. Seeing him without any accessories, everyone gasped and shouted. He's not wearing pants. What a pervert! And it's quite visible. Tindon immediately realized and pulled his pants back up. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Avo Linny. Chuyet-Vo, seeing his mother, joyfully exclaimed like a child, Mom! His eyes lit up like stars. I missed you so much. Bokkin covered her ears, thinking, Who's this? Chuyet-Vo brought a huge watermelon to show off. This watermelon I grew. I brought it for you, Mom. She put out her hand to stop him, a displeased look on her face. Have I not taught you? In front of everyone, you should speak less, protect your image. He heard this and was struck by lightning, his face turning pale. I forgot. Bokkin continued to scold angrily. What are you wearing? Where are your clothes, your earrings, your weapons? Chuyet-Vo honestly reported. I lost them all to Senior Brother So in a card game. He confidently spoke up. Oh, right, Mom. I want to introduce you to a close friend, Tindon. Tindon was currently being restrained by 2 guards. Despite that, he politely spoke up. Hello, Auntie. Chuetvo angrily walked over to intervene. What are you doing? Why are you arresting my brother? Lam Kui also shouted loudly. How dare you? Release my master. A guard, in fear, had to explain. Your Highness, there was a problem with the soul spirit in this exam. Tin then is a major suspect. He colluded with True Ma Diem Ho and forced people to roast sweet potatoes. She yelled back. Lam Kui added proudly. For the past half year, I've supplied sweet potatoes to the entire camp, roasting until my hands were sore every day. It's trained me to master the standards of fire, and my strength has improved by leaps and bounds. She was now very proud. I'm a 2-star Grand Martial Master now. Chuetvo also agreed. That's right, me too. He was very proud of his achievements. I tilled 50 acres of land every day. My body has been extremely tempered. Now I'm a 1-star Grand Martial Master. Bakan and Luke Lim listened, mouths agape in shock. Is that even possible? Chu Lin spoke up to defend them. Me too. She happily recounted. Every day, treating True Ma's complex ailments, my soul power was constantly depleted, and unconsciously, it increased to 3 stars. Hak Kin, holding a sword radiating immense power, also chimed in. Me too. Catching fish every day has allowed me to comprehend a new martial technique. True Man's side also recovered a lot. The person next to her added, farming is a lot of fun. Tin then, hearing this, also began to relax. He unconsciously formed a sly smile on his lips. Tin then felt very pleased within himself. I've anticipated this situation for a long time. How could I go out without any preparation? For the past 6 months, I've led everyone in labor every single day. Spiritual herbs and elixirs were eaten like vegetables. What we're doing is getting rich together, with everyone progressing. All slander can't break that. Chu Hoa spoke up in defense. Arresting someone requires evidence. On what grounds are you arresting Teacher So? Is it just based on a few nonsensical words from petty backstabbers? However, someone retorted, we're not lying. He pointed directly at him and argued, is his collusion with DM Ho also fake? Look, that DM Ho hasn't come out yet. He must be guilty. That's why he doesn't dare to come out. People nearby started murmuring. That's right. He's involved with DM Ho, protecting that lowly demon race. It's truly disgusting. What could he be doing hiding DM Ho? I understand. Lam Kui was so enraged by those words that she gritted her teeth. You people. Suddenly, a voice called out. Chu Kui. The person quickly approached. This is great. You're unharmed. When I heard the news while handling political affairs, I was worried I'd be too late. As soon as Lam Kui saw the person, her eyes lit up. She immediately called out, Big brother. The first prince smiled brightly as he approached. It seems I've arrived at just the right time. The eunuch beside him loudly announced. Everyone on both sides respectfully kneel immediately. The first prince has arrived. Lam Kui joyfully ran to hug him. Brother. The first prince patted her head. Slow down. I heard you've been in there for half a year. Is everything all right? Lam Kui excitedly replied. Very well. Fortunately, thanks to my master, Tin Than, who rescued me from a pervert. He's a rare talent. Tin Than, still bound, awkwardly spoke up. Greetings, Your Highness. She was startled to realize the situation. Why is he tied up? He's my lifesaver. Lam Kui whispered. Brother, Master is definitely a useful talent. Perhaps he can even help you deal with Feng Dat. Please help him. The first prince helplessly replied. What? That's your second brother. She retorted irritably. I don't have a second brother. This attitude made him seem thoughtful. Then he turned to the crowd and spoke gently. Everyone, our imperial court does not have laws enforcing the capture of DM Ho. I've heard about the situation in the examination hall. That DM Ho committed no evil deeds, so why cling to him without letting go? Some people around muttered. That's right, there are even DM Ho or horses sold in the market. Isn't that all unregulated? The first prince smiled persuasively. Moreover, He saved the princess, stabilized the true tray, and led everyone in cultivation. Both his character and ability can be described as outstanding. With your natural aptitude, you're more than qualified to enter the Noyet Academy for cultivation. Suddenly, someone interrupted. The Noyet doesn't need students like that. Tran Shuyan emerged from the crowd. Diemho has long been recognized as a calamity. Logically, they should be pursued and annihilated. Everyone called out, Elder Tuet. He cupped his hands in greeting to the prince. Your Royal Highness has a benevolent heart. If you believe they are innocent, then this old subject has no objection. However, I am the Grand Elder of the Noyet Academy, responsible for closely monitoring the Academy students. Tinnan's protection of Diemho causes too much controversy. The Noyet will not admit him. Tran Shuyan also asked his granddaughter, Makneem, do you two know each other? She flatly denied. No, I don't. She pondered internally. The first prince wants to win over Tindan, but grandfather is the second prince's protector, so he definitely won't agree with the first prince's wishes. Lam Kui angrily said directly, This is truly unreasonable. A master as excellent as him. Would you the Noyet lose out? Then I won't enter the Noyet either. Master, I'm going with you. The first prince quickly appeased. Chu Kui, don't let anger cloud your judgment. Tunwit is Yalam Shabet Academy. But Chuet Vo also loudly agreed. Me too. A righteous person doesn't abandon friends. Others also said, I'll also follow teacher so. In half a year, he helped us level up by 2 stars. Meanwhile, Chuet Vo's mother pinched his ear. What are you doing? The parents panicked. What nonsense are you talking about? Tran Shuyan also disdainfully thought. Childish. Suddenly Luke Min spoke up. Normally, those at the top of the rankings would choose the Noyet, but if the Noyet has already refused, then, would you like to come to Vojan Academy? Although Vojan is not like the Noyet, for an outstanding talent like you, once you come to Vojan, any conditions can be discussed. You can bring DM Ho with you. Vojan will treat it as a person. Other academies vied to jump in. Luke Min, an academy of Vojan's level shouldn't be recruiting anymore. You should still come to Tan Sun. Besides the Noyet, our Tan Sun is the strongest in GLM. Spirit stones, elixirs, we have everything. Come to Tay2. Tay2 has many beautiful girls. If you want to learn the strongest external martial arts, come to Thiet Viet Academy. Professors from other academies pounced like hungry tigers. Quick, snatch him up. Taking him also comes with a light sword and the third princess. Last year, powerful noble disciples would only choose the Noyet. This time, we've struck gold. With him, this year's academy competition will be stable. Come to Tan Sun, a house in the center of the imperial city. Come to Tan Sun. We'll make the spirit pool your bathroom. Come to us. You can choose any adamant-grade cultivation technique. Luke Min once again raised his hand to speak, declaring decisively, Vojan provides land for you to cultivate freely. Tindan felt like he had found what he had been looking for all this time. He excitedly decided, I want to go to Vojan. The other academies were displeased. That's too arbitrary. They didn't know what he was thinking. I have cultivation resources, and when you're next to the royal family, it's the same no matter where you go. Being able to farm is the best. Someone still tried to persuade him. Think about it more. Tran Shuyan, losing face and turning furious, walked away. These academy recruiters are ridiculous. Then Noyet has nothing to do with them. The first prince calmly assessed the situation again. He walked up to him. Tinnan, the top scholar of this examination will all receive royal rewards. You saved the princess and performed meritorious service in protecting the royal carriage, so you should receive an increased reward. I allow you to choose a treasure from the royal treasury. How about that? These words greatly attracted him. The royal treasury. Night gradually fell. Darkness enveloped everything. The onlookers discussed animatedly. So many people broke records. Looks like I won't pass this year. The last candidate is out. It's that DM Ho. I heard it starved to death. How tragic. At this moment, in the candidate's infirmary, Chu Hai was fiercely battling food. Chu Lin helplessly advised, "Eat slower." Outside the room, Luke Min instructed, "I will arrange your enrollment. Classes begin in half a month, so come and register then." Tin then gratefully replied, "Yes, thank you, teacher." As he bowed, "Go safely." Lam Kui suddenly asked from behind, "Master, shall I take you to the treasury tomorrow to choose a treasure?" She was full of excitement. Big Brother is busy with state affairs and left beforehand. Before he left, he specifically told me to personally take you to choose. He values you very much. Tin then agreed upon hearing this. "Then I'll trouble you." Chuetvo suddenly visited. "Brother So, do you have a place to stay in the Imperial City yet? Or would you like to come to my house for a visit?" Bakken saw this and secretly grumbled. "That brat is acting on his own again." Lam Kui carelessly replied, "That works too. The Thatch family is safe, and I can often visit Master to play. Lady Thatch, please take care of Master for half a month." She could only nod helplessly. "Yes." They arrived at the Thatch residence late at night. Chuetvo generously introduced, "Brother So, you can live here from now on." Xiaohai was beside him. Tinden also didn't stand on ceremony. "Thank you, old Thatch." Before leaving, Chuetvo didn't forget to instruct, "Just rest tonight. If anything happens, just call me." Tinden smiled and replied, "Okay." Afterwards, he satisfyingly jumped onto the bed. The bed is so soft, as expected of a rich person. It then displayed a message. This mission was done very well, completed perfectly. Tin then immediately demanded a reward. So. Han Kuang affirmed, "Don't worry. How could I disappoint you?" Suddenly, a piece of paper appeared. Han Kuang announced, "New advanced item, bewitching voice. Your words can control the opponent's reason for 3 seconds. It's an excellent control item." He looked at the paper in front of him, his expression clearly showing disdain. He scoffed, "It's just a card." That look angered it. "What do you mean? Just a card? This is an item I made from fragments of that annoying guy's items. Those perverted items are all about bewitchment and upgrades. I couldn't change it. But its effect isn't bad. The cooldown is 1 day, and it will shorten as your level increases." Tin then ignored it, "But it's not as good as giving me another tractor." Han Kuang couldn't help but smack him a few times. "Tractor, tractor. All he knows is tractor. Think about the future a little. You're a celebrity now, with so many eyes watching you every day. Try not to use those tricks the old folks at home gave you. Be careful someone investigates your origins." It growled, "My methods are safer." Tin then grumbled, I know, old hag." He found another card and wondered, "There's also a show of force card. What's the cooldown on this one?" Han Kuang explained, 3 years. You are now a semi-master. Each system automatically comes with a fake card as a beginner item. Its power is very strong. As your level increases, it will be very useful. Everything I give you is very useful. You can check." The next morning, the sun gradually appeared. Chuetvo came looking for him again. "Brother So, good morning." He replied, "Good morning." Tin then smiled and gestured for him to come closer. "Old Thatch." Immediately, he used his newly acquired reward, bewitching voice. Tin then murmured hypnotically, "You like wearing women's clothes." Chuetvo's face flushed red as he turned to praise. "Mom, your clothes are so beautiful." Bakken shyly thought, "This child, why is he so sweet-talkative today?" But outwardly she showed, "When am I not beautiful?" He loudly declared, his eyes full of admiration, "They're truly beautiful. I want to wear them too. Can I try them on?" She was startled. "What?" Chuetvo suddenly ran off, shouting, "I suddenly like wearing dresses. I want to find a tailor." Bakken struggled to catch up. "Stop." He felt no guilt and was amused. The effect is pretty good, actually. Han Kuang couldn't help but scold. Can you just be a normal person? This only works on 2-star targets at most. It will be ineffective against people with strong willpower. Don't rely on it too much. While Tin then was plotting, a servant came looking for him. Young master, so. Her Royal Highness the Princess has arrived. She's waiting for you outside. On this side, Lamb Queen nervously asked, Well, well. Is my hair messed up? Hatchkin sincerely praised. No, you're very beautiful. Immediately, someone reported, Your Highness, Master Chu has arrived. Lamb Quee's face lit up as she greeted, Master. Tin then happily hugged her chest. So cute. Lamb Quee smiled happily. Master, I'll take you to the treasure vault. After you choose a treasure, how about we go to the Imperial City for a trip? Of course, he didn't refuse. All right. Your Highness, you truly look adorable today. She immediately blushed. Really? She felt even more certain in her heart. When my mother was alive, she loved dressing me up and often praised me for looking cute in these clothes. Master's favorite style is indeed just like mother's. Han Kuang shed tears of emotion. The princess definitely likes you now. It really wasn't easy. Finally, it's not just a sisterly bond anymore. So, with Lamb Kui leading the way, let's go to the treasure vault first. He agreed. All right. The two entered, riding in a carriage. They approached a large courtyard, in the center of which stood a pavilion adorned with a yin-yang diagram. Tin then followed, getting out of the carriage and approaching the heavily guarded pavilion. Lamb Kui placed her hand on the seal, turning to unlock it following the yin-yang alignment. The diagram beneath their feet suddenly vibrated, like an elevator carrying them downwards. Tin then followed the light's direction. Below was a series of bookshelves and glass cases containing treasures. Lamb Kui walked ahead, explaining, We can only choose from the first level of the treasure vault. These are cultivation techniques. Over there are magical artifacts. The highest quality treasures on this level are only of the high-sec grade, but there are still many good items. Master, what kind of items do you want to choose? I'll help you pick. He walked around, smiling and saying, I'll take a look first. Tin then used a spell on his eyes. I'm not lacking treasures. I'm mainly here to find a seal-breaking stone. My grandfathers once gave me a spell, saying that when combined with the golden eye, it could help me find the seal-breaking stone. His eyes lit up. The golden eye martial soul. But the result was a bit disappointing for Tin then. He couldn't find it anywhere. He looked everywhere but couldn't see it. He wondered, could that stone be on the level below? A wisp of red mist, blood mist, drew his attention, swirling around. A pair of blood-soaked feet lightly brushed past. A voice echoed in Tin Dan's ear. My clan is innocent. A woman with ears walked and cried, My clan is innocent. She groaned in pain. The sin is mine alone. Her injured face was drenched in tears. He immediately recognized the familiar face. Aunt Hong. Lamb Kui was surprised to see the person behind her run away. Master. Tin then suspiciously gave chase. That's not right. Young Aunt Hong, why is she here? Is it an illusion? Lamb Kui lifted her skirt and hurriedly shouted, Master, where are you going? Wait for me. Nu Ginyong kept walking in melancholy. The sin is mine alone. He still resolutely chased after her. Aunt Hong. Until she turned back to look. The sin is mine alone. In a flash, countless memories flashed through his mind. Whales and the corpses of the beast tribe. The side profile of a mysterious woman who silently discovered something. Standing in a white space, among thousands of name plaques, there was one that glowed black. That person gently caressed the plaque. Tin Nan. Outside the Sihiyuan, a servant rushed to report. My lord, the special envoy has arrived. Lu Lian rejoiced. He's finally here. Invite him in quickly. He greeted. Special envoy of the divine nation. Lu Lian led them to a cube surrounded by magic spells. This is the operation array of the Black Tiger Demon Dynasty. Its seal array has become inoperable, and it has been stopped for observation. We've discovered that its array seems to have been altered. Special Envoy Tian Wu observed it for a moment. Before, When they met, everything was normal. He greeted Elder Lu. Lu Lian's joy was evident on his face. "Special Envoy, you're finally here." Tian Wu asked as per procedure. "I heard there was a problem with one of the examination venue arrays." He immediately led the way. "Yes, please follow me." Returning to the present, he pondered. Perhaps this situation arose because it hadn't been maintained for too long. Lu Lian asked in bewilderment. "Huh? We carry out maintenance once a month." He then stated, "Since I'm here today, I'll inspect this secret realm to prevent any further unforeseen circumstances. I heard that the demon dynasties of the Black Soil Demon Dynasty have all reformed and turned to good." He stammered in reply, "Ah yes, that's right." Tian Wu took the cube. "Then this secret realm can no longer be used as an examination venue. I will return the Black Soil Demon Dynasty to Demon Continent." This secret realm was originally a space separated from Demon Continent by Venerable Lord. He was secretly amused. To be able to change these demon dynasties, that contestant named Tin then is quite interesting. I really want to meet him. Meanwhile, the person being talked about was still unconscious. "Master." He woke up, making Lam Kui rejoice. "Master, you're finally awake. You scared me to death. Just now you suddenly rushed out and grabbed this stone tightly. Then you fainted." Tin then also recalled. "That's right. I was chasing Aunt Hong's illusion just now, and I realized it was all emanating from this stone. The stone formed from resentment. As soon as I touched it, I lost consciousness. What did Aunt Hong go through to cry like that? She never told me." Lam Kui had to call several times. Master, do you want to choose this stone?" He startled and replied, "Ah, yes." Clutching the stone tightly, he thought, "If she won't tell me, I'll investigate it myself." After that, Tin then returned to Stone Mansion. Upon arrival, someone greeted him. "Young Master So, you're finally back." The servant led two special envoys in. "They're guests who wish to see you." As soon as Chu Vo came out, he said, "Brother So, you're back." His mother growled, "No laughing. Shut your mouth. Close your eyes." Bak Can gently introduced. "Tin Nan, these are special envoys from the divine nation. They heard about your deeds at the exam hall and wanted to meet you. You all can take your time talking. We won't disturb you anymore." He looked sympathetically at Chu Vo being dragged away. "All right." Hang Kwang jumped out to remind him. "Host, these two special envoys are a bit off. They both have fake systems on them." Tien Gu spoke first. "You must be Tin then, right? I heard you spent your days farming in the secret realm. Jia Lam has truly never seen anything like it. But for you to come to an obscure academy like Vojan, it seems Jia Lam doesn't treat talented individuals very well. Only excellent academies have good cultivation resources and can provide for students' growth." Hang Kwang, in a panic, wanted to shield him. "What is he doing taking out that prop? Don't act rashly. He's above Martial King. He kindly invited. The divine nation's power is immense. Speaking of resources, choosing any random academy here would be better than Divine Moon. Would you like to reconsider?" Hang Kwang quickly badmouthed him. "Get out. Host, he's trying to test if you can see the prop." Finally, Tin then spoke. "Special Envoy, you cannot understand me. In my eyes, farmland is the most important resource. Farming, to me, is as joyful as absorbing spirit veins. The world is so vast, only Vojan gives me land, so how can I not go? Do you understand the joy of nurturing life?" Tien Go was flustered by this enthusiasm. "All right, I understand. You truly are a prodigy. If your heart is set on Vojan, I won't force you anymore. But if you ever need any help in the future," he infused something into his body, "you can find me anytime." Tin looked at the hand on his shoulder, slightly confused. He forced a smile and replied, "Okay." Tien Gu said nothing more. He walked past Tin and left. Then farewell. It wasn't until both special envoys had disappeared that he cried out in accusation, "A Kwang, he's such a pervert. He just shoved the prop right in. Unexpectedly, it bluntly said. He shoved in two. What do you mean, no guns, no cannons? The enemy created it, and now we have the raw materials. Hey, it would be great if he shoved two more in. Tin then now seriously asked. This person is higher ranking than the pockmark guy, taking props with bare hands. What did he shove into you? Han Kwam showed it off. Temporary positioning. Why shove this in? Do they have other intentions? This sentence also made him think. At this moment, outside the mansion, Bakken was receiving Chulin. Oh dear. Alin is here. Come quickly. She brought gifts to visit. Hello, madam. Chu Vo enthusiastically welcomed. Alin. Why did you come here? Bakken looked at her son with disdain. I invited her. She took the gift bag from Chulin's hand and gave it to him, saying, This is bath medicine formulated by old Madame Tui. From today onwards, you will soak in it. Within 3 days, you must soak until you're white. Chu Vo was puzzled. Why do I suddenly have to soak in medicine? Bakken explained. Many excellent candidates this year have gone to Vojan. Other academies are poaching. You don't know how many invitation letters I've received from other academies these past few days. Vojan is afraid you'll be taken away, so they've decided to start school early, in just 3 days. So you absolutely must return to your original appearance within 3 days. He strongly objected to these words. Why do I have to be white? Now he still has the demeanor of a knight. But Chu Vu's mother used just one hand to press her son into the medicinal bath. Vo Jan Academy is located northeast of Jia Lam Imperial City, adjacent to the vast ocean. Within the academy, there's one mountain and 12 islands, with 70% of its area being oceanic downstream. Therefore, the mode of transportation used to welcome new students is a flying ship. The new students cheered. So beautiful. Timon liked it so much he was gnawing on the railing. How many have I touched? Hu-Hai asked, embarrassed. Can you be a bit more elegant? Suddenly, a feather brushed past. She immediately chased after it. A bird. Lam Kui then turned to ask the person next to her. Why is that person so covered up? Zhue Wu showed off his full gear. Having just finished a medicinal bath, my skin is very sensitive and can't be exposed to the sun. No one knew someone was following Tin then from behind. That person secretly performed hand seals to cast a spell. The boat beneath their feet immediately shook. Everyone cried out in alarm. What's going on? The flying formation has been destroyed. She lost her balance and hit her head on the railing. She was dizzy and fell off the boat. Tin then also almost flew out. Luckily, he managed to grab on. She grabbed Tin Nan's waist and then grabbed my pant string. Let go. Grabbing my pant string isn't a good idea. The people on the boat quickly shouted. The boat's about to capsize. Object control. If you know object control, quickly use it. Lam Kui controlled her chi to fly and caught Hatch Can. But below her, there were countless people. Your Highness, save me. So the weight caused Lam Kui to lose her balance. Don't all rely on me. Tin then, sweating, reminded. Kid, you have to hold on tight here. Let's not fall down. Suddenly, someone yelled, Brother Chu. As soon as he looked up, he saw Zhue Wu rushing towards him. Move. Their heads collided directly. She was also dizzy. Hey, hold on tight. But the three of them still couldn't avoid falling freely. Help! Hatch Can and the others clung to Lam Kui as they fell. She angrily raised her axe. You people! One strike split an entire section of the sea. So annoying. It made Hatch Can and the others fall more gently. Everyone jumped into the sea. Lam Kui, controlling her chi, looked at them. This is fine. She surfaced from the water and gave a thumbs up. Your Highness is amazing. Lam Kui arrogantly tossed her head. It's nothing really. Unexpectedly, a monster surged up from beneath the sea. Those ambushers, startled, prepared for battle. Now at Vojan, Vongtian Square, Luke Min waited anxiously. Why haven't the new students arrived yet? Suddenly, someone rushed to report. It's bad, Vice Dean. Something happened to the new students' airship. The flight formation was destroyed. Although it landed in time, Dozens of students still fell near Loi Kwong Island. He flinched. Loi Kwong Island. Fear erupted in his heart. Loi Kwong Island is a forbidden zone of the academy. It's been a long time since I've been there. I don't know what's inside. Luke Min immediately ordered, "Send people to investigate the cause of the airship incident. Organize elders from Vo Tong and above to conduct search and rescue." He continued, "We must ensure the students' safety." He silently prayed, "These kids absolutely must not be harmed." Currently, Q Hai has reached land but is sweating profusely as a monster closes in. Specifically, she's stuck on a tree branch, while a wild boar eyes her prey aggressively. Below, Chut Vo and Tin Then are both unconscious. Q Hai took a deep breath. Taking advantage of the wild boar's momentary inaction, she jumped down from the tree and fled. Those two are unconscious. If it sees them too, we're done for. I have to lure it away now. Transforming into her half-human, half-beast form, she provoked, "Stupid dog, come chase me." The monster furiously pursued. "I'm a boar." The wild boar, rushing without paying attention, crashed headfirst into a tree branch. Q Hai let out a loud, mocking laugh. "Stupid dog." She thought to herself, "This dog is huge and stupid. Using the terrain, tricking it shouldn't be a big problem." But the very next second, Q Hai also hit a hard object blocking her way. A sow glared menacingly, baring its sharp fangs. The small piglet whimpered, "Mommy." At that, its mother let out a terrifying roar. Q Hai clutched her head in fear. How can there be enemies on both sides? Suddenly, a person appeared, power accumulating in their hand. Almost immediately, the move was launched, flying accurately straight towards the sow's body. That person sneered, "How cowardly." He stood there, staring dangerously at Q Hai. Meanwhile, back on the beach, Tin Than, who was unconscious, slowly opened his eyes. He sat up and looked around. "Oh no, my head hurts." "Huh." Tin Than quickly sprang up and called out loudly, "Old Thatch, wake up." Chut Vo groggily replied, "Brother So." He asked in surprise, "Why is your face so red?" Hearing this, he hurriedly checked his reflection. "It's red. Oh no, my skin is already sensitive. It turns red just from being in the sun." Tin Then was speechless, thinking, "And he's even wearing glasses." Chut Vo sadly looked in the mirror. "Mom will definitely criticize me again." He then anxiously looked around. "Have you seen Q Hai anywhere?" A second later, Tin Then spotted a tree branch nearby. "Her cloak." Chut Vo ran over to reassure him. "Her cloak is still here, so she must be nearby. We don't even know how long we've been unconscious. The footprints on the ground have already faded." Suddenly, his stomach rumbled loudly. "That hungry?" Chut Vo clasped his hands awkwardly. "You're making fun of me. Even heroes sometimes can't help themselves." Tin Then replied wearily, "I'm almost dying of thirst too. Where exactly is this place?" He speculated, "It might be one of the 12 islands of Vojan, but I don't see any other islands. Is Vojan Sea really that vast?" Tin Then tied the cloth rope to a wooden post. "Perhaps the school will send aid soon. Let's leave a distress signal and go find water and Q Hai first." With that, the two turned and left, until their figures disappeared into the distance. A hand reached out to the wooden post, and the marker was simply thrown straight into the sea. The owner of the hand revealed a mysterious smile. Moments later, another group of people appeared on the island, their bodies completely exhausted. Lam Kui thought wearily, "So thirsty. Although we escaped the demon's attack, we can't find land and there's no water. I can't hold on much longer." Suddenly, a voice called out from ahead, "Drink up. This is fresh water I found." A blue-haired girl gently comforted, "We've been flying for so long, we finally see people." Julin handed water to Lam Kui. "Have you seen a Vo anywhere?" Everyone cheered joyfully. Young Miss Tui. In the forest, someone was picking up coconuts, collecting fallen ones as they walked. Ho Luke ran over. "Someone. My classmate." He rejoiced. Finally, I've met someone. Did you also fall from the airship? So many coconuts. Can you share one with me? I'm really thirsty. I'll repay you when we get back to Vojon. Let's go together. Rescue might arrive any minute now. Ho Tung Lai said nothing. He looked at the uprooted tree roots. Tin Dan and Chut Vo were walking through the forest. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Coconuts. There are coconuts here. We've seen so many coconut trees, but found nothing, and here's one now. Chut Vo saw him gulping it down. Brother So, can I have a little bit? He heard but ignored, gripping the coconut tightly. Brother So, you're quite sharp-tongued, aren't you? By the time it was Chut Vo's turn, it was empty. Tin then gleefully said, There's still another one over there. Before he could rush over, he was held back. Host, calm down a bit. Han Kuang spoke up. Don't you find it strange? There aren't any coconut trees nearby, so why are there so many coconuts? Tin then suddenly realized, indeed, this distribution seems to be luring me forward. Suddenly, the two heard a cry for help. Is anyone over there? Someone was stuck under a tree root. Help, help me. A monster has my head. The two froze at the sight. Tim then patted the person's backside and shouted, Hold on tight. I'm coming to save you. He used all his strength to grab both legs. If nothing's wrong, why are you sticking your head into a tree hollow? Suddenly, he felt a pulling force. Tin Dan's upper body also got stuck. Damn it! He shouted loudly. Quite strong, huh? Old Thatch, save me. Chudvo also came over, patted his backside, and shouted, Brother So, hang in there. I'm coming to save you. He used all his strength to pull the two people out, when a foot suddenly appeared from behind him. It kicked Chudvo, causing him to lose his balance and fall down with them. Tin was taken by surprise. He yelled, How did you get in here too? Chudvo explained, Someone kicked me. Suddenly, Tin seemed to sense something, and all three of them fell into the hole. Oh no! He tensed himself, wondering, what kind of monster is this? Tin then fell down, hitting his face on the ground, and quickly looked up. The mysterious person who had kicked him had set a trap, bull ants. Even the worker ants are at the level of a grand martial master or higher, with very strong aggressive tendencies, and there are at least over 1,000 ants in this cave. He smiled maliciously. Now, Tin Dan, let me see if you are truly the chosen one that Lord Tam, Thienga, mentioned. Ho Luke's head was squeezed so hard it was bleeding. Help! My head is getting deformed. Tin then went over and pried off the large pincer. He was furious, using all his might to try and break it in half. Han Kuang then appeared and said, Wait, host. Old Thatch was kicked down by someone. This could be a trap. Don't reveal your god of war physique so easily. Hearing that, Tin then gritted his teeth and held on. But just then, Chudvo appeared. Brother So, watch out. He wildly attacked with his strength, destroying the bull ants in one move. Tin Dan and Ho Luke crouched on the ground, dodging Chudvo's attacks. The bull ant then turned around, and a sharp barb appeared. It jumped up and used the sharp barb to stab him directly in the backside. Chudvo screamed in pain, which also startled Tin Dan. Old Thatch. He cautiously considered their retreat. They're soldier ants. Their numbers are growing. We'll be killed. Let's run. They're too numerous. We could easily be surrounded and killed. Tin then quickly pulled his companions and fled. Old Thatch, let's go. Just then, he saw a large hole in the wall. Tin then didn't hesitate and jumped inside. He rushed forward. I'll lead the way. You two follow behind and crawl forward. Chud Vo, behind him, got showered with dirt and sand. While escaping, Tin then suddenly saw a bull ant appear in front of him. He quickly changed his mind and direction. Run this way. As Tin then navigated, he encountered many strange things. Bull ant nests have many connecting passages, leading to different functional rooms. Brother Kwong had once read Bull Ant Life Guide. The further down they go, the smaller their rooms get, and their numbers decrease. Therefore, after a while, Tin then jumped into an open space. Running downwards was the right move. Holuk panted. Finally, they're not chasing us anymore. Chudvo was also exhausted. Can't climb anymore. Tin then reached out and tapped the earthen wall, feeling it. Why is this layer of earth so hard? Instinctively, he tried to crawl forward. Just then, Tin then saw a strange glowing crystal surface. The others tried to dig the glowing crystal layer with shovels. Tin then cursed angrily. Damn it! What exactly is this thing? He tried touching it and pondered. It was like ice, but incredibly hard. After digging for half a day, there wasn't even a trace. Will licking it work? Just then, Chudvo's sword managed to break through the crystal layer. He quickly shouted, Brother So, the sword of light can pierce through it. Tin then ran over to see. Really? He pondered and realized. Could it be that only soul power condensed into a solid form can destroy it? So everyone cheered excitedly. Go, old Thatch. Dig hard. Finally, the crystal layer shattered, and Chudvo also fell through. Tin then nearly fell on top of him. Everyone looked around confused. Where's this place? The spot they were standing on looked like a cave, with red flags hanging from the dry tree trunks. He went closer to examine the symbols on the flags. This image looks familiar. Suddenly, Chudvo's excited voice rang out. Brother So, look. He pointed to a lake. Water. Tin then immediately rushed over like someone parched for days. It's water. Then he noticed something special. There's dense soul power. This is a spirit spring. No wonder the ants here can grow so large. So they dove straight in. Might as well take a bath. Tung Lai, who was observing and taking notes, was speechless. This Tin then only cares about escaping. He hasn't used any special moves. There's no sign of him being a chosen one, huh? He didn't notice someone behind him. He had to observe more. The three below were enjoying the lake water. Tin then happily rubbed his face. This spirit spring isn't bad. The bites on me are no longer swollen. Chudvo happily looked in a mirror. That's right, my face and butt are also warm. I feel like my whole body, top to bottom, is full of chivalrous energy. Then the two turned to their other brother. Your head also. They fell silent, not daring to speak. It hadn't changed at all. He noticed their painful, crying gazes. It's over. Even soaking in the spirit spring didn't help. I'm going to be a gourd head my whole life. Tin then quickly reassured him. Don't rush. If you soak a bit more, maybe it'll go back to normal. Chudvo quickly changed the subject. Right. Things were urgent just now. I haven't asked for your esteemed name. The person introduced himself. I am Holuk. Before I met you two, I actually met a classmate. He said there was edible food in the cave, but when I got stuck, he didn't come to save me. As they chatted, a foot quietly approached. That person's target seemed to be Tin then. Tin then felt something unusual around him and threw a punch. He was stunned to recognize the figure in front of him. A wolf! But it hit Tin then with a punch, making him spit blood. Chudvo hadn't even reacted yet and exclaimed, Brother So! But an attack already appeared in front of him. That wolf kicked him away with just one strike, making Chudvo crash into the rock behind him. Tin then quickly used his skills. Old Rock, Blazing Flame, Hegemonic Body Art, War God's Arm. He continuously punched the wolf, activating Naked Body, Lawless Chaotic Strike. But it instantly appeared behind him. Tin then retaliated with a hook kick, but the wolf dodged it. He was even struck in the face by it, and he immediately understood. This person's strength surpasses mine. For pills appeared in his hand. Tin then jumped straight into the lake. He dragged Chudvo and Holuk along, swimming away using the immortal flight art. If you can't win, run. This action caught the wolf by surprise. But at this moment, Q-Hai, in human form, walked in. What's all this commotion? Why is my soul power being drained? Tin then, it really is you. He still didn't recognize him. Who's that furry-faced guy? It had to put on glasses before Tin then recognized him. It's Q-Hai. Why are you here? Run. But by then, the wolf had caught up, kicking him forcefully, making him crash into the shattered rock wall. It powerfully stepped on Tin then's face. It coldly questioned, "Immortal flight art, soaring like an immortal, is the thousand-year secret technique of the fiery fox royal clan." The wolf's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "How did you learn it?" Finally, Tindan and the other two were tied up together. He stammered, "Can you at least let us put on some pants?" The wolf coldly refused. "You little thieves still want to make demands of me?" Tin then quickly explained, "We're not thieves, and neither is your perverted fox." "What's the matter? Explain yourself." Of course, Q-Hai still looked on with contempt. "Ohmi, tsk." At this moment, they saw the wolf put Tongue lie down on the ground. "So who is this?" Holok immediately recognized him. "It's him, the student who tricked me earlier." Tinden was also surprised. "Is that the person who kicked Old Rock down?" Q-Hai tried to explain to them. "Uncle, Tin-Dan and he are not allies. I'm very close to him." The wolf remained displeased, arms crossed. "You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Who knows what his intentions are?" "Where did you really learn the immortal flight art?" He had to make up a story. "About that. Actually, I'm an orphan. I've wandered destitute since I was little. When I was about to starve to death, a woman with a scar on her left cheek appeared. That was me, Nuong. She said, 'Little one, your bone structure is extraordinary. You're a rare talent in martial arts. I have a secret manual here. The task of inheriting it is now yours.' Tin then finished his defense. I learned it from there." And so, the whole group was thrown into a cell. "Oh my," he indignantly retorted. "What right do you have to lock us up?" The wolf calmly replied, "If you don't want to tell the truth, then I'll lock you up until you do." "Humans, don't take me for a fool." Jiushi, sweating, called out to it. "Uncle." "It's not that serious, is it?" The wolf cut him off, refusing. "If it weren't for your sake, I would have killed them long ago." "Shao and Shao, we could betray you. Have you forgotten that we have a deep blood feud with humans?" Weak. Finally dragging it away, Tin then desperately called after it. "Kid." He sat down irritably. "Damn it, I've run into another stubborn old man." Suddenly, Han Kuang popped out. Ding dong. "Congratulations on activating the upgrade mission. Escape to freedom." Tin then angrily took it out on him. "You useless guy. Why are you popping out now?" Han Kuang quickly pointed at Song Lai. "Don't be angry for now. I've found out this guy has a fake system." He was stunned. "He has a fake system?" It immediately explained. "That's right. It seems he used something to conceal it. I couldn't investigate it immediately. Tin then couldn't help but slap him. So that's how it is. To avoid alerting him, San Qian Wu's temporary location is still on me. This bastard followed the trail and has been secretly harming me all along." Han Kuang spoke up. "Do you want me to remove his fake system?" He searched his clothes. "Wait, there's something in his chest pocket." Tin then pulled out a book. "What's this?" Looking at the pile of confusing characters, everyone huddled closer to see. "What's written here?" Han Kuang showed off his abilities again. "It's code language." "Leave it to me. I just finished learning how to crack codes a while ago. I'll translate it for you." And so, it gradually transformed each passage for him to read. Tin then read a few lines and recognized. A diary. The incomprehensible characters gradually turned into normal writing. Each recorded entry was extremely detailed. Among them, a special title stood out. Han Kuang was also surprised, suspected to be the son of the chosen god. Tin then frowned and glanced at the unconscious person. "As expected, I've been targeted. The organization behind this fake system is much more powerful than I had imagined. And their purpose?" He quickly asked him, "What should we do next?" A moment later, still in the cell, Tongue Lai groggily opened his eyes. 3 heads surrounded him. "You're awake. Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" Tongue Lai hugged himself in fright. "Too many guys." Tin then quickly reassured him. "Don't be afraid, fellow student. We are also students of Vojan. Iam Ting Tun. This is Holok. His head was bitten by ants, so it seems he can't use it now. This one is..." Chuyet Vo clasped his hands and introduced himself. I am Kwong Min Kim Chuyet Vo. May I ask for your esteemed name, sir? The hallway was hung with 2 rows of bright red flags, and the werewolf's silhouette stood rooted to the spot. Just then, someone spoke up. Do know, this hiding place isn't bad. This person stroked its head while commenting. It's safe and secluded. Now you can live in peace. Hearing these words, Duno asked in return, Then why do you want to leave? This person slowly recounted. Those people are still killing our brethren. We must go out and fight. And your mission is to protect this place. There's no need to worry too much. We'll be back soon. Its stream of memories ended there, and the current Duno was uncomfortable. Q High, slung over its shoulder, struggled continuously. Uncle, they really aren't bad people. Please let them go. Duno threw it to the ground, making it cry out in pain. Oh dear. Duno questioned coldly. If I let them go, this place will be exposed. The last sanctuary of the DM clan will also disappear. Do you want to experience a nomadic life again? Hugh High's ears drooped, still wanting to defend them. Tinden won't tell anyone. Duno was displeased. You really trust him, don't you? The DM clan fell to this state precisely because they naively trusted humans, leading to the slaughter of the entire clan, becoming executing heaven's will in the mouths of humans. With such deep blood enmity, how can you still trust them? And then it turned away, leaving only a brief remark. Don't mention those people to me again. The DM Ho are a notoriously quick-witted race. But you were chased so miserably before. You were truly incompetent. Next, I will pass on my clan's unique skills to you. Hugh Hai, do you know the meaning of your name? He asked back curiously. Meaning? Duno spoke in a deep voice, as if he was sad. Indeed, it's not just skills. For hundreds of years, we've been continuously fleeing for our lives. Our language and culture have also been lost. Hugh Hai is a transliteration. In the language of DM Ho, it means the one who carries light. Remember that well. Meanwhile, on the other side, those people were frantically searching around. One person approached Luke Min to report. Deputy Head, there are no traces of other students on Loi Kwong Island. Lam Kui rushed over to ask, Teacher Luke, are there any traces of Master yet? He could only tell the truth. Not yet. You've just been found. Don't run around recklessly. Go and rest first. However, Lam Kui stubbornly refused. No. If I don't find Master, I won't go back. Suddenly, Chulin spoke up. Teacher Luke. Then made a suggestion. Have you searched underground yet? The 4 people were almost exhausted. Where does this lead to? I'm so hungry. We've been digging for days. I can't dig anymore. Tung Lai shouted loudly. Why are you lying down? He weakly said. I used too much energy fighting that old monster earlier. Brother Ho, I'm relying on you next. Chuyet Vo was also sitting beside him, closing his eyes to rest. He glanced at him, frowning and thinking. This guy's useless. He rests whenever there's nothing to do. I've been digging this whole way, but these idiots don't suspect me. So I'll use this opportunity to get closer to them. It'll be easier to probe him later. Tung Lai didn't know that he was also secretly smiling, pleased. Avoid wasting energy. Let's see if I can work you to death. After a short rest, everyone continued to dig through the tunnel. Suddenly, Tung Lai drilled a hole above the tunnel, through which he could see the light outside. He poked his head out and happily announced, It's through. Let's get out quickly. Everyone quickly climbed up, escaping the underground palace. Timnan looked up, a little surprised. A vast landscape appeared. Above seemed like a giant spiral tower. He said blankly, This place is... Tung Lai exclaimed, Is this the exit? Everyone climbed up the stairs. Quick, quick, quick. Finally, we can get out. Chuyet Vo turned his head and called to Tindan, who was still below. So Huen, come along quickly. But he just replied, You two go ahead. Tindan stared at the ground with a special pattern. It's this pattern again. Then he called, Kwang Si, bring me that red stone. Comparing the stones carving to the ground, the patterns were identical. This place must be related to Ji Hong. Could it be that all these things were left by Ji Hong? What kind of formation is this? While Tin then was not paying attention, the stone showed an anomaly. The figure of a young Minuang appeared behind him. He was still deep in thought when the underground palace suddenly shook violently. Everyone was flustered. What's happening? Why is there suddenly an earthquake? Quick, climb up. It'll be safe outside. Chuyedvo hurriedly looked down and called to him. So Huen, come up quickly. The recent earthquake caused the ground patterns to light up. These formations, why are they suddenly activated? Tin then held the stone in his hand again, his face tense. Then he looked at the formation that was glowing brighter and brighter. At this moment, in another part of the underground palace, explosions of rock and debris continuously appeared from attacks. Hu Hai hid behind a pillar to avoid them, but a rope flew towards her, wanting to tie her to the pillar. Hu Hai quickly jumped to dodge, but her tail was still caught, making her fall to the ground in pain. My tail, Duno scoffed. Couldn't even hold on for half an incense stick's time. Today's training will be doubled. Suddenly, both of them sensed something unusual. Hu Hai exclaimed in confusion. An earthquake. He immediately retorted. No, that's not right. It's the central area of the underground domain. He realized in horror. This kind of earthquake means that mechanism has been activated. But only the princess can activate the mechanism. How can this be? At this moment, Tinden's hands were tightly stuck to a pillar engraved with the strange formations patterns. I can't pull them out. Hu Hai just happened to run over and saw this. Tinden, what's wrong? He struggled to explain. There's a pillar sticking out here. I put my hands on it, and now I can't pull them back. It's draining my soul power. Duno also followed them to the place. His face was both tense and surprised. Princess, because Duno had recognized the person behind him, Princess. Luke Min sensed the ground to find everyone's whereabouts. Chu Lin spoke up and asked, Teacher Luke Min, how is it? He replied, I've searched once with my divine sense, but I haven't found any trace of them. They might not be on this island anymore. Or maybe we should search underground around the island. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, startling everyone and making them cry out. Earthquake! At this moment, in the underground passage area, Chuyedvo was worried and wanted to jump down. But Holok quickly stopped him. Don't go down there. Even though Tinden's hands were stuck fast, he still tried to reassure them. Don't come down here. I'm fine. Everyone, get out quickly. I'll come up immediately. By then, Tung Lai had already reached the last step of the stairs. He looked up to observe the movements. He reached out to try and pass through the green membrane. Barrier. It really is the exit. Thus, Tung Lai passed through the barrier. After that, the others also escaped, making Tin then feel relieved. They're out. Meanwhile, Hu Hai was trying to help him. Worry about yourself first. Duno stepped forward and called out, Princess. He looked at Tin then. Princess. In his eyes, Tin then seemed to become an angry fellow being. Who's a princess? I'm about to be sucked dry. Can you save me first? Duno placed his hand on the magic seal, activating another totem that enveloped the entire room. Tin then was able to pull his hand back. Hu Hai said with a sigh of relief. It stopped. Duno suddenly asked, You are not the Highness. Your fox power is weak. You can't even maintain activating the mechanism. Then how can you do these things? A human like you. Why do you have the aura of the Highness on you? Who exactly are you? Tin then was stunned and turned to look at the stone. The aura of the Highness. Could it be? He suddenly understood. So that's how it is. After all this fuss, are you Anhong's subordinate? Then I understand. Actually, I am the one sent by your Princess Highness to rescue the Blazing Fox tribe. The story began 11 years ago on Mount Dai La. Snow covered everything. Little Tin then was hurrying through the snow. Damn it! Another one is missing. He rushed into the house, tears welling up, shouting, Aunt Hong, where's my little Luhoa? Did you sneak it again, Aunt? Mi Nuong replied with a drunken expression. What little Luhoa? You even named a wild chicken. Ding Tun Se Colette. Drinking again. I was going to raise these chickens for their eggs, and with little Luhoa, you've already eaten 2 of them. Give me back my eggs and chickens, Aunt. She laughed teasingly, and yet little then is angry with me over a chicken. Then she pulled his head to her chest, meaning the chickens already in my belly. Or should I eat you too, so you can reunite with little Luhoa? Tin then yelled in fright, help. Just then, Thienko passed by and heard his desperate cry. He forcefully pushed the door open and scolded, "Mi Nuang, you're drunk again. Don't tease my grandchild." Tin then quickly ran over and hugged him, pleading, "Grandpa Thienko." She pouted. It was more fun when he was little. He never dared to resist. He then yelled, "You're already a mess normally, and when you drink, you tease children. Your subordinates should really see you like this." Hearing that, Trakmi Nuang sadly said them. Seeing her sudden change in attitude, Tin then immediately stopped crying. Mi Nuang sadly whispered, "How can I still face them? Back in the present, do know. You are the one Her Royal Highness, the Princess, raised." He explained, "Yes, this stone was also given to me by her, telling me to go save the other Diem Ho." He realized in shock. No wonder Her Royal Highness's aura is up here. Where is she? Is she okay? Tin then hesitated, recalling her. Then he didn't tell the truth. For the past few years, her whereabouts have been unknown. I'm very ashamed toward you all. Do No murmured in a low voice. Ashamed. She should be ashamed. If she hadn't trusted the human race, the DM Ho wouldn't have had internal strife. But if she hadn't struggled between the demon and human races, buying us time, we probably wouldn't even have been able to create this hiding place. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light shone down from above. Tim then realized in alarm. Someone's breaking the barrier. This doesn't look like old Thatch. It's the rescue team's people. Chut Vo and Ho Lok struggled to swim up from the lake and told everyone, "It's at the bottom of this lake." He affirmed, "That's right. There's an underground palace at the bottom of the lake. Brother So is still down there. Everyone go save him quickly." Someone put a hand out to stop him. "Don't rush. Vice Dean has already gone down. Luke Min is currently at the bottom of the lake, checking the barrier. The seal is too strong. What's the origin of this place?" But before he could break it, Tin Dan and Q Hai emerged from below. The two of them were immediately thrown out by him. Jut Voche, Boosha, Litohi. Luke Min used his magic to catch the two of them. Everyone rushed over. "Brother So, are you two okay?" "Master." Chut Vo and Lam Kui hugged Tin then, while Q Hai rushed into Bang Chulin's arms, crying out emotionally, "Sister Tui." Everyone asked eagerly, "How did you two get out? Where's that old monster?" Tin then calmly replied, "I don't know how I activated a mechanism. The underground palace shook, and we got out at the very last moment. The old monster was buried inside." Luke Min solemnly explained, "This place was originally a forbidden zone where any demon could exist. Thankfully, you two are unharmed. It's very dangerous here. Let's return to the academy and talk." All the students obediently responded in unison, "Yes." Q Hai looked at Tin then, seemingly wanting to say something. Earlier in the underground palace, Duno had given Q Hai an item. This is a storage device, and also a communication device of the DM Ho tribe. "You must get out. Don't let outsiders suspect this place." Then he turned to Tin then and instructed, "As for you, you must retrieve that stone. If Her Royal Highness has deemed you her successor, then you must show me your abilities. To help the DM Ho, after you get out, collect 10,000 Supreme Grade Soul Crystals." He widened his eyes and gaped in astonishment. 10,000 Supreme Grade Soul Crystals. He explained, "Activating this mechanism requires a large amount of soul energy. Our ranks are not high enough, so we can only rely on the help of soul crystals." Tin then wondered, what does this mechanism do? Du No mused mysteriously, "This mechanism can bring this island back to life." Back in the present, all the students were already on the boat. "Let's go home. Everyone be careful not to fall off." Tin Nan's face was thoughtful, but 10,000 Supreme Grade Soul Crystals are needed. Even if I sold myself, I couldn't gather enough. Suddenly, Han Kuang's voice rang out. Don't rush. The stones can be collected gradually. Congratulations on completing your escape mission first. Your martial soul has ascended to the Earth rank. He contemptuously scoffed. How can you make the mission reward so hateful every single time? It replied, didn't I give you a tractor before? Oh, right. How should that kid be dealt with? Tinan looked towards Tung Lai, waved hello in a friendly manner, and replied to Han Kuang, just leave him. If you swallow him, it'll alert the enemy, and they might send another person. Tung Lai, while acting, secretly thought, he's smiling. His smile is so nauseating. Lam Kui suddenly turned and pointed. Master, look, we've arrived at the main island of Vo John. She happily said, from now on, I can go to school with Master. I will definitely cultivate well. Chut Vo was also full of determination. Every day, I'll immerse myself in the cultivation room to practice my sword, and soon I'll become a great hero. Tin then, refreshed, enthusiastically raised both hands. I'll also work hard in the fields. They arrived at a large courtyard, Vang Tien Plaza. Lukman told them, everyone has suffered enough. I'll send someone to take you all to rest. Lam Kui replied, Teacher, we're not tired. Can you let us see the academy first? He agreed. All right, but I have urgent business. Vong Min, you lead the junior disciples around. That person replied, yes. Lam Kui enthusiastically asked, I thought Vo John was a commoner's academy, but it looks quite grand, doesn't it? Senior brother, take us to see the dorms. He replied, okay. They walked around and saw a rather simple-looking building in front of them. Perhaps it was too different from what they imagined. Everyone's face was dumbfounded. Lam Kui spoke up. What a run-down room. Tin then awkwardly tried to fix it. It seems quite different from the Grand Gate. Vong Min explained, our institute was renovated last year, but the budget ran out after only finishing the entrance to the plaza. She looked inside the dorm room. Inside, it was even bunk beds. A shadow flashed past, startling Lam Kui. Cockroach. Chudvo smiled positively. It's a bit simple, but it's fine to live here. As long as there's a cultivation room, that's all that matters. Senior brother, can you take me to see it? Vong Min awkwardly replied, okay. He led them to an ancient-looking building. He introduced with some difficulty. This is an old room from 200 years ago. Please use the equipment inside gently. They're all antiques. Chut Vo and Lam Kui looked downcast. We want to drop out. Chu Lin suggested, everything else is fine, but I often need a large amount of medical books in the library. Then she also fell silent, looking at the dusty library. The new students, who were initially enthusiastic, were now equally deflated. Tim then waved his hand and smiled. Oh my, everyone, don't demand too much. Isn't it enough to have land to farm? Senior brother, I want to go see my land. He immediately led him to a barren, empty plot of land and introduced, these several hundred mao are all yours. Actually, we tried planting a few fields before, but they all died. Maybe we just don't know how to plant. Tin then replied thoughtfully, perhaps it's not your problem, senior brothers. He shed tears of pain, secretly thinking, this land is even poorer than Dai La Mountain. Vong Min looked at the children's pleading eyes. Everyone, don't be like this. At mealtime, Vong Min placed a small bowl of rice with a few pieces of meat on the table and introduced, this is today's meal. Chu Hai looked at the burnt meatball and said regretfully, it's charred. Lam Kui slammed the table furiously. Where's the cook? Does he even know how to cook? I'll beat him to death. She stormed into the kitchen with Hatchkin chasing after her. Your Highness, it's not that bad. From inside, there was a clattering sound, like something falling. A moment later, Lam Kui returned with a frightened expression. There are cockroaches in the kitchen too. Tin then quietly sat beside her and patted her head to comfort her. He wondered, how can this school still be open? Vong Min replied with a pitiful expression, we're a bit poor. Some of the people who come here to study can't even afford tuition, while large academies can offer support. Vojan can only rely on court subsidies. Besides subsidies, the top 5 in the inter-academy competition also receive rewards, but Vojan's strength is among the lowest, so we usually don't get any. Then he got excited. But this year, the vice dean has recruited everyone, so we're sure to get a better rank. The vice dean is amazing. He's been supporting Vojan single-handedly for years. He's very talented. He added, he also taught us talismans, swordsmanship, and medicine. He even works odd jobs and donates to support the school. Hearing this, the 3 new students were speechless. That's tough. Vong Min leaned over to show them the students behind. The vice dean is very good to us. He only wishes for us to focus on our cultivation. We can only live up to his expectations if we work hard. Tin then fell silent upon hearing this, deep in thought. In another room of the dormitory, Luke Min respectfully greeted Luke Lim. Uncle Duong, why are you here? He replied, I've come to inform you of something. All the gold and supplementary funds for Vojan this year have run out. He was shocked and surprised. What? Luke Lim explained, you offended Chan Shuyan when you recruited students earlier. That old man will definitely take revenge. He used the incident at Vojan's opening as an excuse to stop all support funds. Luke Min angrily said, that's completely unreasonable. The cause of the incident hasn't even been investigated yet. He could only sigh. If you must blame someone, blame Vojan for having no power or influence, letting him suppress us. Don't expect me to help either. The Luke family doesn't want to confront the Tuet family. Luke Min, you are a 3-star martial king and a direct descendant of my Luke family. You originally had a boundless future. But you've been wasting your youth at this dilapidated academy for students from poor families who can't afford to study. Why suffer like this? Saying that, he prepared to leave. I came today hoping you would think about it. Vojan has no future. Give up early. Luke Min walked along, contemplating sadly, but in the end he resolved, I can't give up, no matter what at least. As he approached the inter-academy competition, a voice suddenly called out, Teacher Luke. He turned around in surprise. Tindan, what's wrong? Are you done with the tour? He replied, the environment is very friendly. But he understood and silently said, the conditions here aren't good. You'll have to endure hardships. He replied with a very confident expression, I've toured around and found Vojan's environment beautiful, and the students are friendly. It's just a bit short on money. But I have a great way to earn money. Do you want to hear it? Students at Vojan suddenly gathered and chatted. I heard our school support funds have been cut. What? On what grounds? They couldn't help but feel disappointed and sad. The academy won't close, will it? I worked so hard to get into Vojan. I came to school just for the support funds. If there's no money, I might as well drop out. Suddenly, a student ran from afar, holding up a notice. Hey, it looks like they're teaching gardening over there. He continued, the vice dean said that from now on, Vojan must be self-reliant and is promoting some kind of agricultural cultivation method. It's easy to learn, and there are even scholarships. Their eyes lit up. Scholarships? They're such a good thing. Let's quickly go check it out. Tin held a yellow packet in his hand and seriously introduced, this is true moss fertilizer. She knelt on the ground, pouring the packet of fertilizer while instructing. Mix it into the soil, 25 caddies per mao. It can improve the soil quality. Chutvo couldn't help but be surprised. Brother So, you still have true moss fertilizer stored. Tin then proudly boasted, of course in my eyes, it's black gold. Before leaving Hack True Camp, I filled a ring with it. He excitedly gave a thumbs up and praised. You really are far-sighted. Worthy of you. The other students were speechless when they heard this. His storage artifact is full of true moss fertilizer. He took out a packet of fertilizer and handed it to Holok, saying, but the storage capacity of the ring is limited. It can only improve a few dozen miles of land. Use this land to plant spirit herbs. Spiritual energy here is scarce. During the process of planting spirit herbs, manual spiritual power transfer is needed. Everyone, mix the fertilizer into the soil first. Then I'll teach you how to plant. Then Tin then loudly called out, "Former members of Hack True Camp assemble." Everyone immediately came forward, and he began to explain. Vojan's conditions are very poor. I know you're all very disappointed. Indeed, their faces were filled with incredibly difficult to describe expressions. Lamqui pouted and mumbled, "There are cockroaches." Tin then quickly reassured them. But poor conditions have never been a reason for laziness. But weren't we like this at Black Tide Camp initially? He gave them a notebook and said, "This is the development plan I discussed with the Vice Dean. Everyone take a look." The notebook's title was 5-Year Economic Development Plan for Wujin Academy. Tin then announced, "Wujin currently lacks sufficient funds. Most disciples learn through self-study, without any proper structure. I want to expand agricultural cultivation, develop the economy, for everyone to progress together. Spread the glorious ideals of Black Tide Camp. Everyone who follows me into Wujin, you must trust me, and also trust yourselves." He raised his hand to show his determination, smiling brightly as he encouraged them. If we can transform Black Tide Camp into a place of green mountains and clear waters, we can also revive Wujin. Unity, fairness, these will forever be our goals. Tin then shouted loudly, "The history of Wujin will be written by us. Do you all have confidence?" All the students present strongly chimed in yes. After this invigorating speech, the students were filled with hope and eagerly accepted their tasks. "So, we'll go expand into the sea. I'm a water element. I can handle the ideological work." Lamqui was full of admiration, thinking to himself, "Master is truly amazing. A few words and everyone is so enthusiastic. I must become someone like Master." In contrast to the lively atmosphere among his group of students, a group of people standing far away wasn't quite as happy. Holok held a bag of fertilizer, curiously touching it with his hand. The others frowned unhappily. Why do they all look like they've been injected with chicken blood? Who knows? And agricultural cultivation? Are you kidding me? Are those rich kids playing a prank on us? Can agriculture even be cultivated? He stuck out his tongue and tasted it. Tung Lai, with a cold expression, glanced at Holok, who shivered from the strange taste of the fertilizer. The students over there had also resigned themselves. Who knows? Just follow the Vice Dean's lead. He pursed his lips, displaying an unexpressive, thoughtful look. Inside Wujin's temporary student meeting room, Tin then spoke in a serious tone. "The primary goal for this current stage," he said with certainty, "is to make money." Chu Lin diligently took notes of everything. Tin then divided the study department, organizing students into groups of 5 to learn how to grow spiritual herbs. All the medicinal herbs grown will be sold off. Hatchkin asked curiously, "Sold off? Shouldn't we keep some for ourselves?" He frowned and replied with a faint smile, "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Without initial capital, we can't develop other plans. We can only sell them. Teacher Luke has also accepted over 100 missions from the escort agency, so we might be able to earn a little from that too." Vong Min couldn't help but shed tears of emotion. "Vice Dean," Lamqui pouted pitifully, "that's so tragic." Hatchkin suddenly smiled brightly and suggested, "We can borrow money from our families. My family has money." Tin then immediately refused. "We can't borrow." He rested his chin on his hand and explained, "Initially, I also told Teacher Luke to borrow money to raise capital, but now to support Wujin is to go against the Shui family. It's better not to make things difficult for your own families. Furthermore, your parents might even hope Wujin closes, so you can go to a better place." Lamqui pouted and mumbled, "That's right, my older brother and my father don't want me to come to Wujin either." Someone was peeking through the window, eavesdropping on the meeting. Everyone else remained attentive. Next is the research department. Most of Wujin's land is saline alkali, so we must improve the salt-alkali resistance of our crops. Tung Lai secretly recorded everything. He frowned, puzzled. Does this Chu Tin then really just want to farm? Inside the notebook was Chu Tin Dan's observation log. Woke up early in the morning to eat. At Thai hour, a meeting to discuss marine research and development and farming. Tung Lai pondered. After entering the academy, there haven't been any major moves. He recalled. Lord Tam Tengu once said that the chosen child of the gods has 3 characteristics. 1. Formidable strength, enjoys showing off. 2. All members of the opposite sex are drawn to him. 3. Possesses a divine artifact. The first condition doesn't fit. Chu Tin then is only a 5-star martial artist, and he only likes to farm. As for the second condition, based on his 2 days of observation, Tung Lai scratched his head in confusion. It doesn't quite fit either. He carefully recalled. And regarding a divine artifact, during that dangerous moment on the deserted island, he didn't use one. Is this person really the chosen child of the gods? Well, I'll just keep observing for now and wait for Lord Tam Tienga's orders. After that, Tung Lai secretly observed, meticulously cataloging every action of Tindan. From farming to fishing, he carefully recorded everything. Even when he went to the restroom, Tung Lai had to press his ear to listen in. Tindan couldn't help but curse silently. Does he really need to track me even to the restroom? Does he think I won't notice him? As soon as he got close, the warning light would beep. Seeing Tindan pull at his hair, suppressing his anger, Han Kuang reassured him. After all, his rank is higher than yours, so normally you wouldn't detect him. Tin then frowned thoughtfully. Now the whole school is trying to make money, but this damn guy isn't working. He's secretly following me instead. This can't continue. I need to come up with a plan. Inside the dining hall, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Secretary. Tin then sighed wearily. There's too much to do every day. I really can't manage it. I want to find a secretary. Ali asked, puzzled. Aren't the 3 of us helping you already? Tin then calmly explained. Everyone also has departmental duties to do. It's not good to always bother you all. Chu Hoa smiled brightly. It's no problem. I'm very happy to be with Teacher Chu every day. Ali agreed. That's right. Tung Lai, sitting behind them, heard this and thought maliciously. Follow him every day. If I could become his secretary, wouldn't I be able to openly observe Chu Tin then? Plus, I'd know his plans and actions. It's perfect. Having made his calculations, Tung Lai turned his face back, putting on a trustworthy expression as he spoke. Brother Chu, if it's for a secretary, what do you think of me? Tin then smiled brightly and agreed. All right then. Ali frowned, challenging him. Who are you? On what grounds do you try to compete with us for Teacher Chu? She suddenly stood up, radiating killing intent. Can you even be a secretary? Tin then quickly raised his hands to stop them. Hey everyone, don't argue over me. You 3 have been busy late into the night, helping me every day, which also doesn't fit our morning work regulations. Tin then placed a hand on Tung Lai's shoulder and praised him. It's good that Brother Ho is willing to help. Then I'll trouble Brother Ho. Immediately after, they went to the office. He placed 3 stacks of paper on the table and said loudly, I'm entrusting these to you. He widened his eyes in disbelief. So much? This much? Xiaohua couldn't hide her disdain. This is only half a day's worth. It all needs to be processed today. From now on, you must plan Teacher Chu's daily itinerary, and all documents submitted by the departments must be properly organized before being given to him. All 3 of them wore menacing expressions. If you've snatched our position, then do a good job, understand? If you don't do well, or if you want to resign, don't blame us for being merciless. That's right, do your duty well. Immediately after, they forced Tung Lai to sit at the desk, loudly ordering, Get to work. He worked tirelessly day and night, as various departments continuously brought documents. Secretary Ho, this is the pill refinement plan proposed by the academic department. Tung Lai held a stack of papers in his hands, the urging voices still ringing in his ears. Secretary Ho, has the new dormitory construction application been approved? Only then did he ponder. Something's not right. Tung Lai kept signing papers and following to take notes, his eyes wide, panting as he wondered. This isn't right. Am I not supposed to be watching Chu Tin then? He happily high-fived Xiao Hua. Thanks, you three, for acting with me. She smiled brightly. It's nothing. We're happy that the work is divided up. Tin then wore a sly, wolf-like expression, thinking to himself, that fool, if he came looking for trouble himself, don't blame me. If I don't drain him dry, then my name isn't Chu. Hatchkin ran over excitedly, holding a small stalk of rice. Teacher Chu, she excitedly introduced. Look, this is the new salt-tolerant rice we've cultivated. Once it's in production, we can achieve food self-sufficiency. He praised her joyfully. Excellent work. We no longer need to sell spirit herbs to buy food. Tin then quickly instructed. Have the academic department follow up. The pill refinement plan can also be launched now. Give money to the propaganda department. Go buy image recording stones. We're shooting a commercial. Hatchkin was surprised. Shooting a commercial? Immediately after, the plan was put into action. Lam Kui, dressed as a chef, meticulously chopped vegetables. She accidentally injured herself, and Chu Lin worriedly called out, Your Highness, how could you be so careless? Did you cut your finger again? Blood kept gushing out. Lam Kui's face contorted as she explained, I only cut my carotid artery. It's just a small wound. Chu Lin suddenly held up a bottle of medicine, smiling brightly as she suggested, You can't ignore it just because it's a small wound. How about trying the blood-clotting pill from the Black Tide Fortress? She calmly introduced the product, the exclusive secret method of the Blue Water family, containing 7,749 famous medicinal ingredients, specifically for cultivators. Chu Lin's body suddenly trembled nonstop. Sweet and fragrant, no refrigeration needed. It has excellent effects whether used internally or externally. It can even stop bleeding if your head falls off. Lam Kui quickly raised her hand, happily announcing, My hand is healed. She gave a thumbs up, praising the blood-clotting pill from Black Tide Fortress, a protective medicine, a medicine for life. Chu Lin turned away, shyly saying, Princess Royal's special recommendation. When purchasing, please look carefully for the label of the Boundless Academy. Tin then watched the commercial through the magic mirror, his thoughts turning grim. Everyone else couldn't help but laugh at this unique commercial. At the Shui family, a voice echoed, Grandpa, were you looking for me? Chen Chuan asked coldly. Yes. How have things been in Xinhua recently? Mo Ran calmly replied, dedicating myself to cultivation. He sternly reminded her, You are the heir of the Shui family. Just cultivating isn't enough. You must also learn how to navigate social interactions and worldly affairs. You should interact more with Ishan normally. He's your fiancé. Mo Ran bowed her head. Yes. Chen Chuan slowly continued. When the Boundless closes, the princess and the second young master of the Sher family will also come to Xinhua. You must interact with them more then. She repeated in surprise. Closes? The recent situation of the Boundless doesn't seem bad either. Hearing that, he couldn't hide his surprise. Elsewhere, a shop was displaying products endorsed by Lam Kui. The vendor enthusiastically promoted. Come here and see. The hottest product recently. Black Tide Camp's blood congealing pellet, extremely effective. The price is reasonable. Even the princess ate it and praised it as excellent. Buy now and you'll also get a packet of Wujin Heroic Chi powder. It's good for the brain and... what else? He immediately handed a paper to a passerby. If you're interested, you can also watch the advertisement. On it was the promotional video. Black Tide Camp's blood congealing pellet, the pill of life, the pill of protection. They couldn't help but stare in surprise, then burst out laughing mockingly. Is this using a flowing image stone to project onto paper? How novel. It already looks unreliable, but give me a bottle. Others were also attracted, unable to help but exclaim. There's a Wujin stall again. So crowded. The poor demon school can't stay open anymore. So they're switching to selling goods, huh? They really know themselves. Her Royal Highness isn't focused on cultivation, but goes to film this stuff. Truly a disgrace to the royal family. The crowd was full of malice, but another person hesitated. But this blood-congealing pellet is more effective than similar products on the market. I heard it's a secret recipe of the Shui family. They immediately gnashed their teeth and retorted, "That's just a lie. Someone already asked old Madame Shui. There's no such thing as a Shui family secret recipe at all. This kind of secret recipe, these poor demons must have stolen it from somewhere else." After a period of diligent selling, it was time to count the revenue. 158,007. Ting Shin excitedly announced loudly, "This month we earned 158,007. Everyone cheered joyfully. Fantastic. He looked up and smiled brightly, suggesting, "Let's give scholarships to students from difficult families and those with outstanding performance first. The funding for the department's projects should be quickly handed over to Secretary Ho." Ting Shen held up a piece of paper and continued, "Next is the new product plan. We will sell them using the blood-congealing pellets method." The paper listed the contents: red human face cream, blue sun creation, horn powder, youth restoring dew, Wujin fish roe paste. Hang Kwang couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where did you get these chaotic medicinal paste formulas from?" Ting Shun smiled slyly. "They're just daily necessities I researched in Deluo Mountain. Nothing more. Before people here discover this business path, let's quickly make a fortune." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Teacher Chu, something's happened." The academy next door suddenly sent people to bully ours at the harbor. At the same time, at the harbor, a Wujin student was repeatedly kicked in the face. His classmates rushed to help him. The other person covered his mouth with a fan, smiling disdainfully. No wonder it's a poor school, spreading a foul, sour smell everywhere. "Beat him up." The Wujin student glared and reminded, "It's these scruffy guys again. Academy's fighting is against the rules. What right do you have to hit people?" Nak Thong sneered. "Hitting people? I'm just acting on behalf of heaven." He glanced behind Su Chao. "My brother bought Wujin's blood-congealing pellet, and after taking it, he kept spitting blood. You heartless people, using the Shui family's secret recipe as a front to sell poison. Shouldn't you be beaten?" As soon as he finished speaking, Nak Thong and his disciples immediately attacked. The Wujin student angrily retorted, "You're shameless. Our blood-congealing pellet is not poison." He sneered provocatively. "Not poison? Show your evidence. Bring out that formula for everyone to see. Who would believe empty words like that?" The Wujin student resignedly took the blow, shouting to expose them, "You just want the secret recipe. You're bullying others." Nak Thong grabbed his hair without reservation. "So what if I bully you? Do you dare to fight back? You poor ghost, you good for nothing." He curled his lips cruelly and ordered, "Beat him up. If he doesn't hand over the secret recipe, beat him to death." Just as he finished speaking, a punch flew straight towards Nak Thong's face. He cried out in pain, and blood gushed from his nose. Nak Thong angrily shouted, "Who? Who dares to hit this young master?" Tin then was extremely calm. "You said to beat him to death, so I'm just listening to you." He lowered his eyes, showing pity, and put a pill into Nak Thong's mouth. "Don't talk about other things. You're bleeding. Quickly stop the bleeding. Quickly take this pill." He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "No, it's not bleeding anymore. This pill is so effective." Tin then squinted his eyes and chuckled. "Is that so?" He then punched Nak Thong hard in the face again. Tin then clenched his fist and cursed darkly, "Damn it! And you still say the blood-stopping pill is poison." He closed his eyes in pain and questioned, "You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? You're truly audacious." Suddenly a voice rang out, "I think you're the truly audacious one." At this moment, Lam Kui, Hak Kan, and Chuet Vo slowly walked over. She said coldly, her voice low, "Coming to Vo John to cause trouble? Do you take me for dead?" They couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Your Royal Highness, Princess." The Vo-Jan students quickly held Nakthong's arms, making him furiously shout, "What are you doing? You dare to arrest me? Let me go. Even your Royal Highness, the Princess, cannot bully others like this." Lam Kui gently asked, "Coming to Vo-Jan to cause trouble, and then saying I'm bullying others?" Nakthong immediately changed his attitude, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, please forgive me, but I didn't come here to cause trouble. I am Nakthong of the Moon Dynasty. Your Highness might not know, but recently this blood-stopping pill has been quite controversial. Many people have had adverse reactions after using it." He turned his head to glance at Tinthan. "I believe Vo-Jan must have taken advantage of your name and added something else to the medicine. That's why I asked them to disclose the preparation method to protect your reputation." She glared and denied. "Stop talking nonsense. There are no adverse reactions." Nakthong firmly asserted, "Every word I've spoken is true. The Chu family's medical clinic has treated such patients before." He raised an eyebrow and slyly revealed, "The second prince has sent people to investigate this matter. Vo-Jan already had the airship incident when it first opened, and now this. The Ministry of Rights is already preparing to revoke Vo-Jan's operating license." Tinthan and the other students couldn't help but exclaim anxiously, "What?" They immediately became agitated. "No way. Isn't that the end of everything?" Suddenly, someone loudly declared, "Vo-Jan will not have its operating license revoked." They quickly turned around, taken by surprise. Vice Dean Luke Min strode forward, calmly announcing, "I just returned from the Ministry of Rights. We've negotiated. This year's Inter-Academy competition, as long as Vo-Jan enters the top 3, its operating license will not be revoked." He presented a piece of paper and revealed, "His Royal Highness, the First Prince, is willing to guarantee for Vo-Jan." Lam Kui thought to herself in surprise, "Brother A." Hearing these words, Nakthong couldn't help but sneer in disdain. "Top 3, huh?" He smirked mockingly. "Don't even talk about top 3. You won't even make it into the preliminary rounds. Do you think a few outstanding students can turn things around? The Inter-Academy competition is a team competition. Relying on your ordinary strength is truly ridiculous. Why not hand over the secret recipe? The second prince might still show you some respect." He walked up to Lam Kui, smiling fakely to curry favor. "Your Highness, these ignorant people are not worthy of you. Don't you agree?" Nakthong bowed his head and whispered, "I came here today to relay a message from the second prince. Vo-Jan has harmed the interests of the noble families. It won't last much longer. Obediently return to the Moon Dynasty. That's what truly suits your status." Lam Kui said coldly, "You know what? I detest 2 types of people the most. One type is sycophants who rely on power, like Lam Feng Wai, and the other type is brainless dogs who cling to their masters, like you." As soon as she finished speaking, he was immediately beaten thoroughly by the Vo-Jan people, his face swollen. Nakthong and his disciples were tied up and hung on the Academy's signboard by them. Lam Kui dusted her hands and gritted her teeth in anger. "Threatening whom? Trying to use Lam Feng Wai to suppress me? Ignorant." Tindon laughed with delight. Hatkin murmured in shock, "That's a very familiar move." Chuetvo squinted and commented, "Looks like skewers." Then she spoke. "Master, did I do well?" He gave a thumbs up in praise. "Very good. It seems you've been studying very diligently." Hatchkin stared with angry eyes and questioned, "What did you teach them?" Ting then suddenly noticed the group of people behind them, who were whispering disdainfully, "These new students are too agitated, meddling in others' affairs. They have the princess backing them up, so of course they're not afraid. But the Chu family won't hold a grudge against us, will they? We can't make it into the top 3 anyway. Let's just hand over the prescription directly." Lam Kui frowned in anger. "Hey, what's wrong with you all?" She walked up to them, indignantly questioning, "I'm helping you vent your anger, and you say I'm meddling? And hand over the prescription? Do you have any backbone at all?" He bowed his head apologetically. Please don't be angry. We can't afford to offend those people. If we get beaten, we'll just endure it. It doesn't affect our cultivation. We're used to it. You helped us this once, but once you leave, we'll be bullied even more. We're just trying to protect ourselves. Lam Kui's face crumpled, and she gritted her teeth, muttering, You? Luke Min calmly spoke. Your Highness, please don't be angry. We need to discuss something. Please follow me. After a brief discussion, Lam Kui asked in surprise, You hope will participate in the Inter-Academy competition? She raised her fist and loudly declared in anger, Of course. Didn't you see that guy's arrogant face earlier? I must smash it. He sighed in relief. That's good. The students of Vo John aren't very enthusiastic about the Inter-Academy competition. With you all here, the situation is much better. Luke Min's face was filled with fatigue. He presented a notice. If you're sure to participate, I'll organize a special training class in 2 days. This is the training plan. Everyone, please take a look. Chu Lin and Ting then quickly gathered around to look. Lam Kui took the paper and read aloud intently. 2 Ku of Mao hour, class begins. The next day, Ting then was deeply asleep, while Luke Min's voice continued steadily. The Inter-Academy competition. First, a 30-person team competition will be held. The 14 winning academies will qualify to enter the 7-person elite competition. Results will be based on overall scores. Hang Kwang pushed Ting then's head, angrily urging, Wake up and listen to the lecture. Try harder for me. He groaned. It's 5:30 right now. I usually wake up at 7. It immediately took out paper and pen to take notes, angrily criticizing useless. Still have to rely on me. He continued, 63 students are willing to participate in this year's competition. From among you, 30 will be chosen to represent Vo John in the competition, which will also decide Vo John's fate. Ting then was so deeply asleep that he slumped and hit Q Hai's head, who was sitting next to him. Luke Min honestly stated, But my expectations for everyone are not just top 3, but to take first place. Only by achieving first place can Vo John truly transform, and this year's first place team will earn the qualification to enter the Buried Sword Valley. She irritably pushed his head off her shoulder. Chuet Vo exclaimed in surprise, Buried Sword Valley. The Buried Sword Valley is located in the west of Then Quoc. It was once the Sword Pavilion. Innumerable powerful individuals, after ascending, left their precious artifacts in the Buried Sword Valley, considered as leaving opportunities for later generations. He and the other students couldn't help but cheer excitedly. If I could go to the Buried Sword Valley even once, my life would be worth it. We must definitely aim for first place. Luke Min revealed, the team that wins first place this time will also receive a reward of 5 million. Ting then, hearing the money, woke up with a start. 5 million? First place? We must get first place. He smiled contentedly and praised, Excellent, this spirit is right. Next, we must quickly raise our ranks. Taking the Noyet as an example, members of their team competition are all 2-star Grand Martial Masters or above, but our highest is 3-star Grand Martial Master, and quite a few are still in the Martial Master realm. Luke Min calmly explained, 5 stars is 1 realm. Advancing each realm grants a skill. We have fewer Grand Martial Master skills than our opponents. This is very disadvantageous for combat. From the Awakening realm, one advances to the Martial Artist realm's innate skill, then the Martial Master realm's Martial Master skill, and finally the Grand Martial Master's Grand Martial Master skill. He frowned in confusion. Advancing realms can also grant skills. Why don't I have any? Hang Kwang explained, flustered. The cards I gave you also count as skills, don't they? It quickly pulled out 2 cards, dramatically announcing, Innate skill, 3-year duration, enchanting voice. Martial artist skill, 1-day duration. Ting then grimaced and grumbled. The duration is too long. Hang Kwang couldn't help but get angry. So you'd better advance quickly. How long have you been stuck at 5-star Martial Master? Everyone else is already a Grand Martial Master. I hope the host quickly advances to the Grand Martial Master realm to shorten the skill duration. He curled his lip in disdain. Useless. My grandpa is still more reliable. Luke Min announced with a smile. I've researched a method of agricultural cultivation. It's very suitable for advancement as a foundation. He immediately led everyone outside. Therefore, today's training is for each person to plant 50 acres. Tin Than and Tung Lai, holding 2 shovels in their hands, couldn't help but be surprised. What? He worriedly thought. Because of the soil issues in Vojan, seeds require soul power infusion to ensure their survival rate. Planting 50 acres is already not easy, and then having to continuously infuse them with soul power. Lam Kui and Chu Lin were startled by the tasks Luke Min assigned. Water element users, go catch fish, no tools allowed, just pure soul power manipulation, 1,000 fish. Earth and wood element users, build dormitories, also using soul power, 10 buildings. Everyone can choose the training method that suits them best. Get started. Everyone quickly got to work. Tin Than, raking the soil, gritted his teeth and complained, "Are you trying to work us to death?" Han Kuang, fanning himself, urged, "Don't you like gardening?" "Plant them," he whined, making a face. "When a hobby turns into a task, it's no longer a hobby. I'm not old man Thatch either." Tin couldn't help but look in surprise at Chuet Vo, who was frantically digging the soil. He tiredly mumbled, "I really admire old man Thatch's stamina." Luke Min stood by and reminded, "Students, don't be careless. Train well. If your soul power is depleted, take elixirs to replenish it." He went over to Chulin again, clapped his hands, and instructed, "Keep your body in an overloaded state at all times." Luke Min stood beside the group building dormitories, clapping continuously and cheering. Come on, come on." He coldly announced, "Basic training also includes a battle group analysis class. You can only eat after you finish studying. Everyone hurry up." Everyone couldn't help but scream in terror, "Help!" After a tiring period of training, the sky had already darkened. Tin Than, exhausted, rested his face on the table. Lam Kui, holding chopsticks, cried and complained, "This training is terrifying. After roasting 10,000 fish, there's a theory class, and later we still have to meditate. Is the teacher trying to work us to death?" Chuet Vo, pale-faced, focused on eating. Chu Lin, clutching her chest dejectedly, said, "After all, the gap between us and other academies is too wide. Teacher Luke Min is also having a very difficult time. Vo John originally didn't have enough teachers, and too many left a while ago. Now he's the only one capable of leading the special class. I wonder how long he can hold out." Timnan was stunned by that statement. At night, when the sun had set, an oil lamp was immediately lit. Luke Min sat inside his office, diligently reading documents. He tiredly rubbed his forehead, pondering. The training intensity is too high, and 9 people asked to withdraw from participating in the competition today. But with such a large difference in rank, how can we catch up without training like this? We could also compensate for shortcomings with battle strategies, but the battle group strategic analysis they submitted. On the paper was the content recommended by Thatch Chuet Vo. Analysis of 30-person group battle strategy. The chivalrous fear no battle. Sword chi sweeps 3 myriad miles. 1 sword slays 14 prefectures. In a small corner of the paper was Lam Kui's message. Anyone who dares to hit me, capture their 9 generations of family. In another corner, Chu Lin left 3 words. Follow orders. Even from those seemingly indifferent words, one could feel Q Hai's confidence. I'm very good at dodging. They can't hit us. In contrast to those before him, Ho Tung Lai displayed a look of agony. Teacher, save me. I want to resign as student council secretary. Please don't tell So Tin Than and those around him. Luke Min tiredly looked up. Or save me first. He trembled, thinking, no, I must be patient. It's just that I don't understand these kids enough yet. In another small corner of the paper was So Tin Than's message. Our side's collective breakthrough in power is not good. It's not suitable for direct engagement with the enemy. Therefore, based on the strategic situation, we should use guerrilla warfare to mobilize combat power, ensure high flexibility, gain strategic initiative, and actively defend. Lukeman seemed to gain new hope. The handwriting is terrible, but this analysis is very good. It has some very new perspectives. Recalling Tin, then nodding off and taking notes in class, he couldn't help but be surprised. I remember So Tin then was always sleeping in class, so he's actually this profound and unpredictable. Lukeman bit his hand and pondered thoughtfully. The next day, he quickly gathered the participants to make an announcement. They exclaimed in surprise, "Real combat simulation!" Lukeman calmly explained, "That's right, this year's funding is abundant. There's enough spirit energy for us to activate the illusion array of the training room. Inside, we can conduct real combat simulations." Tin Than and the other participants couldn't help but cheer excitedly. The training room is usable now. I've been in hell for 3 years. Finally, there's a training room to use. Money is truly great. If we can simulate real combat environments, then we don't have to worry about getting injured anymore. Lukeman calmly announced, "Now we have 54 people, divided into 2 teams for real combat. Each team has 27 base points. Killing an opponent gives 1 point. One of your team members dying deducts 1 point. After 2 hours, the team with the higher score wins." Next, everyone drew lots to divide into teams. Tin then quickly went to the ballot box. Ho Lok, holding a red slip, curiously looked at Tung Lai and Tin Than. Chuyet Vo, Julin, Lam Kui, along with Ach Kan and Q Hai, drew green slips. They were delighted to be on the same team. The other participants worried. "Isn't this gap a bit too big?" He lowered his eyes and awkwardly suggested, "Sir, it seems all the Grand Martial Masters are on that team. How are we supposed to fight like this?" "Let's draw again." Lukeman coldly refused. "No, we'll fight like this." Tin then hesitated. "But—" He smiled brightly and interrupted. "A competition like this." Chuyet Vo, beaming, put his hand on Tin Than's shoulder and assured him, "Brother So, rest assured, I won't go easy on you." Lukeman quickly ordered, "Everyone, enter the array 1 by 1. After entering the array, everyone's soul will enter the illusion. The 2 teams will be transferred to different locations. Now listen to my command. Both teams enter together." Q Hai gripped his scarf, pressed his lips, and listened intently to his count. Ah! Tin Than's side was also determined. 2. Lukeman loudly continued. 1. He stood at the back, observing each group. Lukeman frowned and pondered. Dividing the teams like this was actually my idea. In real combat, we are very likely to have no way out against the opponent. He touched the wall, creating a reflective mirror to observe, hoping. So Tin Than, this child has exceptional leadership talent, able to write such a strategy. Let's see what you can achieve. Inside the real combat simulation room, Tin then stood alone in a vast forest at night. He frowned, looking around. "I can't see anything. Is it nighttime?" Tin then suddenly touched something soft and gently squeezed it. Tung Lai used magic to create a small light, asking gloomily, "Brother So, why are you pinching me?" He widened his eyes and clutched his chest in fear. Ho Lok and his teammates immediately ran over, happily interrupting. "Light, this is great. You scared me to death. I didn't dare make a sound just now." He lowered his eyes and worriedly asked, "It's too dark here. What should we do?" Tin then touched his eyes, using the golden eye martial soul. "Don't let the light be too bright. Be careful not to be exposed. The night in the illusion isn't long. I'll go scout the terrain first." His eyes immediately swept across the entire surrounding landscape, and he couldn't help but think in surprise, "A forest." Tin then gestured with his hand and quietly suggested, "Everyone, tell me your individual martial soul strengths first. I have a plan." After some discussion, Tin then held the torch and led the way. Ho Lok frowned worriedly and asked, "Do we really have to act now? Can't we wait until dawn?" He turned to explain, It's precisely because it's dark that the opponent won't act either. Besides gaining points from killing, there are also battle flags in the trial forest. Just getting one can add 10 points. We can't directly confront the opponent. That's why we have to use this time to find items for extra points. Suddenly, Tendent's martial soul eye lit up. A pillar of light shot down from above. He stepped back and loudly warned, "Careful." Chuyetvo sat on a flying shield, smiling cheerfully as he praised. "You avoided it, as expected of Brother So. Then let's have a fight." Tin then gritted his teeth and retracted his legs. That damned monkey run. But ahead, another flame blocked his path. Lam Kui gritted her teeth and asked delightedly, "Teacher, where are you running to?" He frowned in fear and changed direction, wondering, how much do these people hate me? Suddenly, a strange red scarf appeared in front of him. Tin then quickly stopped, guessing. A shadow. Q-Hai sprang up from the ground and launched an attack. Rewind a few minutes earlier, inside the forest, Chuyetvo covered his mouth and whispered, "Don't worry, I asked Brother So before. He said he used a family heirloom artifact, which is why he was so strong. He's afraid of being targeted, so he won't use it publicly anymore. We must keep it a secret for him." Lam Kui declared with great determination, "Then that's no problem. Let's kill the master first." He and Q-Hai excitedly cheered, "Kill Brother So. Kill So Tin then." Immediately after, the core members gathered to discuss. Everyone asked in surprise, "Deal with the master first?" Chu Lin held a stone in her hand and ordered, "That's right. To shoot a person, you must kill the horse first. Mr. So is the key point for the opponent. I propose dividing into two paths. One team goes to find the battle flags, and one team goes to kill Mr. So." Lam Kui frowned worriedly. "But can we really fight the master? Although his rank isn't Grand Marshal Master, originally in the Black Tide camp." Back in reality, Tindon couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Little Hai." Q-Hai laughed delightedly. "Let me show you the results of Uncle's special training." He used his hand to push her leg aside, coldly refusing, "No thanks." Q-Hai lay on the ground crying, "You're absorbing my soul power again." Tin then provocatively squinted and laughed, "Yes, go ahead and hit me if you dare." Chuyetvo charged forward with his weapon. "Little Hai, don't worry, I'll avenge you." They quickly chased after him. Hatchkin shouted, "Teacher So, don't run." He couldn't help but mutter disdainfully, "You guys." At the same time, on both sides of the road, other participants were secretly observing Chu Lin's group. She panted wearily, looking around and wondering, "Where's he running off to?" Chu Lin whispered, trying to stop them, "Vo, slow down." Suddenly, someone bent down and drew a formation. A shield quickly appeared, surrounding her group on all four sides. They were trapped in astonishment, while Tin then continued to run intently forward. Aho and his teammates, holding swords, entered the defense, ferociously shouting, "Kill!" Chu Lin bit her lip and quickly created defensive shields. Chuetvo gasped anxiously, "Alin." Rewinding a few hours earlier, Tendant's team was also seriously discussing their plan. He confidently stated, "They will definitely come to kill us first. I'll lure them to this side. The terrain on both sides here is covered with trees, suitable for an ambush. Secretary Ho is a talisman master, and also our only one-star Grand Martial artist. You divide this road into 3 sections, with 60 people ambushed in each section. Old Thatch and the princess will definitely rush forward, so the first section is mainly to trap them." Back to reality. The contestants ambushed on both sides of the road continuously shot arrows. Chuetvo gritted his teeth, resisting, and wondered in shock, "What kind of formation is this?" Julin, who was focused on creating shields, suddenly lost concentration when her teammate next to her was attacked. Tin then instructed in a serious tone, "We mainly assist the healers in sections 2 and 3, especially Water Chulin. We must definitely take her down quickly while she's off guard." A vine suddenly shot out and wrapped around her arm. Chu Lin still hadn't noticed anything unusual, her mind focused on casting healing spells. In just a few seconds, her entire body was tightly bound by vines. Another vine immediately pierced Chu Lin's chest in an instant. Chuetvo cried out in horror. Lin. He and Lam Kui were frantically breaking through the seal. Both simultaneously unleashed their martial artist skills. Berserk, one stake to seal the Een. Tung Lai suddenly grimaced and spat out blood. He gritted his teeth, trembling, and muttered, "Can't hold on. The attack is too strong." Suddenly, a series of spears flew towards them. Tin then quickly grabbed Tung Lai by the neck and pulled him back. He loudly warned, "Careful." Tin then pulled Tung Lai behind a rock. His teammates in front were being attacked by archers. He frowned and ordered, "Another enemy team has arrived for reinforcements. Beware of hidden arrows. Retreat to the west." A team of 3 hid in the bushes. He panted, exhausted, and said, "I can't move anymore. You run by yourself." Tin then immediately picked up Tung Lai, genuinely stating, "What are you talking about? You're worth a point. How could I leave you behind?" Suddenly, ice shards appeared in front of them. He grabbed one of his legs and swung it forward, shattering the ice circle. Meanwhile, Lai Mok was drawing his bow, aiming at the target. Tin then held Tung Lai's 2 legs and ran off in a hurry, not forgetting to reassure him, "Secretary Ho, you're being targeted. Don't be afraid. I'll cover your retreat." Lam Kui, after a while, broke free from the seal and loudly ordered, "Don't even think about running. Chase them down." She jumped down from the tree, hastily intervening, "Don't chase them for now." Lai Ma calmly analyzed, "They're dispersing in an organized manner. Blindly chasing them might lead to another ambush. Our team just found the battle flag, so we should discuss our tactics first." But they didn't listen. She and Chuetvo frantically chased after him, excitedly shouting, "Master, stop." Meanwhile, Chu Hai grabbed a branch and tried to stand up, his body trembling uncontrollably, his teeth clenched in hatred. "Damn So Tin then. I will definitely get my revenge." No sooner said than done. Tin then suddenly appeared in front of him, carrying Tung Lai on his back, with Chuet Vo and the others chasing behind. She couldn't help but excitedly tell herself, "So Tin then, you've come at just the right time. It's time for revenge." He widened his eyes and called out, bewildered, "Chu Hai." Tin then immediately pulled at Chu Hai's cloak, smiled brightly and praised, "You've come at just the right time." Her face suddenly became haggard, and she couldn't help but angrily think to herself, "He's sucking again." He held her 2 hands, raised them high to shield himself, and arrogantly provoked, "Come on, attack me again." Lam Kui rolled her eyes in contempt. "Chu Hai, Master is overdoing it." They attacked wildly, loudly ordering, "Get away from Chu Hai." Chu Hai's face was pale, her lips wrinkled as she panted and reproached, "So Tin then, you are truly despicable and shameless." Not only was he not angry, but he even smiled brightly and chimed in, "Yes, yes, yes." Tin then smiled sinisterly, calculating, "There's a tiger in the west. There's a water spell mark there. Deal with the princess first." Suddenly, an arrow flew and lodged directly into her chest. To her surprise, the people behind them couldn't help but cry out in alarm, "Chu Hai!" Lin Kuei and Zhuo Wu couldn't believe their eyes. Li Mu held her bow, lips pursed, staring coldly at them. Jing Xin quickly helped Jiushi lie down, eyes wide with shock, questioning, "Did you really do that, Shi?" Her body gradually faded away, and before logging out, she didn't forget to raise her middle finger. He couldn't help but marvel. What stubborn hatred! Lin Kuei grabbed her sleeve and scolded, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you to avoid Xiao Shi when attacking? I clearly could have chased after her to save her." Li Mu coldly shook her hand off, indifferently retorting, "That's why we had to finish it quickly, so you couldn't chase." She frowned, mercilessly retorting, "Haven't you suffered enough from blindly chasing? Such a huge gap in levels, and you still allowed the opponent to kill 6 people. If we hadn't arrived in time, you would have been utterly defeated." Li Mu turned and adjusted her glasses slightly. She lost her ability to attack, or rather, she became a shield for the opponent. Although we would lose 1 point, we had already captured the battle flag, giving us a point advantage. Killing her was the most logical move. Lin Kuei angrily shouted, "You stop right there. What do you mean logical? What do you take Shi for? She's not a score, she's our teammate. You just kill her just like that?" She lowered her face and indifferently reminded, "Princess, this is a combat drill, not a place for you to display friendship." Li Mu calmly asked, "You immediately went after Jingshan the moment you entered the Black extermination camp. Did you even consider the overall strategy?" He hid behind the tree, observing everything, and wondered in surprise. "Civil war?" Hulu, with a leaf in his mouth, curiously asked, "Are we still retreating?" The argument was still ongoing. She scornfully said, "What do you take real combat for, a game?" Zhuo Wu awkwardly intervened. "Calm down, you two. Don't fight anymore." Lin Kuei glared angrily and yelled, "Who's playing around? Who are you to butt in?" He frowned and loudly said, "Enough, stop fighting." The two women immediately put on grim expressions and said in unison, "Huh." She immediately changed her target for venting. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? Do you think I won't send you flying?" Zhuo Wu dejectedly went to sit next to Jing Shun. Li Mu exclaimed in surprise, "You're going to strike?" Hatchkin worriedly advised, "Your Highness, calm down. It's not that serious, is it?" Lu Ming, sitting in the observation room, couldn't help but dejectedly think, "How did it come to this? One team is having a civil war and starting to kill each other. Why is the other team still sitting around, eating sunflower seeds and watching the show? All right then, let's temporarily halt the combat drill. There's one more guy. I need to teach these kids to understand each other first." His whole body suddenly trembled, and his eyes blurred. The simulation room also received the order, and the contestants' bodies gradually faded away. Jingshan couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Hulu looked around, wondering aloud, "Why are we suddenly back?" Another contestant immediately shouted, "The magic array has stopped." He suddenly noticed Lu Ming's body slumped on the floor and worriedly called out, "Vice Dean." The next day, in his room, students gathered, kindly asking, "Teacher, what happened?" Julin stood by the bed, checking him with soul power. Overexertion. Internal organs have varying degrees of damage. Normally, a martial king would rarely fall ill, but the vice dean is always in a state of high exertion. This time, he'll definitely need to rest for a while. The other contestants couldn't help but be flustered. What do we do? There's only 1 month left until the competition. Jiushi indifferently mumbled, "We already lack teachers, and now the only one who can teach is sick. This is truly over for us." Jingshin rubbed his chin and glanced at her. Jiushi frowned. "Why are you looking at me?" Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tu Nuo frowned in disbelief and asked again. Jingshin rubbed his hands and smiled flatteringly. Tu Nuo coldly refused. He frowned and sneered. He earnestly expressed his sincerity. Almost all the remaining Yen, who are now imprisoned in Repentance Valley, and Tang Sword Valley is near Repentance Valley. The two valleys share a defensive system. If Wu Jin wins first place, you'll be able to infiltrate our team, overcome layers of obstacles, and enter Repentance Valley to rescue your clansmen. I know you hate humans, but not all humans are enemies. The students of Wu Jin have never discriminated against Xiao Shi. Jiu Shi, who was mentioned, immediately shivered in agreement. He put his hand on Tu Nuo's shoulder and joyfully exclaimed, "But we can only achieve the great revitalization of the Yan, who clan through the power of unity. So come and teach at Wu Jin." He angrily kicked Jingshin away and shouted loudly. Elsewhere, a diligent Li Mu was carving wood. Min Min approached curiously and asked. She frowned in disbelief. "You were really strong today, arguing face to face with the princess." Li Mu lowered her head. She lowered her eyes unhappily and continued. Min Min quietly retorted, "Each person gets over 100,000, so you'll have money to treat your sister's illness. The vice dean has collapsed, We can't continue fighting among ourselves. Li Mu pursed her lips. The next morning, the contestants gathered for class. They couldn't help but whisper worriedly. Jing Shun rested his chin on his hand and sighed boredly. Hang Chong immediately questioned. Suddenly, someone spoke softly. She frowned darkly and continued. Jiu Shi quickly covered her neck and replied with a bright smile. Li Mu coldly affirmed. Lin Kuei, sitting in the back, couldn't help but pout in anger. She turned around and indifferently said. Lu Ming, who had arrived unnoticed, coughed softly, causing them to immediately cheer excitedly. Vice Dean, are you well now? Lu Ming announced. A man slowly walked in. Tu Nuo gallantly stepped onto the podium to meet everyone. He introduced. The students couldn't help but widen their eyes in admiration. Only Jing Shun and Jiu Shi widened their eyes in surprise. After meeting the new teacher, all the students were immediately taken outside for practice. Jing Shun and the others couldn't help but gasp, exhausted. He frowned blankly, recalling Tu Nuo's words. A few minutes ago, Jiu Shi couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt when he heard him remark. Some people started lying down and slacking off the moment they appeared. Some people completely forgot about their teammates. Lam Kui frowned angrily. Is he scolding me? Lai Mok pursed his lips, listening as Tu Nuo alluded to him. And some people gave up on communication and directly killed their teammates. If you weren't facing a bunch of good-for-nothings, just chewing sunflower seeds, I'm afraid you would have lost even more miserably. Jing Shin clutched his chest in fear. How vicious. He frowned coldly, reminding them. What a mess. I won't be as lenient as Teacher Luke Min. Everyone, gather at the training ground. Run 10 laps around the island. No using spirit energy allowed. He asked in surprise. Run 10 laps. Back in reality, everyone was still running. She panted exhaustedly. Master, what's this old man's background? We're still fine, but what's the point of a medic having to run? Even Tung Lai and Chu Lin couldn't endure this intensity. Lam Kui glared irritably in disdain. Does this old man even know how to train? Jing Shin gently reminded him. Be careful. He might hear you. Tu Nuo suddenly appeared beside them and calmly said, I've already heard it. Tu Nuo narrowed his eyes and coldly ordered, speaking ill of the teacher, everyone runs an additional 5 laps. Lam Kui retorted indignantly, What? You say it was me. Just punish me. Why punish them? Hatchkin ran over anxiously to intervene. He approached, his face full of gloom as he reminded them, Because you are a team. One person's mistake. Everyone must bear the burden together. She bit her lip, trembling as Tu Nuo criticized relentlessly. Just like during combat when you recklessly pursued, the unlucky ones were your teammates. Now they're being punished, all because of you, understand? He turned and calmly announced, Also, everyone must run steadily. If you can't keep up, it counts as automatically withdrawing. Julin clutched her chest, breathing with difficulty, and said, Please, I'm sorry. I really can't run anymore. Chudvo turned his head, gallantly suggesting, I'll carry you. She blushed shyly and asked, Is that okay? He calmly replied, The teacher only said to run steadily. He didn't say we couldn't carry teammates. Chudvo quietly expressed, Moreover, during combat, I didn't protect you well. I'm sorry. As soon as he finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and carried Chu Lin around the island. Tung Lai, running behind, couldn't help but think enviously, I wish someone would carry me too. He narrowed his eyes, crying pitifully, I have to deal with work at night, and during the day I face this ordeal. It's all because of that damn Jingshin. Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke up. Secretary Ho, can you still hold on? Jing Shun immediately went and put Tung Lai's arm over his own shoulder, calmly advising, Those who can't run anymore, support each other a bit. Don't fall behind. Luke Min stood on the upper floor, secretly observing their training process. He frowned thoughtfully. Elder Wu suddenly came to visit last night. Rewind to last night, under the oil lamp. Luke Min couldn't help but ask in surprise. You want to teach at Vojan? Tu Nua calmly replied. That's right. I've been living in seclusion all year, and I'm somewhat acquainted with Vojan's old dean. He was surprised. You know my master? He merely chuckled. Not well. I heard she went missing more than 10 years ago, her fate unknown. The academy is now open and on the verge of decline. I want to come and help a little. Luke Min frowned with suspicion. Why is this elder so peculiar? Tu Nua looked at the paper in his hand and asked curiously, Is this your original training plan? He hastily replied, Yes. He coldly scoffed, Completely unacceptable. Tu Nua turned his head and sternly corrected, It's been a month, and their ranks haven't increased much. Instead of focusing on ranks, it's better to improve their willpower and cohesive power. Luke Min looked up at his student, who was flying around with a log in his arms, the elder's voice echoing in his mind. Simulated combat and special training are too gentle. Only training filled with blood and sweat can temper their will. Next was endurance training. Each person placed a large stone on their back and stood in a horse stance. Tu Nua calmly affirmed, Therefore, I will become their common enemy. As expected, Lam Kui showed his bitterness from being criticized by him, his lips trembling as he stared at the new instructor. Tu Nua calmly continued, And coincidentally, there's So Tin in the team, who's very good at deceiving others, enough to bring them together as one. On a beautiful day in the Divine Kingdom, a paper crane was flying into the compound, gradually approaching someone's room. Van Luke stood behind, asking curiously, Ho Tung Lai? Tien Gu softly replied, Yes. He quickly asked, What did it say? He opened the paper crane to read the content. Tell me to go save him. He still hasn't found an opportunity to probe So Tin then. The Inter-Academy competition is coming soon, and those planted people can also coordinate actions with him. Go make some arrangements. This year's Inter-Academy competition is held in Taetu, and coincidentally, Taetu City is a good place to act. Back in the area of Vojan Academy, students were diligently digging the ground. Haitu wiped his sweat with a towel and wondered aloud, Why isn't the special training team running today? I'm not used to not hearing their miserable cries during training. Cacton looked up and explained loudly, The competition starts in 2 days, so they must have already departed for Tay Tuesday. He realized, That's right, go see them off. At the gathering place for the academies, students were given all sorts of advice by their families. Bakken held her son's hand and instructed, Tay 2 is very dry. Bring plenty of moisturizer. It's the border. There are many scammers, so don't wander around. She turned to Chu Lin, worriedly asking, Alin, please take care of this foolish boy. He frowned and retorted, I'm not foolish. Bakken gently hit her son's head and sternly reminded him, since you chose Vo John yourself, then don't embarrass Thachare. Your father and I will go watch you compete then. Chuet Vo joyfully exclaimed, Really? Lai Thursday sat on a chair, smiling happily and cheering. Sister, go for it. You'll definitely win. Lai Mok squatted in front of his sister and confidently assured, Of course. Tin then approached and loudly announced, It's time. Students, gather on the ship. The contestants quickly moved onto the ship, surrounded by dense crowds of family members cheering them on. Go for it. At least make it through the team battle round. Can't you say some nice words? Luke Min stood at the bow of the ship, calmly creating a magic formation. A circle was gradually formed. He loudly ordered, Bring the teleportation array. The contestants couldn't help but excitedly exclaim, Teleportation arrays are incredibly expensive and controlled by management. If it weren't for the Fighting Association providing them, we wouldn't be able to use them. Holok put his hand on Tin Dent's shoulder, his face beaming as he cheered. They're gone, they're gone. The ship had entered, and the magic formation gradually began to move. A crack appeared in the sky over Taetu. A ship rushed out from within the circle. A series of teleportation circles appeared throughout the air, from ships to horses and even sacred swords. All were used to transport contestants to participate. Tindan's eyes widened in admiration. It's Taitu City. The contestant standing next to them was open-mouthed at surprise. People from the other academies have also all arrived. He pointed at the bright spots in the sky and happily introduced. Those are from Qingshan, and Shizi. Xinyue is known as one of the three great academies of Jilam. Disciples in their sect are skilled in swordsmanship, and object manipulation is an introductory lesson. They travel on various spirit items of diverse shapes. Man rested her chin on her hand and exclaimed, "How magnificent!" Object manipulation techniques are very expensive, and my martial spirit isn't suitable for flying either. Kai crossed his arms irritably. What's there to admire? This year, our ship is even more impressive. Suddenly, the ship shook violently. In front of them, a massive pavilion was emerging from the barrier. The ship immediately appeared tiny. They couldn't help but exclaim, "It's Shenyue's floating spirit pavilion." The contestants from Wujian widened their eyes in surprise. How much spirit power does it take to teleport like that? They're so rich. Shizi City, also known as Heavenly Lake Sand City, located in the western regions. Among the numerous cities, there's Qinghai, Shizi City. In Jialam, there's Wujian, Haohanhai, situated between Qinghai and the desolate desert, half sand, half sea. Its border location makes it an important hub for exchange between Jialam and Shizi's 100 cities. People conduct themselves with integrity, and merchants pass through constantly. Underground dealings are rampant. It's a city that embodies both chaos and wealth. A man with a sly face approached and suggested, "Young man, want to bet on which academy will win this year?" The boy immediately stepped back and loudly refused. "I refuse to gamble." Laxo slowly approached and said, "They are students participating in the competition. Please don't disturb them. You students have traveled a long way. Please excuse our failure to welcome you properly from afar." Hai placed a hand on Tindan's shoulder as a reminder, using his other hand to shield his head from her sleeve. The beautiful lady gently introduced, "I am Laxo from Shizi Academy, in charge of the accommodation for this competition. Please follow me." They couldn't help but be captivated. Chu Lin frowned unhappily and covered Chievo's eyes. Hai, so infatuated he got a nosebleed, happily replied, all right." Everyone was quickly led to the competition area. Laxo led them all into a room for a tour. This is the dormitory specifically for the competition. She turned around, smiling brightly, and instructed, "The east side of the dormitory is the cultivation room. 1,000 meters to the west is the market. If anything happens, you can also inform us via the sound transmission in the room. This is your first time in the western regions, so feel free to explore everywhere." The Wujian students blushed, enchanted by the beauty in front of them, but only Lam Kui remained sober, his face full of disdain. Tin then covered his face with his hand, thinking, "Too dazzling." Han Kuang smacked him on the head, scolding, "Useless. Go win her over for me." He suddenly had an idea. "How about you possess Little Hai? I guarantee she'll complete the mission." And indeed, that's what happened. Hai, face flushed, looked at So standing in front. "You're the little flame fox that the great prince kept, aren't you? So adorable." She asked in surprise, "Sis, do you know me?" So smiled brightly and replied, "We'll be competing on the arena then. So how could I not research my opponents? Everyone here is quite famous too. Your young master So, right? Participating in the competition and even bringing flowers." Tin then, dumbfounded, explained, "This is a carrot." She quickly approached, happily responding, "All right, a carrot. You really are just like people say." Laxo leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Be careful. There are many eyes watching you." She said, "Princess, you don't need to be so wary of me. I don't like stealing others' beloved things either. I've let everyone hear. I won't disturb your rest anymore. Farewell." Zhu Shi, reluctant to part with the beauty, hesitantly said, "Take care." Lan Kuei walked over and angrily tapped her on the head and cheek. "Xiao Shi, get a grip. Don't let yourself be fooled by girls from the western regions. They just wrap themselves in a piece of cloth, as if they can't wait to show everything off. None of them are any good. Jing Shin couldn't help but ask, confused. Do you know each other? Lan Kuei replied with disgust. Yeah, I stayed in the western regions for a while before. She unhappily changed the subject. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go out and eat. The grilled meat here is incredibly delicious. Their eyes immediately lit up. Meat. Evening at Manhua Tower, western regions. The two girls bit into an apple together. Everyone around couldn't help but blush and sigh in admiration. Both of them simultaneously bit off the last piece, grinding their teeth. Hongni held up the tiny piece of apple, beaming with joy and showing off. It's super thin. We won. She smiled with narrowed eyes and said, Thank you, everyone. The girls sitting around couldn't help but clap and praise. Amazing. Next to them, two people, slumped in defeat over the result, muttered with apples in their mouths. Let's make an even thinner slice. Spare me. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Luo Chu glared angrily and shouted, You damn people, what are you doing here again? I'm almost spitting blood hosting the other academies, and you're still playing here. She looked like she was about to explode. Grabbing a disciple's head, He Ling nervously advised, Sister Luo, don't be angry. Composed. Your hair is about to catch fire again. Luo Chu rubbed her forehead and sighed tiredly. Damn it, I'm so mad. I still have to meet everyone later. I'll spare you for now. Where's Kong Fong Yin? Has she gone to the garden again? He Ling replied with a bright smile. She went to Fei Chi Tower. At the same time, the market below the dormitory area was still bustling with people. Jing Shen and Lan Kuei walked hand in hand. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Isn't that the stupid princess's boyfriend? Sister Fong Yin wants to take a look. She smiled happily and praised. The braised lamb noodle soup at that shop is super delicious. Inside a stall, three people were secretly observing them. Fong Yin stood upstairs, looking at the happily smiling Wu Jian group, and murmured in confusion. So this is Chu Jingshen. He smiled brightly, responding to his teammates' jokes. She rested her chin in her hand, smiling mysteriously and remarking, Such poor taste. The banquet table was laden with countless delicacies, from meat to fish and soup. Everyone couldn't help but praise joyfully. It's really delicious. The meat is so good. Jiushi gritted his teeth, reached for a dish, and eagerly said, It's like I've never eaten meat in Wujian. Participating in the competition means free food and lodging. This time, I'm going to eat my fill. Hulu stuffed food into both cheeks, eyes wide, and praised. The western regions really are a good place. Meanwhile, Jing Shun was enthusiastically gnawing on a chicken drumstick. Everyone couldn't help but curiously discuss. Is that Chu Jingshan? That's right. Chung Shi and his teammates sat at another table. He coldly said, Our teacher said we have to be a little careful of him. Tian Xian rested her chin, bored, scoffing. Pay attention to him? A 5-star martial artist. Someone from Suanghua Pavilion couldn't even enter the inner sect with that level, and he can still be a team leader. That's ridiculous. Xing Shi frowned contemptuously. He's just clinging to the princess, a freeloader. How can they still eat in peace? Haven't they seen the battle roster? He looked at the paper and gently reminded, This kid's cultivation techniques are all mysterious. It's better not to underestimate him. Chengshi calmly raised his head and ordered, I heard Wujian has a 3-star martial emperor named Mr. Wu, who's in charge of their private special training. He frowned in doubt. A martial emperor? A total of 302 martial emperors are recorded on Shenzhou, all long-established figures. Which sect does this Mr. Wu belong to? He replied calmly, still investigating. At the same time, in a distant pavilion, two new stood on the balcony, pensively looking at the scenery. He pressed his lips, deep in thought. The western regions, the westernmost point of Jialan. From here, heading west, past the desolate desert, across the vast ocean. Two new looked at the sunset view before him. Is my old home, I don't want to return to. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard. He glanced over. Two new swept his martial soul across, thinking to himself, 1, 2, and two more martial sects came to guard me. He frowned, scolding inwardly. Damn it, how annoying. A 3-star martial emperor 500 years ago wasn't rare, but now I can attract so many flies. The spirit veins have recovered, and now the spiritual energy is no less than before. But human martial kings and above are pitifully few. Why can't they cultivate any more masters? Suddenly, Lu Ming ran from afar, calling out loudly, Elder Wu. He held up a piece of paper, anxiously announcing, the battle arrangements are here. There are a total of 12 team battles, each with a different theme. 74 teams from all over Jialan drew lots to decide their opponents and arenas. Each arena averages 6 people. Lu Ming frowned, coughing. But my luck is a bit bad. We drew an arena with 7 people. Here's the battle list. Everyone take a look. Jing Shun's eyes widened in surprised anticipation. The paper displayed the content. Arena 11, Wandering Soul Plane. Participating teams, West Academy A, Green Mountain Academy A, Suong Hoa Pavilion A, Red Cloud Academy B, Moon Ridge Academy C, Mysterious Chi Tower B, Wujin Academy, temporarily unrated. At the Red Cloud Academy's gathering place, Yun Hao angrily slammed his hand on the table. What kind of division is this? He glared, scolding irritably. Jialan has a total of 5 A-grade academies, and we've already run into 3 of them at the start. How can we even compete like this? Feng Yun lowered his face and calmly ordered, Don't panic for now. Go ask the Moon Ridge people if they're interested in cooperating. He narrowed his eyes, displaying a sinister look, adding, In this kind of competition, we naturally have to squeeze the soft persimmons first. Let's deal with Wu Jin's trash first. The next morning at the competition square, the spectators couldn't help but excitedly suggest, Place your bets. The competition's about to start. 14 teams, place your bets. Bet big, win big. A customer slammed his hand on the table and loudly declared, I bet 10,000 on Green Mountain. The bookmaker couldn't help but happily praise, Brother, you're generous. He looked at the person next to him, his face radiant with confidence, affirming, Divine Moon, Green Mountain, Western Regions. At least it's not a loss. Tu Nu pressed his lips, scanning the bustling crowd. I heard an unrated academy has been assigned to Arena 11 today. Arena 11 has 3 A-grade teams. What's an unrated team going to compete with? They'll be home planting vegetables sooner or later. At the Inter-Academy competition's contestant reception area, all contestants from everywhere gathered here to compete. Jing Shin used his martial soul eyes, observing with pursed lips, the contestants in this year's competition are all very strong. Except for us, you basically don't see any martial master realm cultivators. Yu Tong stood behind, couldn't help but softly scoff. Look, that's the Wujin team. And they're all martial artists. The disciple immediately chimed in. How pathetic. Have you seen any of their boats? Lam Kuei couldn't help but get angry hearing their unpleasant words. A score-giving team. Easy pickings, huh? She turned around and shouted loudly. Hey, have you said enough behind our backs? Is it annoying? If you're so good, say it to my face. They were immediately scared. Please calm down, Your Highness Princess. Cheng Shi and his disciple stepped out from the crowd, calmly saying, After all, not everyone is like you. Who likes to find a sense of superiority among a bunch of useless people? The other contestants couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It's Changhe Pavilion. Lan Kuei's eyes turned red, her face grim as she growled. What did you say? Jing Shin quickly put his hand on her shoulder to stop her. Jing Yu walked over from the side, speaking unhappily. Oh my, why does it smell so strongly of gunpowder the moment I arrive? She smiled brightly and advised, It's good for young people to be full of vigor, but you should still use it in the right place. How about taking a step back? They couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Madam Kong. He frowned, confused. Madam, Lon Kuei immediately explained. Madam Kong is a peak martial emperor, the dean of the Western Regions Academy. Her surname is Kong, and her given name is Madam. That's what everyone calls her. Jing Shun's eyes widened in bewildered exclamation. What a strange name. Her eyes widened in admiration. Moreover, she's actually a woman. As if realizing something, he gasped in surprise. But he has a beard. Lon Kuei calmly retorted. It's normal for women to have beards. He immediately sought empathy. But Cho Tui calmly replied, It's normal. Jing Shun, pale-faced, looked at the next person. She curled her lip in disdain. Truly a newbie. His eyes widened in terror. His hands continuously twitched. Jing Yu spoke with a radiant face. Next, I will announce the rules of this competition. Within the competition grounds, bringing ammunition and food is prohibited. All else is permitted. Each team initially has 30 points. Killing an opponent earns 1 point. Being killed by an opponent deducts 1 point. Voluntarily forfeiting deducts 3 points. Everyone listened attentively. The competition duration is 7 days. Killing an opponent will grant a certain amount of power replenishment. Jing Yu advised with a mysterious smile. Although the competition's defenses are thorough, nothing is certain. Life and death are in the hands of fate. I hope each of you will prepare thoroughly. She spread her arms, introducing the array. Additionally, this year's competition strategy has been adjusted. This is the sight-controlling eye array, which will be placed in each competition ground. Your entire competition process will be broadcast live to everyone outside using this array. The additional challenges for each competition ground will also be decided by external judges at that moment. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What? This has never happened before. Tin then rubbed his chin, wondering. Live broadcast. Elsewhere, Thien Gu spoke with a sinister smile. This way, I'll be able to observe you carefully. A brief introduction. Secret Realm, Wandering Spirit Plains, and Wind Gaze Peak are 2-star difficulty. East Canal Town is 4-star difficulty. Northlie Stronghold has a higher difficulty of 5 stars. Deadwood Forest is 3-star, and Northlie Artillery is 4-star. The sun was high in the sky. The climate is favorable for a new beginning. Red paper streamers were released with the words, 73rd Competition. The grandstands were fully arranged. A sign was put up. Observation Deck, 11th Match. People eagerly ran in to claim good seats. Paper cannons were fired along with red paper streamers. A band excitedly spoke up. Dear audience, hello everyone. Welcome to the Triennial Inter Academy competition. He smiled brightly and introduced. This is the Western Regions Arena. I am Aban, your host. This year's competition will adopt a live broadcast format. Even if not at the scene, everyone can watch the match through the array or observation stone. The audience couldn't help but cheer. Live broadcast, that's great. Bak Kan, sitting in front of the observation stone, urged loudly. My husband, hurry up. Our son is about to appear. The front row is filled with longtime veterans. He calmly announced, This year, we've also invited a powerful panel of judges to ensure the competition is fair and just. Luke Min worried about his students. A band's voice steadily rang out. 12 arenas, 74 academies. Which of the 14 teams will be able to laugh until the very end? Let's wait and see together. He frowned uneasily, muttering to himself, Students, good luck. 500 years ago, a mysterious curse erupted in the far north, the Arctic Plains, Plum Sea, Western Regions, and one mountain range. The curse spread everywhere. It affected the entire Arctic Plains. Countless creatures were eroded and turned into wandering souls. Since then, this land has had a new name, the Wandering Soul Plains. A thick snowfall was awaiting them. He shivered and sneezed. Dam Thong gritted his teeth in anger. We just teleported here and already ran into a snowstorm. Not Thong hugged himself, complaining in disgust. Here, we also have to divide our soul power to resist the cold. He warned. Be careful. It'll be over if we encounter a soul devourer here. He curled his lips in a sneer of disdain. How could such a dangerous thing appear in the arena? At most, they're just some low-level wandering souls, and besides, Nakthong couldn't help but think proudly to himself. We've also confirmed the initial positions of the other teams. The initial map is Vong Fong Lin with Suang Hoa Kak. Nearby is Tan Sun. At Tan Dong Ka there's Huyn Kai Lao. Baklai Don has Hong Van, Vo John. Ko Mok Lam has Tay Vuk. Baklai Don Fortress has Noyet Lin. He recalled the secret transaction from before. He couldn't help but feel smug. The person in charge of the competition's logistics was his uncle's second cousin's daughter. As long as the money was in hand, getting information was effortless. Nakthong couldn't help but think excitedly. Let's eliminate Vo John first, then hide and watch them fight. We already greeted Noyet Lin before the competition. We can reap the benefits of their conflict. As the snow grew thicker, he loudly ordered, "Go, head to Baklai Dawn." Along the way, a rabbit appeared, standing still, looking for a path. A strip of cloth suddenly appeared, wrapping around it. Dutu laughed happily, saying, "Got a rabbit?" Laxo asked in surprise, "Are we eating rabbit tonight?" She quickly hugged the rabbit to her chest. She objected pitifully. "Don't eat the rabbit." The disciple asked anxiously, "Sister Lac, is it really okay to let Sister Fong Gam act alone?" She said indifferently, "How can I manage her? It's just a combat team. Anyway, she's strong. She can go wherever she likes." A few minutes ago, Fong Gam announced cheerfully, "I'm going to find Vo John to play." The disciple went to do too and suggested with a smile, "Let me touch it." Laxo raised an eyebrow, noticing something unusual. The rabbit in Dutu's hand suddenly emitted a strange light. Laxo urgently ordered, "Little Dutu, let go of the rabbit immediately." As soon as she finished speaking, the rabbit immediately vanished, turning into magic that infiltrated her body. Nearby, someone from Suang Hoa Kak sneered, using magic to control. Dutu's body gradually became a puppet. In just a few seconds, she had turned into a controlled puppet. Laxo frowned, deducing Suang Hoa Kak's puppet curse. Deep Tu's eyes widened as she anxiously called out, "Xiao Dutu." The person from Suang Hoa Kak immediately controlled the puppet to attack them. The strings on Dutu's body now turned into sword blades, rushing to attack her teammates. She gasped in fear, leaning back. Laxo reminded loudly, "She has already become a puppet. Don't treat her as a teammate anymore." Deep Tu sobbed sadly, "But she's still my sister, even though she's become a puppet. It's really Tutu." Her expression changed 360 degrees. Her eyes bloodshot, teeth clenched. She smashed the puppet. She loudly cursed, "Damn it, it's too useless." Deep Tu, filled with murderous intent, used her golden claw fist spirit weapon. She coldly declared, "Falling for such an easy trick. How embarrassing. Just wait until we get back. You'll be punished." At the same time, in another place, another team had arrived at a quiet town. Nakthong frowned in disbelief. "Is this Baklai Don?" They gradually moved inside. The contestants following behind couldn't help but worry. "It's too gloomy," he calmly said. "I heard Baklai Don is very close to where the curse erupted. That year, not a single person in the fort escaped. All those who were healthy and alive were eroded into wandering spirits. There should be a lot of wandering spirits here, right? Why is it so empty? Could it be they were all eliminated by the previous batch of contestants?" Nakthong frowned deeply, "And not even a shadow is seen. So quickly. Has Vo John already run away?" Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind. He quickly glanced back. Then he turned around, smiled brightly, and ordered, "There, chase him." Nakthong and his teammates excitedly ran forward. Proudly, he shouted, "Don't run, D." Meanwhile, Tindon had secretly taken out a brick and was observing it. He used a sound-transmitting talisman to whisper, "All squads, listen up. Lao Hong has lured the enemy here." Lam Kui used a sound-transmitting talisman to listen in. "Everyone, fight on your own." Ho Luke also received the directive. "Archers, move to another location." Lai Mok held his bow and looked outside. Tin Dance's voice came from Man Man's hand. "Stay hidden, fire." The window on the building was immediately pulled up. The brick on the stone wall was also quickly thrown down, and bow tips were placed outside. Archers hidden in different positions were ready to attack. A volley of arrows was fired. Nak Thong's group couldn't help but panic and dodge. Dam Thong clenched his fists in anger. What's going on? He widened his eyes and urgently ordered. It's an ambush. Hide. Healer. Nak Thong retreated. He opened his fan, using his martial spirit, Van Quan Phien, to create a shield. But to everyone's surprise, the brick behind him was suddenly thrown down, and a flame flared out from within. He casually reprimanded. Do you think such a petty trick can hurt me? Chu Yetvo calmly thrust his flaming bow outward. Nak Thong was instantly pierced in the buttocks by the flaming bow, yelping in pain and leaping up. 1 hour before the competition began, Tin Than and his teammates were teleported to Baklai Don. They couldn't help but widen their eyes in horror. In front of them were groups of wandering spirits calmly eating. He and everyone else gritted their teeth and fled for their lives, shouting loudly, Huh! Tin Than frowned in horror, questioning, What kind of luck is this? We just came in and already encountered ghosts. Lai Mok hurriedly drew the bow and arrows from his back. They're wandering spirits. We've been teleported to Baklai Dawn. Their rank is almost equal to ours. Fight and retreat at the same time. She turned around, drew her bow, and shot at them. Suddenly, another wandering spirit rushed over and shouted. Tin then squinted, covered his ears, and speculated. It's too jarring to the ears. Sonic attack. Hang Kwong immediately replied. It's not an attack. These are curses from the ghost race. The ghost race's curses are very jarring to the ears. No one in this world understands the ghost language, but I've studied it. I'll translate for you. It immediately took out a notebook, frantically searching. He glared, urging impatiently, Translate, translate. The wandering spirit held the child in its arms, angrily shouting loudly, You beast, don't hurt my child. Lac Duong covered his eyes and frowned in horror. They're too scary. So scary my eyeballs are falling out. Maha's face twisted uncomfortably. Why did they suddenly come here? Has the competition started again? The wandering spirit angrily questioned. These people, they just come in here and slaughter us. Can't they let us live in peace? Kill them. Tin then raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Huh? He turned his head and hastily commanded. Kwang Xie. We're not here to kill ghosts. Translate it again. It inserted the chip into its master's throat, calmly saying, Speak for yourself. I've already implanted the ghost language chip in you. Tin then immediately spread his arms to protect his teammates, sincerely explaining, Everyone, don't misunderstand. We have no ill intentions. The wandering spirit asked with wide, surprised eyes, You know the ghost language? He smiled brightly and amicably introduced himself. Yes, my name is So Tin Than. Just now, I was startled by you heroes and acted out of self-defense. I had no intention of offending, and I still hope everyone forgives me. Also, we didn't come to kill, but to help everyone. The wandering ghost couldn't help but ask again, surprised. Help? Tin then calmly explained. That's right, I understand ghost language. I feel you aren't inherently crazy or terrifying, but other teams don't help you. They only know to wipe out wandering spirits. I'm sure you're all familiar with the competition rules. Killing you offers me no benefit. How about we team up and deal with the other teams who come here? Maha frowned suspiciously. That's a good idea. But you're not trying to trick us, are you? He placed his hand on Chutvo's shoulder, quickly winking as a signal. With a radiant face, he affirmed, I've never deceived anyone before. I guarantee it on my brother's name. Right? He nervously raised his voice. That's right. Brother So's words are all correct. Suddenly, the wandering ghosts whispered among themselves. This kid looks too honest. Big eyes, bushy eyebrows. That's right. One look and you know he's not lying. Maha turned his head to ask his teammates for their opinion. Receiving their agreement, he immediately raised his voice in welcome, saying, All right, good. Welcome everyone. Tinin couldn't help but joyfully pat his chest, boasting and praising. He quickly walked over and shook their hands. The wandering ghosts cheered joyfully. It's been hundreds of years, yet someone can understand our language. That's truly rare. This year, someone is here to help. That's great. We don't need to dig tunnels anymore. Tin then was surprised. Digging tunnels? Immediately after, the whole team was led to a house, where a map was laid on a table, showing 5 entrances leading to a shelter. The wandering ghost calmly introduced, "This is our tunnel. The more we're killed, the fewer of us there are. Now we try to avoid direct confrontation. We hide when people come, but each time the village is completely swept clean." Ma shook his head and sighed dejectedly. "Moreover, sometimes we're still discovered." Tim then suddenly smiled proudly and spoke, "Just hiding and not fighting is the same as being beaten. Everyone, tunnels aren't used like that. Watch us show you." Everyone quickly tied scarves around their heads after Tin Than's rallying cry. Classmates, all that experience digging soil and building houses finally has a use. Lam Kui and Hatch can held shovels and entered the tunnel. He loudly commanded action. Holok pursed his lips and flexed his arms, concentrating his strength. He took a stance and unleashed a martial soul, fortune and prosperity, mountain-piercing armor move. Going back to when the plan was discussed, Tin then carefully drew on the map, expanding the tunnel. According to the plan, the next step would be to develop the escape tunnels into combat tunnels, allowing them to fight and hide. Each person had a task. The entire village became a combat stronghold. Everywhere were bows waiting to be fired, eyes on guard. Meanwhile, another person was in charge of equipping bows and arrows behind the wall. If the enemy dared to approach, they would be hit from all sides, making it difficult to retreat. Precise down to every detail. An arrow shot into Nak Thong's, but making him scream in pain. The guard, startled, called out, "Young Master Chu." Nak Thong, grimacing, clutched his butt in disdain. How despicable a sneak attack. The guard quickly set up a protective shield. "Spread out, quickly take cover. Escort the healer to the shelter room." The healer, scared, hurriedly ran into the room. She couldn't help but widen her eyes in horror as she saw the ghosts at the door. A guard, sword in hand, ran from afar, shouting, "Let her go! What courage does it take to bully a healer?" Suddenly, his body was restrained. The guard gaped, seeing one leg already sunk in, his foot stuck fast. Everyone immediately appeared, weapons in hand. Behind them, 2 women were frantically eliminating the guard. Only screams echoed, "You guys play dirty." The ghost pushed the healer out the door. With a radiant face, he said, "This person is also for you to kill, to add to your score." Tin then clasped his hands and smiled brightly. "Thank you, sir." Meanwhile, 2 members of the opposing team were hastily hiding behind a defensive shield. He worriedly said, "The room is full of traps. They've teamed up with the ghosts. How can we fight like this?" The person next to him, eyes closed, used a spell to observe. "Don't panic. I've detected their tunnel. There's an entrance in the middle of the village. Go in from there." Meanwhile, the blue ghost, axe in hand, charged from behind. She directly struck the backs of the 2 members of the opposing team. The blue ghost tightly pressed her lips, determined to eliminate them. In her mind, she recalled Tin Than's instructions. High-ranking members must take the initiative to attack. A moment before, everyone had gathered. He had carefully instructed. While the opponents are still disoriented, quickly attack their healer and observer. Don't get too carried away with attacking. Be careful not to get surrounded. After striking, she immediately left quickly. But members of the opposing team had already seen her. They loudly ordered, "It's the 3rd princess. Kill her." At that moment, on the city column, a brick had disappeared. Arrows shot from inside blocked their path. He looked up. He loudly announced, "There are archers on the upper floor. Deal with him." Black Shadow quickly infiltrated inside, extending claws to attack Lai Mok from behind. Hu Hai had already appeared. She reached her hand around him, held a knife to his neck, and coldly stated, "This commotion is too big. It's not allowed." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately dispatched Black Shadow. In the courtyard below, everyone couldn't help but scream in fear. Enemies are everywhere. How do we fight this? Run. Nakthong angrily ordered. Don't run. Fight for me. Kill all those useless scoundrels for me. Lai Deng ran in from outside. He joyfully announced, Secretary Ho, the enemies have reached the gate of Quan De Temple. Quickly trigger the thunder. Tung Lai quickly raised his hand, creating magic. He slammed his hand on the wall and ordered, detonate. Outside, mysterious explosions immediately occurred. The enemies couldn't help but flee in panic. Nakthong's face crumpled as he exclaimed in surprise, Detonation talismans. The guard lowered his eyes and anxiously suggested, Young Master Chu, the situation is unfavorable. Perhaps we should retreat first. He glared angrily and declared, Useless. Don't retreat. I'll kill anyone who retreats. Nakthong yelled, They're just a bunch of stinking rats that can't stand the light. Run. Ridiculous. As if I'm afraid of them. He immediately commanded, Manipulate objects. He directly attacked the ground. They dug tunnels, so they'll all die in there. Nakthong seemed to go mad. His hand created a fireball. He glared and shouted, I'll bury you all alive. As soon as he finished speaking, he and his guard quickly performed the Grand Master's martial art, 10,000 armies thunder. A colossal flame rushed down, exploding everything. Everyone covered their heads and ran in fear. 10,000 armies thunder exploded everything. The wandering ghost screamed in pain, My room. Realizing the urgent situation, Tin then hastily ordered, Everyone, quickly enter the tunnel. Even inside the tunnel, they couldn't avoid the effects of Nakthong's attack. Rocks and dirt from above gradually fell, causing everyone to cover their heads in fear. The tunnel shook more and more strongly. The people anxiously exclaimed, It's about to collapse. Tin then, eyes wide, hurriedly reassured them. Everyone, don't panic. Healers, treat the injured. Use Plan 2. Before the battle, Kwang Ca had established 17 contingency plans. The attack methods were aimed at the enemy's capabilities. He looked intently at the paper in his hand. Plan 2, dealing with the explosion. When the tunnel was built, it was filled with vines to reinforce the structure. The messenger pursed his lips and touched the vines after Yen Ni's words. Everyone, transfer your soul power into the vines. At the same time, Man quickly placed her hand on the vines on the ground. She used her full strength to cast a martial artist's technique, petrification. The vines gradually returned to their normal appearance. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim happily, It's stable. Man frowned and loudly reminded them, Their rank is higher than ours. Petrification won't hold out for long. Tin then quickly gave orders through the magic in his hand. Understood. Talisman team, hurry up. On the other side, Drake Lamb stomped on Tung Lai's back, urging loudly, Hurry up, hurry up. If you don't finish drawing, I'll add more work for you. He panted, tiredly explaining, A large-scale formation requires time to prepare. Tung Lai touched the final point of the formation, then rejoiced. It's successful. The formation's energy gradually spread, surrounding Nakthong's location. He and his guards, who were flying on swords, couldn't help but wonder, What is this? Suddenly, all of them were thrown off balance by a pushing force. Nakthong and his guards fell to the ground painfully. He stood up, glaring and questioning. What's going on? Why did I fall? The guard said fearfully, It's a spell formation that forbids flying objects. We can't fly here anymore. At the same time below, the broken ground gave way, and vines silently grew upwards. In just a few seconds, they had tightly bound Nakthong and his guards. Inside the stands, celebratory red streamers were immediately released. The spectators' eyes widened in disbelief. Everyone was stunned. The announcer quickly spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, what a surprise! A ban widened his eyes, as if unable to accept this truth. The screen reflected the image of Nakthong's group lying sprawled on the ground. The referee announced loudly, Hong Van was actually defeated by Vo John. The spectators couldn't help but curse angrily. Nonsense! That useless Hong Van. I bet everything on you. The spectators continued to whisper amongst themselves. Is it real or fake? An unranked contestant took down a B-rank. Vo John truly fought beautifully. The tactics were very eye-catching. The screen panned to Lai Mok, tiredly wiping sweat. Beside him was Chuet Vo, smiling brightly and happily. The spectators couldn't help but be curious. What's the name of that commoner archer? Father, try it. See if she's willing to give her all for our clan. Why does Kwong Min's sword look so foolish and pouting too? Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, "Report! I want a report!" It turned out to be the two elders of Hong Van Academy. The opponent cheated. We, Hong Van, haven't even brought out our true strength. That's so Tin Than. He used wandering spirits to cheat. Du Nuo questioned sternly, which rule of the competition states that you can't link with ghost spirits in the arena? You dried-up monkey official. He glanced sideways, calmly threatening. Speaking of cheating, I'm also quite curious why your students went to Backlai Outpost. Hearing this, he couldn't help but tremble with fear. Fong Van still adamantly refuted. I don't care about you. Don't slander people. The spectators narrowed their eyes curiously. What are they doing? On the screen, the image of Tin Than's group huddled together, whispering quietly, was reflected. The wandering ghost knelt on the ground and sadly spoke. Oh dear. It shed tears desperately and lamented. My home, it's all destroyed. I'm so miserable. He immediately walked over and suggested, why don't you look for the Vo John repair team? Tin Than loudly introduced. The Vo John repair team. The immortal cultivation repair team. Building a house only takes one incense stick, and it's incredibly durable. Olok quickly affirmed with action. That's right. Even if I hit my head on it, it won't collapse. It's not that bad. They immediately gave a thumbs up, smiling and joining in the spirit. In short, the Vo John repair team, your powerful assistant. Everyone is welcome to book our repair services. The audience gaped in disbelief. These people are advertising right in the middle of the match. They're crazy. Everyone couldn't help but wonder, what kind of academy is Vo John anyway? At the same time, inside a sealed room, Thien Gu intently watched the advertisement of Tin Than's group. He looked up and whispered an order to the person next to him. The disciple immediately understood and bowed his head. Inside the match area, snow had already begun to fall. Tin Than held a pile of bricks and stones in his hands, urging, clean up this pile of rubble. Don't let the villagers get their hands on it. The two wandering spirits couldn't help but be happy. You've all worked hard. Before, we always built things ourselves, but this year someone came to help. You're truly good kids. While Tin Than was busy cleaning, he found two scrolls lying beneath the debris. He quickly opened them to examine. Inside was a portrait of a girl. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. A portrait! Maha walked over and spoke up in surprise. Isn't this my old painting? Flashback to the past. An excited voice rang out. This is a painting of my daughter. My Tron couldn't help but praise, impressed. Oh my! Your daughter looks beautiful. Leave it to me, my Tron. I guarantee the young man will fight to come to your door and ask for her hand in marriage after seeing it. Maha's mother smiled, her eyes crinkling. Then I'll trouble you. At the same time, outside, Maha was engrossed in playing when she heard her father call. Hey, Maha! She rejoiced. Father, you're back. Ma Qian smiled gently. Yes, the village hunting party caught a lot of things. Bring Dai Mao and Ni Mao along, and your little brother too. Big test ting to kuk buk vong teng. Maha replied cheerfully. Yes, 500 years ago at Backlai Fort. Snow blanketed all the rooftops. She was diligently tying ropes to the reindeer sled. Maha and her younger brother were sitting in the sled. Mahan's eyes were wide with curiosity. Sister, how big is Vong Tan? Maha looked over in surprise. Oh right, this is your first time here, isn't it? She pointed into the distance. You can see it from this far. How big do you think it is? Maha's eyes clearly showed admiration. That is the most prosperous place in Bakthan Chao. The power that our Backlai Fort has served for generations. A sect built by countless puppet masters, the northernmost Vong Tan. She thought of someone in her mind. They say our young city lord has already reached the rank of martial emperor. With just a wave of his hand, he can turn all things into puppets. In the cultivation world, he's a formidable existence. Mahan praised in astonishment. That's so cool. Later, I want to be a puppet master too. Maha squinted her eyes, teasing. Dream on. You don't have the aptitude for it. He was embarrassed and angry. Sister, why do you look down on me? Then I curse you never to get married. Mahan continuously threatened. I'll steal your painting from Mrs. Maitrong and use it as toilet paper. She immediately smacked her brother's head, scolding him. You brat, rebelling are we? The two who were brawling suddenly stopped, their faces filled with surprise. Ahead, a mysterious red stream of air suddenly appeared. Mahan frowned worriedly. Sister, the northernmost Vongtan is on fire. Maha covered her face with her hand, refuting loudly. Shut up. If it were on fire, would it be this quiet? The mysterious red stream of air gradually flew closer. He couldn't help but guess in surprise. Is it a new kind of fireworks? It's about to fly over here. The two siblings tightly closed their eyes in fear. She looked at her finger, where a thin layer of gray residue had accumulated, exclaiming in shock. Dust! Mahan suddenly coughed violently. Maha turned her head, asking worriedly, What's wrong? He groaned. I inhaled something black into my nose. It hurt so much. She was stunned. Hurts? Maha hastily pulled the reins, ordering the two reindeer. No, something's wrong. Let's go home first. Turn around, Ni Mao Tam Mao. But the two reindeer had also inhaled the mysterious dust, their faces contorted in pain. She called out worriedly, Ni Mao Tam Mao. Maha got down and scratched her face in confusion. What's going on? Suddenly, a piece of skin ripped off her face. Her eyes widened in extreme fear. Ah! Mahan covered his mouth, suppressing a cough, and called out with difficulty, Sister, sister. He looked up in fear. Blood was flowing from his nose, and he trembled, whispering, It hurts so much. Maha turned back sympathetically, her body still trembling uncontrollably from fright. She abandoned the reindeer sleigh, quickly turned around, and ran back to Backlydon. Maha held her brother in her arms and ran frantically, her heart still in shock. What is this? What's going on? Then blood spewed from her own mouth, and she painfully wondered, why is this happening? Mahan, lying in her arms, had also grown weak. Maha thought unwillingly, I don't want to die. I want to go home. The scene of Backlydon had already appeared before her eyes. She happily thought, home, and cried out loudly for help. Father, mother! However, at that moment, Maha didn't know that the red light, spreading at the speed of light, which had covered everything in this peaceful land, wasn't dust, but a curse of extremely high concentration. Her face also gradually became terrifyingly distorted. The two siblings stood motionless before the gate. The villagers, attacked by the wandering spirit curse, screamed in pain. Help! Don't want to die! Save us! The wandering spirit curse wouldn't directly kill people, but would slowly rot everyone's bodies and souls, causing them to distort and mutate. The outcome and speed of the mutation would depend on genetics. When Maha returned home, she wide-eyed in fear and called out, Father! Ma Qian, with a terrifying appearance, came out from inside the house, but they would all eventually become unconscious demons. She couldn't help but fearfully hug her brother, turn around, and run away. But human strength couldn't contend with the power of ghost spirits. Maha gasped in fear. Why is this happening? Heaven is unfair. What evil have we done? Why must we face such things? Someone please save me. Just when she thought she would perish instantly, a surge of energy timely blocked the wandering ghost's attack. She looked in surprise at the person in front of her, who was reminding her, Don't harbor resentment in your heart. It will increase the speed at which the curse corrodes you. Maha looked up curiously and asked, Who are you? Something suddenly shot out from the bag on his back. A ferocious skull immediately appeared as well. Bakan glanced and pointed forward reassuringly. It will be over quickly. The puppet glared and growled. It opened its mouth wide and absorbed small energies by clenching its hands. The red light on her face also gradually started to dissipate. The wandering spirit curse on the villagers also gradually flew out. He explained, "The curse each person must bear has a certain amount. The remaining curse on you has now been transferred to the puppet that bears the curse." Everyone rejoiced. Really? It doesn't hurt anymore. There were still a few people on the ground who had turned into wandering ghosts. Bakan could only say helplessly, "The curse will no longer gnaw at you, but the corroded parts cannot be reversed. Those people have lost their humanity. They can only be wiped out." With that, he turned around and said, "That's it." Maha hurriedly spoke, "Thank you, benefactor." "Benefactor, are you the puppet master from the northernmost lookout city? Are you the young city lord?" He clenched his fists and stopped. Then Bakan turned his face and denied, "I am not your benefactor." He left just like that. Thanks to Bakan, although they had turned into wandering spirits, they had retained their consciousness. Having become like this, they didn't dare to venture outside, so they continued to live there. Although they had become ghosts, everyone still lived according to their previous customs. Back in reality, Maha calmly continued. Later, time cleansed the curse. Human cultivators once again entered the northernmost plane. Our place was then divided into a secret realm. She couldn't help but be puzzled. This is Backlydon's past. What are those expressions for? The spirit, speaking for everyone, cautiously asked, "How can you still be laughing, sir?" Lac Duong smiled and replied, "It's been hundreds of years. I'm used to seeing life and death. Part of my brain was gnawed away by the curse. My memory's poor, and there isn't much emotion left. This is a good thing. My eyes once cried tears for someone, but now I've forgotten who that person was, so there's no need to cry anymore." Everyone was moved to tears. Tin then felt pity, finding it even more tragic after hearing it. Maha gently comforted them. "Don't cry anymore. So, regarding that recent incident, I was just guessing based on the remaining fragments of memory. A lot of the content is uncertain." The people from Vojan Academy exclaimed in surprise. "What?" She patted the child's head behind her and smiled brightly. "If you ask, I'll tell you. Just consider it a good story, but don't tell outsiders. We don't want to cause any more trouble." He glanced outside. "Don't worry. If we weren't afraid, why would we come into the restroom to tell the story? The competition has privacy protection. When we're in here, no one outside can see anything." Indeed, the large screen in the stands was blurred. The audience couldn't help but shout in frustration, "What is Vojan doing? They all went into the women's restroom half an hour ago and still haven't come out. It's truly perverted. 30 people going to the restroom together." The two contestants sitting behind couldn't help but frown in disbelief. "But this story is too terrifying. I always thought the northernmost hopeful city was just something written in books. And that curse-bearing puppet too. Enduring the curse for others, that's too against heaven's will." Hong Kwang calmly explained, "The northernmost hopeful city disappeared overnight 500 years ago. To this day, no evidence of its existence has been found. Therefore, people now believe Hopeful City is just a legend." Tin then frowned thoughtfully. 8 parts of it are true. And what's more? Grandpa Yan Kui once told me that the curse-bearing puppet is his unique ancient text. He couldn't help but be surprised, immediately ordering himself, "Set up, deep analysis." Returning to a previous time, Tin then held a cabbage in his hand, listening intently as Yan Kui explained, "The curse-bearing puppet is one of the most difficult puppets to refine in the world. All materials and incantations are extremely complex, and the requirements for the refiner are also extremely high. The most important thing is that it requires someone willing to bear the burden for you." Hearing these words made Tin Than's eyes widen in surprise. "A person?" Yan Kui quickly continued, "The higher the rank of the person being refined, the greater the curse the puppet can bear. The higher the refinement level as well." He hesitated, judging. "No, you're not refining living people, are you?" He glared angrily. Of course, it's living people. It's not refining corpses. Listen carefully to the lecture. All day you just hug that cabbage. You stinky brat. Tin then hugged the cabbage tightly, gritting his teeth in protest. I am listening. Isn't this a question? Refining living people? Is that dark magic? Yan Kui gently replied, it's all a last resort. If the other party is willing to endure everything for you, then they must have a deep relationship with you. He turned and said, but I hope you never have the opportunity to refine such a thing. Tindan's eyes widened curiously. So have you ever refined one? Yan Kui suddenly fell silent. After a moment, he coldly ordered, class dismissed. Back in reality, inside the women's restroom, he frowned and whispered, that's right, it's clearly him. Han Kuang loudly encouraged, be more confident, remove the question mark. Tin then pursed his lips, recalling a myriad of unspoken feelings in his heart as he murmured, but based on his description, the young city lord was so cool, handsome, and outstanding. But Grandpa Yan Kui, why did he want to become as he is now? He eagerly spoke up. May I ask, do you know the later whereabouts of that young city lord? Maha honestly replied, perhaps he went to rescue others. This secret realm is just a small part of the wandering soul plains. If you want to know what happened that year, you'll have to investigate in Bac Chao. Tim then pursed his lips, lost in thought. Suddenly, a series of strange sounds appeared. A band loudly announced, contestants of Arena 11, please pay attention. The arena now has an additional challenge, the Eternal Poison Ring. The safe zone has gradually shrunk. Other areas are gradually being destroyed. Laxo couldn't help but be surprised. An additional challenge so soon? Everyone looked up, listening to the announcement. Within the poison ring, you can lose your life in just over 15 minutes. Fong Gam turned to look at the forest in front of them, which was slowly becoming ominous. A ban loudly initiated. The poison has now begun to spread from the borders of the arena. Contestants, please quickly move to the safe zone. Tindan's face twisted in disbelief. No way. Running from the poison? Viet Minh smiled sinisterly. It seems she's from Huyen Kai Lao, confidently asserting, this is Tam Thien Gu Dai Nan's arrangement. Viet Minh turned her head and asked proudly, have you contacted the insider yet? Thien Gu, on the other side, was also very pleased with this development. Tin Dan, Tuet Vo, and Q Hai were hastily discussing a plan. Tung Lai drooped his eyes wearily. That sound rang out. Time to act. Tin Dan's face twisted and trembled. Don't stuff any more, everyone. It's too much. My storage device is already full. Lac Jung, carrying a bag on his shoulder, smiled brightly and suggested, rearrange it. Take a bit more. Du Kui frantically stuffed food and belongings in. He resisted painfully. Don't stuff any more. Maha drooped his eyes sadly. We cultivate out of habit, but we can't eat what we grow. Take it all with you. It's rare to meet someone we can talk to. We have to leave so soon. Lai Mak called out hesitantly everyone. She honestly asked, do you all want to return to the main world? You all have consciousness. You won't actively attack humans, so logically, you should be able to leave the secret realm. Tuet Vo, standing beside her, quickly chimed in. That's right, just like I know. It gave a forced smile and refused. Wandering souls aren't welcome anywhere. Even if we go outside, we'll be killed by the cultivator organization. They're much crueler than students. They're the ones who stitched my face. So it's better to just stay here. He and Lai Mak couldn't help but sigh with pity. Maha brought a garland of chili peppers and corn to her and instructed, now there's a tunnel here. We'll definitely live better from now on. Whether as a human or a ghost, one must look to the future. Don't worry about us. Lai Mak stood still resignedly. Everyone, don't climb up. It waved its hand, urging, the poison is coming. Hurry and run. Du Kui couldn't help but shed tears of emotion. Good luck. Tin Than and his teammates, carrying baskets of food, hurriedly ran to the safe zone. While everyone was trying to escape, a venomous snake appeared behind them, silently observing. Its eyes glowed red, its tongue flicking out as if identifying its prey. He and the other contestants ran while contemplating. The eternal poison ring, even hiding underground won't save us. Clearly a targeted question for Vojan. The safe zone is an open plain with no cover. We can only quickly run and hide in the western forest. Tin then gasped tiredly, thinking. Luckily, Vojan's forte is running. Lam Quiesce's face contorted as he complained. This snowy place is dazzling my eyes. He turned his head and looked around. We've been running for almost 3 hours. How strange. The hazy path ahead left him then puzzled. Logically, we should be close to the forest by now. Why can't I see a single tree? Gnome frowned worriedly. Instructor, did we take the wrong path? He hesitated slightly. Probably not. Suddenly, Tanan's eyes widened, his body frozen. He shouted in alarm. Gnome. She called out happily. Instructor. Gnome grabbed the hand of the person in front of her. She happily expressed, I've missed you so much. I finally get to see you. He excitedly introduced, We've cultivated a new sweet potato variety. It's very fragrant. Look, I brought it for you to see. Atu beamed with joy. It's the instructor. Tin then still hadn't recovered. Even as they excitedly cheered, the instructor is back. Before them was a strange city gate, the excited cry still echoing. The instructor is back. He secretly sighed. I've entered the scenario. Tin then turned around in disbelief. No way. Since when were they like this? Where are the others? He called out loudly. Lao Lao Thatch. Shao Shi. He glared, trying to stay conscious. Kwang Xie, Kwang Xie. Suddenly someone touched Tin Then's shoulder, alluringly calling out. Instructor. Truma approached and hugged him from behind, her tongue lightly licking his ear. You've returned. Meanwhile, Shaolin had gotten lost in a fog-shrouded forest. She quickly realized, an illusion. I walked right into it without any caution. Shaolin thought absent-mindedly. I, who have the highest rank in the team, couldn't even sense it. So what about everyone else? Suddenly something passed by. She turned her face in surprise to look, and before her appeared the familiar figure of a man. Shaolin couldn't help but call out in surprise. A Wu. At this moment, an item called Past and Future appeared, an illusion formed by the refraction of light off snow, its influence able to cover the entire safe zone. Those affected would be dominated by their greatest fears, or immersed in the future they longed for, unconsciously losing awareness of their surroundings. This is a high-level item of the Martial Emperor rank. No one in the arena can escape it, and some who have entered the safe zone have already become prey caught in the trap. Vietman slowly lifted his chin, saying, The end result is being torn apart by others. She frowned, speaking with disdain. That useless Ho Tung Lai. I still have to handle it myself. Vietman squeezed Tin Then's face, tormenting him vigorously, secretly disdainful. So he's just an ordinary guy. This illusion is notoriously hard to escape. Even if you are a child of the gods, your connection to divine power has been severed by the illusion. She immediately took out a red spherical item, secretly pleased. Now no one can help you anymore. What Vietman held in her hand was an item for exploring memories. She excitedly told herself, Let me see your secrets. But before the plan could be executed, a hot liquid was sprayed onto her face from his mouth. Tin Then, retching, continuously vomited everything in his stomach. Han Kuang suddenly appeared, joyfully exclaiming, You're out. It looked at him, his face pale, body trembling, and worriedly asked, Host, what happened just now? Suddenly I lost connection with you and the outside world. I was stuck in a dark room. Are you okay? Tin Nan's eyes widened in fear, and he uttered with difficulty, Kwang Xie. He turned and hugged it tightly, loudly and emotionally. Kwang Xie. Tin Nan repeatedly hit it, crying and scolding. You bastard, where were you just now? I called myself hoarse, but you didn't come to help me. Han Kuang stammered, You don't cry. Everyone following the match couldn't help but marvel. He broke the illusion so quickly? He's truly formidable. Who is this divine person? Hak Lao, sitting in the stands, couldn't help but grimace in disapproval. He's not bad, but a man. Why is he crying like that? Hong Hao licked his hand and spoke awkwardly. I think it's pitiable. On the other side, Tin then continued to cry and recount. I met that pockmarked guy in the illusion, that beast. He destroyed a Bach in front of me, and in front of a Bach, he destroyed me too. Hong Kwong gently patted his head to comfort him, repeating in surprise, illusion? That's not right. Normally, even if you fall into a coma or an illusion, I wouldn't enter a dark room. This isn't just a simple illusion. This is a high-level item. It can even separate me. It's those fake systems. They've hidden their presence. They've already prepared. He regained his composure, his head turning back and forth, searching. It's them again. So where did everyone else go? Tin then quickly ran over, nestling against Jioshi's chest, anxiously calling, Xiaoxi. With his other hand, he held Hulok's head, shouting, Hulu. He frowned in confusion. Why are there only two of them? Han Kuang calmly replied, after entering the illusion, people might run around unconsciously. Everyone else has run off. You wouldn't normally wake up so easily. Let's find everyone's location first, then we'll talk. Tin then gritted his teeth, carrying the two people. Let's go find Ho Tung Lai first. We all have his talismans on us. Meanwhile, Viet Minh, who had a boy vomit on him, was hiding behind a rock, eavesdropping on the conversation. Just as I woke up, I vaguely saw a head shaking back and forth. Was it my illusion? Her eyes sharpened, biting her lip, exuding a gloomy aura. At the same time, inside the illusion Xiaoling was lost in, the image of Chit Vo appeared faintly, a Vo. She quickly approached, her brows tightly furrowed as she worriedly asked, Why is your hair white? Xiaoling's eyes suddenly widened in surprise, her hand touching his face as she softly asked, Why are you crying? Chutvo lightly touched her hand, saying unclear words. He then lowered his head and squeezed Xiaoling's wrist tightly. She blushed in embarrassment, calling out, Avo. Suddenly, her body felt a tremor, and the image before her blurred. Xiaoling stared with wide eyes in confusion. What's going on? Chutvo raised his hand to cover her eyes. Xiaoling suddenly broke free from the illusion after the words, You should wake up now. She frowned, looking around. So the illusion has been destroyed. That was a strange illusion. Next to her, Chutvo was still lost in the illusion. Xiaoling ran over, loudly calling, Avo. Xiaoling slapped Chutvo's face, looking around in a panic. Where are the others? How can I wake him up? She suddenly imagined his image, with white hair from inside the illusion. Xiaoling pursed her lips, awkwardly commenting, Red hair still looks a bit better. She covered her face, worriedly asking herself, Really? Why is there an illusion like this? Suddenly, something flashed by, and Xiaoling quickly noticed it. She summoned a shield, blocking the sudden attack from her opponent. Xiaoling turned her head in surprise to look behind her, loudly asking, Who's there? Vo Lam of Huin Kai Lao immediately rushed over, praising, You broke the illusion so quickly. That's truly impressive. He put his hand back, preparing to unleash a move, gritting his teeth in lament. Too bad you're a healer. Prepare to die. Vo Lam and his teammates immediately unleashed their attacks, shattering Xiaoling's defensive barrier. She pursed her lips, hugged Chut Vo, and quickly left. Xiaoling held the shield, trying to dodge the attacks. Vo Lam glared with a sinister smile. Trying to run? The two members of Huin Kai Lao quickly pursued closely. He ran alongside her, praising with disdain. Well done, dragging this guy along and still running so fast. I'm almost moved to tears. Attacking a healer who can only take hits isn't interesting at all. Hand over the Kwangmin sword, then let me admire it. Xiaoling's expression darkened. She placed her hands together in a triangle shape, preparing to unleash a move. Vo Lam was still smug. Big brother will spare your life. What do you say? No sooner had he finished speaking than he charged face first into the sturdy shield she had created. The shield flew high, forming a circle. It spun 360 degrees, to the point where the naked eye couldn't discern its next direction. Volam clutched his bleeding nose, staring in horror at a barrage of shields heading towards him. A series of spinning shields charged to attack Volam. The audience gasped in admiration. Is this a healer's attack technique? Using shields as blades, and yet a healer can simultaneously run and attack an opponent of the same level. Xiaoling and Chudvo flew away on the shield, followed by the two people from Xianqi Tower. Mo Xiang's face was expressionless at the flattery, as expected of the Shui family's granddaughter. She frowned in thought. A Ling didn't specialize in these things before. It seems she learned quite a bit at Wujian. Du Nu also couldn't help but be surprised by Xiaoling's skills. Volam gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, even a healer has many tricks up her sleeve. I'll play with you to the end. Jing Ting urgently reminded him. Don't let her escape. Put the item into Shi Chudvo first. The illusion has a time limit. It'll be difficult once he wakes up. No sooner had he finished speaking than he immediately took out an item, the object manipulation interference. The shield suddenly froze motionless in midair, leaving her stunned. Xiaoling was utterly confused. What's going on? She frowned and observed intently. Her eyes reflected Jing Ting and the strange item. Xiaoling couldn't help but wonder. What kind of spell is that? She reached out to try and manipulate it, but nothing happened. She couldn't touch it, nor could she escape. An image from before appeared in her mind. Xiaoling speculated in confusion. This feeling. It's too similar to that contestant's move back then. While she was still immersed in fear, Volam had already caught up, a sinister smile on his face, preparing to attack. He powerfully launched a huge energy pillar, breaking Xiaoling's shield. Down you go. Dust flew everywhere due to this earth-shattering impact. She frowned in pain, coughing violently. Volam's eyes widened with a malicious grin. Still protecting him, huh? Truly devoted. Too bad you'll hardly keep your own life. Suddenly, Chudvo's eyes lit up. He managed to stand up in time and counter his attack. Xiaoling, held in his embrace, couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. She joyfully called out of Vo. But her joy didn't last long. Xiaoling froze. The wound on her forehead was bleeding. It turned out that Chudvo's face, after waking up, had suddenly become sharper and colder than usual. The awakened Chudvo transformed into a different person, his body swiftly overcoming all obstacles, rapidly charging towards Volam. He panicked, gritting his teeth. Damn, he woke up fast. Jing Ting quickly took out another item, loudly reassuring. Don't panic. Suddenly, many clones of him appeared. It was due to the external clone item. Jing Ting and countless clones charged forward, arrogantly declaring, he has 2 hands. He can hardly fight against 4. He held a flame sword in his hand, excitedly exclaiming, perfect timing. Chudvo spun his weapon, forming a towering shield, unleashing the warrior mage move. Light blade storm. He spun everywhere. This was a no-dead angle, unstable up and down attack. He and Volam, trapped in the fiery vortex, cursed in anger. Suddenly, a volley of projectiles from Xianqi Tower came flying. Fortunately, Xiaoling swiftly created a shield to protect Chudvo. Volam furiously rushed behind her, yelling, Damn you, wretched woman, ruining my plans. But before he could even touch a single hair, he was slashed to smithereens by a series of illusionary swords. He frowned and coldly declared, Don't you dare touch her. Qin Din hastily carried his teammate, running ahead. Chudvo gnashed his teeth angrily, chasing after them. Don't you dare run. Xiaoling suddenly spoke up and suggested, Vo, don't chase anymore. We could very well fall into a trap. We have few people. We should find our teammates first and then plan. He bent down and asked worriedly, Is your head still hurting? Xiaoling was still pondering. These people are really strange. How can they pinpoint our location so accurately? At the same time, Tung Lai was happily enjoying the soft sensation of the snow beneath him. He excitedly waved his hands back and forth, savoring this unique joy. Tung Lai closed his eyes and relaxed his body, smiling as he thought, "Snow. It's not just snow." He sprang up, raising his hands high in excitement. "It's freedom. It's sweet-smelling air." Tung Lai danced joyfully, his heart filled with delight. "Now my spirit has been affected by the joy spell, and those three wicked people have also been affected by the joy spell. They'll be dealt with right away. Now I just need to wait for my comrades to confirm So Tin Nant's identity, and my mission will be considered complete. I'm about to transform. After I finish this undercover mission, I'll request a long leave. I want to go on vacation to Ocean Country." Tung Lai swung his leg, kicking off the head of the snowman in front of him, sticking out his tongue to tease. "Go die, So Tin Nan." He couldn't help but happily think, "Goodbye, So Tin Nan." At that very moment, the person Tung Lai was thinking of suddenly appeared behind him. He glared darkly and asked, "What are you doing?" Tin then covered Tung Lai's mouth with his hand, his eyes wide with anger as he ordered, "What are you shouting about? Shut up. If you attract enemies, I'll kill you." He trembled, tears welling up. It's not that his identity hasn't been confirmed. Then he'll also be expelled from the exam, won't he? Why is he here? He pulled Tung Lai's hair, gritting his teeth as he scolded him. "I'm dead tired from picking people up the whole way, and you're here building a snowman? But luckily, we found one who's conscious." Tin then quickly placed the few people onto the snow, giving a cold order. "Keep an eye on these four for me. I'll wake them up. Leaving them unconscious like this will delay things too much." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately pulled Q Hi's shirt, repeatedly slapping her face and calling, "Wake up, little Hai." After a while of trying to wake her, Q Hi's face was bruised and bleeding, and she softly made a sound. Tin then carefully placed her down, happily asking, "She's really awake now. Hi, how do you feel?" Q Hai struggled to open her eyes, her mind still not fully clear. Looking at the people in front of her, she couldn't help but murmur in awe, "So big." Both he and Tung Lai stared, confused. Oh! Just as he finished speaking, an explosion occurred, catching everyone off guard. Laxo gritted her teeth, pressing down on Tin Then's frail back. Just as he turned his face to look, she sprang up and flew high into the air. Her main target was to attack the giant in the distance. Laxo decisively threw a punch, directly confronting it, incessantly cursing, "Damn Suang Hoa Kak." She glared angrily, shouting loudly, "It's already like this, and you're still clinging to me? Are you crazy?" Hacker frowned and coldly declared, "I've been hit by Huin Kai Lao's dark move, so if I'm not at peace, none of you will survive either." Suddenly, people from Huin Kai Lao in the distance threw an attack at the two, laughing gleefully as they said, "Well said." Hacker continued to fight, arrogantly stating, "So what if it's an A-rank academy? Can't I still cut them down as I please?" Now the battle had become extremely chaotic. Tay Tu, Huin Kai Lao, and Suang Hoa Kak were furiously attacking each other. The Vo-Jan people quickly dug a hole and placed the other examinees inside, while Tin then knelt and observed. Excellent! The three factions were in a chaotic battle. Although Tay Tu and Suang Hoa Kak were strong, they were not numerous and had suffered heavy losses, unable to hold on for long. Outside, Laxo was unexpectedly attacked, causing her body to sway in midair. Tung Lai was mesmerized by the beauty's body. They fight so beautifully. Tin then frowned disapprovingly. No ambition at all. Laxo continued to fight, her body swaying with each movement. Q Hai suddenly sprang up, her face flushed, nosebleed gushing out as she excitedly cheered and howled. It turned out she was captivated by the woman's plump chest in front of her. Ho Lok and the other examinees also sprang up at this hot sight. Hong Kwong immediately appeared, urgently pressing, "Good timing, good timing. Please complete the task of a hero saving the beauty. Sweep away Tay-Tu's favorability and take them into your harem." Tin then glared, "You again." It pointed at Q Hai. "Be more proactive for me. Look at little Hai over there." Ho Lok was struggling to hold her back. "Sister Laxo, Don't stop me. I must offer my heart to her. He turned and lunged forward, raising his fist, feeling annoyed. What a bother indeed. Despite complaining, Tindon still quickly blocked in front of Laxo, decisively unleashing his move. Unrestrained technique, wild strike. After that, he turned his head and asked with a bright smile, "Do you need any help?" Q High immediately flew over, kicking both feet directly at Tindon. "Don't steal my spotlight." He couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Oh my." She quickly hugged Lax so tightly and suggested, "Sister, come with me." Tung Lai ran behind, holding his sword, glaring and urging, "Go." The people from Huin Kai Tower frantically chased after them. "Don't even think about running." Tin Dan and Ho Lok coordinated with each other, lifting giant rocks to block the path. He quickly landed a beautiful kick on his opponent. A Dung rushed over with his sword. Where did this guy come from? Tin then curled his arm, secretly unleashing his martial soul skill, City of Delusion. He pointed ahead, urgently announcing, "Your wife ran off with him." A tick, standing behind, couldn't help but look confused. "What?" A Dung immediately turned and punched his teammate in the face, angrily cursing, "Damn your mom." The other contestants rushed over to restrain him. "Why are you fighting? Don't kill each other." A Dung angrily yelled, "You dare to hook up with my wife, I'll kill you." The other guy, with a swollen face, retorted angrily, "Talking nonsense. You don't even have a wife." It was then that a Dung suddenly realized, "Oh, right, I don't have a wife." Meanwhile, Tindan and his group had already made a clean getaway. A tick looked around, searching. Where did the Western Sect people go? At the same time, in another distant place, he looked at Laxo beside him, genuinely announcing, "We're safe now." She smiled brightly and said, "Thank you, young Master So, for helping." Tin then politely revealed, "No need to thank me, actually. I didn't want to help." But Hang Kwang quickly covered his mouth, holding out a piece of paper with the words, Long Gao Thien's exclusive line, "Maiden Lac is as beautiful as a fairy, yet bullied by villains. Anyone who sees this cannot bear to stand by. My intervention to save her is purely out of willingness. Moreover," it used its hand to make Tin, then turn his head to look at the paper. He frowned and pouted, looking irritably at Hang Kwang. Tin then, looking dejected and forced, awkwardly said, "Maiden Lac is as beautiful as a fairy, yet bullied by villains. Anyone who sees this cannot bear to stand by. My intervention to save her is simply a matter of course." Hang Kwang angrily reminded him, "Read it carefully. This is a golden line I personally wrote to charm the ladies. Its power is unstoppable. You said you'd help me go home, so complete my instructions properly." Deep Two lowered her eyes, worriedly whispering, "Sister Lac, does So Tin then have some kind of mental illness? He talks so strangely, and his eyes are all over the place." Lac So could only softly admonish, "Don't underestimate him." Tung Lai suddenly frowned, staring intently at her. He said, full of doubt, "I have a question. The Western sect only accepts girls, right? Senior, with your fair and sturdy physique, are you also a Western sect disciple?" Deep Two couldn't help but tremble, muttering, "Say, Senior?" She stood up, clenching her fists, angrily exclaiming, "Who are you calling Senior?" Deep Two pulled her headscarf aside, sobbing in protest, "I'm a girl." Tindan's eyes widened in shock, stammering, "Girl? What? Do all Western sect girls grow beards?" She explained through tears, "I wasn't like this originally. This isn't my body." Deep Two urgently picked up the gourd. Ah! She held the gourd horizontally, allowing the spiritual weapon, the golden gourd, to flow out from inside. From within the stream of water, two bodies, one male and one female, gradually appeared. She choked back sobs, loudly exclaiming, "This is my real body." Deep Two hugged her own original body, tears falling profusely as she lamented, "My body, when can I get it back? I don't want to be an old man. It's so ugly." Laxo couldn't bear it, gently stroking her head to comfort her. "Actually, She is my junior sister, Kai Deep too. During a battle with the Skeleton Flower Pavilion, she was hit by a soul-swapping curse. She swapped bodies with this person. Hacker lay on the ground, grimacing and sighing. I'm so unlucky too. Hang Kwang suddenly touched Laxoa's body, and his spirit couldn't help but panic. Brother Kwang, what are you doing? He hastily replied, an Earth Tier item. Deep 2 glared angrily, continuously hitting him. I'm the unlucky one. Damn it, you cursed my sisters with zombification, and then you used a soul-swapping curse on me. I'll beat you to death. Laxo quickly intervened. Kai Deep 2, don't kill him. If he dies, the corpse puppets will also have problems, and you'll be eliminated because of it. She turned and hugged her senior sister, crying, I'm so sad, Sister Lack. Laxo clutched her chest in pain. Deep 2 apologized. Sorry, Sister Lack. I can't control this body. Hang Kwang suddenly noticed her bare back. He quickly flew over, pointing at the symbol on her back. Host, this is an Earth Tier item, the passerbyization device. System items are divided into 5 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Profound, High Tier, and Normal. Their states differ. The higher the tier, the more hidden they are. The passerbyization device can make people ordinary, eroding all of another's attributes, lowering them to the level of a mere passerby. It's an item used by Long Gao Thien's competitor. His spirit frowned. Again with this low-tier stuff. Find an opportunity to help her remove the item. Hang Kwang seriously retorted. It's not that simple. Once this type of curse item is placed, it's very difficult to remove. It requires an integrated curse-removing magic tool. Moreover, it's not just on Laxo. He pointed at Hacker and Deep 2's original body, confirming. It's on those two as well. It was probably placed during the fight. Hang Kwang mused, judging. These people can all be considered talents of the new era. All Earth-tier items. They're quite generous with their moves. I think I know what the simulated system is doing. At the same time, elsewhere, Lai Muk hid behind a pile of snow, observing in secret. In front of him were the people from the Profound Chi Tower. Man looked up and softly asked, What's the situation? She bent down and replied, They followed again. Keep digging. Man lowered her eyes anxiously. Strange, we hid so well. How can they always find us? Lai Muk pulled down his hood, perplexed. I don't know. It's like they know our exact location. Man and the other contestants dug a tunnel together, thinking. After entering the Profound Realm, Lai Muk is the most clear-headed one. The teammates around here aren't too scattered either. We need to quickly dig a tunnel to avoid the pursuit of the Profound Chi Tower. Although 13 people have been found, our overall strength is still very weak. We can only passively hide. If Thatch Chiet Vo or the princess were here, it would be great. Everyone, where are you? At the same time outside, Hachon was carrying Lam Kui on her shoulder, trying to escape the pursuit. She widened her eyes in horror, looking behind her. They had somehow caught up close behind, grinning sinisterly as they threw fireballs at the two. Hachon gritted her teeth and leaped aside. She quickly shot a rope forward. The rope wrapped around a tree branch, pulling the two closer. But things weren't that easy. A volley of arrows suddenly flew from behind. Hachon and Lam Kui painfully fell onto the pristine white snow. Vin Thien and his teammates quickly approached, smirking disdainfully. You're really good at escaping. You made me chase for so long, without a chance to make a move. She lay on the ground in pain, listening to them talk to each other. Hurry up and make your move. Steal the seals of the others. The princess is our target. This girl can be spared. Hachon looked up at them, thinking fearfully. What do these people mean? What do they want to do to Her Highness? She cried out in panic in her heart. Wake up, Your Highness. Someone save Her Highness. Hachon hastily stood up and loudly called out, Your Highness, wake up. Vin Thien immediately stabbed her in the back with his weapon. What a loyal dog, even in this state. You still haven't forgotten your master. Holding the sharp weapon in his hand, he loudly declared, Then I'll send you on your way first. She thought she would be instantly killed, But unexpectedly, Lam Kui woke up in time, holding an axe and striking Vin Thien. Her eyes flashed with a dangerous glint, teeth clenched. She attacked furiously. Lam Kui struck relentlessly with her axe, and a giant explosion erupted in the snowy sky. Hachong couldn't help but be astonished as she saw blood splattering everywhere. Her eyes wide, she hesitantly called out, "Your Highness." Lam Kui silently shed tears, mumbling blankly, "You all forced Mother to her death." Her body consumed by hatred, her eyes bloodshot, she coldly declared, "I'll kill all of you." As soon as she finished speaking, Lam Kui turned and charged with her axe, attacking the surviving contestants. So Nam drew a circle with his hand, activating his martial spirit, the Jade Finger Lock. Immediately, her two hands were bound by chains. Lam Kui stared in astonishment as her hands were pulled high by the chains. Her feet were also bound, and the ground beneath her suddenly rose up. Cocton suddenly appeared and yelled loudly, "Die!" Lam Kui gnashed her teeth and used her head to smash him entirely into the ground. Her eyes burned with murderous intent, and she gripped the chains, pulling them towards herself. So Nam couldn't help but be alarmed, exerting himself to maintain the chains. But not long after, Lam Kui crushed them all, regaining her freedom. Cocton gritted his teeth and launched an attack. She seemed to become a different person, her eyes red and lifeless, as she charged with her giant axe. Lam Kui directly shattered his defense. She turned coldly, aiming for her target. Lam Kui gritted her teeth and brought her axe down on Cocton. He thought he was a goner, but the axe stopped just an inch from him, making him stare wide-eyed in fear. It turned out, So Nam had used chains to bind the axe, protecting his teammate. He glared and urged loudly, "Run now." While Cocton was still dazed, she swiftly attacked from behind. Lam Kui gritted her teeth and punched him in the face. Cocton's face was instantly burned black by fire. Not only was she unafraid, but she laughed with delight at the sight. Everyone present stared in wide-eyed fear, their bodies trembling. Hatchkin frowned in disbelief, hesitantly calling out, "Your Highness." In the stands, everyone couldn't help but suspiciously discuss, "Princess Lam Kui has been possessed. What's with those eyes? Didn't they say Her Highness was born with a berserker's power? But her current state isn't right." Duno also couldn't help but be astonished by this appearance. Tran Shuyan frowned and calmly analyzed, the blood of madness, a flawed bloodline left by the late Empress Kuti. The higher the talent, the stronger the curse. With increasing age, the curse will erode one's consciousness, driving them insane. Once insane, the soul power within one's body will self-ignite, and combat power will also greatly increase. But this enhancement is exchanged for life force, and it's also a killing intent that doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. Lan Kui had attacked Chu Nam, scaring Hao Gung terribly. Tran Shuyan calmly recounted, "Only demons have red pupils." When the Shou family was annihilated, I once advised your majesty to change the princess's blood, to cleanse away the inauspicious things, but your majesty believed the princess was not yet affected, and refused. Now, for the world to see the royal family's laughingstock, a princess so insane is truly not good. Inside the match, after eliminating the opponents, Lan Kui immediately cast a fiery gaze towards Hao Gung. She brought the axe down. Fortunately, Hao Gung quickly retreated. She lowered her eyes in fear and cried loudly, "Your Highness, what's wrong? Come to your senses." Lan Kui raised the axe behind her, a terrifying smile on her lips, declaring, "Kill you." As soon as she finished speaking, a terrifying axe strike came down. The elders were stunned by this scene. Even Tu Nu narrowed his eyes in disbelief. The next situation was Lan Kui holding the axe and striking straight down. Everyone thought she would directly eliminate her teammate, but no. Hao Gung was suddenly pulled high by a sword passing through his clothes cord, escaping death. A voice rang out, "I can't watch this anymore." Fong Gam coldly questioned, "Going crazy and attacking your own teammates is really not good." She raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly, calling, "Princess Imperial Highness." Lan Kui looked up, grinding her teeth in anger, growling, Calm. Fong. Ngam. The audience couldn't help but be surprised by this appearance. Kong Fong Ngam, the rising star of the new generation from Taetu Academy, is said to be a half-step martial ancestor, the most likely person to break through to the martial emperor realm among the new generation, famous alongside Tan Sun. They stirred up. It's Fairy Fong Ngam. Sister Fong Ngam is about to make a move. Tran Shuyan glanced over, curiously speaking. Although her beauty always attracts more attention than her strength, why was old Madame Kong so surprised just now? Tin Noyet chuckled awkwardly, explaining, "This girl is always modest. I didn't expect her to want to confront her Imperial Highness." She frowned, perplexed, wondering, what is this girl thinking? Why is she getting involved in this? Inside the match, Fong Gam covered her mouth in surprise, teasing, "Your Highness, you're crazy, but you can still recognize me? So you pay attention to me that much?" Lan Kui gritted her teeth, shooting a fiery, threatening gaze. "I'll kill you." She leaned closer, coldly asking, "Kill whom?" Fong Gam widened her eyes and whispered, "If you go crazy and kill people here, your mother would have died in vain." She opened her eyes wide in surprise, dumbfounded. Lan Kui couldn't help but stammer. Before she could finish, Fong Gam waved her hand, sending her flying to enjoy the wind. She smiled, explaining, "I won't fight with a madwoman, so you can catch some wind to calm down. Don't worry, I'm very good at controlling wind." Lan Kui gasped and screamed, her eyes almost popping out. Fong Gam delightfully controlled the wind, making her fly wildly until she was dizzy. Then she coldly pointed down, and Lan Kui immediately slammed her entire body onto the ground. Hao Gung frowned worriedly, calling, "Your Highness." She lay on the ground, eyes spinning, incessantly throwing up. Hao Gung quickly ran over to ask, "Are you all right?" Lan Kui moaned with difficulty. "So dizzy." After a while, she regained her composure, looking at her smoking hands in surprise. "You're hurt? I'm hurt too. Why are my hands burning?" Fong Gam slowly approached, arrogantly asking, "Do you feel pain now? Are you awake?" "Lan Kui An Gli, Gom Fong Ngam." Hao Gung gently advised, "Your Highness, don't attack. Fortunately, Miss Kong helped just now." She frowned and pouted dismissively. "I don't need her help." She immediately put on a wronged expression, sobbing, "Chief Guard Hao, there's no need to persuade her anymore. Her Highness always has a biased view of me. No matter what I do, she's unhappy." Hao Gung awkwardly smiled and comforted her. "Don't be sad. Her Highness doesn't mean any harm." Then he reminded again, "Your Highness, Miss Kong did help us after all." Lan Kui angrily questioned, "How dare you speak up for her? Are you my subordinate or hers?" She declared, "Traitor, go hang out with her then. We part ways here. Let go." Suddenly, the symbol in Lan Kui's palm emitted a sound. Tin Dan's voice came through. "If you hear this, reply. If you hear this, reply." She joyfully called out, "Master." He excitedly suggested, "Great. The communication talisman is working. Is everyone awake? Report your situation and location." Up ahead, Vo and Man inside the cave also received the signal. Tin then quickly instructed, "Let's secure our own safety first, then slowly approach each other's positions." Both were surprised by his question. "Old Thatch, Your Highness, were you all attacked by the Xianqi Tower?" They quickly reported, "Yes, we were. How did Brother So know? Did you encounter it too?" Tin then frowned and thought, "Sure enough, no one is an exception. The Xianqi Tower is targeting the elites of the new generation." He looked up towards Lack, So, and Deep too. Tin then lowered his eyes and seriously instructed, "Everyone, protect yourselves well. Getting points from now on will be very difficult. Especially Your Highness. You have the strongest attack power among us. You absolutely must not act impulsively." He didn't forget to remind loudly, "Oh right, we're cooperating with Taetu now. If you encounter them, don't attack." Upon hearing these words, Fong Gam immediately teased, "Oh my, we're partners now." Lan Kui glared and angrily retorted, "Who's cooperating with you? South of the small bridge, east ditch of the city. We need support." Man tremblingly spoke into the communication talisman. "We were ambushed by Yuling. They're cooperating with Xianqi Tower. Their numbers and ranks far exceed ours." Hong Tan and his teammates stepped into the cave, sneering. "A bunch of stinking rats, trying to dig a hole. But I finally caught one." He cruelly swung his leg and kicked Lai Mok in the stomach. Man watched her teammate being tortured until he spat blood, stammering in horror, "Lai Mok." Man frantically shouted, "Lai Mok has been captured by them." Hong Tan repeatedly kicked Lai Mok in the stomach, loudly interrogating, "Speak. Where are your other accomplices hiding?" He coldly stepped on her face, angrily cursing, "Damn it, this one. I've slapped her a few times and still can't get anything out of her." Vong Dao observed from outside, frowning deeply. "These people are extremely cunning. We cannot be careless. We must catch them all." Lai Mok loudly resisted. "Stop wasting your breath. I won't say anything." She narrowed her eyes and indifferently mocked, "This is all the skill you have? Why don't you just kill me?" He walked over, pushed his teammate's leg away, bent down and praised, "You have backbone. I admire that." Vong Dao took out a needle, maliciously saying, "Then let's try a different approach." He cruelly stabbed the needle into Lai Mok's fingertip. Vong Dao glared and took out a finger clamp, coldly revealing, "He's a prison warden, so I know many ways to torment people." He immediately clamped one of her fingers, twisted the needle around, and savagely said, "How does it feel? This torture needle can make the pain multiply and last longer." Despite trembling from the pain, Lai Mok didn't utter a single word. Vong Dao leaned down and whispered, "Honestly, I also quite enjoyed the no-interval formation, arranging it into its current state, but my family is just a small household. My cultivation relies entirely on the Chu family. This time, I was supposed to cooperate in the competition with young Master Chu, but you ruined all the plans." As soon as he finished speaking, he cruelly broke her finger. Man Kuang and the other contestants couldn't help but purse their lips in fear. Vong Dao softly revealed, "Chu Nak Thong won't feel like he was negligent. He'll only blame me for being unhelpful. So, I must take advantage of Xianqi Tower's willingness to cooperate and help young Master Chu vent his anger." He confidently continued, "It's okay if you don't speak. I think your teammates are quite cooperative. Such screams. Your teammates wouldn't be so cold-blooded, would they?" Vong Dao held a bloodstained dart in his hand, his face filled with gloom. "All right, this is just an appetizer. If you can't endure it, you can give up. Automatically giving up deducts 3 points. But for a team like yours, 3 points are quite valuable, aren't they?" Li Mu gritted her teeth, trying to suppress the pain, sweat pouring down. Min, hiding in the cave, couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger. "Those beasts, they're torturing Li Mu." A Chow placed a hand on her shoulder, frantically reassuring her, "Don't get agitated. They just want to force us out." She clenched her hands and gritted, "So what do we do? Tell me to just stand by and watch. When will reinforcements arrive?" Enan clutched his head in fearful despair. "Don't just wait for reinforcements anymore. Everyone has things they need to do. How can they come here to save us? If you want to blame someone, blame us for being too weak." Min suddenly looked outside in surprise. She lowered her eyes and mumbled worriedly, "It stopped. Why isn't she screaming anymore?" Outside the cave entrance, Li Mu had been tortured to the point where her hand was disfigured. Flesh and blood scattered across the floor. Wang Dao gave a cold, faint smile. He couldn't help but marvel. Not a single scream. Despite these utterly barbaric tortures, even though the pain had made her eyes dull, she forced herself to suppress it. "Don't scream, don't scream. Don't make my teammates struggle. Don't let the enemy gloat. I definitely can't drag my teammates down." Wang Dao turned his head and said disdainfully, "They can all see this, right? Yet they're not coming out to save you. What cold-blooded teammates. Why do you have to suffer so much? I even feel a little sympathy for you now." Li Mu couldn't help but waver at those words. She looked at the cruel faces of the people in front of her, secretly blaming herself in her heart. Falling into this situation, it's all my fault. I naturally have to bear the consequences myself. No need for rescue. In her mind, she recalled a painful scene from the past. Mother will abandon you. Father will betray you. At that time, only the two sisters relied on each other. After all, people can only rely on themselves. Li Mu gritted her teeth, suppressing the pain, and gradually closed her eyes, telling herself, I don't need anyone's sympathy or pity, nor do I expect any so-called help. Suddenly, a burst of fire appeared from nowhere. Lan Kuei, holding an axe, furiously charged towards Wang Dao and Meng Chong. She gritted her teeth and slammed the axe down at the two of them. Lan Kuei seized the opportunity to pull Li Mu away. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Third Princess. She glared angrily, carrying Li Mu on her shoulder. Wang Dao raised his eyebrows excitedly and ordered, We've caught a big fish. Don't let her get away. Lan Kuei, axe in hand, fought them off alone. Li Mu frowned and struggled to speak. Foolish. You shouldn't have come to save me. I'm not a high-level rank, not worth it. She glared and loudly ordered, You shut up. Not long before, in the snowy forest, Hao Gung asked in disbelief, You're going to reinforce them alone? She clutched her chest in pain and explained, That's too dangerous. It's better if I go with you. Lan Kuei resolutely refused. You're already like this. Get some rest. Feng Yin pursed her lips, listening to her suggestion. Aren't we partners? Hao Gung, please take her to Master then. I wouldn't feel at ease leaving her here alone. I'll go check the reinforcement point. It's quite close to us anyway. Hao Gung frowned, troubled. But your highness going alone. Lan Kuei confidently assured him. Don't worry. I'll assess the situation. I won't put myself in danger. She turned her face and pouted teasingly. I'm not an idiot, you know. Back to reality, Lan Kuei, carrying Li Mu on her shoulder, fought against their attacks, glaring and shouting, I am an idiot. Meng Chong laughed excitedly and ordered, Princess, it's the third princess. Grab her. There are too many of them. She gasped in pain. Most of their team is hiding here. Stupid. You shouldn't have come to save me. Lan Kuei frowned and retorted, So what was I supposed to do? Just stand by and watch. She turned her body, taking on an attack from the opponent. Lai Tam appeared from behind, clapping his hands and laughing excitedly. No matter how powerful you are, two hands can hardly fight against four. You're dead for sure. Lan Kuei immediately grabbed the flame-throwing axe and incinerated him. Gritting her teeth, she roared, Get lost. Saving you and then getting scolded. You really don't know what's good for you. Lai Mok tearfully mumbled apologetically, Leave me. Run away quickly. I've dragged you into this. While she was struggling to resist, the person on her shoulder kept feeling guilty. You are the strongest attacker in our team. If it weren't for me, you would definitely be able to get more points. Suddenly, Fatty appeared from behind and attacked. He violently slammed the two of them to the ground. Lai Mok's eyes widened in surprise, thinking she was a goner. Who knew Lan Kuei quickly grabbed an iron rod, creating a shield to protect both of them. Fatty menacingly raised his fist. Then he violently slammed it down on the protective barrier. The people outside saw it had no effect and shouted, Charge together. Let's see how long she can hold out. Lan Kuei was now gritting her teeth and resisting. Blood from her head had already stained her entire face red. On top of that, the big guy outside sneered, Ignoring team benefits, running out here to play the hero. Meng Long is weak, has strength but no strategy. We really have to thank your highness for coming to give us points. Even though she was very tired, she still whispered, That's the kind of person I am. As long as I'm on the same team, I won't just sit by and do nothing. Even if it's a trap, I'll walk into it. This princess is just like that. If you think I'm stupid, then let me be stupid. Lan Kuei glared angrily at the group of people in front of her. And as for team benefits, Hatchkin was stunned and sat motionless because of her words. To prove her statement, Lan Kuei sprang up, spun the weapon in her hand, and successfully flung those people away. Then she boldly declared, "Isn't it enough if I get a few more points? I've never shirked my responsibilities." The opponent was truly moved. Not stopping there, Lan Kuei continued to charge. "You can watch to your heart's content from inside the barrier." She courageously swept through everyone who had just insulted her. A large rock was being thrown towards Lan Kuei. As soon as she saw it, she fiercely dealt with all three of them, shouting, "Get back here!" Next, she grabbed the blazing torch and leaped high into the air. Lan Kuei aimed straight at them. The three men were terrified and quickly ran away. Another man shouted, "Don't let her get points. Hit her a little, then run. Slowly drain all her strength." At his command, the entire group simultaneously launched attacks at her. This time, Lan Kuei was cornered. Too many people. Just then, her memories resurfaced. "I dragged everyone down. If it wasn't for me, everyone could have gotten more points." Those words from that day awakened Lan Kuei's inner beast. "You self-righteous idiot. Do you really think you can drag me down?" Immediately, she charged forward with great momentum. "Don't underestimate me." Recalling a man who saw this and laughed. "Ignoring team benefits, running out here to play the hero." Lan Kuei inwardly wanted to deny it. "I'm not someone who wants to be a hero ignoring the bigger picture. Before being eliminated, I must get as many points as possible, 10 guys. I need to kill at least 10 more to consider it enough." In an instant, a stream of fresh blood splattered onto the face of Thiat Dan, who was standing nearby. Because of that, a part of his face was burned. Just a few seconds later, the fire spread to his entire body, making Thiat Dan scream. The remaining guys now became wary. What's going on? He touched the princess's blood. The blazing red fire was still flaring up vibrantly. She now looked like a demon. The crowd began to panic. They couldn't put it out. While Lam Kui was still counting. 1 down. She was eliminating each person according to her set target. 2 down. Suddenly, an arrow from somewhere pierced Lam Kui's shoulder. At that moment, she remembered Odano's reminder. "You are a team. If one person makes a mistake, everyone will bear the consequences together. You have implicated them." So Lam Kui forcefully pulled that sharp object out of her body. She charged forward frantically, screaming an affirmation in her head. "I won't implicate my teammates." And Lam Kui successfully eliminated another target. 3 down. The remaining young men panicked. The enemy is too strong. How did she become so powerful? Don't get close. Attack from afar. Chan Shuyan observed the current situation and had to assess. Her berserker blood is acting up again. It seems even more serious this time than the last. Meanwhile, Tin Noyet silently remarked, "Her soul power is completely burning out of control. Burning out means death. This competition's loss mechanism can't compensate for this." Only the first prince urgently issued an order. Temporarily suspend the competition. Tell the princess to leave the arena. His subordinate spoke cautiously. The competition cannot be temporarily suspended, nor can she be passively removed from the competition. And at that moment, a calming voice spoke up. "First Prince, don't be hasty." He spoke frankly. "If the competition is stopped because of this, wouldn't it be unfair to everyone else? If this gets out, it will harm the royal family's prestige. Please calm down a bit." The first prince really couldn't bear to watch anymore, but the little devil is pushing herself too hard. If she continues to burn like this. However, he couldn't bring himself to say it. She won't be able to cultivate anymore. Lam Kui's entire body was burning hot. Her mouth cavity was already steaming. It's too hot. Yet she still reminded herself. Don't fall. Just a little more effort. With every blow, Lam Kui told herself, just a little more effort. She still charged forward with all her might. Let me get a few more points. Someone's sword had just pierced through, drenched in blood. Lam Kui suddenly froze in place. and the whole group of people also stopped dead. Someone unexpectedly struck her with a painful blow. Not only that, they cruelly pulled it out, causing Lam Kui to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Nan Mao intended to warn, "You can't even control your own soul power. Do you want to burn yourself to ruin?" Despite his heartache, he maintained a cold demeanor. "Go out and rest for a bit." She lay slumped on the ground, silently protesting. "No, don't let me fall here. I haven't gotten enough points yet." Ah, but Lam Kui then remembered Tindan. "Your Highness, you are the strongest attacker among us. You must not be impulsive." She could only utter, "Master, I'm sorry." Someone's footsteps were running very fast. Hatchkin carried a person on his back, followed by a crowd of people rushing along. She was now heartbroken for her master. The news had just reached Tindan. "The princess has been eliminated. We couldn't get her out. We could only take Lai Mok out during the chaos. I'm sorry, it's all our fault for being useless. But earlier, the enemy seemed to know our every move. We couldn't escape at all." Immediately after, he replied, "No need to blame yourselves. Are they still chasing now?" And Hatchkin reported, "No, they are confronting Tan Sun instead." Tindan was surprised. "It's Nan Mao of Tan Sun. Why are Tan Sun's people here?" One participant in the match brazenly criticized, "You, a dignified martial grandmaster, are here stealing points from us?" But he saw through their intentions. "Stealing points? You want to drag out the time and cripple her, don't you?" Nasty. A senior disciple of Tan Sun flew in from nowhere. Why waste words on them? He acted very decisively, ordering those behind him, "Charge." The despicable lot now had no choice but to tuck tail and run. "I can't beat Tan Sun, run fast." But the senior disciple had no intention of letting them go and immediately unleashed his move. Martial master skill, giant sword array. Powerful energies immediately surged towards them. In a flash, they were surrounded, leaving everyone gaping. Onlookers outside discussed, "A giant sword array can be deployed so quickly? As expected of Tan Sun's senior disciple, truly admirable. What's on his sword? It looks like the granddaughter of the Shui clan head. It seems he's deeply devoted to her. Oh, come on. Last month he even posted the Autumn Ode of the Western Monastery." One person commented, "It's not uncommon to put images on a sword. Tan Sun primarily cultivates the sword. Any martial spirit is treated as a sword. It's rare and peculiar, but incredibly powerful. This Moon Ridge will surely fall here." Indeed, the people on the other side were now scattering. Tan Sun's senior disciple loudly declared, "How dare you use illusions to harm us? Not a single one of you will leave here." But for some reason, the person next to him kept signaling him to be quiet. A band immediately announced, "Attention, contestants of Match 11. This match's poisonous zone is starting to shrink. All contestants, please quickly retreat into the safe zone." The combat zone on the map was gradually shrinking, truly worrying those inside. "It's shrinking again." He continued to explain the rules. "Additionally, in the innermost safe zone, there's a bonus item, a 1,000-year-old profound ice. The team that finds it will receive an additional 20 points." Tin then inwardly exclaimed, 20 points! And he clearly realized that the illusion had caught his teammates off guard, leading to their deaths. These 20 points were truly too important. Diet 2 and Lek, so were both trying to run. Tin then suddenly shouted, "Everyone listen up! Quickly move towards Dongo City and search for the 1,000-year-old profound ice." Currently at Dongo City, the safe zone. What were those cloaked figures doing? Senior sister. The person next to her reported, "All targets have been tagged with items and are running towards the safe zone." Vietmin replied sinisterly, "Good." Then she commanded, "Begin." Vietmin then released a power orb downwards. At the same time, someone was running frantically. Chu Vo desperately rushed forward, with Chu Lin behind him. "Are we in the safe zone yet?" She looked around and said, "Yes, we're very close to the safe zone. Watch out for ambushes and quickly find the bonus item." Suddenly, he froze Lin. The magical layer covering the space made Chu Vo confused. Why is it so green ahead? The emerging crowd startled him even more. What is that? Before Chu Vo, they were rushing run. Soul-devouring monsters emerged from behind, terrifying a Quam. Run. In the end, it was too late. The soul-devouring monster had already emerged from him, and even more horrifying, they were devouring a Kwang's soul. Soon, he was completely disfigured. The soul devourer even grew right in the middle of a Kwang's forehead. He and Chu Lin couldn't help but be terrified witnessing this scene. The soul devourer even uttered a strange sound. Young master. The others panicked. What is this? Seeing her and Chu Vo still standing there, one person kindly reminded them, run. It's a wandering soul devourer, a demon that feeds on the 3 souls and 7 ethereal souls. It can even possess bodies. Even though the competition rules protect participants, if wounded by it, at best, your spiritual essence will be depleted. At worst, your life is over. We were originally the first to arrive at the safe zone, but who knew these strange things would fly out from the ice surface of Dongka City? Chu Lin was puzzled by this. The ice surface of Dongka City? The village elders told us that many wandering souls from CUC back, Vong Ton, were sealed inside it. It's been hundreds of years without issue, so why are they all running out now? Inside, she was very satisfied with her achievements. Now, Viet Minh proudly said, the weaker the host, the stronger the effect of the item. These soul devourers under the lake are the best way to weaken them, catching these prodigies in one net. Outside is poison, inside are soul devourers. This time you won't escape. The soul devourers engulfed an entire area moment by moment. In her mind, she recalled the name, Tin Dan. When the screen suddenly became distorted, the audience screamed in panic as if seeing ghosts. What's happening? The screen's frozen. In the crowd, an uncle, tense as a violin string, made a guess. Is that a wandering soul devourer? The person next to him cried out in alarm. No way. That thing is extremely dangerous. Everyone around them gasped in shock upon hearing this. It made Lu Ming and Tu Nuo's faces tense, their lips pursed. One touch and their souls would scatter. Why is there such a thing in the examination hall? Didn't they check before using it? Why has the examination hall always had problems recently? Chun Chuan anxiously and hastily instructed. Contact the envoy of the Divine Kingdom and ask to temporarily suspend the competition. Just then, someone asked in a panic, soul-devouring ghost, is that a soul devourer? Bai Jin nervously cried out in fear, stay away from the soul-devouring ghost. This foolish child, why is the screen on? Chu Wu's father calmly reassured, Madam, don't panic. If there's real danger, he can withdraw from the competition. Seeing this, she became irritable and scolded. Don't you know how stubborn your son is? If he were to withdraw from the competition, then pigs would know how to climb trees. Hurry up and contact the competition organizers. Stop the competition. At that moment, on the other side of the battle, a faint, shimmering green light suddenly appeared in front of the contestants. Wang Tao narrowed one eye and exclaimed in surprise, what is that? A contestant in the group hastily relayed the message. The person in front said that soul-devouring ghosts have appeared in the safe zone. Another person repeated in shock, soul-devouring ghosts? No sooner had he finished speaking than the person vanished in an instant, startling the others. De Qing ran around helplessly, shouting, he's withdrawn from the competition. He ran so fast. Soul-devouring ghosts have appeared ahead. Green Mountain disciples, retreat. Go to the border of the poisonous zone first. Standing before the mysterious moss-green image, Xing Qin asked blankly, what's going on? Hang Chong appeared and explained, these things can't run out on their own. Someone must have sabotaged the seal under Dongqing Lake that sealed the soul-devouring ghosts. Only the village elders, and we know. We guarded against it endlessly, but it still got out. He frowned in anger and glanced back, Song Lai. Xing Qin cursed silently in indignation. That crazy Xianqi Tower guy, isn't he afraid of being eaten by the soul-devouring ghosts himself? While he was furious, Hang Chong reminded him, they dared to do this, so they must have a way to protect themselves to destroy the power of the newcomers. The fake system will stop at nothing. Tell everyone to retreat first. Survive for as long as you can. Seeing him still standing like a stone statue, he anxiously asked, Mr. Chu, do you hear me? At this moment, Xing Chen calmly asked, Sister Shui, what's wrong? Xiao Shi frowned and said almost desperately, You persuade a Wu. I can't pull him. We've already encountered the soul-devouring ghosts. We originally intended to retreat, but a Wu insisted on not going. In the battlefield, Chu Wu used two glowing swords to block the attack. He plunged thousands of golden iron stakes into the ground, surrounding the soul devourers like a fence to prevent theft. She revealed astonishing information. He said he wants to block the soul-devouring ghosts. Xing Chun indignantly protested. What kind of joke is this? Old Sure, retreat quickly. Chu Wu resolutely affirmed. If we retreat, these things will fly everywhere within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. I have a restraining attribute against them. He determinedly plunged his sword into the soul devourer. We must stop them here. Xing Chen couldn't help but snap. Stop what? If the sky falls, let the tall ones bear it. Why are you rushing forward? You want to be a cripple, withdraw from the competition? At most, we all withdraw together. Then we've completely lost. Chu Wu gritted his teeth and persuaded. Moreover, Brother Chu, we can withdraw from the competition and leave. But what about the village elders of Beilai Village? Hearing these words, Xing Chun was stunned as if splashed with cold water, looking at the wandering ghosts startled by the strange green aura. Chudvu mournfully expressed, no one can save them, suffering in their past lives, and after death still being devoured by hungry ghosts? This fate is too unfair. He choked up and declared firmly, I must fight for them. Chudvu urged, don't mind me, you guys retreat first. Xing Chun, with an unperturbed expression, ordered, everyone, immediately retreat to the border of the contaminated zone and be ready to give up the right to compete at any time. Everyone listened, their faces stunned. He instructed and turned to leave. Life is the safest. Don't dally. Retreat quickly. Chu Hai nervously turned and asked, So what are you going to do? Without much ado, Xing Chen grabbed the neck of Tung Lai, who was dumbfounded and pale. He growled out each word, Go settle the score. Hearing that, Viet Minh sneered as if she'd just watched a good show. At that moment, Lai Mok gritted her teeth and self-bandaged the wound on her hand. She panted, leaning on her leg, her eyes fixed on the swirling green aura in front. Lai Mok was so exhausted she saw stars, returning to the life-and-death battle. Chu Hai screamed in panic, Xing Chen. She was both worried and angry. Settle what score? What are you going to do? A teammate held her back, advising, He always has his own ideas. Don't go over there. Seeing the situation worsen, Laxo turned and urged everyone, Don't hesitate any longer. We can't control it here anymore. Let's retreat quickly. Chu Hai pursed her lips, looking in that direction. Meanwhile, the people of Huan Kai Lao checked the speed and power of the soul devourers. A loyal henchman reported, My lord, the spread rate of the soul-devouring ghosts has been suppressed. It seems the Sword of Light is stopping them. Viet Minh heard this and widened her eyes, asking again, Sword of Light? She smiled with amusement, pulled out a small orb, and summoned more soul devourers. He's truly a reckless one, but also very much to my liking. If he's willing to offer himself, I'll help him die a quicker death. Just then, Tung Lai burst forth like lightning from somewhere. Viet Minh was startled, but managed to deploy a shield in time. The next moment, another shadow suddenly appeared behind the soldier. Before he could understand what was happening, Xing Chen punched his eardrum, sending him flying high. They were in chaos, fighting and shouting. Who is it? He skillfully dodged the lowly soldier's kick with ease. Then, Xing Chen weaved his way to the back. Without hesitation, he spun in a beautiful circle and kicked his head straight to the ground. Before he could catch his breath, Another soldier threw a dart. Xingchen cleverly used their comrade as a shield, while simultaneously drawing his sword. Then he casually hurled the sword at him like a rocket, almost giving Viet Minh a heart attack. The loyal henchman saw his chance and launched a sneak attack from behind. However, like a predator catching fat prey, he quickly appeared behind him. Looks like I didn't hit him hard enough earlier. Without any hesitation, Xingchen sent him to meet his maker. Viet Minh was sweating profusely, but tried to act cool. So you came looking for me yourself. You can see through my invisibility artifact, Xingchen. He stood up from the thick dust. Looking at his heroic and majestic posture, she exclaimed, "Indeed, you are the one chosen by the gods." Beside him, Tung Lai was lying sprawled on the ground. Viet Minh stammered in surprise. "It's him. It's really him." Before this story happened, half an incense stick earlier, while Xingchen was running around looking for enemies, Tung Lai, being dragged along, frantically called out, "Brother Chu, Brother Chu." He struggled and stammered in fear. "Let me go. Aren't we supposed to retreat? Ahead are soul-devouring ghosts. What are you trying to do?" Xingchen didn't care and immediately extended 2 fingers. Then he used his pressure point technique on Tung Lai's back, the poison flower Buddha acupoint hand method. Tung Lai immediately stiffened, his mouth agape like a beached fish. He couldn't move or make a sound. How did he know this move? Xingchen continued his journey, asking the system as he walked, "Brother Chang, if they use communication artifacts, can you pinpoint the location of the profound artifact tower through Ho Tung Lai's transmission?" It frantically spoke to stop him. "You want to go find the people of the profound artifact tower?" Hang Chang shouted in panic, "Are you crazy? We'll be exposed." Amidst Chut Vo's struggle, he secretly worried. The soul-devouring ghosts are increasing. Old Thatch won't last much longer. I must quickly find the fake system to fix this loophole. Xingchen looked up towards the formation above, reassuring himself. As for being exposed, I'll meet the fake system sooner or later anyway. Just then, the soul-devouring ghosts had already disrupted the monitoring formation, completely severing internal and external communication within the examination grounds. He clenched his arm, which was burning. Therefore, Xingchen declared to himself, then delivered a spinning kick to Viet Minh's shield. "I just need to resolve this quickly within the examination grounds." Hang Chong wore a banner and cheered enthusiastically. "Go, go! Quickly weaken her. I must get her artifact and system." Faced with such terrifying power, Viet Minh marveled. "So strong. Martial King level. This is your true strength, isn't it?" She took out a power orb and scoffed. "To have such power without artifacts, no wonder you could kill 30,037. Artifact, power amplification. But don't think I'll be like that useless fool who only knows how to brainlessly use artifacts." Then, the orb suddenly exploded, forcing him to retreat. Viet Minh provocatively placed her hand on Shadow's shoulder. "If you're so strong," she offered with a cunning smile, "then compete with it, Grand Martial Master Skill Shadow." As soon as the shadow appeared, both he and Hang Chong froze in place. On the other side of the battlefield, the green aura still hadn't dissipated. Dai Tan calmly reassured his teammates. "That's the border. Let's just observe from here first. The soul-devouring ghosts are indeed too dangerous. If it gets bad, we'll have to forfeit." He sensed and commented, "I feel like the soul devourers are stopping." Before, they spread very quickly. Nan Mao frowned skeptically. "Someone is stopping them." He quickly turned to ask his teammates, "Guang Ming's sword. Where are the people from Wujian? Have they escaped yet?" Just then, the group suddenly saw a familiar figure. "Isn't that the little fox from Wujian? Why is she waving at us?" Dai Tan cautiously stood in front. "Hey, don't come closer. There's no trap, is there? Where are your teammates?" Chu Hien frantically waved her hands to explain. "It's not a trap. Getting points now doesn't mean anything anymore. I just..." She timidly and shyly pleaded, "Can I ask for your help?" The entire Tan Sun group inadvertently blushed at her actions. Meanwhile, Xing Chun was trying to destroy Shadow, but it skillfully dodged with excellence, then counterattacked. Xing Chun quickly counterattacked again. They continued to fight back and forth for a long time. Viet Minh witnessed the battle and exclaimed, "Martial King level combat, it's truly dazzling." She sneered with a cunning smile, "But the stronger you are, the stronger the shadow will be. What good is being a martial king? Can you defeat yourself?" Just as Xing Chun landed a punch on Shadow's face, it suddenly raised its leg. Both simultaneously kicked each other. Shadow hooked its leg and spun him backward. Then it confidently unleashed its move, Poison Flower Buddha Acupoint Hand. Han Kuang exclaimed in disappointment, "You're too weak, Xing Chun. Why were you beaten?" Xing Chun gasped in anger, backing away. "This is too much cheating. It copied everything from my cultivation method to my fighting style." The system calmly advised, "Don't waste any more energy on him. Your energy recovery isn't much anymore. Finish him quickly." He gloomily argued back, "It's easy for you to say. He's my copy, you know." In a moment of panic, Xing Chun suddenly uttered a silly remark. "Look at his handsome face." He pointed out, as it moved back and forth, that agile physique. Xing Chun held his head and made a statement that left everyone speechless. "Such a perfect man. How can I fight him?" Han Kuang angrily scolded, "Have you no shame?" It pulled his hair and offered a suggestion. "Weakness. Think carefully. Don't you have any weaknesses?" He couldn't think of anything and talked nonsense. "No, I'm also getting a headache." Having run out of options, Han Kuang pulled out a fresh green cabbage. Without another word, it tore it open right in front of both of them, leaving them staring with wide, dazed eyes. Xing Chun and Shadow cried out regretfully, looking at the untouched cabbage. "Au bak, my au bak. Why destroy the green vegetables?" It didn't care and ordered, "Opportunity, destroy him." He tearfully punched Shadow, cruel. Not stopping there, Han Kuang also pulled out a unique painting of a beautiful woman. It instructed him to keep fighting. "Don't look, keep fighting." Xing Chun, somewhat unwilling, fought with reddened eyes and lamented, "I'm being too patient." Viet Minh stood outside, completely exasperated, her face expressionless. She muttered a new spell. Immediately, Shadow turned into black slime. He exclaimed in horror, "What is that? I don't know this move." Han Kuang quickly warned, "It turned into a shadow." Just as it spoke, something suddenly made him stop. "Be careful. This thing is very difficult to deal with." Viet Minh sneered wickedly and stabbed him in the back. She created a hole in his body, then smirked meaningfully. "I've always been very curious. As a chosen one, why don't you use props?" Viet Minh's next words made Tung Lai, who was unconscious, perk up and wake. "Previously, it was to conceal your identity." She pondered for a moment and continued, "Now there's no need to hide anymore, but even when suppressed by the shadow, you still refuse to use them." Xing Chun frowned in confusion. No pain. Viet Minh deduced a secret that made Han Kuang, hiding in the corner, tremble. "Now I understand. It's not that you refuse to use them." She laughed mockingly, reaching out her hand to grab it. "It's that your system doesn't have any props at all, right?" Viet Minh contemptuously grabbed Han Kuang, startling it. "And we were so careful probing before. So your system is really that weak. This ugly system space, truly laughable." She laughed triumphantly in vain. "Although I can only vaguely sense it, I've caught it. Hand it over to Lord 3005. He'll surely be very pleased." Viet Minh plunged her hand deeper into him, causing him to grit his teeth until his eyes glowed. It frantically shrieked, "This is bad. I'm about to be dragged out." In this critical moment, Xing Chun tightly grabbed Han Kuang, worriedly calling, "Brother Kuang." Deep in his subconscious, it suddenly turned back and called, "Xing Chun." He disappointedly criticized, "You're too weak, forced into this state by a fake system." Han Kuang immediately retorted, "Who knew she'd suddenly reach in? My system is 10 times stronger than that pockmarked guy's. I'm still in my initial state. I can't resist her. Let go of my hand, or your soul body will be torn to shreds." Realizing the situation, his whole body suddenly froze. Xing Chen tightened his hand. He resolutely refused. If I let go, what will happen to you? Don't give up. Think of a way. How can my body be something that can be taken and left as one pleases? Seeing the opponent still struggling stubbornly, Viet Minh arrogantly scoffed, dealing with the shadow while still having the presence of mind to pull the system. Looking at his enduring posture, she showed disdain on her face. His spiritual power is too strong. Then Viet Minh smirked and beckoned. Even if you can resist, can your brother also resist? At this moment, the small orb began to spin at full speed. Xing Chen glanced behind him, so angry that veins popped out on his face. Seeing the enemies increasing, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Old sure." Chu Wu gritted his teeth and held on. The numbers suddenly increased. It's over almost. The next second, he was knocked back by a soul devourer. Xiao Ling rushed over anxiously. "Asher." She conjured a shield to block its attack, saving him this time. Chu Wu plunged his sword into the ground. He trembled and whispered, "The sword formation cannot collapse." A part of the soul devourer unexpectedly broke through the barrier. Xiao Ling closed her eyes, determined not to surrender. In this critical situation, he desperately advised, "Ailing, you should give up your competition rights. My soul power is depleted. The sword formation is about to break. I can't protect you anymore." She resolutely endured. "If we give up together. Why don't you give up, brother?" Chu Wu heard the bad news and mumbled, "Give up the competition." He recalled Yu Gui's gentle and cheerful demeanor. Chu Wu roared and charged forward regardless. "I will be ashamed." Just then, an arrow suddenly pierced straight into the skull. After that, thousands of arrows also flew in simultaneously. The contestants from behind fiercely shouted, "Protect the sword of light! Don't let the sword formation break!" They continued to give orders and charged forward under Chu Wu's bewildered gaze. "Don't let the soul devourer ghosts escape!" Ren Mao came from behind and assertively declared, "The sword acts according to the heart. It cries out against injustice, slaying all evil spirits in the world. It's the sword of light. Chu Wu, you truly live up to your title." He unconsciously looked up at the person who had just spoken. As if empowered, Ren Mao instructed, "All of Qing Shan, come assist the formation." Rewinding time to before, Xiao Shi earnestly pleaded, "Can I ask for your help with something?" She hurriedly explained, "We once received a favor from Elder Xiang of Bei Lai Outpost." Chu Wu, not wanting Elder Xiang to be in danger, stayed to stop the soul devourer ghosts. "We are too weak. The Western Temple has suffered too many casualties. Our forces are insufficient. Can you come with us to help them?" Seeing the other party remain silent, Xiao Shi honestly added, "If there's danger, you can abandon your competition rights at any time." She bit her lips sadly, no. Seeing this, Ren Mao sighed in resignation. As expected, he's the one holding it back. He praised Chu Wu's bravery in a deep voice. While we were only concerned with fleeing and saving our lives, there was someone who disregarded himself to hold on. This steadfast integrity and profound righteousness truly makes one ashamed. Upon hearing this, the Qing Shan contestants didn't know where to hide their faces and could only bow their heads in shame. Ren Mao got straight to the point. "Little Fox, where is Chu Wu?" This matter. Returning to reality, the Qing Shan group united in battle. They resolutely declared, then unleashed powerful moves. Qing Shan will definitely help. Qing Shan, combined skill. 10,000 swords returning to origin. They arrogantly challenged, screaming, "Soul-devouring ghost, this is the taste of Qing Shan's sword." Seeing the unusual radiance appear, a Qing Shan disciple excitedly exclaimed, "It's already. It's both an illusion and a poison ring. This match has been frustrating enough. Fighting like this is much more comfortable. With the sword formation supporting us, quickly charge forward." Not wanting to be outdone, the people of Shizi also charged forward valiantly. Yizi indignantly questioned, "You used a combined skill right at the start. That's really stealing our thunder. She slammed her hammer heavily onto the ground in warning, sending tiles flying everywhere. Bullying the Shizi people. Huh, because there's so few of us? Seeing such spirit, Ren Mao clicked his tongue in praise. That's a very big picture perspective. Datan did not hesitate to shout a name. Beast Ear Fox Lady. #1 under heaven. The Qing Shan disciples shyly cheered. As long as it's a request, there's no reason to refuse. No reason. For the gate of joy. For the gate of joy. Chu Wu saw them exerting themselves to help, and was moved beyond words. Everyone, not letting him continue. Xiaoxi pushed him, urging, "Don't just stand there. Reinforce the sword formation. We'll provide you with soul power." She said, both angry and blushing, "We are not cowards who only care about our own lives. Sacrificing our good looks to lead reinforcements to you. You must unleash this anger for me." He choked out 2 words, "Xiaoxi." Chu Wu smiled sincerely and thanked them. "Thank you." Seeing everyone united, he passionately declared, "Everyone's help, Chu Wu will engrave deeply in his heart." Chu Wu plunged the sword of light into the ground. Then, he gripped the sword tightly, resolutely vowing, "I will definitely not retreat." On the other side of the battlefield, Viet Minh was startled to see a brilliant golden pillar of light. She frowned in surprise. They actually managed to hold on. A second later, Hang Quang was clutched in Viet Minh's palm, her attitude openly disdainful. But so what? Looking at Tin Than, who was profusely spitting syrup from his mouth, she arrogantly boasted of her victory. All resistance is futile. Seeing it continuously glitch, Viet Minh said with delight, "The God-chosen system, wasn't it already dragged out?" Just then, Tung Lai nervously raised his hand to his nose to check. "Tin Than, is he dead?" She mercilessly crushed Hang Quang and mocked, "Too bad your system. It probably shattered into pieces when it pulled out the soul body, didn't it? No matter, he has to die anyway." Viet Minh calculated greedily. "Temporarily seal the God-chosen system and keep it in my space. I'll hand it over to Lord Tam Tien Gu once we're outside." She praised the fearful person. "Tung Lai, you did well this time. When I report, I'll put in a good word for you. Congratulations, you can finally turn things around." Viet Minh glanced into the distance and cruelly ordered, "Release all the seals on the soul-devouring ghosts. I want to see how long the Sword of Light can resist." Just then, Hang Quang suddenly glowed. Viet Minh was shocked and froze. Tung Lai, seeing this, anxiously asked, "What's wrong?" She was horrified when she saw 2 hands emerge from within it. How can the seal? Then, those hands unexpectedly tore the system in half. Tin then immediately emerged from within. Viet Minh gritted her teeth in disbelief. How can this be? As he calmly stepped out, she suspiciously asked, "How can Tin Than's soul body be inside the seal?" Tin then smirked and countered, "Is this your space?" He curled his lip, arrogantly announcing, "Successful infiltration." Inside a strange space, the sight before them was a majestic snow-capped mountain range. Suddenly, a heavily scarred hand unexpectedly clung tightly to the freezing snow. Lai Mok wearily struggled to climb up. Before her appeared a dazzling, miraculous ice block. Returning to reality, Viet Minh cried out in alarm, "How is this possible? Weren't you already scattered, soul and spirit?" He and Hang Quang chuckled smugly, as if they had just won the lottery. Recalling the time before, it weakly and desperately pleaded, "Tin Nan, let go." Hang Quang choked up, blaming himself. "I'm sorry. I'm too useless. I've implicated you, but let me go. Maybe there's still a glimmer of hope for survival." Tin Nan didn't care and clung on, refusing to let go. Let go of what? For crying out loud. He seriously objected. "Can those people really spare me? You're truly naive. From the moment you barged into my body, our lives have been connected. We'll share joys and sorrows, life and death." Tin then gritted his teeth, not forgetting to add a bit of sarcasm. "It's fine if you're useless. I'll become stronger to protect you." Don't you want to cultivate me into a long AO, Tian? Isn't someone waiting for you to come home? Then don't give up so easily, he said softly and affectionately. Even though you're both stupid and incompetent, I'll be unsettled without you by my side. It was so moved. Tin then. Hang Kwang happily plucked a strand of hair from his ear. You said it. Tin then irritably yelled, ouch! Why did you pluck my ear hair? It calmly and clearly explained. Keep one soul root, then the soul can return to the body. Hang Kwang reluctantly suggested, there's only one way now. Let's gamble. It embraced him completely, then detailed the plan. After she captures me, she'll likely seal me away in a space. That kind of seal, the system can't escape, but the soul body can break out, forcing itself out of the body. The soul will definitely be injured. I'll try my best to protect you. Let's kill her together, Tin then. Returning to reality, Hang Kwang clung to him, then repeated the earlier words, share joys and sorrows, life and death. Before the battle, it anxiously warned, she can control anyone to attack us. Distract her first. And also, without waiting for it to finish, Tin then immediately understood and prepared himself. No problem. Vietman seemed to predict his next move and immediately unleashed purple sound waves. Then, a series of sharp spikes pierced around him. Tin then panicked and ran away. Problem. Just as he turned and left, Viet Minh's hand reached into space. Tin then didn't say much and unleashed a sky-shattering punch. I'll break it. But he only punched through and was slapped across the face by her, making him ask dumbfounded. What? Why can't I hit her? Hang Kwang helplessly scolded him gently. Who told you not to listen to me? In this space, the system relies on conscious thought to attack. Moreover, this is her turf. Normal attacks won't reach her. Tin then sighed and curiously asked, so how do we hit her? It handed him a thick book. Use this. He asked blankly, a dictionary? Hang Kwang seriously and thoroughly explained. This is my knowledge base. Infuse your thoughts into it, and it can materialize thoughts. Tin then asked again, bewildered, thoughts? Seeing them still chatting away, Viet Minh, feeling ignored, got angry. You two fools, you've entered my territory and still want to resist. She furiously conjured several rocks. You've come knocking, so I'll grant your wish. Just as Viet Minh was about to make her move, he immediately applied the lesson. Thoughts. She flung the rocks towards him. Tin then lightly swiped through space. I divide. Space separation. Viet Minh's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Then he continued to control. Transfer thoughts. As soon as the book opened, a multitude of letters flew wildly like a disturbed beehive. Tin then cheered joyfully. They're out. He directed the flying letters and recited the attack. Attack. Sound wave attack. Seeing each letter flying straight towards her, she panicked and threw up a shield. What is that? Sensing a strange smell rush over, Viet Minh turned pale and coughed violently. It stinks. Tin then quickly appeared behind her, cursing out 4 words. Woman, lady, vicious, evil. Without hesitation, he gathered the words and decisively threw them at her. I attack, woman, lady, vicious, evil, a verbal attack. Viet Minh turned her head in confusion and asked, what kind of move is that? Bug stench. At that moment, the ground where Tin then stood suddenly split in two. He was caught off guard and fell into the abyss. Tin then yelled out a few loud words, like Doraemon's hardening ray. He quickly grabbed onto a floating word. While in free fall, he observed his surroundings in surprise. This is... From above, an arrogant voice appeared. In the space of this system, I am the god who controls all things. Viet Minh floated gleefully in midair. She summoned malicious shadows. They chanted in unison like a genuine fan club. Protect the young miss. Protect the young miss. Tin then quickly jumped into a nearby room. However, they didn't give up, screaming and chasing after him frantically. Catch him. Just as he was about to escape through another path, he was unexpectedly blocked by a shadow. Catch him. Tin then changed direction in a panic. Why are they everywhere? He ran to the painting hanging in front of him. Without hesitation, Tin then dove inside, changing direction. As he passed through, he encountered an old boatman. The old man wondered in confusion about his identity. "Who are you?" Tin then calmly replied, "A good person." In a critical moment, he urgently drew Ma Liang's magic brush, 3D structure. Tin then created a giant rifle. He excitedly pulled the trigger, firing rapidly. But unfortunately, the dark shadows dodged like ninjas. They lifted the boat high into the air. Without waiting for them to destroy him, Tin then nimbly transformed into a carp. I transform, changing physical form. He plunged straight into the lake and dived deep to escape. Tin then swam, searching for an escape route. Viet Minh arrogantly sneered and provoked. "Keep running. Keep circling in my maze until you run out of strength. I love to watch you little ants struggle." She scorned both the chosen ones inside and out. What kind of chosen child of heaven, or two chosen children of God are they? Tin then, swimming in the water, startled and stopped. Below, Viet Minh appeared out of nowhere, declaring with an open mouth, "They are merely toys in my hands." Before he could resist, he was sucked straight into her mouth. Viet Minh devoured him whole, then emerged to the surface. She excitedly proclaimed her name. From now on, they will become a thing of the past, become ordinary, and I, young Master Viet Minh of Shen Chi Tower. Then, two bright paintings simultaneously appeared. She clapped her hands continuously with joy. To become the first person of the new era, ushering in an era that belongs to me. At the same time, Tin then, from inside her stomach, replied disdainfully, "Are you dreaming?" Then, Viet Minh received a rude awakening. Rewind to the past. Under the full moon, hanging over the ancient castle, the guests arrived one after another to pay their respects. "Master Tuan, long time no see," they asked, but in reality, they were mocking. "Lin Veen is getting more and more beautiful, graceful, and charming. What's your rank now? A Grand Martial Master?" They were silent for a few seconds after hearing that, then scoffed. "Just a Martial Master." Then, they changed their attitude and sneered at her. Since childhood, she's been provided with many treasures, yet her rank is no better than that of commoners. So shameful. Shuanchi Tower is really declining, huh? Viet Minh was insulted. She angrily muttered, "A bunch of petty people. There will be a day. You'll have to look at me with different eyes." At the same time, she unexpectedly summoned a strange thing, the system. Tin then was astonished, feeling that this was a gift from the gods. However, Tin then from the real world gave her a slap of awakening. He shattered the glass with his dream-shattering palm. Viet Minh fell into a deep abyss in bewilderment. She shrieked in panic. How did it break? "System, it's out of control. What have you done?" Hang Kwang proudly explained clearly. "Although your system is very powerful, its consciousness is merely that of someone, a string of data. Tin then is responsible for dragging you down." He focused on typing and adjusting. "I will definitely devour it." Then, Hang Kwang casually snapped his fingers. "Now," he confidently asserted, "offense and defense are easier now." Viet Minh shrieked wildly in disbelief. "No way, it's impossible. I've never heard of systems devouring each other. And you're so weak. A good-for-nothing. Give me back my system." Without many words, he calmly gave her the next blow. "So you can cause trouble again? Relying on the system to arbitrarily trample on the shortcomings of others." Viet Minh's face shattered into pieces. Tin then gritted his teeth and announced, "This slap is for old Thatch." He landed another blow on her other cheek. "This one is for old Hung." Then, Tin then powerfully delivered another blow, for His Highness. Finally, he excitedly unleashed a combo of continuous slaps, for everyone. Tin then was absorbed in his revenge. Hang Kwang wanted to stop him from the outside, but you fooled all the other teams. Ignoring everything, he growled, preparing to deliver the final blow. "And next is—" Tin then angrily punched her face, for Lai Mak, sending Viet Minh flying dozens of meters away. He indignantly stepped forward. "If it's not enough now, I'll hit you later." Without the support of the heavenly Tao, every step Brother Kwang takes is his own effort. Tin then prepared to throw the next punch. "Do you even have the right to call him a good-for-nothing?" Seeing the tense situation, Hang Kwang hastily intervened. All right, Tin then. If you hit her again, she'll be destroyed. He calmly rubbed his wrist and replied, Isn't this me helping you vent your anger? He explained the reason. She still has use. She can't die here. The system is already in my hands. I need to digest it a bit. Then, Hang Kwang commanded a spell. Go back to your body. While explaining, Viet Minh suddenly reached out. This time my soul body is injured. Going back won't be easy. She tightly gripped his leg. Viet Minh screamed in despair. Give me back the system. Tin then frowned and cursed. Damn it. Finally, both disappeared into the subconscious. Outside, the envoys gathered in discord and chanted spells to create a formation. Seeing everything was ready, Huan Chao stepped forward and announced, Your Excellencies, the formation for the 11 examination grounds is ready. Tran Shuyan nodded and waved his hand, instructing, Envoys, you've worked hard. Activate the formation. On the other side of the green whirlwind, Tung Lai silently scanned his surroundings. He looked around in confusion. What exactly is going on? Seeing Viet Minh standing motionless, Tung Lai wondered in confusion. Isn't he trying to snatch the spirit system? Why isn't 110,000-2004 moving? He breathed a sigh of relief. Spirit, you're finally dead. Then, Tung Lai picked him up and genuinely expressed, To be honest, I quite like you, but there's no other way. This is your fate, don't blame me. Just then, the spirit suddenly opened his eyes and looked at him. He saw him smile, and his face drained of all color. Tung Lai fearfully stepped back and pointed. Spirit, why are you still alive? You clearly stopped breathing just now. At the same time, Viet Minh suddenly collapsed to the ground. He trembling asked, 110,000-2004, what's wrong with you? The spirit gloated, revealing a shocking secret. I just devoured her system and killed her in the process. Then, he mockingly snarled, What I hate most in people are schemers like you. The spirit grabbed his shiny head. He contemptuously twisted his head and called him a traitor. The spirit moved his soul into another space. Tung Lai screamed in despair, My system. He stammered, pleading in fear. Don't kill me. Don't devour my system. Brother So, Captain So, young master So. She forced me to harm you. I have nothing to do with it. He sarcastically retorted, disbelieving him. You have nothing to do with it? I saw you enjoying it quite a lot. Tung Lai hastily denied it repeatedly. No, I wasn't happy. When I thought you were dead, my heart felt like it shattered. In this critical situation, he made a proposal. If you kill me, both she and I will die here. Then how will the people outside determine your identity? The spirit heard this and asked in an interrogative tone. So, you tell me, what should I do? Tung Lai knelt down to flatter him. Keep me alive. I promise I won't reveal your identity. Actually, I've long wanted to turn over a new leaf, and today I finally have the chance. He glanced at Viet Minh, then boasted about his achievement. The system, no, the organization behind this woman is extremely powerful. I can help you infiltrate the enemy's ranks. He smiled mockingly. You're quite clever, aren't you? A double agent? Tung Lai quickly waved his hands, affirming, No, I'm only loyal to you. The spirit flatly refused and pulled out a pill. The loyalty of a traitor? I don't need it. He shoved it into his mouth and ordered, Drink. Seeing him try to throw it up, he folded his arms and chuckled with delight. The spirit calmly stated with satisfaction, So, how is it? Delicious. This is called the White Step Heartbreak Pill, made by ancient Manchow demons. The taste is exquisite, sweet amidst the bitterness. Then he explained further with a serious expression, making him utterly terrified. If you move more than 100 steps away from me, all your meridians will reverse, your thoughts will become chaotic, and you'll go berserk. Eventually, your blood vessels will burst and you'll die. Don't even think about using items. If I sense it, I'll send you on your way immediately. Secretary Ho, do well from now on. Hang Kwang curiously appeared and asked, Where did you get this medicine? He cunningly whispered the explanation, just to scare him. Those are chocolate seeds I made that expired 7 years ago. The spirit added, This guy needs to be scared. You need to keep an eye on him. It nodded in response. Don't worry. I've already put a surveillance chip inside him. Han Kuang turned and said worriedly, "That woman is tough to deal with. Her soul was shattered in the transmission just now, and now she's just an empty shell. The people from Huen Kai Lu will probably come looking for trouble with you." Just then, a black hole with strange lightning appeared high above. Chuyetvo also looked up in surprise. "What's wrong?" He stared, lost in thought. At this moment, a spell formation suddenly appeared. The Tan Sun group gradually disappeared in a panic. "That's it. We're done for," they exclaimed in shock. "That's a transmission array. The exam hall is being forcefully shut down." "What? We haven't cleared out all the soul-devouring ghosts yet," Chuyetvo exclaimed in despair. "It's too late." He stammered in a panic. "Old Hungs, what do we do now?" The spirit gritted its teeth in annoyance. It just had to be now. Han Kuang calmly reassured, "Don't panic. We just need to deal with the soul-devouring ghosts before getting out, right?" He asked in surprise, "You have a way?" It gleefully pulled out a heavy item. "I just devoured a system. Her reserve items are very complete. I can finally show off a bit now." The spirit was drenched in sweat looking at the item in its hand. It excitedly pulled out a rocket and asked, "Want to hang out?" In the faint, hazy blue night, noticing something was wrong, Maha shivered and exclaimed, "Hazy blue, what a disaster! Which bastard released the soul-devouring ghosts?" Dukkha, fidgeting next to him, replied, "It's not because of that school gang, is it? I told them not to say it in the first place." Just then, the ground suddenly shook violently. A dazzling golden light suddenly appeared. Chuyetvo uttered in a daze, "Golden." The golden light covered their entire vision. Nan Mao squinted, trying to look up. Even Lai Mok had to shield his eyes from the light. At the same time, the soul-devouring ghosts were completely incinerated. In the distance, an explosion suddenly occurred. Dukkha screamed in a daze. "Oh my God, such powerful force!" Which esteemed senior made a move? Maha was confused, not knowing what was happening. Are they trying to eliminate the soul-devouring ghosts along with us? Just then, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Look!" In the smoke, that person pondered as he saw a illusory text, resembling some kind of writing. They praised in shock, "Goodbye." "It's those students. They dealt with the soul-devouring ghosts. They're really skilled." Dooku excitedly said to them, "I told you they weren't bad. Is this their way of saying goodbye to us?" Maha smiled emotionally. "Goodbye, kids." Outside, Luke Min was overjoyed when he saw him slowly opening his eyes. Seeing his anxious look, Tin then asked, "Is it all over? How are you? Were you injured by the soul-devouring ghost?" Triet Vo and the others opened their eyes in shock. He looked around in a daze. "We're out." Tin then angrily turned to scold. "This bastard! He detonated an atomic bomb without asking anything." Han Kuang calmly reassured, "Time was short. Anyway, you'd evaporate instantly, so no pain." Tin then anxiously pressed, "That was an atomic bomb. Are Old Hung and the others okay?" It confidently explained, "Don't worry, I've calculated everything. Their positions won't be harmed. The basic energy for the explosion won't produce much radioactive material. And besides, wandering souls aren't afraid of radiation." Truyetvo recounted doubtfully, "It seems like we were blown to death at that time." Luke Min asked, puzzled, "Blown to death? How could you be blown to death?" Just then, Huen Chao approached and softly explained, "There were indeed traces of an explosion in the examination grounds." Centered around the East City Bridge, a large crater appeared, and the destructive power was close to that of a martial emperor. Hearing this, he was stunned and asked again, "Martial emperor?" He solemnly affirmed, "Yes, this place is too severely damaged. It can no longer be used as an examination venue. The specific cause still needs further investigation." Fortunately, hearing this, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Old Hung doesn't have to suffer anymore either. Luke Min sighed as if a burden had been lifted. "That's good. At least none of you are in danger." He lamented sadly, looking at the candidates with mental aftereffects. Some students were devoured by soul-devouring ghosts, causing mental damage. "I don't know when they'll be able to recover." One of them made a vulgar gesture. and an old mother in a bamboo basket cried out in pain, "My child!" Even Trietvo cheered excitedly. "I want to eat CP. I want to eat CP. Cool. So cool. So powerful." At this moment, Tin then was about to speak up to correct them when a current ran through him. "This level of specialization," he complained, aching. "My body hurts so much." Hang Kwang solicitously patted his shoulder. "Your soul body was injured before, affecting your physical body. But don't worry, come to my place in a bit, and I'll show you." Just then, Lam Kui ran over and asked, "Moss Master, are you all right?" She anxiously asked, "Are you injured? Do you need me to call the imperial physician for you?" Lam Kui kindly called out, "Anyone who feels unwell can come to me." Seeing her so dedicated, Tin then patted her head comfortingly. "I'm fine, don't worry." He praised proudly, "You performed very well in the competition, protecting your teammates. You are indeed our peerless Grandmaster." Everyone around praised in unison. "That's right. The princess avenged us. So cool." Lam Kui blushed and stammered, Really? Seeing the warm scene, Feng Det sarcastically interrupted, smiling boisterously. "So lively and cheerful. Third sister is in a good mood." He sneered disdainfully. "Are you happy about being eliminated?" She irritably called his name. "Feng Dat." Lam Kui surprisingly called out his full noble name. "Second Prince, Feng Dat." He leaned close to her and softly taunted, "Calling your elder brother by his given name like that, third sister, is a bit much. It seems you're agitated because you were eliminated, aren't you?" She didn't care and countered, arms crossed, "You never say anything nice from your dog's mouth. Who said we'd be eliminated? We eliminated a team right at the start. We're still doing very well." Tin then, with a grim face, whispered, "It's not good. The points we earned from rushing are almost all gone." Truyetvo covered his face and groaned, causing the proud Lam Kui to turn pale. In the end, only 7 people remained on the field. They huddled together dejectedly to discuss. After the soul-devouring ghost outbreak, points aren't counted. So our total points are. Afterward, they finalized the ultimate result, 31 points. Xiao Ling helplessly held her forehead. "I remember in previous years, the lowest score to get ranked was over 60 points. Realizing the harsh truth, Xiaoxi drooped her ears and groaned. "So we won't even pass the qualifying round. Vo John won't." Zhai, she sobbed complainingly. "We clearly risked our lives like this. Damn it." Lu Ming awkwardly and hurriedly tried to reassure them, "Everyone don't." A second later, he also collapsed, crying. So dejected. Hank Kwang tried to lift everyone's spirits. "Vice Dean, cheer up. What's with the spirit? Quickly stabilize your mind." As the group was in a daze, he mumbled to himself, "Vo John still has spiritual medicine in the water, fishing grounds, pig farms, so much of my land." Tin then, as if brainwashed, made a decision. Quickly transfer the assets as soon as possible. It angrily hit him on the head. Feng Yi arrogantly cut in. "What's wrong, third sister? Have you seen your situation clearly now?" He haughtily whispered in her ear, "An idle princess you won't be. Yet you want to fight me. Want to make the common people turn over a new leaf? Be careful not to fall too hard." Just then, someone gently placed a hand on his shoulder. "I know second brother cares about third sister, but currently Xiao Kuei has just finished competing." The kind eldest prince continued, "Like a bright moon, let her rest first." Seeing this, Feng Yi insinuated, "Eldest brother, when it comes to caring for our sister, how can I compare to you?" He turned and moved closer to him. Feng Yi scornfully whispered, "You raised her to be a good little puppy, but if you want to rely on her to win people's hearts, it won't be that easy." The eldest prince unhappily retorted, "That's not for second brother to say." Suddenly, an unexpected bell rang, attracting attention. A voice announced from the organizers, "All contestants, please pay attention." An unexplained soul-devouring ghost outbreak occurred in Examination Area 11, forcing the area to close, negatively impacting the competition results. The announcer delivered important news. To ensure fairness, the organizers have decided. They introduced a very fair rule. Each contestant who remained to fight the soul-devouring ghost will receive 2 additional points. Hearing that, the contestants panicked. What? The announcer continued, "We cultivators fight evil. We cannot refuse. We hope everyone will work together." Afterward, they announced the results with a long scroll. Next, the announcement of results. 1. Divine Moon Academy 93 points. 2. Green Mountain Academy 82 points. 3. Iron U Academy 80 points. 4. Children Eating Candy 78 points. Rin Mao shrieked in alarm. Second place? He and the Green Mountain students cried out, covering their heads. Second place again. Upon seeing the results, Lam Kui stammered, "Master, am I seeing things?" 14th place. It seems to be Vo John. The paper clearly showed. 13. West Temple Academy 66 points. 14. Vo John Academy 65 points. They hugged each other, cheering joyfully. "It's not a trick of the eyes. It's Vo John, we've advanced." She trembled, calculating again. But this isn't right. In the end, we only had 7 people. 21 plus 14 is 45. Where did the other 20 points come from? I got the 1,000-year mystic ice. At this moment, Li Mu calmly summarized the situation. When everyone's rhythm was disrupted by the soul-devouring ghost, it was just the right time for me to take advantage of the opening. She coldly pushed up her glasses. "In short, because you lost points saving me, I'm repaying you double." Tin then, full of admiration, suddenly jumped in. "Amazing, Li Mu, aiming for the soul-devouring ghost for bonus points. Why didn't you say so earlier, you little brat?" Lam Kui frowned, feigning praise. "It's worth it." Feng Yi, furious, ground his teeth and sneered. "Being at the bottom of the rankings and advancing makes you so happy. A bunch of good-for-nothings." He suspiciously turned to ask, "Elder Shui, why did the organizers give him 2 extra points? Was it suggested by eldest brother?" Zhan Chuan calmly replied, "It was actually due to the eldest prince, but it was a decision made after negotiations from many sides." He seriously analyzed the situation. The elite competition requires fighting against strong teams from other countries. If everyone gets 2 extra points, then the top 3 teams of Examination School 11 would be eliminated. Kalam is currently in the top 5, so they must try to firmly hold their position. Zhan Chuan silently commented to himself. He also has to protect that strength of his. It is truly a wise approach. Although he has the support of his maternal family, he still knows how to cultivate his own physical strength. Looking at Tin, then intimately chatting with the eldest prince, he silently fixed his gaze on the boy. At this moment, he happily and awkwardly scratched his head. "I actually made it into the rankings. Our land has been preserved." Han Kuang helplessly complained, "Don't just focus on that piece of land, but you did well this time. Luckily, we have you." While he was humming, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. Lin Fong suspiciously asked, "Tin Nan of Vo John Academy, right?" Tin Nan was surprised to find Viet Minh's figure. "Huang Kai Lao you," he angrily replied. Lin Fong furiously fumed. "What did you do to my daughter?" He harshly clutched the boy's shoulder. Just then, Du Nu wondered, pulling his hand away. "What are you doing?" He annoyedly growled, "Bullying my student right in front of me." Lin Fong pushed his hand away, raising his voice challengingly. "What do you want to do?" He angrily spoke loudly. "So you're the new martial emperor from Vo John? Good. Let's settle this together. My daughter is still unconscious after the match. Her soul is nowhere to be found." Lin Fong pointed and asserted, "My disciple said the last enemy she met after the match was you." The people from Huin Kaiyu Lao immediately joined in the slander. "That's right, he eliminated us. He must have used dark magic to steal the eldest young lady's soul. I demand that Tin then be isolated for investigation." Meanwhile, Chu Hai secretly thought, so he went to find that woman at that time. Could the final outburst also be because of him? No, I have to help him cover it up. What should I do? At this moment, he put his hands on his hips and immediately retorted, "Nonsense." A second later, Tindan's expression changed to delicate sobbing, refuting, causing the hall to freeze. "You are slandering me." He put on a demure and virtuous appearance. "You say I harmed her. Do you have any evidence?" Tin then indignantly wiped away tears and turned to ask, "Clearly, I was just with Old Ho to defend against the soul-eating demon, wasn't I, Old Ho?" Tung Lai looked left and right, hastily nodding like a pecking chicken. Yes. Seizing the opportunity, he hugged Chu Hai and cried loudly, leaving her helpless and speechless. "I'm just a weakling who just joined the Grand Martial Master ranks. A bunch of Grand Martial Masters like you. How could I kill you? You couldn't protect her, letting the soul-eating demon consume her soul, and now you're blaming it all on me. This is such an injustice." Not stopping, Tin then pointed out the opponent's weakness. "If the monitoring formation is closed, can you just frame others? I could even say that you released the soul-eating demon." The frightened soldier stammered, "Lying. The people from Huin Kaiu Lao looked at each other fearfully, confirming, "This cannot be investigated, otherwise Huin Kaiu Lao will be in big trouble." Seeing that the opponent was guilty, he gleefully used their own trick against them. "If you want to investigate, let's do it together. Let's blow this matter up, then I'll see if your Huin Kaiu Lao can bear the crime of intentionally releasing the soul-eating demon." Lin Fong, not understanding what was happening, quietly asked for an explanation. The minion hesitantly explained, leaving both of them in contemplation. A second later, he sternly praised, "Very good." Lin Fong glared and threatened, "Kid, Wen Kaiu Lao has remembered you." The conversation ended. He turned and ordered, "Go." Tin then frowned warily. "This old man has his eyes on me." Hang Kwong grabbed his hair, reassuring him, "Don't worry, I have a plan." It immediately moved his soul into another world, then said, Tin then was surprised by the starry sky. "Did you change the background?" Hang Kwong explained. He excitedly flattered. It ignored him, skipping to the next line. Tin then angrily called out. Hang Kwong got straight to the point. It thanked him deeply, then pulled out a card. Hang Kwong introduced the special card to him. It presented it to Tin then read out its function. "It replicates all your attributes, including your inherent abilities, with no time limit." Seeing the image of his older brother say hi, he praised. Tin then drooled, offering an idea. "I'll plant 2 plots by myself." It dejectedly pulled his hair. Hang Kwong pointed towards the flickering shadow. He turned in surprise and asked. Hearing that, it clarified. "This is called using an item to glue completely new consciousnesses together. Anyway, it can reluctantly be used." Tin then understood the problem and asked. Hang Kwong replied calmly, making him freeze and ask. Scene change, special segment, extra story, group photo, under the intense summer sun. The announcer reported on the ongoing event. They announced a unique program. Teams that are interested, please move to the photo area. Hearing 2 familiar words, Tin Dan's eyes lit up like car headlights. He eagerly invited his teammates. Lam Kui shyly rushed away. Chu Hai blushed and struggled desperately. He smiled at the camera, flattering. True Vo, like a child, excitedly posed. Chu Lin, at a loss for words, advised. On the other side, student Vo John uncomfortably requested. Luke Min awkwardly advised. The photographer signaled readiness. Say hi. Ending the conversation, an image of the actors' warm interaction. Inside Vo John's lounge, True Vo joyfully called out 2 words. He was sparkling with joy. True Vo excitedly asked. Bakken frowned, blocking him. She angrily scolded. Bakken questioned while hitting him. "Do you know how worried your mother and father were? And you even stabbed someone in the butt with a sword. You stinky brat. You're making me so angry. You're making me so angry." The Wujin group outside peeked, giggling. "Look, Old Sure is getting hit. Your parents intentionally came on this trip," Xiaoxi secretly observed. "What a great family bond." Lanka thoughtfully recalled. "Mother." She then changed the subject to inquire. "Xiaoxi, have you seen Master?" "This afternoon. He said he had something to take care of outside, and then he disappeared completely." Lanka anxiously mumbled. "Strange. I can't even contact him with a sound transmission talisman. It's so late, and he still hasn't returned. He's never been like this before. Nothing bad happened to him, did it?" She cautiously reminded everyone, the Shizi border is already chaotic, and Xuanqi Tower also holds a grudge against Master. We must be careful. Let's split up and look for him. On the other side, Xuanqi Tower's resting room. Inside, the lamplight flickered in the dark. Ling Feng thoughtfully discussed. So, all the soul-devouring ghosts were released by Ming? Luo Zi solemnly affirmed. Yes, the eldest young miss has almost controlled the entire match. The illusion realms are all her doing. I don't know what kind of cultivation method it is. He confusedly asked. When did Minger learn all of this? Ling Feng lovingly stroked his daughter's head. This child, though not very talented, she has put in a lot of effort. My only daughter. He determinedly instructed. Don't worry, Minger. I will definitely get justice for you. I will retrieve your soul, even if I have to brave a mountain of blades or a sea of fire. Ling Feng vengefully ordered. Second brother, secretly abduct Jing Shen, flay his skin, gouge out his eyes, break his spine. As long as my daughter remains unconscious, he will suffer a fate worse than death. As his subordinate bowed to accept the mission, Jing Shen, who was eavesdropping from above, heard it clearly. He turned and instructed, Go, return and plan. Don't let Wu Jian get a hold of us. Just as Luo Zi was the last one to leave the room, only Yu Ming remained unconscious on the bed. He breathed a sigh of relief, then gently landed on the floor. This damn old man. He's finally gone. My legs almost gave out from sitting all afternoon. Jing Shun sarcastically commented, If the higher-ups are corrupt, the lower-downs will be chaotic. No wonder this daughter has an improper mind. Hang Chong joyfully took out the soul fragment. Luckily, we acted first, with the breath-concealing elixir. Quickly, put the soul into her body. He reminded Jing Shun, who cautiously removed her outer garment. Her soul root is severed. We must use soul power to unblock her acupoints first. At this moment, Jing Shin transmitted power, feeling awkward. He and Hang Chong together placed the soul fragment into her body. Jing Shin worried about the future consequences. What will she turn into when she wakes up? Her father won't discover anything unusual, will he? He immediately explained, Her memories won't be activated. We just need to simulate her previous appearance. Just then, an angry voice pounded on the door. Open up! Lan Ke fiercely ordered. Open the door. Who dares to stop me? Is my master in there? He's nowhere to be found. You must have hidden him. Ling Feng calmly blocked the door. Your Highness cannot be so unruly. This is Xuanqi Tower's resting area. Inside, there is only my daughter, who is still unconscious. She stubbornly pushed past. Then let me see what state your daughter is in now. Get out of the way. Lan Ke kicked the door open forcefully as she spoke. Master. Inside, on the bed, Yu Ming lay with only a piece of cloth covering her. As the blanket simultaneously fell, and she uttered the last few words, she caught Jing Shin secretly crawling under the bed. Nobody's inside. The whole group froze, speechless. He quickly waved his hand to clarify. No, I wasn't. It's not what it looks like. I just walked past and slipped. Just then, Yu Ming suddenly woke up. She asked suspiciously, making Jing Shin tremble and blush, You are? Viet Minh, dazed, pulled on his shirt and called out twice, Master. Next was the embarrassing image everyone imagined. Jing Shin taking off his shirt, holding a whip, and laughing gleefully. The soul-devouring ghost has erupted. Without a tracking formation, I don't need to restrain myself anymore. I must go settle scores. He pointed eagerly. Girl, it's you. Receive my wrath. Viet Minh cringed and pleaded. The whip is too strong. Please spare me. Jing Shin stuck out his tongue lewdly. You want me to spare you? Call me master. She blushed and agreed. Okay, master. Back to reality. He angrily punched the negative image. Don't be so excessive. Student Vo John sarcastically remarked, That's too perverse, Teacher Chu. Even if you're settling scores for us, your passion is too perverse. It's unacceptable. Jing Shun retorted indignantly, What are you all imagining? What kind of person do you actually think I am in your hearts? Lam Kui's face turned pale as she dejectedly said, Master, that's disgusting. He helplessly shouted, Don't believe their wild imaginations. Lin Fong cursed in a fit of rage. You beast. He furiously reached out. I'm going to kill you. Just then, Viet Minh unexpectedly hugged him, blocking him. Father, it's not what you think. Listen to me explain. She softly explained. This concerns my reputation. Can we discuss it clearly before deciding? Seeing this, Lin Fong stopped his actions. Jing Shin sweated profusely, glancing around. He sternly looked at him and Viet Minh, who were kneeling on the floor. Speak. She looked tense and vaguely replied, Father, actually. Viet Minh bravely revealed the truth, making him confused. I and Jing Shun have known each other for a while. She continued to explain the identity, making a big question mark appear above Jing Shun's head. His surname is Chu, given name Jing Shun, courtesy name Master. I just called him by his courtesy name, not Master. Viet Minh recounted the detailed story. During the competition, I was eager to win and destroyed the seal, ultimately being attacked by the soul-devouring ghost, which caused my soul to leave my body. After that, Master used a magic artifact to protect my soul. After hearing this, Lin Fong asked in surprise, You two know each other? Why didn't you say so earlier? Why did he act like he was at odds with us? She hesitantly explained, Because I was afraid you'd realize our relationship. Actually, Viet Minh hugged him and confidently announced, Master and I decided long ago to be together for life. She expressed her feelings. Master is poor and has nothing. I was afraid you'd oppose us being together, so I pretended to be a stranger. But things have come to this point. I can't keep silent any longer. Please, Father. Lin Fong trembled and firmly objected. I don't agree. He angrily jumped to his feet. I absolutely will not agree. Lin Fong cried out in pained disbelief. Father, why did you suddenly call me father? He pointed angrily, heartbroken. Ever since you grew up, you haven't called me so respectfully. Normally, you always call me old man, stinky old man. Today, you call me that for this little brat. Lin Fong ran around, determined to get revenge. Let go of me. I'm going to kill him. Viet Minh blocked him and pleaded, Father, please calm down. He sadly faltered. You're actually confronting me for him? Fine. Lin Fong helplessly cried and ran off. Then go with him. You don't need a father anymore, fine. But I won't agree even if I die. She frantically called out, Father. As soon as he left, only Viet Minh and Jing Shin remained, along with the echoing sounds of crying. She turned and smiled, asking, So we tricked them? Did I startle you? Viet Minh respectfully bowed. Your subordinate, Viet Minh, has met Master. No need to address me as Master. You unhappily questioned, Damn a Quang, what kind of trick is this? Hang Quang, with arms crossed, explained, Originally, she was truly too wicked, so I set up a new personality sequence for her. He gleefully introduced, The current setup is gentle, intelligent, easygoing, a proper young lady, and absolutely loyal and obedient to you. Being called Master's great, isn't it? Jing Shun, blushing, retorted, It's too embarrassing. Besides, her situation changed too much. Later, her father will definitely be suspicious. She quietly analyzed in detail. Viet Minh was initially spoiled by Quang, but her relationship with her father wasn't close, and her personality was quite strange. Viet Minh humbly affirmed, According to my calculations, this change is still within acceptable limits. Although I don't yet understand the ways of the world, I will definitely try my best to play Viet Minh's role. Please rest assured, Master. Next, she got to the main point. The building owner cares about his reputation. His daughter talking about spending her life with someone is extremely shameful to him. He will definitely hide tonight's incident. It's just Master on your end. Viet Minh glanced meaningfully at the dark-faced Wujin student outside the door, instructing, You'll have to explain carefully, okay? Lan Kui gritted her teeth, crushing the doorframe. It seems I heard a little just now, master. She angrily gritted her teeth. Did you two know each other before? Seeing them look like they wanted to devour him, he panicked and ordered, quickly retract your martial soul. Wu Jin student, holding the precious sword in his hand, glared fiercely and asked, Teacher Chu, so your courtesy name is Master? I didn't know that. How could you be with someone like her? Lan Kui angrily gritted her teeth. Master traitor. Jing Shin quickly waved his hands to clarify. Calm down, all of you. Those words just now were to trick her father. Then what exactly is your relationship with her? Explain clearly. In a critical moment, he pointed awkwardly. It's, Jing Shen calmly blamed Song Lai. It's old Hu. He unhurriedly recounted. She secretly loved old Hu, but old Hu kept cutting her face. So she went crazy from love and released a soul-devouring ghost. Vietmin appeared out of nowhere and agreed. Yes, that's right. Jing Shen continued to spin the tale. So at that time, I took old Hu to resolve it. But when we met, I found out he was bald. Young Miss Ten then changed her feelings and spread rumors that she wanted to be my dog. She concurred, adding woof. He concluded, which is to say, the one you want to spend your life with is actually old Hu. Song Lai panicked and denied. What? I didn't, it's not me. Jing Shun and Viet Minh turned to glare at him. Song Lai turned pale, tears welling up in his eyes. It's me, all right. Lan Kui's face turned purple as she grabbed his hair and chastised. You've got some nerve, Secretary Hu. You even wanted Teacher Chu to take the blame for you. I wonder why Master's judgment is so poor. Wu Jin student angrily yelled, Traitor! He sighed in relief and asked, So, did we manage to fool them? Han Kuang calmly took out a plan and analyzed. Initially they didn't believe it, but give them a few explanations, and people can convince themselves. Jing Shen grumbled softly. All these troubles you created, bringing along a dam system. He frowned and retorted. She's so good, and you're still not satisfied. Han Kuang mused. I've reviewed her memories, and information related to the fake system organization is unbelievably scarce. Both she and Old Hu are only low-ranking members of the organization. He asked in surprise, Such a powerful item, and they're only low-ranking members? He calmly explained logically. Because she completed the mission, Tam Tiangu gave her those items. What can be seen for now is that this organization uses fake systems to trick people into working for them. The fake system is also their method of recruiting talent. Han Kuang gave an example, like that pockmarked guy who didn't even know the organization existed and already got himself killed. It asked in confusion and curiosity. I'm just very curious. Why does Tam Tiangu keep probing? He's very strong. Why is he so cautious? The spirit sneered and countered. Why doesn't he just kill you directly? You are, after all, a genuine article, so he thinks you're very strong and doesn't dare to act rashly. Han Kuang awkwardly replied, This is too cautious. I just find it strange. Suddenly, in the stargazing space, it shivered, sensing something, and gestured, Hide. Han Kuang nervously muttered to himself, Quick hide. It looked around blankly. Outside, on the bustling street, Chu Hai joyfully said, We found him. She huffily brushed her hands. I told you he wouldn't run away. I spent half a day flipping that sack upside down. The infernal student replied with relief. It's good that he's okay. As the group was discussing, a stranger secretly watched from above. So, let's get everyone some food, and then head back, okay? Chu Hai was excitedly calling out, when giant hands suddenly stretched out from a black hole. Midnight snack. On the other side, in Taitu's lounge, Deep Tu sniffled, tears welling up in her eyes. Taitu's people called out anxiously. Deep Tuesday. She kindly advised, Don't cry anymore. Deep Tu wailed miserably, with snot running down her face. Why hasn't my body changed back yet? Du Tu seriously explained. When this match was about to close, The magic circle made a mistake in its judgment, failing to reset your body state. We've already contacted the Divine Kingdom. Just wait a little longer. Deep 2 yelled mournfully. Their efficiency is too low. How long do I have to wait? She resentfully wiped her tears. Do 2. Now that I'm like this, can I still hug you? Do 2 stepped back in disgust. No, it's too gross. I'll beat you to death. Deep 2 cried out self-consciously. You despise me. Laxo sighed, holding her forehead. I can't believe it. She complained irritably. As the organizer of the competition, to be second to last is too embarrassing. The elite competition is in half a month, and with this state. Teacher Fong Gam sat there dumbfounded. She frowned and shouted, Hey, Fong Gam, are you listening to me? Just then, someone rushed in to announce, Sister Lack, someone from the infernal realm is here. The person curiously explained, It seems they've come for help. In the carriage that was rushing along, the person provided important information. They said a person named Q had disappeared at the night market. Early the next morning, the whole city was in a panic. Look in the new market. We looked, couldn't find her. People rushed to search, all worried and restless. We've searched inside and out. Any news from Taetu's side? Not long after, missing person notices were posted everywhere. Missing person. DM Ho female, ears not erect, childlike appearance, gray hair, likes girls. Already helping. Notices have been broadcast throughout the city. Suddenly, the public address system blared, reaching every street. Little friend Q High, your older brothers and sisters are looking for you. If you hear this, please quickly come to Trake, Tin Lao in the west of the city, to contact them. Du Tu tried to use every information channel to search. The citizens, hearing this, all stirred. Another child kidnapped. Someone even spoke up, saying she was taken by people from Tien Dao, from behind. Chu Lin diligently handed out flyers, asking every passerby, Sir, have you seen this child? A passerby, upon receiving a flyer, gently asked, DM Ho, is she a student participating in the match? A long time passed, and despite searching everywhere, there was still no trace of Q High. Tin then sat dejectedly, full of disappointment. Where did she run off to anyway? Ho Lok, with his head still bandaged, pointed to his wound and said, At that time, we all thought you were missing. I took her to look for you. Then she was captured somewhere in the market. I only felt a red light behind me. Then I was struck once. When I woke up, I found that Chu Hai was gone. There was still a staff stuck in his head. Lai Deng suddenly became curious and pulled it out to test. This staff is quite snug. It holds very firmly. He didn't care about them, only worried about her, being captured so silently. It seems the opponent had been planning this for a long time. At this moment, Lam Kui cautiously asked, Planning to capture Chu Hai? How much could she sell for? Her whole body doesn't even weigh 2 taels of meat. Hatchkin immediately retorted, DM Ho is very expensive. She solemnly continued, Due to her physique, she's considered a good furnace cauldron, a rare commodity. In the night market, she'd sell for at least 1 million. Noble cultivators would all compete for her. Upon hearing that, the other person suddenly asked, What's a furnace cauldron? Suddenly, Hatchkin flinched and awkwardly replied, It's an unrighteous, evil path. Don't ask any more. You might dirty your ears. The unclear answer only made Lam Kui more curious. I must ask. I order you to tell me. At this moment, Tin then suddenly trembled, muttering incessantly, Furnace cauldron. He abruptly yelled, his voice full of rage. Making her a furnace cauldron? Unable to control his anger, Tin then sprang to his feet. Those perverts, I'll beat those beasts to death. The two behind him quickly held him back. Calm down, Master So. We don't even know who kidnapped her yet. But Tin then continued to rage and scold. Disgusting. I'm not like that. Perverts. Just then, Chu Hoa rushed in calling, Master So, there's news about Chu Hai. While everyone was still holding him tightly, she continued, There's a lead from Taetu's side. A moment later, the group arrived at Taetu's lounge. In the solemn and tense room, a voice asked, Chu Hai was taken to the ghost market? Tin then froze, his eyes bewildered as he asked, What's the ghost market? Laxo began to explain, his voice even but unable to hide the seriousness. The ghost market, in Ca Lam, Divine Kingdom, on the border of this country's western region. Formed during the Chu-Jiao War, this is the largest illegal trade in Trung Chao. Here, there are no moral or legal constraints. At this moment, Fong Nan calmly spoke. My people reported that a new DM, Ho, will arrive tonight. Her features match hers. Hearing this, Lam Kui angrily stood up and shouted, Then what are you babbling about? Go save her. How dare they kidnap even a student participating in the match? How audacious. I'll tell my senior brother to send people to flatten this entire ghost market. She maintained an indifferent attitude, as if nothing important, asking, Deploying troops at the border? Does your highness want to start a war? Fong Nan calmly looked up at the group and smiled. The forces there are extremely chaotic. All countries turn a blind eye. It's not just you. Your father and your senior brother won't be able to pull out. Hearing that, he frowned and asked, So we can only rely on ourselves? She nodded, her gaze sweeping over the group. That's right. But Q-Hai got lost at Tay Tuesday. We have a responsibility to find her. Moreover, you are not familiar with the roads in the ghost market. If you don't mind, my side will send people along. Hearing this, Tin then excitedly rushed over and grabbed Fong Nan's hand, his eyes shining brightly. Not at all. Of course not. Thank you very much. Then he turned eagerly. Then let's go. How dare they kidnap my little fox? Prepare to die, ghost market. But she gently held Tin then back. Young master, so wait. Seeing him stop, Fong Nan smiled and said, You can't just enter the ghost market. There's an entrance fee. Tin then was completely bewildered. He froze and asked, Entrance fee? Finishing her sentence, she calmly raised her hand and said, 100,000 per person. Hearing this number, Tin Than's face turned pale. He stammered, 100,000. Then, his group gathered in one place and discussed. How much money do we have left? Gather it all here. I have 250. Lam Kui angrily spoke. Don't bother collecting any more. Even if we sell ourselves, it won't be enough for 100,000. Suddenly, she turned around and yelled, Fong Nan. Lam Kui rushed in front of Fong Nan and shouted, Lend us money. I'll pay you back later. She gently tilted her head, feigning a soft refusal. Your Highness thinks too highly of me. 100,000 is not a small sum for me either. Suddenly, Tin then looked up and said, I have a way. His eyes lit up. He confidently said, No need for an entrance fee. Free entry into the ghost market. As night slowly fell, that evening, at the ghost market, seeing the other person pulling a huge crate, the man nearby gently asked, Old hen, bringing goods to the ghost market? He replied with a laugh, in a gruff voice, That's right. Today I caught a few idiots on the road. They're filthy and crazy, but these ones don't look bad. Inside the crate, Tin then quietly took out a key and secretly unlocked his collar. The space was silent, with only a faint clinking sound in the darkness. His group hid inside, secretly listening to the conversation outside. Old hen sneered. They'll definitely fetch a good price. The sky was pitch black. In that darkness, a soft voice spoke. Viet Minh's mission has failed. Tien Gu stood silently in a hidden corner, holding the recently transmitted paper. Tung Lai said she was attacked by a soul-devouring ghost. Her memory was damaged, and her system was destroyed. Van Luke stepped up from behind, his voice hoarse and tinged with anger. No wonder Viet Minh hasn't contacted us after the battle. You gave her so many high-level artifacts, yet she still couldn't defeat that Tin Than. He didn't answer immediately, but focused on reading the paper and said, He hasn't been exposed yet, but we still haven't found Tin Than's true background. Hearing this, the other person hastily spoke. Dying twice consecutively at the hands of this brat, He definitely has something he wants to hide. Don't probe anymore. It's better to just deal with him directly. Tiangu chuckled, gently reassuring. Don't rush. The paper in his hand gradually disintegrated. Tiangu tilted his head and asked, Aren't you curious? Logically speaking, even if a person dies, their system shouldn't disappear. But in this competition and at Black Elimination Camp, all of our people's systems disappeared. So where did their systems go? At this moment, Van Luke suddenly froze, his face gradually paling. A terrifying hypothesis appeared in his mind. You mean, they destroyed our systems? But then Van Luke quickly shook his head in refutation. This is impossible. Then he must not just be an ordinary divine chosen. We must quickly capture him. Where is he? Suddenly, he slowly uttered two words, Ghost Market. Tiangu turned around, his back shrouded in the flickering lamplight. I told you, don't rush. We're not the only two targeting him. At this moment, in a secluded and dark corner, Q-Hai was gagged, his whole body trembling incessantly from fear and cold. He triumphantly said, Didn't someone already make a move? Meanwhile, at the Ghost Market, one of the most chaotic regions of Qi and then Chao, formed by countless crisscrossing caves. Its terrain is high, treacherous, and complex. This is one of the unsupervised areas, harboring a great deal of crime, violence, and wealth. Under the pale green lights, slaves were chained and dragged away. As long as you had money, you could buy anything. A customer walked over, bent down, and lifted the slave's face. The merchant immediately smiled gleefully and said, Sir, please take a look. How about this one? He kept bowing to curry favor. This face, this body, both obedient and compliant. The customer glanced and assessed, saying disappointedly, There's no reaction at all. Smoke too much, huh? With that, he turned and left. His voice was full of boredom. Nonsense. What's fun about playing with dead fish? The vendor turned pale, frantically calling out, Honorable guests, there are other items. Won't you take a look? But as soon as the guest left, he angrily took it out on the poor slave, raising his foot and kicking hard. Money lost, trouble gained. From a distance, Old Shing secretly observed and sneered. Only knows how to stuff drugs. Now he's useless. Can't sell anymore. He excitedly pulled out his own crate. Then it's my turn. Honorable guests, please wait a moment. I, Old Shing, have new good merchandise here. He happily opened the crate and said, All excellent goods, extremely alluring. Inside, Tin Dan and his group suddenly turned pale. They all stared wide-eyed at the outside. As soon as the cloth was opened, a powerful punch landed directly on Old Shing's face. He painfully collapsed, blood spilling from his mouth, and quickly raised his hand to cover it. Old Shing fearfully looked at the group that was slowly approaching. How did you get out? Tin then lightly squeezed his hand and smiled. This cage wants to swallow us? Seeing this, he screamed in panic, Help! But before he could finish, Tin then hit him in the mouth and yelled, Shut up! After that, Tin then threatened, Make another sound and I'll kill you. Be obedient, understood? He bent down, facing Old Shing, and asked, A new charm fox arrived at the Ghost Market 2 days ago. Do you know her whereabouts? He was still dazed from the punch, so he asked blankly, A charm fox? Then, as if suddenly remembering, Old Shing replied, I know, that's a rare item. A new one arrived that everyone's heard about. She was sold into the Jade Gaze Pavilion. Saying this, he spoke with increasing enthusiasm. That's one of the top brothels in the Western Ghost Market. So, you brave heroes also infiltrated the Ghost Market to visit that place? Hearing that, the faces of Tin Dan's group immediately darkened. Old Shing still hadn't realized he was digging his own grave and continued, I've been there. If you want to go, I can introduce you. Before he could finish, Tin Dan hit him again. Shut up. Tin Dan angrily turned to his group and cursed, That beast. How dare he take Chu-Hai to that place? Lam Kui clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with anger, and said, Then let's hurry to the Jade Gaze Pavilion. He regained his composure, his voice becoming calmer. The ghost market is a rich man's paradise. That pavilion sounds like a place we can't afford. Let's contact the people on the west side and see if they can get us in. She asked worriedly, "What about you?" Tendant's eyes glanced at the half-dead man on the ground, and his voice rose coldly. Ah! Above, the night sky glowed with countless stars. The clamor from the upper floors of the Jade Gaze Pavilion echoed downwards. A beautiful lady on the upper floor waved her scarf towards the street, inviting passers-by. "Esteemed sir, please come in and enjoy." Looking at old Xing's bruised face, the madam frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, "What happened to your face?" He grinned, rubbing his hands obsequiously. "I fell, ma'am. Don't mind it. I heard the Jade Gaze Pavilion is short-staffed, so I brought you two people, a preview before the main show. Please consider adding a little extra for them." Looking at old Xing's obsequious face, the madam raised her eyebrows and nodded. "All right, open them for me to see. If they're not pretty, I don't want them," he said confidently, as he reached out and pulled the curtain from the iron cage. "Don't worry." As soon as the curtain was lifted, it immediately revealed Tin Than and Chuyet Vo, in the form of weak, gentle maidens, tightly bound in the iron cage, guaranteed to please. Recalling the moment, Han Kuang reached out and gently stroked their heads, and from that incident, immediately after, both of them transformed into women, a captivating smile gracing their lips, in a small alleyway in the bustling city. 2 hours earlier, old Xing, badly beaten, his body bruised, pointed at his swollen face with an incredulous expression. "You want me to sell you into the Jade Gaze Pavilion?" Without even a glance at him, the young man turned aside, crossed his arms, and nodded. "That's right. Even with help from the West, it would be very difficult for us to save Chu Hai. It's better to go straight through the back door. We can support each other from front and back." After hearing that, the young man nodded cheerfully in agreement. "Good idea. I'll go with you then." Old Xing hastily interjected, stammering, "But the Jade Gaze Pavilion only accepts women." As soon as they heard that, both frowned simultaneously. Chuyet Vo mumbled softly, "So what should we do?" Tin then smiled faintly, shrugging nonchalantly. "Cross-dressing is my specialty." In another corner of the street, an incredulous female voice suddenly rang out. "They're cross-dressing to get in?" Lam Kui tossed her chin, hands on her hips, and laughed. "That's right. Isn't he smart?" She casually pulled out a stack of money from her clothes and held it up. "Plus, the trafficker who sold them also made 5,000. We'll steal it all back." Lam Kui watched intently in the mirror, observing the situation, her eyes sparkling. Master truly is a genius. He can even earn money like this. Hatchon held the mirror, excitedly gazing and evaluating. "Also, teacher So cross-dressing is very cute. I even took a picture." Laxo was speechless, cleared his throat, and only managed to ask, "Do you have one of a Vo?" Standing beside them, Fong Gam just smiled gently. "Truly amazing. Let's quickly go and support them too." The scene shifted to the Jade Gaze Pavilion. Looking down from above, it was a deep abyss, with nothing clearly visible below. The inside was quite profound. In a calm voice, she briefly introduced the structure of the Jade Gaze Pavilion. From bottom to top, it's divided into 5 levels: jade green, green, yellow, blue, and orange red. The lower the level, the higher the status. Those sold into the Jade Gaze Pavilion are categorized based on their appearance, looks, and race. The more beautiful and rare they are, the better treatment they receive. Madame Tu raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's your name?" The young man, with the delicate demeanor of a woman, gently covered his mouth and replied, "I am So-So," while the person next to him stammered before finally uttering, "Vu." She slowly approached, lightly touched, and lifted his chin with her finger. "This one is pretty, and her figure is good too. Although her voice is a bit hard to listen to, some customers might like it." Immediately after, Madame Tu turned around and loudly ordered her subordinates, "Take her to the orange level." Tin then stood meekly behind, cautiously asking, "Madam, am I also going to the orange level?" Hearing that, she tilted her head and turned to look. After a quick glance, Madam too immediately assigned him. Just then, the jade green level was short on cleaners. Tinman could only endure it, quietly going to clean up. In a fit of anger, he threw the mop and roared, "Why did I become a cleaner?" Pounding his chest, Tinman glared and scolded Han Kuang directly. "This face, this figure, even I can't resist them. Yet that woman sent me here to be a cleaner, so unceremoniously." Chuyet Vong praised, "Old Thatch is much prettier than you know." Unwilling, he sternly questioned, "How pretty? This flat figure is also very cute, you know." Tin then said, then slowly walked to the railing, gazing down, and according to the floor hierarchy, little Han will definitely be on the orange-red floor. I can only sneak down to find her when the storeroom attendant is distracted. He turned his head, lowered his voice, and whispered to Hatch Kwong, "Let's leave when no one is around." Tin then flicked his fingers, but still got no reaction. He just stood there dumbfounded like a statue. He impatiently tried again, but it was still useless. Sweat poured down his forehead. Why isn't the flying immortal art appearing? Tin then panicked, but still refused to give up. What's happening? Where is my art? I can't even summon the war golem. It appeared, its voice full of doubt. This building isn't right. It seems to have an electromagnetic field that suppresses soul power. Hearing this, he was startled, and the image of him appeared in his mind. Oh no, old Thatch. If he can't use soul power, will that Madam too force him to sell himself without any means to resist? In the corner of the wall, Tin then cowered, trembling violently, biting his nails in panic. Old Thatch. Old Thatch's chrysanthemum. Just as he was afraid, a loud shout came from inside the room. Immediately after, someone was thrown out, crashing straight into him. "Get out." Without understanding what was happening, Tin then spun his head around, only to hear curses. "Damn it, is this a scam?" A woman was knocked down, lying limp on the ground. Is the famous Jade Desire Tower also selling this kind of merchandise? Nak Thong walked out of the room, staggering. "Where's Madam Tu? This young master is not short on money." His face showed clear signs of drunkenness, and there was still a trace of drool at the corner of his mouth. "I want a beautiful one." Behind him, a bright smile suddenly bloomed on his face. Nak Thong slammed a small cup onto the table, his inner rage boiling over. That hateful Vu John, that damn Tin then, and that Chiet Vo. How dare he humiliate me in front of so many people? Nak Ni, beside him, quickly comforted him, her voice gentle as a breeze. "Young Master Chu, don't be angry. Have another drink. It's all right to lose this time. There will still be opportunities later." However, those words of comfort startled him and made his expression change. Nak Thong tilted his head, staring at her, his eyes shining with suspicion. "Who said I lost?" He suddenly raised his hand and slapped her hard, causing Nakni to fall to the ground. "You slut, do you dare to look down on me?" Not stopping there, Nak Thong continued to shout, kicking her again, his voice full of indignation. "Me losing to them? What do you know? A bunch of sluts. I definitely won't let them off the hook." Finally, he forcefully shoved her away, growling, "Get out." Nakni was kicked out of the room, hitting the young man, sitting outside eavesdropping. Tin then looked up in alarm, his eyes full of shock mixed with guilt. Meanwhile, Nak Thong was also slightly surprised. His drunken, flushed face turned to look, as if noticing something unusual. Before he could regain his composure, he was suddenly grabbed by the chin. Nak Thong's eyes lit up with delight. "This girl is good. You come in here." Tin then struggled, panicked. "Customer, I'm just a cleaner. I don't sell myself." However, his words of resistance only made him more interested. "Even better than." Nak Thong pinned him on the bed, his eyes showing a perverse gleam. "Struggle with all your might for me. That's what's fun. I like a flat figure like yours. Let me see." Tin then inwardly cried out, "This guy can even use soul power. I simply can't resist." "Brother Kwong." Just in the nick of time, Han Kuang suddenly appeared with a resolute shout. "You damned bastard, step away!" "Damn it! Why are you always forcing people like that?" He hugged him tightly and shouted, "Brother Kuang!" Seeing him lying unconscious on the ground, Tin then asked Han Kuang. He replied calmly, as if everything had been calculated. He stared at the unconscious person and wondered. Han Kuang mused for a moment and then offered a conjecture. Tin then immediately became excited and started to search him. "What? Let me look." As he rummaged through the items, he suddenly realized something important. Actually, there's no need to worry about soul power. If artifacts can be used here, then it means your cards can also be used. At that moment, Madame Touton entered the room asking. The scene inside startled Madame Touton. Someone, the cleaning girl, ran away. Meanwhile, Tindon ran while laughing. A group of people immediately gave chase, but his shadow's face was now serious. Tin then used his energy and cast a skill, escaping the minions in a flash as they darted through the long corridor. He was exhilarated and praised non-stop. Suddenly, Tindon was unexpectedly attacked by a strange force, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Next, Tindon hugged his shadow tightly as both were swept into a green liquid. He screamed in panic, his voice echoing in the suffocating, high-pressure space. Tin then was compressed by those things, completely enclosed in the space, a look of bewilderment on his face. He reached out with a final hope and yelled again, but no one answered. Outside the building, everything was covered by the unknown green substance, only Tin Then's hand peeking out. When everything returned to normal, two figures in green walked over. Kuang Lin smiled wickedly and scoffed. The scene changed. Outside the Nakvong Tower, the hostess inside said indifferently, "Please come in, honored guests. Which floor would you like to go to?" Fong Nan didn't hesitate, quickly choosing a room. A hand offered a tray of wine. "Distinguished guest, come, drink this glass of wine. Then I will take you down." However, Lam Kui immediately became wary, reacting with lightning speed. Despite this refusal, she calmly picked up a glass and drank it. This made her curiously look at the wine glass and ask. Seeing Lam Kui's somewhat sharp and suspicious reaction, another person explained. She was momentarily startled, her eyes revealing a look of shock and disbelief. "So Master can't use a martial soul?" Fong Nan only smiled slightly, remaining calm as if nothing was surprising. The truth made Lam Kui growl in anger, only daring to whisper. But the woman standing next to her just smiled lightly and replied, "At Nakvong Tower, two black and white paths rule, rising extremely fast. The owner of this place isn't good either, and besides that..." Fong Nan approached her and whispered a few more sentences. "They are all swallowed by this tower." In another space within the tower, as he was covered in darkness and about to die, Han Kuang urgently called out, "Tin Dan, are you okay?" He replied weakly, his throat dry. "My body feels pinned to the ground. I can't move. I'm suffocating. What the hell is this place?" He said anxiously, his voice trembling, unable to hide his fear. "We've been drawn inside the tower. This tower is made of flesh. Its exterior is all a disguise, and it's constantly absorbing soul power. Big Brother can't hold on much longer. Quickly, think of something." Tinden began to feel pain. "This tower seems to be conscious. My stomach is so hot." He put his hand to his throat, coughed, and started to vomit. Tinden suddenly spat out a glowing ring. He abruptly stopped, utterly astonished. "When we came in, they needed to search us. The storage ring was swallowed straight into my stomach. Why is it so hot? Big Brother, take out the glowing object inside. Is it Aunt Hong's seal-breaking stone?" When the stone lit up, it caused a strong tremor in the structure. The stone made this place begin to retract. More and more of the things enveloping them started to shrink. Finally, they created a fairly wide space, which surprised everyone greatly. Han Kuang suspected this stone might be reacting to something. He said, "It's retracting? What's happening? Can Aunt Hong's seal-breaking stone control this place? Why is it glowing?" Tin then concluded, his mind suddenly enlightened. "It feels another stone. Father once said, their 6 seal-breaking stones are connected. They can sense each other when close, and the more stones found, the wider the sensing range. My stone can already sense it, which proves another stone is nearby. Another man had a glowing stone on his chest. Tung Van's cold voice rang out. They're here. Meanwhile, he pressed his hand against the wall, as if trying to sense or find a way out of this bizarre place. He saw through Tin Dan's plan, to actually disguise himself as a woman to infiltrate this place. Interesting. Tung Van's cold voice rang out like a knife across the nape of the neck. I've been waiting for a long time. The scene of the shadow standing in the strange space, his eyes curiously looking around, asked, Where exactly is this place? Holding the stone carefully, he said, After getting the stone, the flesh wall no longer attacks me. This place must be related to the seal-breaking stone. Tin then gently touched the wall beside him, a strange sensation coming from his fingertips. This material feels like both flesh and mushroom. Suddenly, as if by reflex, he opened his mouth and took a bite, an action that terrified Han Kuang. A hurried voice came out as he quickly pulled Tin Dan up. What are you doing? Don't taste everything. He replied perfunctorily. Got it. But immediately after, Tin Dan's expression changed completely, and he let out a piercing scream. It's Grandpa Nguye's white ghoul. Infant memories suddenly flooded back. When I first transmigrated here, I was still a baby and couldn't cook for myself, and Grandpa was forbidden from eating grains. There was basically nothing I could eat. In that memory, a soft voice asked. The child suddenly stopped crying. Did he starve to death? Wei Nyang sighed in frustration. He's been crying for 3 days since we picked him up. He's quite resilient. Bodhisattva was so flustered he couldn't keep calm. He urged, Quickly, think of something. The baby is about to starve to death. She gently touched the child's mouth and said dejectedly, Think of what? We don't have anything that mortals can eat. Even soul power protection isn't enough. It's better to die. Living only brings trouble. Just as everyone was falling into despair, a desperate voice suddenly rang out. Move aside. Everyone move aside. Nangue ran in, carrying a hot dish. Here's the meat soup. Everyone in the room immediately panicked and frantically asked, What is this? Where did the meat come from? He calmly replied, I cut meat from the white ghost and stewed a leg. The Bodhisattva was so worried he almost fainted. He asked, Can white ghost meat be eaten? Don't kill the child. At this moment, Sword Ghost, ignoring everything, tipped the child head first into the bowl of meat and resolutely said, There's still a chance. Feed it. The Bodhisattva paled and frantically yelled, Don't dunk its head in like that. Is this what you call feeding? At that time, as soon as he touched the food with his lips, he felt something was wrong. That bitter and sour taste was etched deep in his mind. Before he could take care of himself, he almost always relied on it to survive each day. There was no way he could be mistaken. Now, mentally, he vomited and pointed at the wall, yelling, One bite makes me want to puke. Grandpa Nguye's white ghost. Hearing this, it sighed, as if understanding another part of his tragic past, saying, It wasn't easy for you to survive, was it? He tried to calm down, looked closely at the wall, and slowly asked, But why is this white ghost so pitch black? Han Kuang heard this and curiously asked, What exactly is a white ghost? Jing Shen gently exhaled and explained, It's a type of ghost formed by refining 10,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum meat. It has no fixed form, can devour and transform everything, and grows continuously. He looked up at the huge wall, comparing it in his mind. But the one on Mount Dai-La was only half a person tall, while this one, how can it be as big as an entire building? Jing Shen blinked blankly, then mumbled as if asking himself, And why is Grandpa Nguye's white ghost here? Suddenly, it called out, Jing Shen. Han Kuang pointed at the shadow scene nearby and said, Big Brother found a shortcut. At this moment, on the red-orange floor, wine glasses were overturned everywhere. Drink it all for me. Amidst the encirclement, Chu Wu was continuously being poured wine. The guests continuously plied him with wine, their hands like water snakes constantly caressing him. If you don't get drunk, I'll reward you. Chu Wu could barely stand it and pleaded, "Senior brother, don't pour anymore. I really don't know how to drink." Li Ling next to him leaned in and provocatively said, "The guest is feeding me. Why only her?" But before she finished, he angrily pushed her away. "What do you count for? I just want to feed her." Next, the guest angrily squeezed his face and asked, "Not drinking, huh? Not giving me any face, old man." As soon as he finished speaking, he forcefully ripped open Chu Wu's shirt, revealing his pale skin. He struggled in panic, desperately crying out, "Help!" At this moment, a blow landed directly on his head, saying, "Let go of old Sher." He stood there, his face as cold as frost, holding a stick in his hand, saying, "I will protect him, Brother Chu." As soon as Chu Wu saw Jing Shun, he joyfully called out, "Brother Chu." He also happily called, "Old Sher." Jing Shun quickly stepped forward, grabbed his hand, and asked, "Are you all right?" Chu Wu gently shook his head and replied, "I'm fine." Then he stood up, his face tired, and said, "Luckily I didn't let Ah Ling and the others come. It's too terrifying. This is too restricting. There's basically no strength to resist." Suddenly, Chu Wu leaned close to his ear and whispered mysteriously, "All right, Brother Chu, I've discovered a secret. Soul power can't be used here." Jing Shin replied dismissively, "What a great discovery. Thank you." He didn't let him say anything more, immediately pulled Chu Wu's hand. "Stop talking nonsense. I'm taking you out of here. Let's go find Xiao Shi." At that very moment, Li Ling frantically said, "Wait!" She stared at Jing Shun, her voice trembling as she asked, "Did you just come out of the building? Can you leave this place? If you can escape." Li Ling hesitated, but finally gathered her courage and asked, "Could I ask a favor of you?" Meanwhile, in the dark prison cell, Madam Cheng angrily whipped the slave below, scolding, "Running, huh? Keep running then." She angrily raised her voice and cursed venomously, "Do you think you can run away? Every day I give you delicious food and sweet delicacies, and you're still not satisfied? You still want to escape." One of them, tears streaming down their face, desperately pleaded, "Madam Chung, I was captured and brought here. I'm not a servant. My parents at home still need me to support them. Please let me go back." She sneered scornfully, speaking through gritted teeth. "This old woman runs a brothel, not a charity." A man behind her flashed an evil smile and asked, "Don't know how to serve?" He slyly approached and said, "Then let me teach you." The girl was in utter panic, shaking her head in horror. "No help." The man smiled cruelly and said, "No one's coming to save you here." Just then, a mysterious hand appeared, punching him directly and sending him flying straight into the wall. Seeing the figure suddenly appear, Madam Chung panicked and recoiled, asking, "Who's that? Where did you come from? Capture him for me." He wasn't flustered. Instead, he looked directly at her. Immediately after, the people behind Madam Chung were suddenly all sent flying, unable to react at all. She turned her head in panic, muttering nervously, "This skill? Is he a cultivator? Impossible. Cultivators here can't use soul power." Just then, he unexpectedly emerged from beneath the floor. "Who do you think my big brother is? Big brother, help me up." The sight of the figure easily pulling Jing Shin up, as if there was a long-standing understanding between them, made him smile and say, "Smooth, huh?" Li Ling and Chuet Vo also climbed out. Upon seeing the person, she exclaimed in shock, "Little sister." The other person also emotionally called out, "Sister." Unable to contain her emotions, she wept and embraced Li Ling, calling, "Sister." Witnessing the touching scene, Jing Shin wondered, "Is this your younger sister?" She replied, her voice choked with emotion, "Yes, we were originally citizens of West Z City." Li Ling hugged her sister tightly, as if afraid of losing her again, then slowly recounted, "A year ago, I was captured and brought here, accepting my fate. But a few days ago, I saw my sister also being brought in." She cautiously bowed her head in gratitude to him. "If not for your help, I wouldn't have been able to protect her at all. Thank you, benefactor. Jing Shun glanced at Madame Chung, who was being held behind them, and said, "You two were captured and brought to the same place. The human traffickers here are truly too crazy." Meanwhile, she screamed wildly and angrily, "Let me go! You little sweepers! Who exactly are you to cause trouble at Jade Vista Tower?" Madame Chung continued to scream, her voice hoarse, but she still wouldn't stop. "Do you know who the master of Jade Vista Tower is? You're dead for sure." He said nothing and waited for her to finish shouting before slowly speaking. "I don't care who it is, but he captured my fox, DM Ho, who just arrived. Where is she being held?" Jing Shin suddenly recalled his previous search for rooms. Thanks to Big Brother's golden eyes, I can see the structure of the surrounding rooms. Searching through all the rooms, although he had found Lao Shi, he still hadn't found Xiao Shi anywhere. Perhaps she was quite far from this place. Madame Chung suddenly let out a cold, mocking laugh, her eyes flashing with malice. "So you want to take that DM Ho away? Dream on." Her arrogant and indifferent attitude utterly astonished him and Chuet Vo. They immediately realized that this matter was not as simple as they had thought. At this moment, in another room, Jiushi had been changed into beautiful clothes, a splendid outfit, as if made specifically for a precious item on display. She smirked, her voice full of treachery. "She is the Tower Master's personal possession." By now, her eyes were lifeless, as if she had been drugged. Jing Shun's eyes blazed with anger. He grabbed Madame Chung by her collar and loudly questioned, "What personal possession of the Tower Master? Explain it clearly to me." She laughed maniacally, her face full of malice, and replied with a mocking tone, "That DM Ho has become the Tower Master's slave fool. You can't save her. So what if you can use soul power? Do you think you alone can fight Lord Tower Master? This tower is the embodiment of Lord Tower Master you." Before she could finish, Madame Chung was sent flying into the wall by a powerful punch. Jing Shin growled, his eyes bloodshot. "Enough! Lao Shi, let's go find Xiao Shi." He immediately turned and called out, "Brother Chu, what about these girls?" Scene change. At the red and orange tang of Jade Vista Tower, the atmosphere was lively with meat, wine, and patrons. A female voice invited, "Esteemed guest, have some wine." At the banquet table, Lon Kuei was also present, fuming. "How dare you provoke me? I don't like women, don't touch me." Her face flushed bright red with embarrassment, and she tried her best to avoid being touched. Feng next to her was thoroughly enjoying another courtesan feeding her wine. As she drank, she leisurely reminded, "Don't act so disgusted. With one glance, she already set her sights on you." Lon Kuei angrily threatened, "Are you here to play, or to rescue someone?" She fumed, her face flushed red, thinking to herself, "Seriously, what's wrong with Master? Didn't he say he'd contact me after entering?" The scene continued to shift to a dark and gloomy place. Deep within the city, he led the group, crawling and instructing, "Follow me closely." Meanwhile, Heng Kuang's voice rang out, filled with doubt, "Do you want to take them to escape too?" Tin then quickly replied, his voice full of determination, "We can't abandon them. This white ghost won't actively attack Big Brother and me. Following us is the only way they won't be captured and brought back." As he moved deep within the city, he whispered to the shadow in front, "Take them to Princess Hoa first. The people from Tay too might have a solution." White ghosts were created by my human ghost grandfather, possessing all-encompassing attributes that purify everything. I am his sole inheritor. I'm the only one who can control white ghosts. But here, soul power can't be used. I can't even sense the ghost core, let alone control them. Madame Two City previously said this tower is the Tower Lord's embodiment, completely controlled by the Tower Lord. Do ghosts recognize owners? He must have used some trick. Suddenly, the shadow stopped, startling Tindan. "Let's go, Big Brother, why did you stop?" It pointed to a glowing wall, shimmering with strange green patterns. He followed closely behind and peered out, looking around in surprise and asking, "Where's this place?" They both stood before a wall covered in strange talismans. The shadow drew some symbols. Tin then frowned in doubt, looking up. The talismans here have strange interfering energy? He looked up at the glowing symbols above his head. These talismans are. No wonder soul power can't be used here. It's because of these talismans. Big brother, try to break the talismans. A fierce burst of light erupted as the attack targeted the talismans. As a result, the entire space shook violently, the city's core convulsing repeatedly. Tin then looked up anxiously. What's happening? Is the white ghost convulsing? Suddenly, an exit opened up ahead, light pouring in, but then a figure suddenly darted past them. He frantically called out a name unconsciously. Chu Hai. Tin then turned back and urgently ran after her, calling her name again. Chuetvo turned his head. Before he could fully register, he saw him running off. Juhing. Tin then yelled, chasing after the figure. Chu Hai. He screamed, his voice mixed with urgency and worry. Stop right there. Suddenly, a voice rang out calling Tin Dan's name, making him freeze. Tin Dan. She gave a knowing smirk, continuing to call out the other person's name once more. Help me. He was still reeling as, above Tin Dan's head, dozens of glowing red eyes appeared in the darkness. He was panicked, sweat streaming down his face as he looked up. This isn't good. I only focused on chasing Chu Hai. Where is this place? Suddenly, a large hole opened up beneath Tin Dan's feet, and all the eyes turned their gaze in this direction. Before he could react, he was bounced around as he fell. Finally, Tin Dan landed with a hard thud on his head. He didn't care about anything else, clutching his forehead in immense pain and rolling around. It was then that Tin Dan finally looked up, staring directly at another pile of eyes. Where is this? He anxiously needed to check immediately. Big brother, can you still sense me? Hang Kwong appeared beside him, speaking with a reassuring voice. Don't worry, I'm here. You and Big brother won't lose contact. He listened intently to the information from this side. Big brother, you take Lao Thatch and the others to Princess Hoa's place first. They don't have soul power. It will be very dangerous for them to stay here. Tin then grumbled, covering his mouth tightly as he probed. Where exactly is this place? As he was observing the surroundings, he didn't feel a surge of murderous intent right behind him. Strange, he clearly saw Chu Hai. Suddenly, at this very moment, Tin then was clawed from behind, drawing blood. Panic was evident on his face. Tin then instinctively turned around to see what it was. What the? She, with cold, red eyes and in a fighting stance, appeared before him. Chu Hai. It spoke up, explaining quickly. No, she's being mind-controlled. Tin then turned around agitatedly. The tense atmosphere was quickly broken by him. What are you wearing? Your tail's almost showing. Cover it up for me. Hang Kwong, sensing something was wrong, quickly stopped him. Is this really the time to be talking about this? She clearly led you here intentionally. She can use soul power. You're no match for Chu Hai right now. Tin then, while running and dodging, also had to think of a solution. So, what should I do? It conjured a grenade, floating before her. We can't call Big Brother now. Take this to hold her off for now. Next came a world-shattering explosion, smoke and fire erupting in the confined space. Hang Kwong was very helpful and energetic, continuously bringing out a pile of wartime weapons. These are my homemade smoke bombs and grenades. They're very useful. He looked at this scene, suspiciously saying loudly as a reminder, Don't kill Chu Hai. Just as its reminder echoed, Worry about yourself first. She had already escaped the smoke, angrily dashing straight towards them. Tin then quickly stood up and dodged aside. Chu Hai relentlessly pursued. The eyes above watched intently, their voices echoing in the space. How interesting, such power without soul force. He ignored them, frowning as he pulled the pin from the grenade. Suddenly, a face with a cunning smile appeared. Is this a prop from your system? Dang Van, skin and bones, frail and gaunt, delightedly revealed his entire body. Tin Dan. He was stunned, his eyes wide open, looking up silently. One of the eyes moved, its pupil extending completely forward as if wanting to pierce through. Unexpectedly, it ripped open, followed by drops of water and something resembling human skin but without form, creating tendrils that hooked down from above. Gradually, it touched the ground, and those layers of skin combined to reform into a person. Tin then felt as if he had goosebumps, his expression darkening with immense disdain. His voice rang out. Finally we meet. I am the master of Nakvong Lao, Dang Van. He paid no attention, only glancing at her beside him. Tin then frowned in annoyance. He didn't waste time and got straight to the point. Your appearance is disgusting. Did you turn Chu Hai into this? What exactly do you want? He did something very unsightly, seemingly haunting. You know nothing, yet you dare to run into Nakvong Lao. Tin then couldn't believe what he was seeing, silently gesturing. Hang Kwong, right beside him, couldn't help but break into a sweat. Still in that confined space crisscrossed with eyes, they all looked in one direction. He asked again in disbelief, You want my system? What do you mean? Dang Van stood precariously, swaying, and acted mysteriously. Don't play dumb. Do you think we know nothing? Destroying the system twice in a row, that can't be a coincidence, can it? It wondered, finding it illogical. This master is also from a fake system. Why don't I feel anything? Tin then was still reeling, thinking to himself, the stone on his chest. He noticed the glowing object transmitting energy. It's resonating with Anhang's stone. This must be the seal-breaking stone of my ghost human grandfather. Why is the seal-breaking stone with him? He noticed and looked down, not hiding anything. Are you curious about my chest? Does it look scary? But it's the only thing that sustains my life. Dang Van immediately transformed his body, his limbs and flesh extending like roots. Except for the chosen child, everyone's props require sacrificing life in exchange. You can't understand the feeling of a decaying body exchanged for props. To live, I could only merge into this demon flesh, but it also imprison myself here. Therefore, I must obtain your system to make it work for me. This requires your willing cooperation. Before he could finish, she quickly bared her teeth and lunged forward. Q Hai mercilessly thrust her long, sharp claws forward. Fortunately, Tin then quickly dodged aside. He loudly stated his condition. As long as you hand over the system, I will make her wake up and leave Nakvong Lao unharmed. While she was frantically attacking, Dang Van didn't stop coaxing. Otherwise, do you also want something to happen to her? He trembled, restraining Jiu-Shi, adamantly refusing to yield. Is this how you want to threaten me? Tin then no longer had any mercy, but gritted his teeth and tightly gripped her neck. I'll drain you. The tighter he gripped, the more electric lightning surrounded Jiu-Shi's neck from Tin Van's hand. He glared and shouted loudly. She and I once made a pact. Our soul power is shared. Even if I can't use soul power, just by touching the seal, I can still drain it, extinguishing the lamp. Jiu-Shi became increasingly lifeless. Her emaciated face aged considerably. Finally, she became motionless, collapsing under Tin Van's attack. He laughed triumphantly, not forgetting to carry Jiu-Shi with one arm. Like this. You're out of moves, aren't you? He remained unfazed. Dang Van smirked defiantly. Even if she's drained, she'll still be controlled when she wakes up. But you've seen, I can control everything here except for this fiery fox. Do you have any other friends in this tower? If you don't cooperate, do you want them to die here with you? The black substance, under his control, flew closer to Tin Van. Suddenly, it stopped and turned away. Dang Van keenly noticed. He looked at the demonic flesh in confusion and spoke. How strange, no matter how I control it, the demonic flesh always avoids attacking you. It was the same before, which is why I couldn't capture you or that shadow. He held her tightly in his arms, his eyes constantly vigilant, dodging his surroundings as he thought. This white demon has its own consciousness. It recognizes me. This guy has integrated himself into the white demon, so, of course, he'll have some control over it. What should I do? As if he had thought of something, Tin then yelled loudly, reaching his hand back. Brother Kwong, smoke bomb. Suddenly, a smoke explosion spread, the thick smoke expanding further. Within the hazy white smoke, a lamp was quietly appearing. Dang Van didn't move, but just turned his head, looking around. He froze for a moment, his eyes staring rigidly forward. He didn't know when, but Tin then had appeared and touched the stone, grasping it tightly without letting go. He raised an eyebrow, half believing, half doubting, trying to analyze. The stone and the white demon have a close relationship, as long as I get the stone. But before he could finish speaking, layers of skin on Dang Van's body stretched out and wrapped around Tin Dan's hand, clutched by Dang Van's extending body parts. Tin Dan gritted his teeth, his face turning green. I can't drain it. He lowered his face, a scornful smile on his lips. How dare you touch my treasure? Truly overestimating yourself. Instead, you've given me an idea. In an instant, Dang Van lunged right in front of him and hissed, if I dissolve you into my body, will your system also accept me as its master? As he spoke, he transformed his body into many tentacles, wrapping around Tin Dan. Become my flesh and blood. It continuously integrated into his body and face, making him extremely uncomfortable. When Dang Van's body and Tin Dan merged, he heard groans from somewhere. Release me. Release us. Tin Dan's eyes widened, thinking to himself, is this white ghost's consciousness? As they penetrated deep into him, a series of his memories suddenly flooded his mind. The image of Bakhan watching others leave, as he knelt at someone's feet, along with a few fragmented memories. Then, the silhouette of a man approaching. Stopping in front of him, Dang Van's face appeared full of kindness. Tin Dan seemed to fall into an illusion, his lifeless eyes gleaming with a blue light. Tin Dan. Hong Kwang tried to call him continuously. What happened to you just now? Why did you suddenly stop moving? Tin Dan's eyes widened as he gasped. I saw a white ghost's memories. He looked at his shaking body. What's going on now? A voice rang out. Halfway through, White Ghost stopped devouring and began to resist his control. Dang Van gritted his teeth, looking at parts of his body, and cursed. Devour him completely for me. Why aren't you under my control? Suddenly, the stone in his chest lit up, and his eyes also turned blood red. Listen to me. The tentacles, following Dang Van's command, shot out to attack Tin Dan and Q Hai. He hugged her unconscious body and ran for his life. The stone is the core of White Ghost. As long as he holds it, he cannot disobey him. Tin then ran while recalling the imprints that had appeared in his mind. White Ghost just transmitted a lot of information to me. The runes we saw before are the magic array he uses to control the stone. He ran while tightly tying Q-Hi's hands around his neck. The previous magic array couldn't be destroyed because he has a twin magic array. These two magic arrays must be attacked at the same time to be destroyed. Hong Kwang immediately asked, so where is the other magic array? Tin then answered decisively, it's in his chest. At the same time, at Tan Lao, a sumptuous meal was laid out, and someone called, Master. Lam Kui took a step back when he saw On Tu, seemingly misunderstanding that it was him. Where did you come from? She, along with Ach Kan and Fong Gam, widened their eyes and asked, why did Master lose his color? Are you Master's shadow? While someone was pulling Chuyet Vo up, Lam Kui continued, so where's Master? Chuyet Vo, hearing him from the side, readily replied, Brother So said he saw Chu Hai and got lost chasing her, but Master can contact Big Brother, so he's temporarily safe. He suddenly paused, placing a hand on his forehead. Brother So sent a message. He looked at On Tu and continued to ask, does he need our help? Back with Tin Dan. He was desperately pulling the pin of a grenade, and before it exploded, he threw it straight at him. Dang Van's face darkened at this moment, finally realizing, it seems you're very interested in my chest. Do you want to break this stone? Do you think your attack will be effective? Tin then dodged the tentacles while replying, how would I know if I don't try? His relentless pursuit hadn't ended. He ran while asking, your organization is too strange. Why do you always need my system? Are you also from Tam Thien Gukyu? Dang Van glanced at Tin, then disdainfully. If I hadn't overused the props and dropped in rank, it wouldn't be your turn. With that, he extended several tentacles to shield against the grenade. Before, when we found a divine selection system, we would all level up. How foolish. If I had used it for myself earlier, I wouldn't have been overconsumed and become useless. But that was just a diversion. At that moment, 3 or 4 grenades had been thrown at Dang Van's chest, exploding all at once. However, he was unharmed because he had ordered his tentacles to protect the stone in the center of his chest. I told you, your moves are useless. Before he could finish speaking, the stone in the center of his chest seemed about to fall out. Dang Van's mouth and every orifice spewed syrup. What? He glanced at his melting body and roared, "What is this?" Then he froze for a beat because deep inside, Dang Van had sensed it. The twin formation was broken. Tindon also stopped running and stood, gasping. The runes of your formation are a pair. Normal attacks are useless. He had asked on 2 to attack simultaneously. Tin then explained, but if 2 formations are attacked at the same time, they are easily broken. So I contacted Big Brother and told him to continue attacking the other formation. Finally, it shattered the formation, causing him immense pain, and the stone in his chest was about to fall out. Dang Van had no time to slow down and think. Immediately, the boy flew over and snatched the stone in his hand. Tin then gripped it tightly and yelled, "Give me back my stuff." All 3 of his orifices bled profusely. "Fool, my connection to the stone is gone. This tower will collapse immediately. You still have friends inside. Do you want them all to die here?" The boy paid no attention to Dang Van's words. "Stop looking down on me. I've already told Big Brother to inform them. They must have evacuated by now." Inside the blue mansion, cracks suddenly appeared. Several men, who had just taken off their shirts, pulled up their pants in surprise. "What's happening? An earthquake? What is this?" Chu Lin went through the rooms, pushing doors open and announcing, "Everyone, don't panic, follow me." The ladies inside quickly grabbed their clothes and ran. "What's happening? Can we get out? Who are these people?" "I don't know. The mansion master isn't reacting at all, and Madame Tan and the witches are nowhere to be seen." Downstairs, Madame Tan was tied up and gagged, trying to scream for help. Hatchkin ran, shouting, "Mobilize everyone. We need to get out of here quickly." Lam Kui worried about Tindan's safety. "Where's Master?" Chuyet Vo quickly replied, "Big Brother went to help him." At this moment, the internal structure of the tower was crumbling like decaying flesh. She worried, "Will you make it in time?" Suddenly, something fell from the ceiling. What is this? Liquid dripped down, revealing a pile of blackened human bones. Lam Kui and the others turned pale at the sight. Fong Gam ran over from somewhere, grabbed her by the neck, and pulled her away. "Don't worry about it. This tower is starting to melt. Run." The other people inside the tower were no longer clearly visible. At the same time, On2 was flying at full speed to provide cover for the boy. It saw Tin then struggling to pull Dang Van's stone. Immediately, On2 embraced the boy and pulled him, coincidentally creating momentum to rip out the stone. The others who managed to escape outside couldn't help but be stunned, because the majestic Blue Stream mansion was collapsing right before their eyes. The moment the mansion completely collapsed, the boys' group and Lam Kui had also jumped out. The clamor of people began to rise. "They're out. My young master isn't out yet. What's happening?" Several men asked blankly. "Jade Serenity Tower has collapsed." When they saw the skeletons, they became even more curious. What are these things spewing out? Are all the people in Jade Serenity Tower just human bones? Chuyetvo looked at the rubble worriedly and yelled, "Brother So, is he out yet?" At this moment, it appeared incredibly cool, holding Tindan's limp body in its hands. She and Hatchkin rushed over, "Master, Teacher So." Lam Kui took a quick look and worried, "Why is he unconscious? Are we now the enemies, victims, too?" Chu Lin forced a smile and replied, clearly restrained by Chu Hai. Then there was an urgent call. "Quickly perform an exorcism. How can his arm be tied like this?" Someone said, "Let them down first, Master." Chu Hai called repeatedly, but he had no reaction at all. Why are both of them unconscious? In Tin Then's palm at this moment, he still clutched the glowing stone tightly. At the same time, in his subconscious, Tin Then stood still for a few beats as if hypnotized. Only now did he realize with a start that he was naked. Someone called out, "Young City Lord, there's someone outside." That person also added, saying it's your friend. Bakhan, who was sculpting, stopped. Friend. These words also made Tin Then look on, with a bit of curiosity. He left with his hands clasped behind his back, saying, "So vague? I have too many friends. Let's go see." He ran curiously to where Bakhan was sculpting and gaped. He was pinching the puppet. Grandpa, the human ghost. After that, Tin Then followed the two of them. Too young, short, handsome. He curled his lips, annoyed, looking at the person in front of him. "So it's you, little brat. Why are you being so mysterious?" In front of Bakhan at this moment was a man with his face covered. He said something that couldn't be heard clearly. The boy's eyes widened with curiosity. He then helped that person inside. "Why do you look so disheveled?" And then said. Tin Then stood aside and took a quick glance, feeling a bit suspicious. Wait, this person. In a house amidst the snow, the hooded person, Thien Nan, had removed his clothes, revealing wounds on his body. "What happened to you? Your whole body is like this." He didn't know what he said, but Bakhan looked tense. "A demon tribe's curse? It's even corroding your spirit and intellect." He stood leaning against a corner, listening to their conversation. "The curse is too vicious. Your cultivation level is being eroded so quickly." "Don't worry, my father has a ghost puppet that can lift all curses in the world." Saying that, he frowned. "Tomorrow I will lift it for you." Suddenly, Tin Then felt a strange aura surging. A deep voice came from somewhere. "No, don't save him." The aura, like a red thread, brushed past him lightly. "What is this?" A voice rang out. "This is not a demon tribe's curse." The scene before him changed. Bakhan was collapsing to the ground. He was bleeding from his nose and mouth, but still tried to explain. A demon tribe's curse wouldn't have such powerful force. Thien Nan was pulling at the fabric on his body. Looking at Bakhan, he said with a trembling voice, "You tricked me." At this moment, Bakhan was subdued by the aura he exuded. This curse was forged by humans. The higher its level, the more curses it can endure after becoming a ghost. He hugged the dummy in his hands. "This curse was refined by my mother. With her cultivation level, even an emperor-level curse could be endured." Several red threads, like blood-red silk, poured out from Thien Nan's body. Bakhan's words continued. "But this curse is thousands of times stronger than her endurance." He insisted, "This is a high-level curse." While Bakhan was intensely explaining, he spat out another mouthful of blood. "You are cursed by the heavenly Tao. No one can withstand this curse, and you still called me to lift it." He looked at his completely blackened palm. He turned pale. This curse. Even emperors can't withstand it, so everyone. At this moment, several decaying bodies emerged from under Bakhan's feet. The incomplete bodies competed to call his name. "Young master." One figure trembled and said, "Young master, it hurts so much. What is this exactly? My body is being eaten away." Bakhan's face was no better. Tears streamed down his face as he heard them say, "You run. Run quickly. At least you must live." Bakhan clutched his head and sobbed, "No. Young master, I'm sorry." At this moment, a pair of feet silently walked up to him. Bakhan looked up. It was a familiar figure. "Father." He couldn't hold back his tears. "Father, I'm sorry. It's all my fault." The human ghost's father knelt down to comfort him, and Bakhan cried even louder. "Even the ghosts are ruined. It's all my fault for harming everyone." His arm was being eaten away, but he didn't let go of the doll because of it. Bakhan's emotions surged. "What do I do? So foolish, I'm too foolish." He spoke in a hoarse voice. "There must be a cursed ghost to bear the curse for everyone. Otherwise everyone will die here." The human ghost's father gently caressed the doll's face and said, "My rank is higher. After becoming a ghost, I can withstand more curses. Do you remember how to cultivate a cursed ghost?" Hearing these words, he felt confused. "Father, what do you mean?" He replied gently, "My foolish child." Then a group of people appeared from behind the human ghost's father, and his voice spoke. In short, someone has to bear this sin. Tin then, witnessing from a corner, was stunned, but in his ear there seemed to be a call. "Teacher, so, master." He opened his eyes wide. At this moment, Q High was vigorously slapping his face repeatedly. "Wake up!" The sudden pain made Tin then jump up, shouting, "It hurts so much!" Lamqui next to him excitedly called out. He really woke up. She tilted her head straight up to the sky. "I said fanning like that would work. I learned it from him." Han Kuang's voice came out. "What was that just now?" He rubbed his chin, recalling the scene before he fainted. At the last minute, the white ghost collapsed, limiting the soul power contact. I used the golden pupils. I saw a flash of thought wanting to break through in the sea of consciousness. Tin then added, "Perhaps because of the connection between the two stones, I saw much more clearly, and I even saw an acquaintance." It heard this and asked back, "An acquaintance?" Memories of him emerged, the snake earring guy. He speculated seriously. His relationship with the human ghost's grandfather was very good, and he was still at the Emperor Realm. He tricked grandfather into helping him absorb the curse from the Upper Realm. Han Kuang actually broke out in a sweat. The Upper Realm's curse? It asked a few more questions. Isn't that the Heavenly Tao curse? What did he do to get caught by the Heavenly Tao curse? Tin Then's face twisted, silently cursing. Who knows? That scoundrel. The more he thought, the angrier he got. Tricking friends, causing the entire northern extreme plains to fall into misery. Diem Ho and Di Hong were 80% likely also tricked by this bastard, these two idiots. At this moment, Han Kuang noticed something unusual. The Upper Realm curse. At least 500 years ago, the heavenly Tao of this world still existed. What happened to the snake earring guy then? An emperor-level cultivator. He probably wouldn't be completely unknown. Tin then also agreed with its point. This is the strangest thing. News related to that snake earring guy has all been deliberately erased. Even the strange points he didn't notice before have now become crucial. On Mount Daila, those old men often stammered about their past. Thinking about it now, maybe it's not that they didn't want to talk. If even news can be erased, then what kind of existence is the other party? Han Kuang wondered quite a lot. How could they do that? Who is that snake-earring guy? At this moment, she suddenly yelled, "If you ask me, I don't know either." Lam Kui turned and softly called Tin then, "Master." She pointed at the young women in the brothel and asked, "What about these people?" The young women from the brothel had lost their place. "I was sold here when I was 9. What do we do now that the brothel has collapsed?" Encouraged, others also complained, "Do we have to go to another brothel? I don't want to do this anymore." They looked at Tin then with wide eyes, and he softly asked, "So, what should we do?" Han Kuang flew over and called out, "This isn't easy to resolve." After hearing this, Tin then wanted to break it in half. A girl clasped her hands before Lam Kui. "Benefactress, please take us with you." Others shared the same idea, surrounding Lam Kui. "You look naturally wealthy. Please help us. We truly have nowhere left to go." She helplessly yelled, "Why are you all clinging to me?" Tin then looked at the ruins of the brothel and muttered to himself, "This place has no light. I can't arrange for so many people to exploit it." Han Kuang slapped him on the head. "Are you thinking of exploiting it?" A moment later, Tin then came to disperse the noisy crowd. "Sisters, I have an idea. Would you like to hear it?" Scene change. The sky is clear. Eagles spread their wings. At this moment, at the city of the Divine Kingdom, the city gate slightly opened. Then it swung wide open, and a figure leisurely walked in. He was like a silent shadow. Inside the room, someone was already waiting. Van Luke respectfully called, "Venerable One." Thien Nand announced, Lu Dang Van's system has disappeared. He touched the dark image box on the screen. The third time, the system disappeared. Van Luke curved his lips, stating firmly, This time it's definitely not a coincidence. Congratulations, Master. We've finally found a system that can evolve on its own. Thien Nan just stood silently, looking at the void right in front of him. He looked up and around, muttering to himself, You can't stop me. Thien Nan challenged everything. Heavenly Tao, it's been 5 years, and I still found the key to eliminate the impasse. Then he ordered Van Luke, Keep an eye on Tin then. Don't let him get any information related to us. He bowed and replied concisely, Understood. Thien Nan's eyes flashed with a golden glow. I must quickly stir up the heavenly Tao. It's too peaceful now. He waved his hand, and a map appeared before his eyes. His finger glided across the map, then stopped at Gia Lam. Here, I'll give you a surprise. At the same time, at the demon market, people were drawn in by a loud hawker. Honored guests, don't miss out as you pass by. Someone was vigorously beating a drum to attract customers. The brand new Nakhon Tower has just opened. Buy one, get one free. Some people curiously wondered, What? Didn't Nakhon Tower just collapse a few days ago? Just opened, named Nakhon Tower, selling ammunition. An old man looked around curiously and asked, A new tower was built so quickly? The girl next to him happily replied, It was built by our Wujin construction team. It only takes an incense stick's time to build one, and it's both sturdy and cheap. Please, honored guests, come inside and look around. After speaking, she pulled the old man's hand inside. Aren't you guys selling medicine? Why are you building rooms now? Hearing this, the girl softly explained, Nakhon Tower is a general store combining ammunition, architecture, design, and food. Later, there will be other services as well. Look, we have customers, everyone. Ting Shun and Chuyet Vo, cosplaying as staff, bowed and smiled widely. Welcome, esteemed guests. Chuyet Vo smiled as he held out a bottle of medicine in his hand, acting exactly like a real salesperson. Honored guests. This is our shop's night's medicine. Drink it and your whole body will be resilient, completely refreshed. One bottle is only 198. A courtesan enthusiastically chimed in, with a very inviting demeanor. Honored guests, look at this, our shop's treasure, Western Realm Divine Oil. Spray it twice before action, and your gun is guaranteed not to drop. Being promoted by a beauty, the lustful men scrambled to throw money at her, each competing to own the item. Okay, bye. Give me 10 bottles. I want some too. I want some too. 100 people suffer, 1,000 people suffer, but none compare to the cashier. It felt as if this poor person currently had 3 heads and 6 arms. Yet he was still urged. Can the checkout counter bag things a bit faster? He stammered a quick reply. Yes. The courtesan frowned, somewhat irritably lecturing Chuyet Vo on sales skills. You have to show a little. That's how this medicine sells easily. He turned pale and flatly refused. A gentleman doesn't need to do that. The bustling buying and selling continued, and the cashier became increasingly drained. Witnessing this, the arrogant Ting Shin flashed a smug smile. I truly am a genius. He looked at the crowd of buyers and sellers, thinking to himself, because of the oppression from the great families, Wujin sales channels were originally sealed. The pills we made couldn't be sold. Now that we're selling at the demon market, those people can't control this place. Then he remembered the effort he had to put in. From production to transportation to sales, all these medicines required a large amount of manpower. It was the right time to bring Nakhon Tower back into business, and the sisters here all have a knack for sales. Next to him, Julin was diligently guiding a customer. I recommend you take our Nakhon Tower cough syrup. She then saw Chuyet Vu promoting goods to several men. Vu, why are you still wearing women's clothes? He honestly replied, Brother So told me that cross-dressing makes everyone like me, so that's why I'm wearing this. Unexpectedly, She angrily pulled his hand and demanded, "Go change." At another spot, Lam Kui was seriously instructing her subordinates, "If anyone causes trouble in the shop, I'll pay you extra." Ting Shun was satisfied, continuously patting the cashier's shoulder. "You've worked hard, old tiger. Today's sales must be tallied." The cashier, already so haggard he was about to faint, stammered a reply. "Yes, not hard at all." He blew 1,000 kisses to the banknotes in his hand, secretly thinking, if this continues, Wujin Academy's escape from poverty won't just be a dream anymore. The demon market truly is a good place. Unexpectedly, the joyful moment was overshadowed by the figure of Q Hai. At this moment on the screen, the exasperated figure of Oduno appeared. "Have you forgotten there's still the elite competition?" Ting Shun and the others froze, silently enduring. That voice loudly yelled, "Quit your job and quickly return to me." He angrily grumbled, "So Ting Shun, you said you'd immediately return once you found Q Hai. I'm not going with you. Don't forget your promise to me. You must get the qualification to go to the Sword Cave." Ting Shun remained silent. His words didn't stop there, so the staff was suddenly thrown to a young man. "Nakhon Lao is entrusted to you." He immediately yelled, clearly intending to refuse. "No way." He asked back curiously, "Why choose me?" Ting Shin calmly explained, "There's no other way. The 7 of us must participate in the elite competition. The rest are going to the ghost market. You're the one with the best business sense." Hearing this, he was increasingly brainwashed. "So I do have a business sense?" Ting Shin continued to coax and persuade. "Don't worry, I'll teach you all my business knowledge." Following that, a stake was directly plunged into his head, and the knowledge entered his brain. Ting Shin slowly explained, "The ghost market is inconvenient to enter and exit. Once you've earned enough money, make some entrance passes. We'll come back when we have time." Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct the employees there. "You must ensure the salaries and living conditions of the girls." They obediently followed, waving goodbye to Ting Shin. "Understood. Don't worry. Goodbye, boss." At Wu Jin's resting area, a paper was presented with an explanation. "This is the list for the elite competition. Take a look." Ting Shun, Zhuo Wu, and Lan Kuei leaned in together, carefully examining it. 5 main fighters, 2 reserves, no problem. Oduno frowned and spoke. "You are the optimal combination I've chosen, but your rank is still too low. Later, I will refine your combined skills." They offered a suggestion. "Otherwise, let the vice dean come." Oduno turned and left. "All right, pack up a bit. Prepare to go to the divine realm." Hearing this, Ting Shun asked confusedly, "The divine realm? Why go to the divine realm?" He glanced at him and replied simply, "It's the latest requirement that's been issued." At night, Kong Tenoyet frowned, asking with a worried expression, "The elite competition has been changed to be hosted by the divine realm. Why?" "It doesn't make sense. Special Envoy Galen and the Western regions have prepared a lot for this competition." However, Van Luke merely explained indifferently, "Recently, Galen's arena has frequently encountered problems, and we also couldn't make it in time." He continued, "It's better to switch to the divine realm. There's nothing irregular about it. All arrangements in Central Continent only need the divine realm to approve them. Galen has no right to refuse." The more Kong Tin Noyet listened, the more unpleasant her expression became. An item floated in midair, flying at high speed. The members on board looked excited. "Are we there?" Moreover, due to the temporary change of venue, to allow the contestants to reach the divine realm in time, the imperial family provided this massive flying ship. Zhuo Wu excitedly pointed below. "Look, it's Mount Jushin." A purple beam of light pierced up from the peak of that mountain. Ting Shun exclaimed excitedly, "The mountaintop even has a purple light." Zhuo Wu asked back, "Is the spiritual energy abundant?" "In legends, this place is where the immortal clan resides." He exclaimed in surprise, "Immortal clan?" The system grumpily replied, "Is reading the Shenzhou encyclopedia too much to ask?" Regarding this clan, the Immortal Clan is one of the oldest clans in Shenzhou. It led the war against demons, suffered heavy losses, then secluded itself on Mount Jushin to cultivate, rarely interacting with outsiders. Zhuyu philosophized, immortals live very long lives, and are born with the eye of heaven, which is the red in the middle of their glabella. It's said that they can use it to understand the heavenly Tao. Tim then asked curiously, a red dot? At this moment, Lan Kuei, who was beside them, suddenly exclaimed, the palace is slowing down. Could it be that the competition is held on Mount Jushin? The palace slowly descended amidst the exclamations of the contestants. It landed, creating quite a tremor. Before them now was an entirely different area. As they moved, they listened to the instructions. Contestants of Jialan, welcome to Mount Jushin of the Divine Nation. This is Jialan's exclusive area. In each team's resting area, there are training rooms, alchemy rooms, conference rooms, and private resting rooms. Before them now was a tall tower. Lan Kuei frowned and remarked, each team has their own space? It's really spacious. Suddenly, a voice spoke up behind Tin Nan, Wu Jin. He turned his head and nodded, replying, ah, yes. The other person instructed, your rooms are on the west side, follow me. Then, as he led them, he introduced the facilities. The cultivation rooms are open all day, but the dining hall is only open during meal times. If you cause trouble or engage in private duels during the competition, both parties will be disqualified. Your team should stay in your room, this room here. Go in. These words successfully angered Lan Kuei, who shouted loudly, what do you mean? Is this how the Divine Nation welcomes guests? The other person sneered and retorted, his contempt unconcealed. What's wrong with this attitude? I've seen many teams like yours. You were just lucky to get into the elite competition, and now you think you're so formidable. Even as he turned away, he continued to grumble unpleasant words. You'll probably be sent home after one match. Enjoy this place until then, you country bumpkins. She was so angry that the person behind her had to struggle to hold her back. What did you say? Do you know who I am? A reminder sounded. Your Highness, calm down. Don't let this escalate into a diplomatic incident. The other members were also displeased with the rude, welcoming attitude of this person. The Divine Nation is truly as arrogant as ever. Damn it. Hearing this, Lan Kuei, both indignant and satisfied, remarked, ah, a rare show of solidarity. She made up her mind, declaring loudly, this competition, we absolutely must restore Jialan's honor. I'll beat the Divine Nation until their teeth fall out. However, her momentum was dampened by Feng Yin. It won't be that easy. She looked at them and explained, the Divine Nation has venerables, which attracts many resources. Their reserve of talent isn't something we can compare to. For example, the talented individuals in Jialan are considered the first of the new generation. But in the Divine Nation, they're merely considered upstream. Meanwhile, on the other side, some people from other teams were directing hostile attitudes this way. Are they talking bad about us? Humph, flaunting their arrogance. A sudden announcement was made, surprising Tim then. However, the strongest team in Jia Lam isn't Tan Sun. The next words then caught the attention of another team. It's the Noyet. They make it into the top 10 every year in the elite competition. At this moment, Macneem saw Tin then again. She slowly approached him, under Tin Than's confused gaze. Tin Than's inner self was constantly screaming, she's coming this way. What does she want? Macneem came closer and spoke. Long time no see. She wanted to expose his identity. She continued, I heard Tay2 is having trouble with their team. This time, they still have to cross the boundary. I'm truly worried for you all. But Nan Fong interjected, thanks for your concern. A member of Macneem's team added, if Tay2 and Tan Sun don't come, then Noyet will be very lonely. Meanwhile, Lam Kui was the one to respond from Tin Than's side. The people from these academies are quite familiar. The instructor then spoke up. Since this is an elite competition, I still hope everyone can get along. He was then Noyet's team leader. This is information about all the participating teams, compiled by the Noyet. All teams must read it carefully. As he spoke, several books were distributed to the participants. The young man approached Tin then and questioned, "Hey, Captain Vojon, don't you need the team's data?" Unexpectedly, his attitude was a bit evasive. "Yes, give it to me, thank you." And when questioned, he paled and froze. "You look so familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Sun held his head, racking his brain. Not remembering just made his head hurt again. Neem then suddenly interjected with a worried tone. Sun, what's wrong?" He immediately looked at Tin then, who was frozen in place, and spoke curiously. Neem, does he look familiar to you? I'm sure I've met him somewhere." She clicked her tongue and replied, "You must be mistaken. He looks very much like the girl we met at Xian Hong Lao. Junior sister So, do you remember?" Oh, as soon as Sun heard pretty girl, he immediately forgot his wariness towards Tin then. Junior sister So. He even started chatting with him. "So that's it. No wonder you look familiar. Do you have a younger sister?" He stammered a denial. "No, I don't." Sun, however, just blindly believed it, turning his head and muttering, "Are there people who look so similar in Vojon? Now that I mention it, I haven't seen junior sister So since then either." Neem then responded to Tin then, "He doesn't recognize you." She then slowly explained further, "It might be because your grandfather hit his head on a tree that day, causing brain damage. In short, his memory of that day is also vague now. He doesn't remember you anymore." He couldn't help but ask again, "Why didn't you expose me?" He received a very righteous answer from her. "I don't think like your grandfather. I don't see you as a bad person. You saved me on Dailau Mountain. I'm not the type to repay kindness with enmity." Suddenly, Neem turned to ask Tin then something. "Would you do anything to harm him?" He slowly explained, "I just want to farm," not forgetting to add a friendly smile for her. Neem turned and walked away at this moment. "Wu Jian, it's really not easy to get into the elite competition. Keep it up." On the other side, Chuet Vo and Chu Lin were discussing. "The people from Shen Yu are just weird. If everyone represented GLAM, the competition probably wouldn't have any problems." The instructor's command rang out. "Meeting open." Scene changes to the Divine Realm, the competition conference area. A member placed their hand on their chest, and then they all greeted in unison, "Honored sages." The Paradiso team instructor frowned, slowly saying, "All right, have you finished your assignments?" A member below replied, "You told us to research the teams, and we've all finished." Dai Luke added, "As the most outstanding students of the Divine Realm, we certainly won't underestimate the enemy." She handed out a stack of papers while explaining, "Of course I trust you, but some teams' data is still incomplete." Dai Luke took the stack of papers, observing them intently while muttering, "Wu Jian from GLAM, exactly. Their team's technical information is insufficient, quite well protected, but this team's rank is too low. Is it really necessary to care?" The instructor then explained, "The technical coordination and tactics aren't bad. They often use weakness to defeat strength, especially this guy named Tin then." She pointed to a piece of paper. Then she frankly suggested, "The higher-ups want your consideration." Meanwhile, Tinden was frowning while reading a book. Lam Kui struggled to absorb the information, the average configuration of the Divine Realm team. They looked at the pile of words in front of them as if they were looking at aliens. "How are we supposed to fight this?" Chuet Vo frowned while reading the information on the paper. The lowest is Martial Ancestor 1 star. We're a whole level below. Here, Chu Hai immediately added, "Moreover, the conditions and rules of the competition are all disadvantageous to us." They were reading the competition rules. The content includes, the elite competition is divided into 3 rounds. The location of the first round of competition, Man Chao Tian Immortal Cave. Each team sends 5 people into the cave to search for a symbolic item. Time limit, 3 days. A small team that satisfies the following 2 conditions within the specified time will be considered to have passed. 1. The number of people who reach the end point is greater than or equal to 4. 2. Possess one or more symbolic items, followed by an exclamation about the illustration below. Who drew this? Tin then spoke up again. The pass rate for the first round of the elite competition is 1 out of 10. Then there are 2 more elimination rounds. Otuno seriously explained. So we need to arrange our personnel wisely. They discussed with each other all night long. The day of the competition arrived very quickly. The members of Tin's team all looked tired, yawning frequently. A member of the opposing team then asked worriedly, "You all look tired. Didn't you sleep well?" Chuetvo honestly explained, "We've been discussing strategy for the past 2 days, only focusing in the training room." And then received encouragement from Nan Mao. "Don't be too stressed. Teams from the same country will agree to form alliances, coordinate together in the first round." However, the good intention was mocked. "Still have time to care about others?" Dai Luke and his group scornfully remarked, "It seems Jialam prepared quite meticulously this year, our defeated foes." These words successfully provoked Dai Tan, of Paradiso Academy. Only then did Chuetvu curiously ask, "Are you two in conflict?" Nan Mao nodded in acknowledgement. "MHM. Because I'm also a Votong, I attracted their attention. I was targeted in the last elite competition." He slapped his scarred thigh. He loudly complained, "Several teams ganged up on me. My strong, beautiful thigh was completely crippled. How long will it take to recover?" Nan Mao sneered, reminding them, "I haven't forgotten this grudge." Then he turned back, leaving a warning before he left. "Just you wait." Tu then glanced after him, muttering in reply, "I'll wait." Meanwhile, Tim then looked on, confused, as the 2 sides argued. Confused, he wondered, what's he up to? He then approached Nan Mao. He slowly started a conversation. "Your leg. In the competition, there's a soul protection. Won't your body automatically recover after you leave?" He honestly explained, "The elite competition doesn't use soul substitutes. It's real death. But before entering the arena, they'll issue forfeit cards. If you can't hold on, you forfeit. They're distributing the cards over there now." Very quickly, Tin then held his card in his hand. They were starting to read the rules. The competition prohibits carrying food, ammunition, and various beneficial items. They focused on listening to the command, then began to teleport. In an instant, the space suddenly became completely dark. A drop of water gradually formed and fell onto the lake below. Tin then woke up with a start. He looked around curiously, wondering, "It's so dark. Where's everyone? Were we separated?" Tin then walked along, calling out, "Chu Hai, old Thatch." He suddenly looked down to see his leg being bitten by a creature. Right from the start, Tin then was caught by a carnivorous fish. He struggled to get free, swearing, "Damn it." He broke free from one, but there was a whole school behind him. Tin then ran in a panic, pursued by the school of fish. At the same time, Q-Hai was also attacked by them and shrieked. A moment later, she climbed onto Tindan, and they both ran for their lives. Suddenly, a fish's body was sliced into 2 halves. Chuetvo appeared, blocking the 2. "I'm here. You 2 retreat first. I'll cover the rear." But he grabbed his head and pulled him back. "Cover your own head. Don't waste your soul power." Tim then took out a talisman and loudly called, "Big brother." A shadow figure appeared as bait for the fish school, entrusted to Huyn now. Q-Hai questioned, "Don't teams from the same country get placed together after teleportation? Why are we separated?" Tin then replied while running, "Perhaps we were all teleported to the same general area, but there's a distance between the teams." Just then, a demon appeared from nowhere. It flew over, intending to attack, making Q-Hai scream in fright. "What is this?" In desperation, she was about to risk her life to attack. Suddenly, a staff blocked the demon's throat. Nan Mao dealt with it cleanly. Hearing everyone call his name, he immediately turned and made a silencing gesture. The downed monster got back up as if nothing had happened. Blood flowed from its nose, and its rage skyrocketed. Nan Mao gestured. Its eyes aren't good. Then he pointed to its face. Its ears are good. They understood his meaning and quickly tiptoed away. After a while, they encountered Dai Tan and another person eating bananas. Furry ears, come here, sit here. Tin Nan was startled. You guys are way too relaxed. A moment later, everyone joined them. Nan Mao explained. In dark caves, monsters' vision is poor, but their hearing is excellent. Don't make too much noise. Want some? Tin Nan remembered the rules and exclaimed. Weren't we not allowed to bring food? Where did those bananas come from? Hearing that, the other person turned around annoyed. This is my martial spirit. It doesn't count as food. Want some? Without waiting for his answer, that person tempted Q Hai with a whole bunch of bananas. Sister Q Hai, eat a lot. Tin Nan was so angry he pouted. What? Annoying. Nan Mao whispered a reminder. There's a lot of interference in the cave. I can sense people nearby, but can't identify them. He turned to look, expressing his thought. Finding the symbolic item in this situation is also very difficult. There should be clues in the cave. Nan Mao agreed. That's right. So let's gather everyone and then look for the symbolic item. Looking at other empty spaces, their voices rang out again. Next, the closest to us is Chu Lin, in a corner, tried to tightly seal her lips, making no sound. In front of her were demons eating raw organs. Chu Lin thought to herself, what kind of monsters are these? Her pupils contracted. What are they eating? Just hiding like this isn't going to work. A small sound attracted the attention of a demon. It slowly approached Chu Lin's spot. It even reached out to touch her. But suddenly its body was torn apart. A voice from behind echoed. How can you bully a weak healer like that? You damned monsters. The owner of that voice was Tu Than. Are you okay? Tu then courteously extended a hand to greet her. You're the healer from the Boundless, aren't you? Luo Yuan Tu Than. Don't worry. I have the demeanor of a gentleman. I won't lay a hand on a healer. However, no sooner had Tu Than finished speaking than other demons rushed forward, countless of them surrounding them. He observed the situation around them intensely, frowning deeply. So many? Around Tu Than's body, a brilliant aura appeared. Demon. Thanks to the loud noise, those nearby immediately noticed. Lai Mok immediately became alert. What's that sound? She didn't hesitate, rushing over there. It seems someone's fighting. Let's go check. I hope it's not about me. While moving, she sensed someone behind her attempting to ambush her. Lai Mok quickly ducked to dodge the attack. Her quick reaction allowed her to turn and counterattack the assailant. As she turned, Lai Mok clearly saw that her opponent was Jiu Shi. Xin Chen's group, hiding nearby, quickly reminded them. It's a teammate. You hit the wrong person. You hit the wrong person. I'm so sorry. It was too dark to see clearly. I could only strike first. Lai Mok didn't blame them at all. It's fine. Did you guys hear the commotion over there? He nodded in response. Of course. Let's go check out together. All of them quickly arrived at a cave. Now, the monsters lay strewn across the ground, showing no signs of life. Xin Chen looked at the surrounding situation and easily deduced. A fierce battle indeed broke out. He approached closer to observe. What kind of monsters are these? Suddenly, a voice echoed from the darkness. Mr. Chu. Xiao Ling happily poked her head out. It really is everyone. She couldn't hide her joy. That's great. He was also very surprised. Ah Ling. It was only then that everyone clearly saw the monsters around her and quickly warned. There are monsters all around you. Come out quickly. She wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she reassured the group. Don't be scared. They're not dangerous. Xin Chen asked curiously. What happened here just now? Why was there such a huge commotion? Xiao Ling honestly replied. It was Luo Yuan from the Divine Kingdom. At that moment, Tu then concentrated his magic with 2 fingers. Just one move was enough to scatter the monsters. He yelled contemptuously. You heretics dare to fight back? Watch me eradicate all of you. Xiaoling nearby discovered a cave where small demons were hiding. They seemed very frightened, their bodies trembling incessantly. She was a little surprised by their reaction. These monsters? It seems they're afraid of me. Xiaoling gently approached the demons. Although they look unusual, they actually bear no ill will towards humans. At that time, they only wanted to ascertain the source of the sound and had no intention of attacking. Xian Chun understood everything. So it was just an overreaction? And that too then almost caused their entire clan to be exterminated. She nodded painfully in agreement. That's right. Han Kuang, at that moment, made a new discovery. The body structure of these monsters isn't like demons. Instead, it's like humans who have lived in caves for a long time. Xianchen found it strange. Han Kuang couldn't be certain. He silently observed the monsters in front of him. Xianchen continued to ask curiously. Xiaoling didn't hide anything. He sat down and observed the small demons in front of him, feeling that something wasn't right. Nan Mao cautiously reminded them. There was such a big commotion just now. We're definitely not the only ones who noticed it. On this side, Dai Luke's scolding voice rang out. Didn't you say you had to catch that girl? Why did you retreat right after fighting? He urged impatiently. I just thought of a better way. Although the mission is to destroy everything, try not to get your hands dirty. The Divine Kingdom has detailed information about each arena. Do you still remember what the most dangerous thing in the Immortal Cave is? Dai Luke frowned deeply as if he understood something. Tu then smiled slyly. Indeed, just as he calculated, there was a loud noise coming from Xian Chen's group. They turned around in astonishment to look. He immediately realized. Tu then was in a corner, gloating. Xian Chen saw the monster, fearfully stepping back several paces. A Kuang raised his hand and began to use magic. He unleashed the rotten fragrant sword array. Countless peeled bananas rapidly flew towards the hundred-eyed praying mantis pupa, making it cry out in pain. A moment later, strange arms appeared on the hundred-eyed praying mantis pupa. A Kuang cried out in alarm. Nan Mao saw that the situation was bad, turned around and ran. Xian Chun beside him also had to exclaim. The hundred-eyed praying mantis pupa charged toward the group, and they all frantically scattered. Xiaoling both protected the small monsters and observed the moth in fear. However, not long after, its body stopped. Xian Chun had used his magic power to block it. He rushed forward to shield Xiaoling. Dai Tan nearby was also astonished. But Xian Chun also had to shout. Now he was almost out of strength, using all his strength to push its teeth apart. Xian Chun yelled. Very quickly, a streak of light appeared afterwards. Zhuowu charged forward with his weapon. He used all his strength to pin it tightly onto the hundred-eyed praying mantis pupa's body. However, no matter what he did, he couldn't pierce through. Zhuowu yelled in a panic. This isn't good. The difference in rank is too great. I can't injure it. At that moment, the hundred-eyed praying mantis pupa struggled with all its might. Xian Chen saw him being thrown down forcefully and cried out worriedly. Old sure. But before he could recover, it was his turn, exactly the same way. Seeing Xian Chen refuse to let go, a golden orb appeared from its throat. The hundred-eyed praying mantis pupa shot its secretions straight into his face. Zhuowu yelled from below, Brother Chu. Xian Chun was now trying to spit all that mucus out of his mouth, and kept spitting back at it. Oh, you think only you can spit? He seriously thought to himself. Even with a counter-attribute, I can't even harm its weakest eye. Just then, a figure dashed forward. Ren Mao carried his weapon and slashed a long path across the hundred-eyed praying mantis pupa's body. Wherever he glided, he attacked it. Ren Mao aimed his spear precisely at its body, then pierced straight through, impaling it in place. Next, the Qing used all his strength to rush forward and assist. Great shaman! They coordinated perfectly. Power flowed from him into the spear. It was driven tightly into the hundred-eyed praying mantis pupa's body, and it thrashed violently in pain. Xian Chen could easily recognize the difference in the golden mass in its throat. He seemed to have understood. A barrier, So that's what it is. Xianqian loudly reminded his teammates. Keep poking the eyes on its back. It can temporarily disrupt the Great Eyeball's defense. Li Mu also joined the battle with everyone. Use this moment to attack the Great Eyeball, Great Shaman. She drew her bow and aimed precisely into its throat, to use myriad arrows, piercing the heart. However, the arrows caused no damage. Xianqian gritted his teeth and observed. Still not enough damage. Zhuowu walked over and grabbed the bow that Li Mu was about to shoot. He used his spiritual power to change the arrow's color, coating it with a layer. Li Mu understood and turned to continue aiming at the hundred-eyed praying mantis pupa. Countless arrows shot straight inside. However, the damage was still not too great for the hundred-eyed praying mantis pupa. Zhuowu frowned and judged. Still not deep enough. Ren Mao also remained silent, unsure how to deal with it. While everyone was in a stalemate, Xianqian decisively let go. He directly kicked the arrow to drive it deeper. Let me get in. Xianqian landed on its core. He used all his might to drive it even deeper. In, all the way in. Then it suddenly closed its mouth. Zhuowu hastily grabbed his weapon. Brother Chu. He seemed to have the intention of a life-or-death battle with the hundred-eyed praying mantis pupa, but it no longer had the strength to care. It just kept thrashing from one place to another. Seeing it about to collapse, he ran over and used his weapon to block it. Zhuowu's weapon also gradually cracked and broke because it couldn't withstand it. Before long, the heavy body of the hundred-eyed mantis pupa collapsed onto the ground. Ren Mao nearby also cried out, "Hey, it's shut now." When they ran over, they saw its body twisting hideously. A section of the hundred-eyed mantis pupa's body seemed to have something wanting to escape. In a flash, a fist appeared, punching through and breaking out. Dai Qing and the others opened their eyes in astonishment. Xingchen came out, constantly complaining. It stinks to high heaven. He held a bead and said to Zhuowu, "The bug's dead." Ren Mao walked over and asked, "Is everyone okay?" He sighed in relief and explained, "I thought the shining sword would be crushed. Luckily, Brother Chu was there. He managed to tear open the bug's belly in an instant." He recalled the critical moment and was still shaken. Ren Mao noticed the bead in his hand and asked curiously, "This is a marking item?" Xingchen replied with a smile, "My luck's pretty good too." I directly grabbed its eyeball, and we were swallowed down together. Inside its body, I kept attacking, and it quickly couldn't hold on anymore. The eyeball also turned to liquid, revealing the marking item inside. Xiaoling worriedly treated Zhuowu. Luckily, nothing serious happened. "Here, I'll help everyone recover." When she intended to treat Xingchen, he refused. "I didn't expend much. No need to recover." Xiaoling smiled and replied, "Of course you didn't expend much. If I hadn't given Jiu Shi soul power, I'm afraid she would have done it much earlier." Only then did Xingchen remember and rush over to ask, "She?" Ren Mao walked over and said, "You got the marking items so quickly. Your luck is really good." He sensed Xingchen's wary gaze and advised, "Don't worry. We won't steal the marking items you obtained through your own strength. However, it's hard to say for others." Xingchen also realized, "You mean?" They didn't know this conversation was overheard by a pink-haired girl. She returned angrily, "Citan, he's still so relaxed. Yiwan, you really live up to your name. Are you just arriving now?" She snapped irritably, "Stop joking around. I saw Wu Jian kill the hundred-eyed bug and even get a marking item." Citan was shocked upon hearing this. What? He couldn't believe it. The hundred-eyed bug is a martial king level. How could they, with their level, possibly? Dully beside him was equally confused. There with Qing Shan. Could Qing Shan have helped them? Citan rubbed his chin and thought, Qing Shan is also a good-for-nothing. How could he help them? Could it be that Xing Chen has some magic treasure we don't know about? Dili also felt it was strange. What kind of magic treasure could challenge and even defeat a martial king? Yiwan scoffed. Entrusting information to you guys is indeed unreliable. You even wanted to use it as an excuse to kill. But in the end, the other party got a windfall. However, obtaining a marking item doesn't necessarily mean it will be easy to take away. Meanwhile, Xing Chun and his group were rushing to move. After some discussion, they had a plan. Since Qing Shan also had to find a marking item, the group decided to go their separate ways. These blood demons were familiar with the terrain in the cave and proactively led the way for them. However, not long after, the marking item inside him suddenly lit up, making him stop in surprise. Xing Chen hugged it tightly to restrict the light. What's going on? Chuyetvo also felt strange. Why is the marking item acting up like this? It kept lighting up, making him even more panicked. Too bright, stop. This isn't something I can control. On this side, Wyvan offered an explanation. Today isn't suitable for taking the marking item. It will occasionally hum and light up. The marking item cannot be stored in a weapon bag, nor can its hum and light be temporarily stopped, and they were the first ones to get it. Everything was just as she said. It would lead to a fight. You from the other sect kept attacking them. Missed, it even missed. Seeing they were discovered, they recklessly charged out, going straight for them. The leader, upon seeing it was Xing Chun and his group, became even more smug. How lucky! It's GL Lam's Wujin, the weakest team among all the teams. Watch me tie them all up. Xing Chun frowned, observing their actions. He used his powered-up arm to strike the opponent's abdomen. That person was immediately sent flying several meters. The others watching were stunned. Hu Hai was also ready to attack at any moment. Didn't they say they were very weak? Xing Chen didn't overthink, turned around, and reminded the group to leave. Quickly head to the exit. Don't stop. However, on this side, another group blocked their way. It's the marking item. Steal it. The moment someone pointed a sword, he summoned the shadow scene to provide cover. Big Brother blocked them. The others all aimed for the item. Where are you running to? Leave the marking item behind. Xing Chen quickly pulled out a charm of bewitchment. He directly watched the opponent begin casting the spell. You like me? The charm quickly took effect. The one behind, seeing his teammate had no reaction, urged, Go. What are you standing there for? However, that person swung his sword back and cursed. Don't harm my love. The bewitched young man yelled, I will charge forward for love. Don't touch that person. Go, my love. I'll stop Junior Brother. Xing Chun ran quickly. Thank you, my love. Luckily, this guy is blindly in love. Hang Kwong exclaimed. How despicable. He made a helpless face. Don't say that. Let's use this opportunity to quickly get to the exit. Come up here. Everyone climb up here. Limok didn't understand. Do we have to resort to this? Hu Hai confidently carried Chu Lin up. Sister Hai, leave Sister Tui to me. Xing Chun immediately snapped his fingers to enhance his own power. Xing Chun and Q Hai flew forward quickly, performing flying immortal motion and human king frontline speed. He quickly saw the exit in the distance. Xing Chun panicked. Too many caves. Which one is the exit? The cave dweller immediately guided, the third door on the left. He grabbed Chit Vo in Limok's hands. It's you. Xing Chen used all his strength to gain momentum with the two. He threw them with a mighty swing, making them fly far. Go in first. They immediately flew through the exit door. Xing Chen was grateful. This is the door, thank you. Q Hai, run a bit faster. I'll only be at ease once you two are inside. She complained exhaustedly. You run too fast. While he wasn't paying attention, something suddenly appeared behind him. Bring the marked object in. A powerful blow descended. Q Hai and Chu Lin witnessed it, stunned and terrified. Someone approached from afar and said, We've been waiting for so long. Xing Chun, who had just been ambushed, could only lie unconscious. Wai Wan and her accomplices had already ambushed them. Indeed, defending at the cave entrance is the best strategy. Seeing this, the other two anxiously called out, Xing Chen. Suddenly, countless beams of light shot towards the two of them. Chu Lin quickly raised her hand to create a shield. Be careful. Tu then praised. A healer with a shield. What excellent support. It seems you're a 4-star Grandmaster, aren't you? Such talent. It's truly wasted in Vojan. I didn't want to fight the healer. Chu Lin still struggled to hold up the shield. He flew quickly towards her. But there's a bit of an obstruction here. Qiu Hai couldn't stand it anymore and flew quickly to kick him. Stay away from Big Sister. Tu then angrily roared. You brute. He aimed his attack at her, Dai. Before he could attack, he suddenly froze. Xing Chen had held Tu then back to protect Qiu Hai. Tu then cried out in panic, What? His leg was tightly grasped by a hand and pulled hard. Xing Chen, who had just been hit, had regained consciousness. He used his strength to yank the leg, causing the man's face to slam into the ground. Wai Wan, who was observing, was startled. How can this be? Charge for me. Xing Chen glanced in that direction, with eyes full of killing intent. He unleashed his power, blocking the beast's attack. Xing Chen's complexion was extremely bad at that time. The beast was not easily defeated. It raised its hand to strike back, but he still continuously tried to retaliate. Qiu Hai worriedly ran back. Xing Chen, are you all right? He heard her call and immediately replied. Hi, why did you turn into so many people? Han Kuang spoke up. It's because your head is spinning. Chu Lin quickly stepped forward. Let me help you heal. Suddenly, from afar, countless rays of light attacked. She reacted quickly and created a shield to block. Be careful. Tu then furiously roared. You damn thing. Dare to touch my face. Wai Van from behind also spoke up. This person is stronger than I imagined. Let's charge together. Han Kuang immediately warned. Be careful. Although you possess a very powerful flame tyrant body technique, they all have a higher cultivation realm than you. Xing Chen fearlessly charged forward. Then let's see who's tougher. He powerfully charged forward, gathering strength to attack. A vital energy strike flew quickly towards him. That stream of power passed through without causing any damage. He was surprised, ineffective. What kind of magic artifact is this? Wai Van muttered angrily. Stupid. Don't just stare at him. The weak are easily bullied. Meanwhile, Chu Lin was still struggling to resist their attacks. Even while being attacked, Xing Chen worriedly called out, Sister Tui. She and the beast relentlessly attacked him. You still have time to worry about others, huh? Just then, Chu Lin's shield shattered into pieces. Qiu Hai rushed forward to block. Sister, be careful. She took the full brunt of their attack. Xing Chen could no longer remain calm. He raised his hand and gathered power into a spherical shape. He attacked directly towards Wai Van. One strike caused the wall behind them to explode. Xing Chen held a blue orb in his hand, the Heaven's secret turtle cannon magic artifact. Wai Van panicked, my hair. Tu then furiously yelled, How many treasures does this kid actually have? Xing Chen took advantage of their distraction, quickly carried Qiu Hai and Chu Lin and ran. Used this moment. He brought them through the escape gate. Get inside. Tu then would not allow him to escape and shouted, Don't let him get away. Xing Chen turned around, gathered strength, and yelled, Get out. She anxiously cried out, Careful. But he wouldn't give up. Don't think you're the only one with many treasures. Han Kuang urgently pulled Xing Chen through the escape gate. From Tu Than's attack, a huge explosion then rang out. Outside, the sunlight was dazzling. Many contestants were gathered in one place, the competition's waiting area. Lam Kui's face showed suppressed difficulty. She angrily shouted, Why has it been so long and Master and the others still haven't come out? Tung Lai calculated. It hasn't been that long. It couldn't be this fast. Lam Kui lost her patience, honestly. This hopeless waiting outside is really tormenting. A contestant shouted, Someone's coming out. How fast? Have they gotten the token yet? She excitedly ran over. Chut Vo. Are you okay? Did it go well? What about Master? Did he get the token yet? He quickly replied, We've gotten the token. We were pushed out by Brother So. He'll definitely come out immediately. Suddenly from behind, 2 people appeared. Chu Lin held Qiu Hai tightly and flew out. Chut Vo exclaimed in shock, Lin. Qiu Hai, why are you both injured? She angrily explained. Lac Vin's group is ambushing at the exit. Mr. So pushed us out. I don't know how he is now. There was a sound from the exit gate. Everyone turned with worried faces. A gush of fresh blood spewed out first. Tin then flew out in a disheveled state. Chutvo frantically called out, "Brother So." Lam Kui also exclaimed in panic, "Master." Everyone helped Tin then up, shouting, "So much blood. Where's the physician?" He vaguely comforted, "Don't worry. This isn't my blood." Inside the competition area, Lakvin's people panicked. "Hey, Tu then. What's wrong? Didn't he use an item to retaliate just now? Why was he still hit?" Wai Van knelt beside him in fear. "Wake up, don't die. Even if you're a martial venerable, you shouldn't be fatally wounded from a blow, right?" Dai Luke spoke up. "Didn't you see just now? There's something wrong with that Tin Than guy. He can take our items." Among the crowd, contestants gathered. Wai Su was treating Q high. After a while, he said, "He's out of danger. He'll wake up very soon." Tin then replied with relief, "Thank you." The physicians then left. "Does anyone need treatment? Contact us quickly." Lam Kui said happily, "That's great. A scare but no real harm." But Tin then noticed something else. "Why haven't Lakvin's people come out yet?" Han Kwang recounted. "He rushed over then. I swallowed his item and took advantage of his serious injuries to steal his system. Although it was very fast, his accomplices could still see it." He asked in surprise, "Those three all have systems?" It replied, "That's right. Furthermore, in just a moment, I sensed they were hiding something very deep." Tin then felt bewildered. "Those three all have systems. That can't be a coincidence. This Lakvin." Han Kwang crossed his arms confidently. "If there are 10, I'll take all 10. At this moment, their group was also being watched by others. One of them was unhappy. Why are they the first group allowed to leave? They are Lakvin's people. Tom Chow worried. What happened to Van Tu then? John Van beside her commented. He was almost severely injured. This Tin then is not simple. Tom Chow turned to discuss. 80% is due to carelessness, being so arrogant. He's fundamentally unsuitable to be a team leader. Van, I still have high hopes for your next mission. We must perform very well. But John Van did not respond. Meanwhile, in another room, someone came in to report. "My lord, Lakvin's people failed in the first round." Van Luke beside him asked, "What do you think about this?" "Sending those guys is no different from sending them to their deaths. Why not just directly capture Tin then?" Thien Gu continued reading leisurely. "But this is the Venerable One's decision." These words startled him. The Venerable One's decision? What exactly does the Venerable One want to do? He only warned coldly. How the Venerable One wants to proceed is not for you to meddle in. Has the arrangement for Gia Lam's side been settled? The subordinate quickly reported. "It has been settled, my lord." He smiled contentedly. "Very good. Since the Divine Kingdom has brought him so many benefits, he should repay them, shouldn't he?" On another side, in the Gia Lam Imperial Palace, a man appeared in a hurry. Several eunuchs quickly bowed. "Your Highness, Second Imperial Prince." The person outside reported, "The Second Imperial Prince has arrived." Feng Det entered and greeted, "Father King." Feng Det knelt on one knee. "Your son greets Imperial Father." He gently replied, "We are all family. No need for such formalities." "Why have you come to see me today?" He feigned excitement. "Is it not because your son misses Imperial Father?" The Emperor sighed. "You are truly thoughtful. Your youngest sister hasn't visited me since she entered that boundless realm. She's forgotten her father." Feng Dat fanned discord. "Third sister is ungrateful. Let's not mention her. Imperial Father, please look. These are snacks your son had the kitchen prepare. They're delicious, Father. Your son specifically brought them for you to enjoy." Back at the examination area, someone was surprised. "We can directly enter the third gate." The examiner affirmed, "That's right. The team that secures the first position will have the opportunity for direct advancement." Chudvo was overjoyed. "Let's go straight into Sword Valley." But Tin then sensed Du No's gaze. He immediately turned back to reassure. I know. I'll find a way into Repentance Valley." The examiner opened the way for them. You may enter now. Tin then still wanted to ask, do we have to enter so early? The other teams are still competing on the second floor. The person calmly replied, it's fine, they will follow soon enough. This attitude made him a bit tense. Shottington let Terwain. Inside was the Sword Valley, once the residence of the Sacred Sword Pavilion, hiding countless almighty treasures, making people covet them. Weapons were strewn about everywhere. Tin Then's group cautiously moved forward. He reminded his companions, everyone be careful. If the team behind us enters, there might be an ambush. Chuevo couldn't hide his joy. So many treasures, all good swords. Lam Kui was calmer. This place was, after all, once the Sword Valley. The valley guarding sword of the Sword Valley had sealed the passage to the demon world, but 500 years ago, someone drew the sacred sword. The demon race broke through. The Sword Valley was unprepared, and over 10,000 disciples in the valley died tragically. This was also the beginning of the war with Chu Xe. It's said that the treasures here can open one's divine sense and choose their own master. Suddenly, a sword darted towards them, startling everyone. Junior brother, be careful. It stopped right in front of Tin Than, even circling around happily. Lam Kui explained, the spiritual artifact has chosen its master, senior brother. It wants to follow its master. Hearing this, he was overjoyed. It wants to follow me? That proves my extraordinary talent. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, so many swords. It was Chue Vo, surrounded by a pile of weapons. Don't push, stop crowding. Chue Vo quickly dodged the surrounding weapons. My martial spirit is the sword. I don't need so many weapons. Tin then was so envious. Thank you all seniors for your affection. Don't push, you can't squeeze in there. He unwillingly asked the swords, hey, don't just look at him. What about me? They simply dodged as if seeing something terrible, making Tin then annoyed. Hey, I want to break these swords. Chue Vo quickly stopped him. Calm down, brother So. At this moment, Q Hai noticed something. A mountain peak emitting a strange, oppressive aura. She thought blankly, is that direction the Valley of Repentance? Most of her clan members were suffering torture there. Tin then also noticed Q Hai. He also pondered deeply. How can I get into the Valley of Repentance? Meanwhile, outside the Sword Valley, John Van looked at her teammates coming out, confused. What happened to Van too then? Luke said irritably, he's dead. Everyone was shocked. He actually died in there. Why Van told her, that Tin guy is definitely not ordinary. He, John Van was horrified to hear, controlled our artifacts. She said fearfully, we were never supposed to complete this mission. But John Van didn't believe that. It's too early to say that now. Tell me what everyone experienced. This debt will be settled in the Sword Valley. Back inside the valley, Tin Then's group had been walking for a long time, and everyone successively found suitable magical artifacts, receiving their own opportunities. But from beginning to end, the only thing that caught Tin Then's eye was this sword. He annoyedly looked at the pile of weapons following Chu Vo. This magical artifact truly has no discernment at all. Han Kuang appeared and explained that magical artifacts have the ability to sense each other. You already possess many good items on your body gifted by old friends, so it will pose a threat to them. Suddenly, it let out a sound, startling Tin Than. What's wrong? Han Kuang quickly reported. I've set a location tracker for the two fake systems from Lac Vien, and they've already entered the Sword Valley. This time they came with new preparations. They'll definitely be even harder to deal with. First, we need to find a place to hide for now. Tin then looked around in confusion. Where can we hide in a place like this? In a flash, he found a method. Quickly, follow this sword. It flew, guiding the whole group. Tin then exclaimed happily, there's a cave here. Chu Vo exclaimed in surprise. This place is quite secluded. Suddenly, a shattered, glowing red weapon appeared before him. Tin then stared at it blankly. This sword. As soon as he saw the red sword, Tin Then's body trembled. Han Kuang noticed he wasn't well. What's wrong? Tin then clutched his chest, gasping. This sword. Chu Vo went to touch it. Huh, why is this sword standing here? He quickly yelled. Don't touch that sword. There's something wrong with this thing. Tin then used his spiritual eye to observe. What exactly is on top of it? He glanced at the sword that had just chosen him. You deliberately led us here, didn't you? Chu Vo asked, confused. Is there a problem with this sword? Tin then instructed. In any case, don't go near it. This cave looks quite deep. We need to hide further inside. So they bypassed the sword and left. Even then, it showed no reaction. The group ventured deeper into the cave. Lam Kui looked worriedly. This cave, I thought it was naturally formed. But looking at the carved traces, it was man-made. Chu Vo also mused. Perhaps it's something left over from the era of the Sacred Sword Valley. That's understandable. Hu Hai looked up and asked, Where does this lead to? Tin then, still deep in thought as he went deeper, spoke. The aura from that broken sword exudes malice. And there's an unexplainable sense of familiarity. Where does this familiarity come from? He suddenly turned and asked Tong Quang, Why do you keep hiccuping? Do all systems hiccup? It quickly defended. It seems some malfunctions have appeared. I always kept an eye on the location of those two fake systems, but I got caught and lost their trace. This was the first time Tin then heard about this. Lost trace. But suddenly, stagnant water appeared in front of him, and he couldn't breathe. He turned pale, unable to react in time. Since when? Everyone in front had also noticed it. It was a water accumulation spell. The divine eye must be found to break it. Tin then immediately used his Dharma eye. He turned his head, wanting to observe the situation, then immediately struck a spot behind him. Here. Just then, Tam Chao suddenly appeared. Based on your level. Only then did Tin then feel something was wrong. Wai Van had already appeared, preparing to ambush him from behind. She ambushed Tin then, slamming his head to the ground. John Van then cast a spell, and a large pile of rocks crushed his head. She laughed triumphantly. Lam Kui cried out in alarm. Just then, Dai Luke appeared beside her. Luckily, she blocked his sneak attack. Chu Vo was caught off guard and hit. Chu Lin, horrified, made a hand seal. Just then, Tam Chao jumped down, ambushing Q Hai, and used a binding technique on her too. Before Lai Mok could draw her arrow, Tui Kai wrapped around her arm. Tam Chao maliciously laughed and cast a spell, tying and twisting the two girls' arms, causing them pain. Wai Van became even more smug. John Van, you really are capable. Doing as you said. We quickly forced them to surrender. She looked over disdainfully. Take him down, and the others are no problem. Lam Kui was also hit by a Daoist sword. She painfully collapsed. Han Kuang urgently called out. Its voice was so desperate. In his daze, he saw that chipped blade again. Tin Dan's eyes grew clearer. Outside, John Van ordered. But Tam Chao confusedly asked. It was hovering near Tin Dan. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the hilt of the blade. John Van and the others stared blankly at the scene before them. A bloody hand clutched the broken hilt. Tin then suddenly sprang up from the ground. His power erupted, shattering the pile of rocks. His hand and the blade seemed to be one. Tin then now looked like a god of slaughter. His body was half steady, half not quite standing upright. Jian Yun was on guard. What's wrong with this person now? Yi-Wan impatiently said, Why bother with him? Attack first, talk later. Charge. A large hand from a spell rushed out, wanting to grab him. However, even as it was about to grab Tin then, his eyes glowed red, and he decisively swung his blade, immediately splitting that hand into two halves. Yi-Wan's hand also bled, exactly the same. While she was screaming in pain, Tin then had already charged, using the broken blade to finish off Yi-Wan. Jian Yun seemed unable to believe it, turning pale as she looked back. She only heard Tin then whisper, Perfect, come at me all at once. Let me have a full meal. Saying that, he hoisted his blade and attacked. Tam Chao immediately cast a spell, but in a blink of an eye, his materials had disappeared. and he was rewarded with a blade straight through the face. Jian Yun watched in horror. He can really absorb artifacts. Han Kuang smugly embraced the items. You dare to pull out artifacts right in front of me? Here, take it. Then it turned to look at its host, Tin Dan. This is an evil blade. Although it can enhance combat power, I absolutely can't stop its spirit. He's completely controlled by the sword. Of course, he couldn't react either, continuously attacking Jian Yun. Han Kuang panicked and patted Tin Dan's head. Big dummy, hit softer. If the cave collapses, we'll all be buried here. This won't do. I need to absorb a few more fake systems to increase my power to hold him back. So it set its sights on her. Han Kuang stabbed Jian Yun through the head. Only then did she remember the warning. Don't confront him. Someone who can steal our systems is too dangerous. Didn't the higher-ups investigate him? In her final gaze, Jian Yun seemed to understand. Before death came, she thought. Perhaps they did it on purpose. Finally collapsing completely at Tin Nan's feet, he looked at her coldly. Blood dripped from the blade. At that moment, Hu Hai trembled as she woke up. She looked around blankly. It hurts. Why is there so much blood? Gu He saw him, Ding Tun. Even when he had lost his mind and wanted to kill, Han Kuang reached out his hand. It grabbed him. Stop right there. Broken sword. How dare you steal my master? It forcefully separated Tin Dan and that sword. Let go. The weapon fell, and the pressure gradually dissipated. Tin Dan's bloodshot eyes gradually changed. Hu Hai watched him fall in a panic. Tin Dan. In his delirium, he fainted again. Someone in his head said, that guy only knows how to mess things up. Tin Dan turned back to look at that broken sword. It's not easy to find a suitable person, damn it. He watched in a panic as it was about to leave. Hey! Tin then impulsively chased after it. As soon as he left the cave, the dazzling sunlight shone in. Before him was a sea of rocks, the Holy Sword Valley. Tin then was stunned as he repeated, Holy Sword Valley. Where's that sword? Suddenly, two people walked past him. Is this your first time in Holy Sword Valley? Let me show you around. The bamboo shoots behind the mountain are really fresh. They were two men, one of whom had his eyes covered with a cloth bandage. That face was familiar to Tin Dan. He was startled and thought to himself, it's him again. Tin Dan irritably pointed at the heaven man. Scammer, evil, pale-faced man. He continuously spat curses, even knowing he couldn't do anything. Han Kuang grabbed its host's head. This is the remnant of that sword. This kind of deception really is everywhere. Tin then evaluated. Looking at his appearance, it seems like the incident before in extreme North Royal City. He tried to listen carefully. The sound, and I can't hear it very clearly. Seeing no success, Tin then ran over to the person next to him. Who is this red-haired guy? Stay away from him. He's definitely going to trick you, don't you know? He paused for a moment, looking closely at the person. Tin Dan's face grew increasingly terrified. He screamed. It's really its own? Those eyebrows and the corners of his eyes. I've seen a ghost. In 18 years, I've never seen you smile like that, so happily. This kid really is an idiot. Suddenly, Tin then heard the sword ghost say, You want to go to Feng the Mountain? No, Feng the Mountain is a forbidden area. You are an outsider. You are not allowed inside. The heaven man said something else, but he couldn't hear anything at all. Only the sword ghost replied, There's this kind of trial on Feng the Mountain? How come I don't know? He continuously explained something. He then looked surprised. There's also this matter? My master never told me this. However, to be acknowledged by a genius, the sword ghost excitedly and proudly said, Speaking of geniuses, if I'm second in this entire Holy Sword Valley, who dares to be first? This trivial trial, how can it be difficult for me? You will definitely become a genius, acknowledged by those before. This passion startled the spirit. Who is this? He was seen boldly following the celestial being's words. The ancient sword, right? Sooner or later, I'll pull it out. He tried to yell to stop him. Calm down. You believe anything that said. Do those red-haired guys not know how to use their brains? Han Kuang helplessly explained. You're awake too, just a little more. This is a remnant thought. You can't interfere. In a flash, the sky above darkened, and the space around the spirit seemed to change. He could hear someone talking. The defenses here are too tight. We almost got discovered. That was the sword demon, who had just climbed up from the cliff. Although his body was covered in wounds, his eyes were radiant. It won't be difficult for me. He walked straight past him. This is the sword. The spirit turned to look in that direction, immediately recognizing the sealed sword. He frantically wanted to stop the sword demon. Don't. But he couldn't change the past that had already happened. He had already taken the sword. The past story began when the young sword demon was being punished. He had to kneel while holding up a sword. The sword demon grumbled, kneeling punishment again. Someone overheard and interrupted. You're still complaining. He startled and looked up. Master. I just wanted to spar a bit. Who knew those outer disciples would be so weak? They spat blood after just 2 hits. The master tapped the sword demon's head. Is that what you call sparring? Using your talent and arrogance to provoke people? Are you still trying to reason? You cause me trouble every single day. He sulked, not bothering to look. If you think I'm too troublesome, then let me go down the mountain. All the junior disciples have already gone down the mountain. The master helplessly said, your arrogance is too great. You know how to wield a sword in the air, but from beginning to end, you haven't grasped the true essence of the sword. Luckily, I have placed a lot of hope in you. When you temper your temper, then you can think about going down the mountain. So the sword demon had to endure such punishment. Until the present scene, he thought, Master, I will become the disciple you are most proud of. As long as I can draw this sword. He didn't hesitate to grasp the sword hilt. He used force to lift it from its seal, and its pressure gradually unleashed. This made the sword demon even more hopeful and pushed him to use more strength. Finally, he managed to draw it out, successfully holding the sword in his hand. The sword demon was overjoyed. I drew it out. But from the sealed spot, a dark aura emanated. Something resembling a demon's face suddenly appeared. He was startled, breaking out in a cold sweat. What is that? He saw the purple mist enveloping the sword demon. It seemed to be observing its prey, even expanding its territory more and more. Eventually, the purple mist became larger than the mountain itself. By then, he had passed out, only gradually regaining consciousness much later. The sword demon started, looking around blankly as he recalled. He sprang up. What is this? And then something caught his attention. The sword demon trembled, taking one step at a time, his body covered in the purple mist. Weakly, he sought someone close. Master. However, what greeted him were corpses. All his fellow disciples were dead, covered by the mist. The sword demon trembled and said, Fake, it's all fake. I must have fallen asleep. Wake up for me. A beam of sword light pierced straight into him, but someone blocked it from behind. Rebellious disciple. Master still had the strength to scold. What are you standing there for? The sword demon cried out excitedly. Master, you're all right, you. But he also saw a group of people facing them. The malicious demon clan threatened. That old Taoist ran pretty fast. Why don't you continue to fight desperately with us? Master told the sword demon. The demon clan has broken the seal. Someone has drawn the ancient sword of the mountain god. Few people knew about the existence of the ancient sword that sealed the demon clan. Unexpectedly, someone had always been watching this place. Everyone is dead. Even the elders are few. The Holy Sword Valley was destroyed by my hand, the master of this place. Then he created a protective barrier for the sword demon. Heaven favors you. If you can withstand the impact of demonic energy, you should not die here. You've always wanted to descend the mountain. This is the time. Go tell the world that the Holy Sword Valley has been invaded by the demon clan. He was pushed away, crying out in pain. Master, wait a minute. The demon clan wanted to attack again. Want to run? Stop right there. Its Taoist magic pursued the fleeing sword demon, but Master stepped forward to block it. He sternly declared, "Your opponent is me." The sword demon cried out in agony, "Master." Tears of regret streamed down his cheeks. "Master." Tindon had watched everything. He suddenly froze. That sword. It was the weapon with the strange aura that Tindon had encountered. That sword suddenly spoke to the sword demon. Revenge. It's all because of that swindler that things turned out this way. Use me. I will help you. Tindon could only watch him accept it. The sword demon held the weapon for one reason only, revenge. Kill that swindler. He felt something was wrong. This sword. Hang Kwang came forward to explain. This sword might be where the demon clan was sealed for a long time, and it has been infiltrated by demonic energy. Tindon stroked his chin and thought. Now, very few people know that the holy sword in the valley seals the demon clan. Why did Exeni know about this? Suddenly, a beam of light shot towards him. Be careful. Tindon narrowly dodged it, looking around in panic. What's going on? Unexpectedly, below, Master and Tien Nan were already fighting. His eyes red, he cursed. You beast, I'll kill you. This time, his voice was somewhat faint. You cannot live in this world. With that, a light sphere appeared in Tien Nan's hand, aimed directly at the sword demon. This move created a column of light, so intense that Tindon found it hard to see. He quickly covered his eyes, trying to observe. By then, the sword demon was barely holding on. It seemed the sword was grumbling. So strong. Who exactly is he? This kid also has his own strength. At the very least, he's at the martial emperor realm, yet he was defeated by this person in an instant. Even a martial god would find it hard to do that. He heard those words and was utterly displeased. This persistent leech. You're truly a hindrance. Fine, I'll spare your life. Just don't ever appear before me again. But the sword demon spoke. Why must it be this way? We are sworn brothers. I've never done anything wrong to you. Don't you feel ashamed? Tian Run whispered in return. Ashamed? Even as demons, you're just obstacles. In the end, only Jing Shun remained to witness everything. The sword demon weakly cursed, "Beast," and then completely collapsed into a coma. The now broken sword grumbled, "Damn it, I almost died here. Quickly, transfer primordial energy to me first." It absorbed energy from him. As long as there are green mountains, there'll be wood to burn. First, Jing Shun followed the developments. So that's how it is. That's why this sword has Gong's memories. Suddenly, he realized Tian Run was looking up at him. He coldly called out, "Bystander." Just that word terrified Jing Shun. A beam of light shot out, illuminating him. Tian Ren's massive hand reached out to grab Jing Shun. In just an instant, he woke up in reality. Jing Shun was still terrified by the scene he had just witnessed. Jiu-Shi happily ran over. "You're awake. That's great, everyone's safe. What happened to you?" But he still couldn't respond to her. Jiu-Shi's voice echoed at his ears. "Why are you zoning out? Are you badly hurt?" Jing Shun only thought, he could see me. Brother Chong, we were clearly in a memory. How could he see me? The sword was also very confused. How should I know? This goes against common sense. Luckily, I got you out in time. He was so perplexed he almost collapsed. Who exactly is that guy? He's everywhere. Hang Chong reminded him. Do you remember the move he used to attack? Jing Shun immediately replied. Yes, I remember. It was very powerful. Why? It explained. The power contained in that move exceeded the regulated limits of this world. It should have been controlled by the heavenly Tao. But he wasn't restricted at all, and he could even bypass common sense to capture you. Could he be stronger than the heavenly Tao? He immediately denied it. That's probably not it. He wanted to kill Gong, but he was stopped. He can't control the heavenly Tao, but he's also stronger than common sense. Before, you couldn't connect with the heavenly Tao. It must have all been because of him. And Hong, the old man addicted to tobacco, and Gong facing such a predicament. It's all because of him. My old man won't be tricked by him, will he? He clutched his head and cried out, "This is truly a headache." Jiu Shi, unaware, mumbled, "Why are you waving your arms around as soon as you woke up?" Then she pointed at the broken sword and said, "Jing Shun, what are you going to do with this thing? When you fainted, that broken sword tried to escape, so I sealed it with a talisman. It's a demonic sword. Should we destroy it?" He happily pounced and hugged her. "We can't let this sword run away. Good job, kid, you did great." Jing Shin put it into his space. "It must have used a lot of energy to cast that spell on me earlier. It no longer has the ability to resist. Want to run away with Ah Gong's memories? Dream on." After that, he turned to look at his unconscious companions. Joshi asked for his opinion. "What should we do now?" The dazzling sunlight shone down on the golden rice fields being harvested. At Hidden Sword Valley, with its desolate cliffs, a group of people appeared, discussing. "Luo Yuan has already entered, right? Why haven't they contacted us?" The people of the Kuan Dong Divine Kingdom were still discussing among themselves. "We are all from the Divine Kingdom. No matter what, we should help each other, right? Come here and give us a hand." Someone reported, "The stone statue on the auxiliary rock shows they're still in the southwest. Nothing will happen, right?" Two others laughed in disbelief. "What a joke. That's Luo Yuan, the Divine Kingdom's strongest team. The whole group has moved to the southwest." Entering the cave, they were stunned by the scene inside. All of them. They're all dead. Corpses are scattered all over the ground. Someone couldn't believe it. How could this be? Who did this? Not men carefully inspected, sword wounds. This person's rank is higher than theirs. He ordered, looking at the traces. That person must have left a while ago. This is serious. Go outside and report to Master. I want to see who dared to kill the Divine Kingdom's disciples. On Tin Dan's side, they were rushing to take the injured away. Lam Kui was unconscious in his arms. Qiu Hai curiously asked, "Where are we running to?" Tin then already had a destination. It was Repentance Valley. Although this sword is a demonic sword, it knows the terrain here well. It told us to go this way. She was still worried. "Aren't you afraid it'll trick you?" He was very confident about this. "If it just leads us the wrong way, I'll punch it, so it wouldn't dare lie. Now the most important thing is to get there quickly. The people behind will continue to enter here. Then we'll be in trouble." Tin then noticed the path beside them. Next, a small gap, just wide enough for one person between two cliff faces, appeared. He decided, "Go that way." Qiu Hai hesitated. "This gap is too narrow. How can we get everyone through?" He estimated, one person squeezing through should be fine. Then Tin then ordered them, "Hide somewhere nearby. Remember to keep an eye on everyone. I'll go scout ahead." He cautiously went inside alone to scout the path. The gap drew in cold gusts of wind, giving Tin then goosebumps. "This wind is too cold. Ahead. Is that Repentance Valley?" He immediately went on high alert. Qiu Hai obediently sat inside the cave. She waited impatiently, sighing, "When will he be back?" Qiu Hai didn't realize someone was watching from outside the cave entrance. The other party coldly observed her every move. Lam Kui finally woke up. On Tin Dan's side, the deeper he went into the gap, the narrower it got. It made it difficult for him to move even an inch further. Tin then groaned. "It hurts so much. If I'd known, I would have brought Little Hai along." Hang Kwong didn't forget to mock him. "It's been almost half an hour. Still not on the other side?" He was extremely envious. "I truly admire that you can pass through everything. It was curious. The deeper we go, the narrower it gets. Can't see the other end. Do we still have to keep going forward?" "Oh, right. There are also strange patterns on the cliff face. Do you recognize them?" Tin then was surprised. "I actually didn't notice until now." Hang Kwong was astonished. "The patterns are so clear. And you didn't notice?" He remembered, no, this kind of pattern, the beast-binding talisman. Grandfather Tan Ko mentioned this when teaching formations. This type of illusion makes its existence very faint. Even if it's right in front of your eyes, it can be overlooked, but it can invisibly affect others, like a ghost wall trapping people in one place. Tin Dan's hand lightly touched the cliff face. He discovered that this crevice wasn't getting narrower the deeper he went, nor was it endlessly long as he imagined, but rather, he was affected by the talisman and got stuck here for a long time. This type of talisman is hard for people to notice. Luckily, you're here. What Han Kuang was concerned about was, how can this formation be broken? Spirit already had a countermeasure. It's relatively simple. Just draw over it. He didn't believe it. Is it that simple? He replied. Originally, this talisman wasn't some high-level formation. It was just quite useful. A crevice like this can't fit two people walking through it. Even if many people go together, they can easily fall for this trick. The person who set up the formation is quite clever. This makes it even more certain that there's something worth searching for ahead. Spirit's hand, holding a stone, was still diligently carving each stroke. This time, he could leisurely walk inside the crevice and asked Tang Quam, "Do you feel like the terrain is getting wider and wider?" Suddenly, what was before them made Spirit stop for a moment, because before the exit was a seal with strange drawings. He touched it suspiciously and asked, "Is it a seal?" A fist was immediately raised, and it's a high-level seal too. The punch landed directly on the seal. However, just a moment later, it returned to its original perfect form. Han Kuang was shocked. It couldn't be broken. Spirit found this thing difficult to deal with. My soul power alone isn't enough, but there are 5 of these seals. If we had a few more people, we could probably break them. Then hurry up. Let's go call everyone here. He gradually made his way back to the starting point. Spirit softly called her name, Chu Hai. Then he rushed to the cave entrance and softly called, "Is everyone still not awake?" Seeing Chu Hai silently, he reached out to touch her, calling, "Hey." Suddenly, a sudden burst of power shot toward Spirit, and the opponent's arm wrapped around his neck. Manhua lunged and pressed herself close to him. She startled him. "Did I scare you?" Spirit was indeed so scared that his face turned pale. He used an iron headbutt directly on her forehead. Where did this shiny head come from? The Kan Dong people hiding in the bushes saw this and were annoyed. This brat go. By the time they rushed over, Ninha's head was already bruised. Notman began to cast magic. A surge of power shot up from the ground. His ankle was already tightly grasped by an earth person. Spirit was pulled down into the deep earth. At this moment, his hand didn't forget to tightly squeeze the neck of the girl beside him. Ninha's neck stretched so much that Spirit successfully hooked it onto a wooden tree trunk on the rock wall. Thanks to that, he was able to successfully lift his foot out of the mud. Spirit admired the neck that saved his life. What an incredibly flexible body. Fong Lam couldn't stand it anymore and charged forward. "Your mouth." He quick-wittedly pulled the arm wrapped around his neck away. Then he used it as a weapon and smacked the opponent in the face. Another guy immediately showed up to help. He threw down a smoke bomb. Seeing the dense poisonous smoke rising, this guy was incredibly pleased. "Taste my poisonous smoke. It will make your bones disintegrate." Spirit's cold voice rang out right behind him. "My apologies. I am immune to all poisons." After that, he was given a beating, falling from a height down to peaceful Mother Earth. While he was at it, he also dealt with not men. "You guys are much weaker than those chi users from before." Just as he was about to strike, a voice shouted, "Stop!" It turned out that Q Hai had been restrained by Fong Hung. He threatened, "Don't move, or I'll take care of your companions. They've all fallen into my hands." Spirit looked out in a panic. "Little Hai, that kid, he's been pulled bald." He collapsed to the ground after being pushed from behind. It turned out not men had made his move. Be good and listen. His cheeks were gripped tightly by him. A pill was about to be administered. Not men forcibly shoved the entire pill into Spirit's mouth. He coughed vigorously, trying to spit out what he had just swallowed. "What did you feed me?" He threatened coldly. "Don't even think about spitting it out. You wouldn't want your companions to get hurt, would you?" Indeed, all the other members had been restrained, their lives hanging by a thread. Spirit was so furious he was speechless. The scene before his eyes gradually blurred. He passed out in an instant. Notman laughed scornfully, saying, "It's as easy as pie." He ordered his accomplices, "Tie him up there." Fong Hum was a bit apprehensive. "This guy won't wake up, will he?" Not Min was very confident about this. What he drank was the soul-splitting pill. His soul can no longer remain in his body. He won't wake up. Even if he does, where else could he run? If he ran out, wouldn't he just get caught again? The higher-ups won't let him off the hook. We've made a great contribution this time. Before we return, remember to clean up a bit. He asked for instructions. Should we also take these people back? Not Min replied. These people could be accomplices. Especially this Chi Diem Ho. I've been annoyed with her for a long time. If she gets out, she might be snatched by Wu Jin, this troublemaker. It's better to deal with her right here. Just as he moved with murderous intent, ready to strike, Lam Kui woke up in time. She quickly used her sword to block the opponent's attack. Lam Kui furiously fought back, because she couldn't pretend any longer. She thought angrily, damn it, I originally planned to pretend to sleep and wait for Master to cooperate in time. Now I can only act on my own. Lam Kui had to fight two guys by herself. Not Min gathered strength in his hand, then launched a palm strike towards her. He said disdainfully, you're still injured, and yet you dare to charge forward. Should I call you brave or foolish? Lam Kui still tried to hold on until her last breath. She resisted with all her might. Get lost. She strained to accumulate her true chi, as her opponent delivered another kick. He was puffing out his cheeks, trying to chew something, then finally spat that power directly onto Lam Kui's back. Another guy ambushed her from above, his sharp point slowly descending towards Lam Kui's head. Just then, he was kicked directly in the waist by someone. She looked back in bewilderment. Tin then was already by his disciple's side. Master! He looked sternly towards his opponent. Seeing this, Not Min panicked. How can this be? Tin then immediately charged towards them. A thick cloud of smoke rose, engulfing both of them. He took that opportunity to rescue his companions. In the gray mist, Not Min suddenly appeared. Over here! Tin then cautiously turned to look. He directly struck him with a magic orb. Not Min was stunned for a moment. He covered his bleeding eyes and yelled loudly. Tin then immediately carried the unconscious people onto his shoulders and ran off. Lam Kui saw him struggling to rescue people and called out, Master! Not Min was in so much pain he couldn't open his eyes, and he loudly commanded, What did he use? My eyes. Quickly catch them. Chuyet Vo slowly regained consciousness. He looked around suspiciously. She sighed in relief. It's good that you're awake. Lam Kui helped her master. Let's split up. Each carry one person. Master, which way should we run? Didn't that person say Master wouldn't wake up for a short while? How come you're awake now? That's amazing. Han Kuang groaned. Don't ask any more. I'm not him either. The soul of that guy won't answer no matter how I call, so I can only take over his body for now. It's difficult to use, and it consumes a lot of props. Plus, I'm not sure I can even act like him. Seeing the person in front remain silent, Lam Kui felt something was off. Master, why aren't you saying anything? Han Kuang stammered. For forward over there. Tendant's entire body suddenly stopped. The seal ahead was wider than before. She asked doubtfully, This is? Han Kuang realized. It's opened up much more than before. Is it because Tin then burned away all the runes, so the illusion here is gradually disappearing? He pointed forward and suggested, Let's break the seal together. Lam Kui hesitated, then replied, Ah, yes, Master. A look of suspicion appeared on her face, but her hand still transmitted true chi into the other person's back. As for Han Kuang, he stood at the front, transmitting true chi into the seal. It secretly calculated. To mobilize the soul power in the body, these steps are needed. Circulate. Then it immediately ordered, channel the soul power into it. The seal before their eyes became dazzlingly bright. Next, cracks appeared one by one. The entire seal suddenly shattered into pieces. They stared blankly ahead. Han Kuang was the first to peer out and observe. Behind the crack was a vast open land. It stepped out, and a gloomy mist was currently hovering in the air. Lam Kui was curious. This place is... Han Kuang revealed, Valley of Atonement. She wondered, how can this place lead to the Valley of Atonement? Master, what should we do now? It paused for a moment, thinking, if it were Tin then, what would he say? Lam Kui tentatively suggested, how about we wait for them to wake up first? Hang Kwang immediately agreed. Okay. Stepping towards the unconscious group, it began to heal them. She nudged Triet Vo and whispered, hey, don't you think Master is acting strangely? He didn't understand. Strange how? Lam Kui revealed, his demeanor isn't normal. Normally, Master is always the one to make decisions. He's always been decisive, but now he's hesitant, and even speaks in a low voice. Hang Kwang, at this moment, still didn't know how to properly address Q Hai. Little Hai, wake up. Hearing that, Triet Vo also realized, you're right. Why is Master so gentle with Little Hai? She added, why didn't he just give her 2 or 3 slaps to wake her up? Before, the people of the Divine Kingdom made Master drink the soul separation elixir, which caused his soul to leave his body. How could Master have recovered so quickly? They both tacitly understood. You've been body snatched. So they walked step by step towards Hang Kwang. Lam Kui, with a gloomy expression, called out, Master. It had a bad premonition. What? What's wrong? Why are you acting like that? She coldly observed the person below, then changed her demeanor to become cheerful. Lam Kui sat down next to him and replied, it's nothing. I just came to help Master wake them up. Besides, we've reached the Valley of Atonement. Didn't Little Hai say she wanted to come here a long time ago? Hang Kwang thought, when did Little Hai ever say that? It stammered, Little Hai. Little Hai said that. Triet Vo cooperated from behind, using a rope to tighten around Hang Kwang's neck. She simultaneously assisted. I'm sealing your acupoints. It struggled to ask, you too, what are you doing? Lam Kui concluded, as expected, you're not Master. I realized it a while ago. Before, I overheard Little Hai and Master talking about secretly going to find the Valley of Atonement. At that time, she was outside, eavesdropping. Lam Kui continued, but it seems you know nothing about this. Hang Kwang inwardly groaned. Who knew you were eavesdropping? She loudly demanded. Who exactly are you? Why did you possess Master's body? Speak. It desperately called out. Tin then, wake up now. How do I explain now? Why was I exposed so quickly? Q Hai woke up to a shout in her ear. Speak up. Lam Kui was surprised to see her wake up. Q Hai, however, misunderstood their actions. What happened? Why is everyone messing with Hang? She quickly denied. No, it's not like that. A moment later, they released Hang Kwang. Lam Kui ordered, speak. What are you? To this question, it remained silent. Hang Kwang stammered. Anxious in its heart. I'm terrible at making things up. What do I do now? Hang Kwang began to lie. Actually, Tin then has 2 different personalities. I am his other personality, called then Tin So. After hearing this, she was furious and intended to kick it. But Chut Vo held her back tightly. Are you trying to fool children? Quickly return our master's soul to its place. Hang Kwang could only burst into tears. I told you I'm not tricking you. Suddenly, it sensed danger. This is bad, the pursuers. Then it loudly warned. Be careful. That group of people has caught up. Lam Kui cursed angrily. They're like persistent ghosts. Not men, with bloodshot eyes, ordered. Don't let them escape. Being tightly bound, Hang Kwang crawled on the ground like an inchworm. Its collar was suddenly grabbed. Lam Kui directly picked it up and left. Stop crawling. Split up and run. The group behind immediately chased after them. Catch Tin then first. Behind the 2 of them were continuous explosions. She pulled the rope around Hang Kwang's neck, running for dear life and saying, I can't fight them alone. You saved us last time, so I'll assume you don't have bad intentions. Take them down for me. It was terrified after hearing that me. Its heart was confused. Throw. How do I throw? Hang Kwang pleaded in fear. I don't know how to fight. She was annoyed after hearing that. So useless. Continuous loud explosions erupted behind them. It took out 3 small bombs, but these can be used. When the smoke bomb was thrown, visibility was obscured. However, Manhua still desperately pushed forward, chasing. It realized, this trick is useless now. A flexible arm, like a rope, wrapped tightly around Han Kuang's arm and squeezed its neck. It struggled to break free. Let go, let go. Lam Kui was surprised to see Han Kuang bite down hard on the arm wrapped around it. What are you doing? It started to violently throw her to the ground. Han Kuang lamented inwardly. His body is too hard to use. I can't control it. It reluctantly took out the sacred artifact. How frustrating. Such a precious item has to be used here. Manhua stared blankly at the thing hovering in front of her. The mind reversal artifact is activated. Her body lost control, flailing her arms wildly at her own team. Not Min asked angrily, "What's wrong with you?" Lam Kui asked curiously, "What did you do?" Han Kuang sighed in relief. "Fortunately, these people don't have a system, so they can't avoid my artifact." The one behind them was in hot pursuit, and firepower flared from Lam Kui's weapon. She immediately pulled Han Kuang along and flew off. It shrieked in fear. "I'm afraid of heights." Lam Kui sternly warned, "Don't squirm." But old Wang from the enemy side had already closed in on Han Kuang. "Thanks to your egg, I'll take your life." It angrily took out an artifact. "You're the one pulling the egg stunt." However, the man dodged, and the artifact immediately changed direction. Old Wang said triumphantly, "Although I don't know what trick you're trying to use, avoiding your move was certainly a good decision." Han Kuang felt a pang of regret for his item. Damn it, this artifact is rare. What a waste, what a waste. The chase continued with intense tension. A loud shout rang out. "Chase them." On the ground, Q Hai was also struggling to escape. She cried, "Why is there still someone chasing me?" Fong Lam pursued her from behind. "Don't you dare try to escape in the chaos, you little beast. Don't you dare harm the human world again." Q Hai's shoulder was hit. She continued to run forward resolutely. Streams of power continuously bombarded behind her. He cautiously followed the traces Q Hai left behind. Suddenly, the rock wall beside him made Fong Lam freeze. In a pitch-black rock crevice, Q Hai hid inside. She thought to herself, "Did I shake them off? The terrain here is complex, so he probably won't catch up right." Carefully observing her surroundings, Q Hai was confused. Where exactly is this place? She tried touching the nearby wall. This wall is so smooth, isn't it? Q Hai gently wiped away the thick layer of dust on it. Yet, a person's face appeared within. She covered her mouth in fear, trying not to make a sound. Her heart was filled with terror. What is that thing? Why is there a person inside the wall? No, it's a monster. Valley of Repentance. This is the place where the sinners of the Valley of Repentance are imprisoned. On Lam Kui's side, they were advancing into the center of the mist. Beams of light continuously shot towards them. One grazed Han Kuang's body, making it cry out in pain. She chided, "Why do you let yourself get so injured? Stop damaging Master's body." It grumbled, "I already tried to dodge." Lam Kui suggested, "Use those things to disrupt their moves." Han Kuang sadly replied, "I missed the throw." The more she heard, the more annoyed she became. How useless. She thought to herself, "I can't take this anymore. Fighting with these guys will just waste all my items." Fine Out men also began summoning hidden weapons. Streams of power directly struck towards them. Lam Kui struggled to dodge. Seizing this moment, he launched another hidden weapon from behind, hitting her back. What an opportunity. Both of them immediately prepared for the island to fall. Han Kuang grabbed her teammate's foot and summoned a prop. It was taking its time to aim perfectly, then threw it downwards. Thanks to that, both landed more gently, protected by a shield. It looked bewildered. This is... Just then, Not Min caught up. Han Kuang immediately grabbed the person and ran, despite their opponent chasing closely behind. Stop! He continued to take out shurikens, then threw them straight towards it. Stop for me. They were very close to the cave entrance. At this moment, Han Kuang took out a new prop, Ken Neat Ben, to block. Next, it threw it directly towards the charging Not Men. He grimly watched it flee. Watching them disappear behind the hazy shield shocked Not Men. He was confused. What is this thing? Lam Kui, being held upside down by Han Kuang, let out a retch. It quickly set the person down on a stone slab and asked, "What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly throw up?" Her face darkened as she reminded, "You hit my stomach. Fool, you really can't compare to Master. Let's go first. We need to shake off those people." Lam Kui looked at the scene before her in wonder. "Where is this?" Han Kuang carefully observed the surroundings. "I don't know. There are even lights installed by others." As soon as it touched the wall, it was startled to realize, this wall is too smooth. Wiping away the thick layer of dust, Joshi's face appeared. Her face also showed panic. It grew more and more confused. "Why are you inside?" Seeing her lips move, Han Kuang didn't understand. "What are you saying? Speak more clearly with your mouth." On the other side, Joshi worriedly asked, "Are you two trapped inside?" Kuan Dong's people were searching for them everywhere. Not Men couldn't swallow his anger. "That damn guy. Why does he have so many tricks?" They escaped again. Fong Hung patted his shoulder from behind, comforting him. "Don't be discouraged. Old Wang has gone out to search. We'll search in here. They won't escape." He had no faith. "This place is complicated. Only a ghost knows how long we'll have to search." Suddenly seeing a familiar face behind the rock, they were all startled. Not Men was terrified. "It's Old Wang," he asked in a panic. "Why are you all in there?" Then, pointing at Fong Lam, "I was originally going to go out, but I ran into this guy." Seeing his dark circles, they were suspicious. "What's wrong with you? Why are you so tired and sluggish?" Fong Lam muttered, "It's over. I was chasing that demonic creature, and after a while, I wanted to get out. But the exit behind us had already turned into a rock at some point. I'm trapped here." I suddenly remembered, this seems to be related to Sword Burying Valley. This is Repentance Valley, built by the nobility over 100 years ago, a mountain cave used to imprison demons, and we've accidentally fallen into their fly trap. On Han Kuang's side, everyone's expression was grave, worried about how to resolve it. This is a place where you can enter, but not leave. The cliff remained as solid as ever. Lam Kui irritably exclaimed, "How annoying!" She punched the wall hard, but it was useless. She couldn't get out. "This entire place is covered by a barrier. We can't escape. As long as the barrier remains, it will be a closed loop, where you can only enter, but not leave." Han Kuang thought to himself, "Strange. No method can break it." He still held on to hope. "Perhaps we can think of another way." Touching the cliff, Han Kuang was even willing to destroy the entire barrier. But if so, all his stored items would be used up. He took out an item, the material deconstructor. Lam Kui asked curiously, "What are you doing? What's that in your hand?" Han Kuang silently began to use the item. Then he struck directly at the stone wall. Cracks clearly appeared on the rock surface, followed by a small hole. Pulling Q Hai out, Lam Kui asked while running, "What did you do?" He warned, "This place is about to be destroyed. Run farther away." Old Wang's side also saw the hole, and the demon tribe in another location saw it too. Cracks began to appear on the shield across the entire area. Tian Nan was playing chess. He also sensed something unusual. "What's going on?" The group below was in a panic. Luke Min wondered upon hearing a loud bang. What was that sound? A subordinate also reported to the Divine Kingdom's instructor. "My lord, something's wrong." "The barrier, the Repentance Valley barrier," he reported in a panic. "It's all collapsed." Han Kuang's group suddenly escaped from the place. On Kan Dong's side, people were being hit by falling debris, and desperate shouts rang out. "Repentance Valley has collapsed." Repentance Valley has collapsed. Even the demon beasts sped up their escape. Hang Kwang was stunned when he saw a blinding flash of light. He looked up at the clear blue sky. It's outside. All the demon beasts seemed frightened by something, and Hang Kwang himself was momentarily frozen. He felt something was off. Did I just get into trouble? Lam Kui scolded. Not just trouble, it's a colossal disaster. Hang Kwang was scared. Don't scare me. Tin then suddenly reached up and touched the throbbing spot on his forehead. Ouch. She asked with concern. What's wrong? It turned out he had woken up. Looking at the scene before him, Tin then was surprised. What's going on? Lam Kui immediately recognized him. It's Master. Hang Kwang was overjoyed to see him wake up. Tin then. You're finally awake. I've caused a huge disaster. He wondered, what kind of disaster could you possibly cause? He heard him say, I blew up Repentance Valley. He was shocked. Tin then stammered, unable to form words. Blew up, blew up? He immediately looked around. Throughout the valley, rocks were falling, and the ground shook repeatedly. Old Vong was stunned. How could Repentance Valley collapse? Not men, carrying someone, called from behind. Old Vong. He asked in shock. Is he injured? He ordered. Take him out. I'll go gather the others. Repentance Valley couldn't just collapse on its own. I suspect Tin then pulled some trick. Spread this news quickly. The group, including Luke, men were all tense about the situation. He suspiciously asked the person next to him. Repentance Valley has been breached. There are still tens of thousands of demon beasts trapped in there. Why is Senior laughing? He replied, Why wouldn't I be happy? At this moment, Chi Nuok, the leader of the Divine Kingdom's delegation, approached Luke Min. She coldly asked, Are you the team leaders from Vojan? Among the registered competing teams, the collapse of Repentance Valley must be related to Vojan. We request your cooperation in the investigation. He thought he misheard. What? Wait, what does this have to do with Vojan? If so, then Vo Bang and Vo Q. Chi Nuok interrupted. Don't be impatient. All competing teams that have entered this third round will be thoroughly investigated. Once all teams have been investigated, we will conduct interrogations to confirm the truth of any involvement. It will be clear then. Luke Min had no choice but to accept. He suddenly realized, no, this isn't right. I shouldn't trust these people. I must find a way to make sure Tin Dance Group doesn't appear for now, but communication within and outside the competition area is impossible. The Divine Kingdom's people slightly shook their heads, signaling their subordinates. Immediately after, a group of people surrounded Luke Min. Someone exclaimed, What a coincidence! Chi Nuok calmly said, What a coincidence! Your disciple is out there. He also noticed the Divine Kingdom's people present. The two sides looked at each other with hostility. Tin then asked directly, Hey, what do you want? Chi Nuok reiterated, According to the competition team roster, you entered Repentance Valley. Isn't that right? Repentance Valley could not have collapsed without cause. You are highly suspicious, and the Divine Kingdom needs to detain you for investigation. Lam Kui retorted, I come from the royal family of Jia Lam. What right do you have to detain me? She ordered her subordinates, Jia Lam, we still don't know what happened to Jia Lam. However, the Divine Kingdom always treats neighboring countries courteously. Bring it up. The other party presented a tray, on which was a bowl of water. Chi Nuok introduced, This is truth serum. Just drink this water. Tell us everything that happened in Repentance Valley, and prove your innocence. Then there's no need for interrogation. We'll also send someone to escort the princess back to her country. How about that? She worriedly thought to herself, Master, what do we do now? As for Ruah, she spoke up. Otherwise, take them for interrogation. Tim then coldly asked, Interrogation? The fire behind him flared up immensely, and the vague silhouette of a person appeared. The Demon King coldly questioned them. After 500 years, finally seeing the light of day. Kuitun, you two want to lay a hand on my benefactor? The whole group turned pale, with fright upon seeing that. She scornfully said, "Do you even deserve to?" Back then in the valley, the whole group discussed among themselves, "Do we really have to go out?" Tin then replied, "Yes, go out. When those people from the Divine Kingdom go out, they'll definitely report the situation here. We're originally weak and powerless. If we don't go out and just escape, then everyone will be implicated. This was originally something I caused. You just need to swear on your lives not to admit you knew about it." Lamqui worried, "But what about you? They'll definitely capture you." He let out a cold laugh. "Capture me? Don't we already have someone to help here?" The Demon King, lying leisurely behind, replied, "My benefactor is right." She looked with interest at the people below. While they were so scared their faces were drained of color. One of them couldn't stop his body from trembling, the Demon King. The Demon King's face pressed close, making the entire group freeze in their tracks. Everyone was in utter panic. They scattered and fled. Run. The Divine Kingdom's side was giving orders. Form a formation. Don't let them escape. Streams of demonic energy, like sharp gusts of wind, pierced through their bodies. The Demon King scoffed. "A bunch of common soldiers trying to encircle me?" Ji Ruo muttered in surprise. "Indeed, indeed. You destroyed the Valley of Repentance. You must have colluded with the enemy." Tin then commanded, "First, we have to defeat that troublesome guy." She was immediately taken care of by the Demon King. Zhu Wu called from behind, "Brother Shou, how could you release the Demon King? Didn't we agree not to admit anything even if it meant death, and only resist if we couldn't endure any more?" Seeing him talk too much, he immediately used his power to strike the opponent. Zhu Wu collapsed to the ground, angrily asking, "What are you doing?" Tin then commanded, "Don't come here." Around him, giant golden chains descended. The Demon King worriedly reminded him, "Benefactor, be careful." He used his power to break the chains. However, a giant tentacle wrapped around Tin then. He casually grabbed Jioshi's hair, and she was unlucky enough to be lifted along. Luke Min urgently chased after him, calling, "Tin Dan!" He struck directly at that thing and then commanded, "Release my disciple." However, its skin was like a ball, reflecting Luke Min's power. He was hit by a palm strike directly in the chest. Fortunately, Luke Min was shielded by the senior behind him. He quickly thanked him. "Many thanks, senior. Quickly go save them." Du Nu politely replied, "No need to thank me." Luke Min suspiciously looked at the opponent's beast form. "Senior?" It immediately released the person. His entire body fell freely at an extremely fast speed. When he landed, Luke Min was still surprised. "How can it be? You are Yen Hu." Du Nu looked at the opponent with an awkward expression. The others simultaneously exclaimed, "Yen Hu! Wu Jin's master is Yen Hu." It began to speak. "Hidden for so long, finally had to reveal myself." He frowned, not understanding Du Nu's intentions. The Demon King observed with interest. Where did this little martial emperor Yen Hu come from? He shouted loudly, commanding, "Run away quickly." Both plunged into a tense confrontation. The Grand Elder stepped out from the barrier and asked, "Run? Run where?" He and two other elders present scoffed. "Do you despise us as a bunch of idlers?" The subordinates of the Divine Kingdom immediately became excited. "Grand Elder, the elders of the Divine Kingdom have arrived." The elders began to form a formation. Du Nu below cursed, looking at the circle above his head. "Calamity! All these people are 5-star martial emperors." The Demon King roared vigilantly. It opened its mouth and took Tin then inside. Then it closed its mouth and left. He cursed, "Damn it, they're about to escape." The Grand Elder commanded, "Stop them." He personally made a move. When the Grand Elder's hand grasped the Demon King's body, everyone was anxious. "Grand Elder, did you catch it?" However, when he opened his hand, there was a piece of paper inside. It only had 4 words written on it. "A bunch of idlers." He angrily threw it down, "Damn it." Everyone whispered in disgust. "Have you heard?" The Valley of Repentance collapsed. The Demon King has been released. That's terrifying. How could the Valley of Repentance collapse? I heard that Wujin Academy has spies, and even a Yen who in hiding. It's these two. On the indictment board, Tindan's name was displayed with the information: human. Features: thick beard, Q-high, DM ho. Features: white hair. Capture one person for a reward of 100 taels of gold. The common people continued to buzz with discussion, hearing that they had been hiding for a long time, and even injured their master. Truly heartless. Chu Vo angrily muttered a rebuttal. He's not that kind of person. He whispered to Luke Min. He only did it to protect us. He carefully advised. Don't say anything more. We haven't cleared our suspicions yet. Be careful not to invite trouble by speaking. The Valley of Repentance has collapsed. The demon tribe will surely make a move soon, and before long, they'll return to Jielam. These two words made Luke Min ponder. Jielam is in turmoil now. Until Lam Kui returned home, someone inside painfully called out, Little Kui. You're back. Beside them was a coffin. She burst into tears and rushed to the coffin. At this time, news also reached Tam Tien Gu. Jilam's old emperor died unexpectedly. It's said the second prince harbored ill will and killed his father, but the second prince's influence in court is very weak. This whole affair looks strange. Therefore, he's still at the Grand Court awaiting interrogation. Jialam is sure to face great turmoil. Tien Gu smirked after hearing this good news. He praised his subordinate. Well done. Van Luke, on the other hand, was not so relaxed and sarcastically said, You're quite leisurely, aren't you? The Valley of Repentance has collapsed. Tindan has escaped. The Venerable One clearly intended for us to seize the opportunity to capture him. But who would have thought this scoundrel would collude with the Demon King? Tien Gu remained calm. Why rush? The Valley of Repentance has collapsed. The world will surely fall into great chaos. And what we want is chaos. Tindan escaped. Where do you think he ran off to? He speculated. Jielam. He casually uttered, Heaven and earth are only so big. Tindan, you pitiful sacrifice. He was bewildered, looking at the land before him. Tindan asked the Demon King curiously, Where's this? She suddenly collapsed, powerless. He asked worriedly, Demon King sister, what's wrong? Her entire body trembled, unable to answer the question. The Demon King, weak from hunger, was now continuously eating. He concernedly reminded her, Slow down, eat slowly. Q-Hai drooled, so delicious. After she had eaten her fill, Tindan became cheerful and praised. It's truly delicious. Thank you for your kindness. I was imprisoned for so long, and the situation was tense just now, so I used all my strength. Please forgive my impoliteness. Tindan slowly inquired, That's a small matter. I wonder where the Demon King has transported us. The place they were standing was a desolate and silent wilderness. She put her hands on her hips and spoke, startling them. Of course, this is my territory. 500 years ago, when the human race besieged us, I ordered my subordinates to lie in ambush here. Where are you all? Come out. This king has returned. But after a while, nothing happened at all. The Demon King panicked. Where are my subordinates? Du Nua sighed, as expected. The Demon King's mind is broken. She was now looking around in confusion, trying to search. Where are my subordinates? It revealed that after the battle called Chu Ta, the demon race's spiritual energy was severely depleted, and my Blazing Fox clan suffered the heaviest losses, unable to continue leading the demon race. Snake King Fong rose in rebellion, leading the demon race in multiple counterattacks, and was nominated as the new king of the demon race. It's a pity that the grand era was over. During an ambush, the Demon King was severely wounded. Later, hearing that she was captured, and with no Demon King, this is how things turned out. She felt a slight headache. No, it seems all her subordinates have died. Du Nua continued, and this place, perhaps, is where she was ambushed before, Vong Tin Jiao in Manchao. Manchao was once a dense, secluded forest rarely visited by people. After the demon race lost a battle, humans came to this place, Chom Chao. Dai Dom Kim, Ma Chao, Vong Tian Jiao. There is a barrier around this place. One can only enter, not exit, making it a cage for the demon race. Why did we teleport to a place like this? This place isn't safe either. The people of the Divine Kingdom might discover our whereabouts through the seal. Tin then decided that we must leave quickly first. All four began to leave the place. They didn't know that someone was silently observing them from the cliff behind. The two secretly glanced at each other, exchanging opinions. Elsewhere, someone was meditating and writing on a scroll. In front of him was a giant magical artifact. The two followers had returned to report the news. Chan Vu, a disciple of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, knelt and reported, "Martial Uncle Master." Huno said coldly, "Why are you disturbing me so quickly? Don't you see I'm recording?" He fearfully reported, "Ah, Martial Uncle Master, there are intruders at Vong Tian Jiao, two blazing foxes." Upon hearing this news, his face remained expressionless, showing no emotion. It was still the desolate Manchao area. Tin Dance Group found a safe place to stop. The group landed with great aura. Du Nua assessed the surroundings. This place is quite good. There's a forest, so it's a bit easier to hide. We need to tidy up this place first. The boy next to him trembled and exclaimed, "Flying with Martial Emperor is really exciting." He looked at the snake in the boy's arms and asked, "How's the Demon King?" Tin then replied, "She's asleep. She suddenly fainted on the way, which scared me to death. She seems better now. At that time, to bring us here, she consumed too much energy, and she also has a demon sealing mark on her. Let her rest for a while." Du Nua understood. "Then from now on, I'll have to rely on myself." He mumbled, "I wonder what kind of power the Manchao Seal Guardians possess." The boy was surprised to hear that name. Seal Guardians? Du Nuo revealed, they are the ones who keep this seal operating. Manchao is so vast, of course. There must be people maintaining the seal. The God Kingdom Venerables established the Seal Guardian organization, recruiting cultivators from various nations. After the Great War, the demon tribe was sealed in West Vu Chao, and the monster tribe was driven to Manchao. The seals in Manchao are all enter-only, no exit types, preventing demons, monsters, and the outside world from connecting. The Seal Guardians manage the seals day and night without rest, and are also responsible for maintaining stability within Manchao. Once they discover resistance forces, they will act immediately, causing the monster tribe to scatter. Thanks to this, the human tribe has been able to rule for a long time. Tin then was annoyed seeing Du Nua's gaze. "Why are you glaring at me? It's not like I did it." He concluded, "In short, Manchao has been sealed for so long that no one knows the current situation inside. We must do our best to hide and preserve our strength. You are only Grand Martial Masters. If they send more people, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop them." He secretly sighed. "Brother Kwong, you've swallowed so many systems, yet my rank is still only Grand Martial Master? Level me up, hurry up." "Hey, hey, hey, answer me." "Ah Kwong," Hang Kwong replied. "I'm here." Tin then was a bit worried. "What's wrong with you?" It awkwardly explained, "Ah, it might be due to swallowing too many systems, causing hallucinations." "No big deal. I'll raise your rank right away. You now have the strength of a 4-star martial ancestor. So go compete." "Disappointed? You're only a martial grandmaster," Hang Kwong assured. "Combined with the cultivation techniques you've acquired and my few magic tools, your combat ability can contend with a martial emperor. Don't be impatient." Du Nua suddenly realized there was danger lurking. Both simultaneously looked in one direction and asked, "Who's there?" Discovered, the opponent immediately fled. Tin then quickly gave chase. "Stop!" He gradually closed in on the opponent, but that person's speed was too fast, and they instantly left the area. Du Nua chased quickly from behind. "Wait for me!" Suddenly, it froze when it saw the scene. Du Nua was still stunned. Before it was a small monster tribe village. The goat tribe member, terrified, reported, "He's chasing me. He's chasing me." That person was suspicious when they saw Du Nua. A wolf? A flame fox? How can there be a flame fox here? Didn't all flame foxes die out? Go tell the village chief quickly. Tin then finally caught up. Hey, old fellow, you're too fast. He looked around in confusion. A village. People. The goat tribe member opposite also panicked. There's a human. A scream rang out. There's a human. Is it a seal guardian? Don't kill me. The village chief stepped forward to calm them. All right, what's all this panic about? You might actually summon a seal guardian if you keep yelling like that. The remaining ones, as if finding support, called out. Village chief. He asked directly. You too. Did you come from the outside? Flame fox. It's been a long time since we've seen one. It's the noblest species. Dunua replied proudly. Even now, it's still very noble. The village chief believes that nowadays, all monster tribes are despicable. Come into the village, if you don't want to be discovered by the Shofeng people. The two looked at each other, exchanging ideas. The group entered the village. They brought out a plate of potatoes to offer the guests. He began. There's nothing valuable here. You two just eat for now. Dunua secretly scoffed. What rotten stuff is this? It's not even as good as the potatoes I roast myself. Jingshin inquired about the situation. Compatriots, do you normally eat this? I don't think the land here is that barren. The village chief recounted. Our young tribe originally lived on the grasslands, but we were confined to this forest. We could only learn to farm. But 80% of the crops we grow must be handed over to the Shofeng people, and the remaining 20% is also subject to all sorts of heavy taxes. He was extremely enraged upon hearing this news. Ridiculous. Is this the age of landlords or something? Compatriots, aren't you going to rise up and fight back? He replied dejectedly. Fight back? How can we resist? The Yang tribe is peaceful and weak. Hardly any of us are strong in combat. What's more, we no longer have a reason to resist. Jingshin was stunned when he felt his body unable to move. What? Chains appeared from nowhere, coiling around him. Only then did Jingshin realize he had been framed. It's a trap. The village chief said apologetically. I sincerely apologize. I only wish to live. When we saw you, we already reported it to the Shofeng people. Now the Shofeng people have arrived. Two young tribesmen submissively and tremblingly knelt down. The Shofeng people looked on proudly, as if they were ants beneath their feet. One of the young tribesmen excitedly called out, My lord, Lord Shofeng. The village chief knelt and reported, We cooperated with you to capture those people. Can you reward us with some Wang Yuden? Chikfong agreed. Of course. He casually threw down a few Wang Yuden pills. Take them. All the young tribesmen's eyes lit up with joy as they looked at what was in their hands. Wang Yuden, finally Wang Yuden. Give it to me. This is mine. My son needs it to save his life. The group of Shofeng people contemptuously watched them fight over the small benefits. Jingshin, hiding in the distance, watched them push and shove. Hey, this is mine. He suspected Wang Yuden. Dunua explained it was a medicine used to treat paralysis and pain, made from a herb called Wang Yoko. Once abused, one would be addicted for life, unable to quit. The young tribesmen on the other side were ecstatic after taking Wang Yuden. Jingshin exclaimed indignantly, Isn't this drugs? What a worthless bunch. Du Nuo firmly asserted that if they used Wang Yuden to control the monster tribes, then the monster tribes in Manzhou would surely have to bow down. Let's go. After that statement, they gradually disappeared. Those chains couldn't hold them. The three teleported back to the Manzhou area. He reminded, Before, I left paper figures in the forest. Let's retreat before they can react. Suddenly a voice rang out. Retreat. Retreat where to? All three bodies froze, gradually becoming invisible. Don't move. Tin then trembled, thinking, How could this be? Did they catch up so quickly? Duno immediately thought, No, and slowly raised its hand. Then it slashed directly at the blurry layer covering their bodies. It's an illusion. Another though Fong person said coldly, They've escaped. Quite capable. The three immediately looked at their opponent warily. The opponent stood proudly, hovering in midair. He already knew their origins. Are you that 3-star martial emperor? Du No immediately stepped forward to shield the other two. Lam Mon casually snapped his fingers. Oh, you're here? All three were immediately ambushed by an invisible force, their bodies stiffening. Moments later, a stone wall rose up, encircling them in a perfect circle. Then it slammed shut, blocking all exits. Suddenly, a faint streak of light appeared outside. The Tindon trio found a way out. A giant, golden talisman hovered above Du No's head. Chuk Fong had just managed to catch up. So you're here. He brought that long seal down, intending to crush them. It immediately blocked it with its bare hands. Du No alone stood firm, protecting its companions. That talisman immediately shattered into fragments. All the Tho Fong people were surprised by this sight. Suddenly, many more Tho Fong people arrived. Du No quickly calculated. 2 martial emperors for martial kings. It seems there's no escape. Another audacious one charged forward. You're quite sensible, aren't you? So hurry up and surrender. Confess your crimes. It didn't even bother looking at this one. Trash. Don't underestimate the last royal guard. After that statement, Tindon was enveloped by a shield. He tried to reach out and touch it. Tindon loudly called out, hey. Du No instructed. As long as I'm not dead, this barrier won't disappear. Hide well, don't come out. As soon as it finished speaking, its opponent attacked. Du No effortlessly grabbed the person's wrist. Next, it squeezed hard, and a cracking sound made the person scream. It threw this person far away, contemptuously uttering, Minion. Chuk Fong seized the opportunity to attack Du No from behind. However, the situation turned. It appeared behind him instead. A blurry layer suddenly appeared around Du No's body. That was Lam Mon's doing. He was maintaining his spell. Seeing its body tremble, struggling to break free from the control, he exclaimed, Bound. Now it's Chuk Fong's turn. Let's see what you're going to do. Before the opponent finished drawing the seal, Du No used its tail to strike him directly in the face. Lam Mon noticed this. A tail. The spirit inside cheered excitedly. Well done. Suddenly, a dangerous presence closed in from behind. It quickly turned around to attack the opponent, ambushing from behind. He's in actual combat and still has the nerve to beg. I'm not very good at close combat. Another person from behind coordinated to throw out a binding rope, tightly wrapping around Du No's body. Din Not took on the task of holding it back, so his comrades could rush forward. Go. However, his whole body was pulled back. Du No used its strength to grab the end of the rope and pull the opponent back towards itself. It pulled the person towards itself, then kneed him straight in the head. Lam Mon felt the situation gradually losing control and tried to maintain his magic. Meanwhile, Du No finally had a free hand to deal with this annoying guy. He activated the right bullet spell, and at the same time, another group of people rushed forward from behind. It cleverly used the binding rope connected to Din Not's body. Then, it swung the rope in a circle, immediately hitting several people. The guy's head was used as a weapon, smashing straight into his comrades' chests. However, the seal had already formed, appearing right behind Du No. It swung its hand, shattering the seal into fragments. Not a chance. But from that seal, strange red fragments appeared. They formed a special string of characters that clung to its arm, surprising Du No. What is this? Chuk Fong confidently exclaimed, My spell isn't something you can just break. You've fallen for it. Along with that declaration, its arm gradually became saturated with toxins. Du No's body was infiltrated by the toxin, and it spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Hugh Hai, from behind, worriedly called out, Uncle. He breathed a sigh of relief after successfully subduing Du No. Good thing. Lam Mon calmly said, You risking your life like that really scared us too. What a pity. It still gritted its teeth, enduring the pain spreading throughout its body. The spirit was very anxious. What do we do now? The Demon King is still sleeping. Brother Kwong. Hang Kwong replied, I don't have many tools left. I don't know if it's enough for you to counterattack. Moreover, as for Itsong's treasures, I don't know if my soul power can withstand them. Their protective shield is being breached. Lammon snorted coldly. That good for nothing. This round won't be broken. Do No ordered him. Go ahead and act now. In its heart, it despaired. Princess Highness, your subordinate is useless. Chikfong began to draw the seal. Hu Hai unwillingly watched this scene. Uncle. And he had thrown out a certain tool. Both anxiously awaited the result. The wind sealers froze as everything happened too quickly. Chukfong subtly glanced at the wisp of acrid smoke that had just risen from his own arm. It was Chan Vu who did this, his weapon, like a small cannon, still smoking as he breathed a sigh of relief. Caught up. His comrade next to him gave a thumbs up. Yes. He looked at his severed arm and screamed, My arm. Lammon yelled, Who are you? How dare you attack the wind sealers? Behind Chan Vu, a teleportation gate appeared. Manhua turned around and greeted, Martial Uncle Grandmaster. Seeing Huno, the three men were terrified. He ordered, Deal with them quickly, don't leave anyone alive. Upon receiving the order, all three immediately charged like arrows. Lammon gritted his teeth and took a gamble. He focused his power into his palm, creating a seal. A surge of power shot through him, and half of Lammon's body was severed at the last moment. Chan Vu turned to deal with Chikfong, exclaiming, Anticipated it. As he defended, he shouted loudly, Who exactly are you people? We're wind sealers. Don't come any closer. Manhua used his advanced weapon to engage in battle. The power from his weapon shone down on his opponent like a spotlight, and the man's body gradually disintegrated. The sudden attack left only hot blood splattering onto the face of the person standing next to him. This man panicked and fled, but before he could run far, he was stopped by a strange barrier. When his foot stepped onto that line, it was immediately corroded. His entire body dissolved into wisps of smoke. That was Huno's doing. The two spirit group members were stunned by this swift battle. Chan Vu reported, Martial Uncle Grandmaster, it's done. He instructed, Clean up thoroughly, don't leave any traces. Both nodded in unison, accepting the order. After giving instructions, Huno finally had time to notice the demon behind him. Seeing its bewildered expression, he reassured it, Don't worry, we're here to save you. It asked for his name. And you are? Huno didn't answer immediately, but sat down to examine the demon's arm wound. Your injury is a bit troublesome. I'll remove it for you later. You don't know who we are. Didn't you come to Manchow to find us? It was momentarily stunned, letting out a huh. The two looked at each other in silence for a moment. He was the one who broke the silence. Didn't your tribe's princess send you? The demon was surprised. You know Princess Ha, your highness? Huno's face darkened as he spoke. This doesn't seem quite right. The two disciples whispered to each other. What's going on? Didn't you foresee that the turning point had arrived? Aren't they the turning point? Martial Uncle Grandmaster didn't calculate wrong, did he? He sighed helplessly, having no choice but to order. Bring them back first. Yenhu is our ally after all. We can't just ignore them. Jing Shin was stunned when he heard those two words, ally. He pressed, Where do you want to take us? Who will reveal the location? It's Chenji Pavilion. Du Nu explained to Jing Shun. Chenji Pavilion, an ancient sect that has existed since ancient times. Its disciples are most skilled in mechanisms. Although their essence was severely damaged in the Battle of Juxie, they still hold certain influence in Shenzhou. However, wasn't Chenji Pavilion always in Shenzhou? When did they start relocating to Manzhou? Wu revealed, Shenzhou. It turns out those traitors have moved there. Those fakes dare to show their faces and cause trouble. Jing Shun was astonished. Fakes, he replied. We're here. Stepping out of the teleportation gate, he gazed blankly at the scene. Wu explained, Our whereabouts need to be kept secret. This journey has disturbed your memories. Don't worry about it. Look, this is the real Chenji Pavilion. Since its establishment, Chenji Pavilion has always been in Manzhou. Never leaving, Chenji Pavilion appeared majestically before the group. It was so tall that he had to look up. The tower is too high. She looked around, assessing. The climate here is really good. I thought Manzhou was dirty and dilapidated everywhere. Nu gravely reminded. It's just a glamour spell. Manzhou isn't a place full of vitality like this. Zhen Wu interjected from behind. We are still human, after all. We can't live forever in a place without sunlight. Is it like the mountains and forests outside too? Meng Su added. We've been here since we were little, never venturing outside. He wondered. Been here since you were little? He revealed the old story. We are the youngest generation of disciples in Chenji Pavilion. Right after we entered the pavilion, Manzhou was sealed off. We also couldn't accept new disciples, and our numbers kept decreasing. Jing Shen confirmed. Indeed, I haven't seen anyone until now. Zhen Wu spread out a hand and said, Of course there's no one. Shanxia, us too, plus Martial Uncle Grandmaster. That's only 5 people. This news shocked him. 5 people. He painfully admitted, Yes, we've lost too many people. Stepping inside, Jing Shen observed, It's too dark in the tower. Hu suddenly reiterated, Back then, you said there was also a Chenji Pavilion in Shenzhou. What did it look like? Nu hesitated, replying, Well, they are skilled in mechanisms, but they don't have many talents. They're on the verge of collapse. He unexpectedly burst out laughing. They seized most of the forces in the pavilion, yet they're still so pathetic. Those spineless wretches, they deserve it. Chenji Pavilion, what this place is most proud of is not its mechanisms. With that said, Hu snapped his fingers, and a green aura appeared. It began to spread throughout the dark space around them. A giant artifact floated in midair. He revealed, It's about understanding the heavenly Tao. Although the heavenly Tao has had problems and can't be observed much anymore, recently, we calculated a divination that will change fate. Tinnan was extremely astonished by this scene. Tinnan had once asked curiously, Grandpa Chenji, what are you doing? In his hand were 2 prop peaches. Chenji revealed, I'm reading a divination. You're wondering, do I really have to do it in my chicken coop? He enticed, I'm observing the heavenly Tao, predicting the future. It's an exclusive secret. Do you want to learn? Tinnan, at that time, flatly refused by stepping straight into the chicken coop. No need. I have to raise chickens. Don't take up space in my chicken coop. Chenji pointed at the chicken he held in his arms. I just calculated that your Aunt Hong will eat this chicken tomorrow. Tinnan's face flushed with anger. What? Then he hurriedly went to find Aunt Hong to settle scores. He calmly said from behind, I'm just scaring you. Smart child. These tricks are useless even if you learn them. Chenji became dejected. He harshly crushed the divination ball in his hand. Everything disintegrated into fine dust. Chenji coldly uttered, The heavenly Tao is dead. Now, in the present, before his eyes was the floating orb. He secretly affirmed, That's right. This orb is like the one Grandpa Chenji used for divination. These people must share the same origin as Grandpa. But what did he say about traitors earlier? Could it be related to Grandpa Chenji? Perhaps I should investigate first. Tinnan inquired about the main issue. Senior, earlier you said we were sent by Princess DM Ho. What exactly is this about? Hung No was concerned. This kid, who are you? Why are you so close to DM Ho? Do No shielded him behind his back and answered for him. His name is Tindan, raised by our clan's princess, trustworthy. I am Do No, a royal guard of the DM Ho clan. He exclaimed, Oh, a royal guard. Excellent. While you're at it, tell me about the situation outside. Come here. Let me treat your injuries. Chanvu took on the task of arranging lodging for Tindan and Siyu Hai. Let me take the 2 of you to your resting place. Come with me quickly. Both silently followed him into the dark corridor, lit only by flickering candles on the walls. Siyu Hai sensitively noticed, I have a feeling they don't really trust us. Although she whispered, Chanvu still heard. Hiding in a place like Man Chao for so long, One must be cautious. Don't mind it, both of you. Originally, there weren't few members of the Chenji Pavilion, but with such a prolonged ban, people also went mad. Some self-destructed, some fled, some rebelled, became spies, causing us severe losses. Being this cautious is just a habit. We were raised by our granduncle master, who said that one day we can achieve victory. Therefore, even if we have to live a dull, boring life in the tower, we still look forward to it very much. Faced with this truth, both were momentarily speechless. He frowned, looking at them. However, looking at your appearances. On Hung No's side, after hearing the whole story, he helplessly covered his forehead. It seems we've lost. DM Ho, the most prosperous demon clan in Ninchao, has fallen to this point. To think we still couldn't take him down, it's unacceptable. Han Kuang showed slight signs. It muttered to itself, not again. If the system devours too many systems, it'll experience hallucinations. A voice from the void resounded. You're being watched. We're all sacrifices. Then quacked that guy. As soon as Tin then saw Han Kuang, he called out, Kuang bro, Kuang bro. It was only on the third call that Han Kuang snapped out of it. He quickly asked, What's wrong? You've been slow to react lately. Han Kuang covered it up. Nothing. Where are we? Tin then replied, This is the room they arranged for us. Though it's just an illusion, the scenery isn't bad. But this tower is so tall, wouldn't creating such an illusion be quite exhausting? They seem to trust old Omor, keeping their guard up against us. So how can we find out about Grandpa Thien Ko? Seeing him look tense, Han Kuang wondered, What's wrong? Tin then sensed it. There's a fluctuation from the seal-breaking stone. In the secret chamber, where Du No was conversing with Hung No, he sadly said, I only hope you're deceiving me. He affirmed, I can understand your feelings, but everything I've said is true. Hung No used a spell to create a circle around him. I know you're telling the truth, and I'm not stupid. Du No was startled, thinking, Truth spell? Since when? After checking, he immediately destroyed the truth spell and asked, Just asking a few questions, I meant no offense. He asked about his own matter. I've told you everything. Shouldn't you also tell me why you consider DM Ho an ally? Hung No remained silent, not rushing to answer. He summoned a crystal ball. Then he revealed, this divination ball. Currently, only I know how to use it. The one who made it was my master. Even during Thien Ko Pavilion's golden age, he was the most brilliant person. Hung No, back then, rushed back to find his master. Due to carelessness, the young boy fell face first to the ground. Tin Tu sternly admonished, What are you doing? Clumsy, reckless. Hung No, with a bruised face, reported the news. It's urgent, it's a big deal. The Grand Assembly of Sects in Trung Chao has opened, and they are determined to kill DM Ho. He was surprised. Didn't we agree before to unite against the demon race first, and then discuss the conflict between humans and demons? Why is it? Thien Ko interjected, saying, Someone has made things difficult. That damn guy. He wouldn't listen to reason, and he even said I was enchanted by DM Ho. He was so angry he swore. Enchant his grandfather. In the future, don't send me to represent Thien Ko Pavilion again. I will never coexist with that despicable bunch of scoundrels. Little Hung No imitated the swearing. That bunch of scoundrels. Tin Tu hit his junior disciple. Don't swear. He decided, humans and demons absolutely cannot fight each other. We'll organize another assembly for negotiation. This time, let Thien Su go. Thien Ko wondered, Why aren't you going? Your reputation echoes throughout Ninchao. The 3 schools and 7 sects across East and West all respect you greatly. Tin Tu had his own difficulties. It's not that I don't want to go. He showed them the divination ball in his hand. A sorrowful voice resonated. It's that I can't go. Tin Tu revealed the news. Not long ago, I performed a divination by hand, and the omen showed there's danger within the pavilion. Thien Ko asked doubtfully, Danger? What kind of danger is in this pavilion? He replied, Who knows? The heavenly Tao has always been vague, but it won't be wrong. For now, I am still stationed in the pavilion, and the situation is relatively stable. Do you have anything to say? He avoided Tintu's gaze. Senior brother, you know about me and Dai Hong, right? Well, that's Princess Hong Mi of the Flame Fox tribe. She's a good friend of mine. If a friend's in trouble, how could I not help? He had a bad feeling. What good deed have you done this time? Thien Ko took out a bowl of flames to show his senior brother. Great flames shot up, and a figure coughing heavily knelt, complaining, I'm choking to death. That damned dwarf actually dared to use the Chinquan bowl to capture this princess. The two master and disciple instantly froze for a moment. Thien Ko pointed at the woman next to him, complaining, She told me to bring her here. Immediately, a new formation formed under his feet. It transformed into a cube, encircling the people inside. Hung No was so nervous he broke into a sweat. Thien Ko stammered, Say, senior brother, there's no need to set up so many layers. When I arrived, I was very careful and already set up a barrier outside. No one will. Tintu ordered in a cold voice, Kneel. I know you two have a very close relationship, but during wartime, you bring a demon princess here? Do you want to bring the charge of colluding with the enemy upon the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion? Both of them silently listened to his lecture. Hong Mi was the first to kneel. If anyone's kneeling, it's me. I forced him to bring me here. Please punish me. Please save the demon tribe. The human race on the front lines absolutely refuses to retreat their troops, claiming they want a peaceful resolution, but instead, they're causing all sorts of trouble. To the west are the demon lords, to the east are the human race. The demon tribe is facing two fronts and can't hold on any longer. Those with influence in the human race are all short-sighted fools, still dreaming of taking this opportunity to wipe out my tribe. If humans and demons go to war, it will only benefit the demon lords. Please, step forward and negotiate peace for us. Faced with these confessions, Tin Tu could only sigh. He turned abruptly. Your Highness, please rise. I cannot accept this bow from you. Let's discuss this inside. With Tin Tu's approval, their expressions visibly lightened. Inside the room, Hung No was diligently taking notes. Tin Tu began. I generally know the situation with the human race. How has the demon tribe reacted to peace negotiations? Hong Mi hesitated slightly. Well, at that moment, someone slammed the table in protest. Peace negotiations? I think they just want to annihilate the demon tribe. Your Majesty, look at these peace negotiation conditions. Why don't they just ask us to be their servants? The human race is truly outrageous. The demon sorrowfully recounted the situation. Your Majesty, the demon tribe has been wholeheartedly resisting the demon lords, suffering countless casualties for over half a year. The human race is so petty. Why should we talk about benevolence and righteousness? The king asked suspiciously, Are you suggesting? That demon replied, Why don't we leave a path open for the demon lords, letting them march straight to Central Chow? Instead of living under a double yoke, why not let them all suffer with us? If we can't do that, we can still stand by. Who will ultimately benefit is yet to be seen. Hongmi told them that this proposal was quickly rejected by her father, the king. But I can feel that all the tribes are hesitant about this matter. If they are pushed to the point of no return, at worst, they'll fight to the death. Tin Tu immediately issued a directive, stating that this idea was too dangerous. Indeed, it cannot be implemented. Junior brother, immediately go contact the major sects and convene a grand assembly in my name. Tien Ko nodded in agreement. He politely turned to Hong Mi and said, Princess, please return first. I will resolve these peace talks as quickly as possible. By then, the demon clan will also have to compromise a little. He bowed with clasped hands. Please rest assured. Many thanks, immortal lord. Hong Mi is extremely grateful. Tian Ji whispered smugly. I told you senior brother would definitely help. He replied, Well, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. I'll take care of your wine for life after this. Your senior brother is truly handsome. Why are you so short?" In contrast to their joy, Xingzi looked a bit sad. He said to Xingwu, who was holding a stack of books below, "Well begun is half done. Go find your two martial uncles, Tian Su and Tian Quan, and bring them here. I have an important matter to discuss. Also, prepare for a long journey. You will also attend this peace negotiation." The boy hesitated, saying me, "But I still have to study." Xingzi lovingly patted Xingwu's head. "But you are my senior disciple. If you don't go out and learn more, how will you bear the heavy burden on your shoulders later?" The boy vaguely guessed that his master's intention was, so Xingwu's attitude became determined. "I understand. I'll go prepare right away." When he was alone, he became even more worried and anxious. Looking at his junior brother ahead, Xingzi thought to himself, "That foolish Tianji actually dared to bring the Flame Fox Princess here at a time like this. Besides cultivation, I've taught them too little." Thinking of those two, Tian Su and Tian Quan, he felt helpless. "No, this won't do. My head aches. Not everyone can handle everything. If something unforeseen happens to me." So, Xingzi began to cast a divination. As soon as he took out the divination orb, it immediately vibrated violently. The orb grew enormous, and he focused his gaze upon it. The orb grew larger, splitting open in the middle to form an eye. Xingzi called out, "Heavenly Tao, I wish to know the fate of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion for the next 100 years." The orb slowly calculated its divination. A deep voice resounded, "There is a successor." He felt invigorated. There is a successor, an auspicious omen. Excellent. Xingzi quickly asked, "Will that person's peace negotiations with the demon race proceed smoothly?" The divination orb returned the answer, "Negotiations, no smooth." As soon as it finished speaking, it looked distressed. He didn't understand what this meant. The orb began to emit gloomy currents of energy. Xingzi realized, "That's not right. Heavenly Tao, who are you?" Thick currents of energy surrounded his body. In the critical moment, Xingzi summoned his power and shouted, "You are not the Heavenly Tao." He poured all his strength into confronting that strange entity. An earth-shattering explosion occurred. Innumerable fragments flew scattered in the air. Tian Ran was severely wounded by that blow. He scowled and said, "How perceptive, to have discovered it so quickly. That fated one. I should have eliminated you from the start." The master of divination frowned in thought after the recent event. He couldn't guess who it was, who could interfere with the conversation between himself and the Heavenly Tao. That orb was severely damaged. The master of divination was astonished. The divination orb is also shattered. This power is too terrifying. It can even affect the power of the Heavenly Tao. What exactly does that person want to do? Xingwu peered in from outside and called, "Master, the two martial uncles have arrived." Tian Quan and Tian Su were present. He greeted, "Senior brother." He seemed to lack sleep and yawned. The master of divination asked, displeased, "What's the matter? Why are you still sleepy?" Tian Su couldn't even open his eyes. "For the past 2 days, I've had to compile all the finances of our sect, and our sect is getting richer and richer." He sighed helplessly. "You truly are a money grubber, but I suppose you're diligent." "I have to leave the Heavenly Secret Pavilion for a short period." Both junior brothers were surprised. "Huh, did something big happen? Senior brother, why do you want to go out?" The master of divination found it puzzling. "So surprised?" They spoke simultaneously. "Of course we're surprised. You always prefer to stay cooped up at home. Has something big happened? Did the young lady you fancy run off with someone else?" He revealed, "It's about the peace talks with the demon tribe. I must show up myself." Tian Su asked, "This matter? I've heard little AI complain about it many times. Can't you send someone else to participate? Why do you have to go personally?" The master of divination had no choice. "I must go personally to have authority. The sect leaders of the major factions aren't so easily deceived. I called you two here mainly because I divined an ominous hexagram. He asked worriedly, "An ominous hexagram? The situation in the pavilion is so good. What could be ominous?" He replied, "You too are already like this. Perhaps it's just a minor disturbance, but we still can't be unprepared. I won't be gone for long. For the next few days, both of you must handle things properly. If anything happens, contact me promptly." Tian Quan assured him, "Senior brother, rest assured." He suddenly changed the subject. "Tian Quan, I hear you've taken on a new disciple." He revealed without hesitation, "Yes, a very lively child." The master of divination praised him. "That's good. This is also the time for us to nurture the next generation of disciples." After finishing their business, both left, leaving only him and Xingwu in the room. The master of divination then called his disciple. "Xingwu, help me prepare a few things." "It's a secret. Don't let anyone see it." The young boy, bearing the heavy responsibility, immediately left to carry out his task. However, someone was already watching Xingwu. At the demon tribe camp, a voice echoed from inside the tent. "The human race wants to negotiate again, and they demand that His Majesty go personally." A high-ranking demon blocked Hongmi. "Absolutely cannot go. These humans are wolves in sheep's clothing. How can we let His Majesty risk himself?" She replied exasperated, "If we don't negotiate, what should we do? If we continue to fight, have you considered the consequences? Do we really have to let the demon race invade Zhongzhou? Will those demons be lenient just because we concede?" The other party was silenced by this questioning. Hongmi knelt down and pleaded, "Father King, please go to Donglu to discuss with the human race first." It's not that I'm naive. The reason I dare to ask Father King to negotiate is because this negotiation will be presided over by the Celestial Scheme Pavilion's Disciple of Calculation. Everyone knows that the Disciple of Calculation belongs to the human race's rare peace-advocating faction, and he is also very well known among the major sects. This time he personally stepped forward, precisely to ensure our negotiations proceed smoothly. At this peace talk, the leaders of the major sects will all attend. Father King is of the Martial Emperor rank, not a small fry. If there are any small fries, it won't be us." Hongmi turned to look at the king, pleading, "Therefore, Father King." He was forced to make a decision. The king stood up and slowly said, "Disciple of Calculation. I once met him. He is indeed a wise young man." Saying this, he paused, silently making his choice. Then he gave the order, "Prepare a little. I will personally go to the peace talks." The king made such a decision because he knew that the Disciple of Calculation was trustworthy. Yunyang City in Zhongzhou was extremely bustling. The master and his disciple had also arrived here. Xingwu had the chance to broaden his horizons. So many people. Seeing such eagerness, Celestial Scheme realized, "Is this your first time leaving the Celestial Scheme Pavilion?" The young boy replied, "Yes, master." The Disciple of Calculation marveled at the scene here. "It's been a long time since I've been to Yunyang City. It's much more prosperous than before." He began to educate his introverted senior martial brother. "Yunyang has long been the wealthiest city lord in Zhongzhou, so you should often go out and play. You've become a reclusive scholar." Someone recognized him. "Is that the Celestial Scheme Pavilion's Disciple of Calculation?" Hua Zhong, who was sent to greet them, showed utmost respect. "I've heard much about you. I am Hua Zhong of the Six Heavens Gate, here to welcome Immortal Monarch for the negotiations." He cupped his hands in a salute. "Thank you, young lady." Only Celestial Scheme was displeased. Such skillful pretense of politeness, and she's even glaring at me. She ignored Celestial Scheme and led the Disciple of Calculation away. "Please follow me." They were led to a private manor. Inside, guests had already gathered. Everyone was waiting for a special person to appear. He stepped into the room. Hong Yi, seated in the main chair, spoke. "The Disciple of Calculation has finally arrived." He requested, "Please, quickly take a seat. Everyone gathered here today is to discuss how to deal with the demon race next." Hatch Deep, the sect leader of a major sect, spoke up. What else is there to discuss? Hasn't it already been decided? He coldly continued. I was the one who proposed it. I have always sought peace. We had already clearly discussed this with everyone here before. Why did you decide to besiege and kill the demon race first? Everyone fell silent after hearing these words. True person Yun Xiang disagreed. Is the disciple of calculation here to demand an explanation? Eliminating the demon race. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. I know you and the Flame Fox Clan princess have a strong bond, but do you really need to go to such lengths to protect her? Hot-tempered Celestial Scheme wanted to retort, but was stopped by his senior martial brother. You, he continued. It's still the same old saying. The demon race hasn't fully conquered yet. Not all 3 gates and 7 sects need to go to battle. We could easily beat them to a bloody pulp with half our strength. Why should we ally with the demon race? The disciple of calculation questioned. True person Yun Xiang is underestimating this invasion too much. Holy Sword Valley completely fell. Do you still think this is just a minor battle? Yun Xiang equivocated. Well, that was because Holy Sword Valley was unprepared, and moreover, the demon race was in the way. Celestial Scheme directly asked, on what basis do you think the demon race would block our path? What if they just let the demon clan into Central Plains? This astonished a few people. Let the demon clan into Central Plains? Are they insane? What would they gain from this? Driven to a corner, they are indeed capable of anything. Shameless. Disciple of calculation seized the opportunity to persuade them. Do you gentlemen have the confidence to deal with both the demon race and the devil race at the same time? If so, I have nothing more to say. I hope everyone can take a step back at this crucial time. We must defeat our common enemy first. Everyone silently looked at each other, exchanging glances. Hatch Deep seemed very bitter. He scowled but dared not say a word. On the other side, Hong Mi had also begun. A map lay before her. The majestic battle flags unfurled, accompanied by the sound of war horns, uplifting the soldiers' spirits. Disciple of Calculation's group and Hong Di had arrived. The king's faction was also present, preparing to enter negotiations. He politely bowed, Demon King. He replied with dignity, Disciple of Calculation, I've heard much about you. As the host, he led the way. Let's talk inside. The group slowly moved in. Celestial Scheme praised the person walking beside him. You are truly capable. You managed to call your father here. Hongmi replied, This is the demon race's sincerity. If negotiations still fail, then clearly the demon race has a problem. He admitted, Honestly, you are the kindest demon I know who wishes to reconcile with the human race. She revealed, I once had a human friend. He made me realize that humans are also like you. The door slammed shut. No unauthorized entry. Hung No was full of anticipation for this negotiation. Standing guard outside, the boy was a little annoyed. Such an important peace talk, and I can't go in. I can only wait at the door. In reality, Hung No continued his story. The peace talks dragged on. The atmosphere was incredibly quiet, without a single argument. One might have thought everything was going smoothly. But this was merely the calm before the storm. Du No grew tense as he listened to the story unfold. He thought to himself, it all happened in an instant. While the boy Hung No was still guarding the door, a strange sound suddenly emerged. The boy and the person beside him became alert. What's that sound? A large fire suddenly erupted fiercely from behind. The entire building where the peace talks were held was engulfed in flames. The person next to him exclaimed in horror, How did it catch fire? In his haste to rush in, Hung No collided with someone who had just run out. The 2 fellow disciples immediately asked, Senior brother, what happened inside? Hatch Deep furiously revealed, there were demon race ambushing. The flames blazed, and heat radiated all around. The people standing outside were bewildered. What exactly happened inside? One person speculated, it must be the demon race. Charge in, kill the Demon King. Just then, huge flames burst out fiercely from the door. Hong Mi helped her severely wounded father out. The demon clan anxiously called out, Your Majesty. The other side shouted, kill them all. She looked at them coldly. Other demons stepped forward to stop them, saying, protect His Majesty. Cover the princess. Xing Wu hastily intervened. Everyone, please calm down first. Someone from behind pulled the young boy back. It was Tianji, looking bruised and battered. Xing Wu worriedly asked, Martial Uncle, you're injured. What happened inside? Where's Master? The teleportation gate has opened. He commanded coldly. Return to Tianji Pavilion. Inside, it suddenly became chaotic. I'm not quite sure either. Senior Brother and the Demon King were the most severely injured, but Senior Brother left word that his soul essence is stored at Tianji Pavilion. We must go back and save him. Having said that, both immediately prepared to step through the teleportation gate. Hong Mi was determined not to let them succeed. Don't let them escape. Protect His Majesty. Behind her, a monk was preparing to ambush. Tianji merely glanced behind him, making no other move. Both safely returned to Tianji Pavilion. Su Wu heartbrokenly called out, Master. He saw Master Xingzi lying unconscious on the ground. Senior Brother. He sorrowfully lifted the person. Senior Brother, what happened? His soul shouldn't be so depleted. Suddenly, Tianji glanced to the side and saw the formation's outline showed unusual signs. He immediately realized, there's a problem with the formation. Su Wu's face turned pale with fear. There's a problem with the formation? The formation was personally arranged by Master, with my preparation. How could it be? Tianji slowly analyzed. There's a problem with the soul-guarding clone. Then aren't all his souls shattered? A wisp of soul essence emanated from the top of Xingzi's head. He instructed, don't worry about me. Be careful of Dang Mu sect. The heavenly Tao is broken. The inside man, Tianxian. Having said that, he faded away, leaving Su Wu desperately calling out, Master, Master. Seeing no response from Master Xingzi, the young boy looked to Tianji for help. Martial Uncle, Martial Uncle. Even he, no matter how foolish, had guessed the culprit. Tianxian. Tianji left a sentence and departed. Take good care of your master. The young boy asked nervously, Martial Uncle, where are you going? He revealed, I have a friend who specializes in soul restoration techniques. Perhaps he'll have a way to heal Senior Brother's soul. I'll set up a barrier in this room. Don't let anyone from outside enter. Wait for my return. Su Wu bore the heavy responsibility of guarding Master Xingzi. Meanwhile, in another room within Tianji Pavilion, Tian Su looked at the paper in his hand in surprise. What's going on? Suddenly, the entire room trembled slightly. He rushed out to inquire about the situation. What's going on? What is Martial Uncle Tianji doing? Causing such a commotion, when did he return? He didn't mince words. Where's Tianxian? Tian Su asked suspiciously. Tianxian? I was just about to look for him. He's been missing since yesterday. Don't mention him yet, Uncle. Look at this. Friends from other sects have all sent me letters of severance, saying that Tianji Pavilion colluded with the demon race and took advantage of the peace talks to attack the great sections. If it weren't for the sect leader of Dang Mu sect risking his life to escape, no one would have known what happened inside. Why did it turn out like this? How could the peace talks? Those beasts from the Dang Mu sect. Tianji angrily crumpled the paper. No wonder Senior Brother said that. This must have been done by the Dang Mu sect. We were originally discussing things very smoothly, but for some unknown reason, the leaders of the great sects were suddenly gravely injured. The situation was extremely chaotic. Senior Brother was also fatally wounded, but he quickly used his soul-guarding avatar. I rushed back to check on him, but unexpectedly, the magic formation was tampered with by Tianxian. He couldn't believe it. How could it be? We grew up together since childhood. He spoke with hatred. We don't have any evidence at all, and the Dang Mu sect has also sullied our reputation. Time is running out. Let me go find a way to treat Senior Brother. You go find Tianxian. Don't let the Dang Mu sect go out and humiliate us anymore. Senior Brother is no longer here, so we must shoulder the responsibility. Su Wu recounted. I know, the two senior uncles did their best at that time. But it was all too late. When Tianji arrived, he saw him hanging by a rope around his neck. He stared silently at the scene. Tianji called out in a daze. Tianxian, why are you outside the door like this? How is Tiansu? Looking at the desolate scene, he was stunned. What about the people inside the pavilion? Su Wu continued. When senior uncle Tianji returned, all that awaited him was a desolate Tianji pavilion. He was utterly bewildered. What on earth happened? Having a bad premonition, Tianji rushed in one direction, toward senior brother's room. He flung open the door to the room and called out, Senior brother! Seeing his junior brother battered inside, Tianji frantically called out, Tiansu. He spoke dazedly. You're finally back. He was astonished. Why are you so severely injured? Tiansu quickly asked for the result. Have you found a way to preserve senior brother's soul? Tianji evaded. Let's not talk about that yet. Let me treat your injuries first. He realized. You couldn't save senior brother's soul, could you? Don't do anything useless anymore. I only held on to wait for your return. I'm useless. I didn't detect such a hidden great calamity within Tianji Pavilion. Not long before you left, other sects, following the instructions of the Dangmu sect, attacked Tianji Pavilion, demanding that we hand over senior brother and you, as well as the secret arts within the pavilion. Although I'm not skilled in combat, I wasn't afraid of them, but I didn't expect a traitor within the sect to destroy the formation. The enemy entered in an instant. He suspected. Was it Tianxian? Tiansu denied. No, it was his disciple. Tianji was stunned. What? He continued. Senior brother's formation. It might have been him who did it too. I don't know when he gained control over Tianxian. He needed time to organize the facts. Wait a minute, Tianxian's disciple. I've met that kid. He controlled Tianxian. He replied helplessly. That's why I reported it to you. You must be careful. There must be a master helping him from behind, through controlling Tianxian. Only then could he break the great formation and invade the pavilion. They also said that as long as we didn't resist, we wouldn't have to worry about losing our lives. Disciples who resisted were killed. You complied and were escorted away. He immediately asked, Escorted? Escorted where? Tiansu sighed helplessly. I don't know. They said they wanted to build another Tianji pavilion to clearly delineate the boundaries with human traders. Coincidentally, the strongest combatants of Tianji pavilion were all absent. The enemy just stormed in. Tianji. All of this was a premeditated conspiracy. Someone wants to destroy Tianji pavilion. At this moment, he burst into tears. Senior brother was right. Tianji pavilion faced a calamity. I was too useless. I am truly sorry I couldn't stop it. He comforted his junior brother. Don't say any more. Let me treat your injuries. Tiansu seemed to be at the end of his life, speaking with great effort. I can't hold on much longer. Protect senior brother and his disciple. There's a secret path behind the mountain, and the secret arts of Tianji Pavilion are there too. That child is injured. Go quickly. After that, he closed his eyes and passed away. Tianji felt as if he had lost his soul, unable to accept that painful truth. He embraced his junior brother, reluctant to let go. Following the flow of memories, Su Wu continued. Later, Senior Uncle Tianji found me. Because Senior Uncle Tian, Su left quickly. Many rare books in the scripture repository were not completely plundered. The power of this pavilion also retained a part. Senior Uncle Tianji cooperated with the demon clan, killing anyone they saw from the Dang Mok sect. Then, using their power, he secretly built a mechanical tower beneath the Tianji Pavilion. Du Nuo was surprised. Beneath? So that means we're underground. Su Wu revealed. Not only that. Besides building this tower, Senior Uncle also created a hiding place for Yen Hu. It was startled. My hiding place is related to your senior uncle? He confirmed. Of course. The blueprints were all designed by Senior Uncle himself. Senior Uncle poured all his knowledge of mechanisms into it. But this caused Senior Uncle's reputation to plummet, becoming a devil in the mouths of many. I was still young then. Senior Uncle only told me to focus on the inherited ultimate techniques of the Tianji Pavilion, while he would go find the troublemaker behind us. Later, the demon clan was scattered, and the Yen Hu tribe was annihilated, but Senior Uncle and Princess Yen, who still had a considerable force secretly searching for the truth. Du Nua eagerly wanted to know more. Then what happened? Su Wu calmly replied. Then what? He refused. I don't want to say. Xing Chun, who was eavesdropping outside, was discovered. Su Wu teleported outside and stared at him. He kicked Xing Chun hard to the floor. He had been teleported into the room. Su Wu spoke. This crafty brat. Xing Chun met Du Nua's eyes. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. He thought to himself, didn't I use a hiding artifact? How was I still discovered? Han Kuang explained. He's too sensitive. I told you not to venture out. My last artifact. His voice was icy. How much did you hear? Xing Chun hastily explained. Younger generation, don't misunderstand. I'm just curious about what happened in the past. Su Wu bluntly retorted. What happened then is none of your business. If someone of this level can hide from the eyes and ears of the pavilion, I wouldn't believe for a second that he has nothing strange on him. He raised his hand and cast a spell. He won't keep these memories. He felt this situation was extremely difficult, so he gritted his teeth and took a risk. An artifact was taken out to deal with this emergency, and Su Wu was instantly petrified. He sweated profusely and exclaimed in disbelief. How did you get the Tianji orb that Senior Uncle Tianji invented? Xing Chen seized the opportunity to negotiate. Can you listen to me slowly? After hearing the full story, Du Nuo understood. In other words, you were raised by Tianji and the princess. Su Wu continued. So Senior Uncle and everyone else were sealed on Mount Dailuo. He angrily questioned, why didn't you say so earlier? He replied, anyway, we still have to continue collecting the seal-breaking stones. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Moreover, I only recently learned about their situation. Both of them found Xing Chen's words too true to refute. He continued, listening to him, I feel that the incident at the peace talks, the internal strife in the Tianji Pavilion, and the actions of the Dang Mok sect might all be due to one person. That white-haired man had a very good relationship with Hong Yi and was involved in the annihilation of the Yen Hu tribe. Then, somehow, he transformed the curse and released the demon clan through Ah Gong's hand. He also used my grandfather, who grinds medicine, to remove the curse on himself and caused trouble during the peace talks. Han Kuang wondered, how do you know this is related to that white-haired man? Xing Chen confidently said, it's intuition. He understood, so it's a guess. He analyzed clearly. My intuition is very accurate. Hong Di is so persistent with the peace talks. Do you think it's because that white-haired man is manipulating him? He's very evil, as if he's deceiving us. Capable of causing so many disasters, he definitely also has the ability to be the mastermind behind sabotaging the peace talks. But we still need to find evidence. There must be new clues about the Fa Fong Thatch and Thien Ko Jia Jia. He turned to ask Huno. Senior, you said before that Thien Ko Kak Jia Jia still had some influence. What happened after that? He replied, after that one day, my granduncle told me the time had come and wanted me to be ready. I followed his order and waited for news. Ready to act at any time. But not long after, Manchao was sealed, and I found it difficult to contact the outside world. I couldn't believe my granduncle had died, nor did I expect him to be sealed. How is he sealed? Is it the kind that makes him only able to wander around in one place? Tin then concluded, so now the urgent task is still to find the Fa Fong Thatch. To be honest, within a certain distance, I can sense the Fa Fong Thatch. Actually, I originally wanted to slip out quietly precisely because I sensed the Fa Fong Thatch's fluctuation. Huno was surprised. The Fa Fong Thatch's fluctuation? Do you mean my granduncle's Fa Fong Thatch is in the pavilion? That can't be. Why wouldn't I know? He revealed something. The Fa Fong Thatch and obsession are closely related. Perhaps it was formed for this reason. It's to the east. Let's go check. The three, led by Huno, moved to the place Tin then indicated. Tin then observed the rotten wooden wall next to him. He thought to himself, the architecture here is so old. Is this the first place that was built? Tin then stared at the room ahead and confirmed, it's right in this room. Huno asked in a low voice, are you sure it's this room? He confirmed, that's right. His attitude seemed strange, looking particularly dejected. Finally, Huno decided to push the door open. Come in. The inside made Tin then stop in surprise. Before them was a coffin placed within a formation. He introduced, this is where my master's remains are kept. My granduncle always intended to gather my master's soul. He asked for a friend's help, but the other party deemed him a traitor to the clan and drove him away. Before he could heal the soul, he could only use all means to preserve master's remains from decaying. Although the situation later became unfavorable, my granduncle never gave up on saving master. But the soul has left the body. It's damaged and difficult to heal. Although I don't want to admit it, I also realize it. Master will never wake up again. Where's the Fa Fong Thatch? Go look around. Tin then activated the check. Let me go look. Everything in the room became blurry. He had caught a wisp of rising energy. Tin then looked all around, thinking to himself, it's starting. Finally, Tin then managed to shift back to the past, with Hongmi speaking right behind him. Tran Sa Quan is an ancient territory of the demon race. You even demand this place. By doing so, aren't you being insatiably greedy? Hongdi replied, we just need you to retreat to Tran Sa Quan, leaving the outer region. Hongmi coldly reminded, don't cross my line. The demon race owes you nothing. Tintu interrupted, stop arguing. I've written a peace treaty agreement. Please take a look. This is the most optimal solution. Everyone takes a step back, all right? The paper was passed around. Van Tuong reluctantly accepted. All right, if we must. The king was pleased. Tintu is fair, isn't he? He continued, the situation is urgent. I hope everyone can adhere to the terms of the treaty and unite against external threats. Tin then wondered, didn't this peace talk go smoothly? He was now standing next to Hatch Deep. He looked sinister, as if he was harboring some plot. Tin then subtly scanned everyone in the room. Suddenly, he felt something was off and glanced towards Tintu, who was sitting. Their bodies seemed to develop cracks with bright yellow lines. Tin then looked towards the demon clan. Hong Mi and her father also faced a similar situation. Sweat poured down his face like rain, and the sound of cracking rang out crisply. Countless yellow fragments scattered in the air. Bewildered, he stood in the middle of the room, witnessing all the turmoil here. Tin Tu's brothers started spitting blood, and Hong Mi and her father felt their bodies gradually losing strength. Tian Ko spurted out a mouthful of fresh blood, looking anxiously at the person next to him, his senior brother. A terrified scream rang out. How could this happen? Even Tin then encountered trouble. He was stunned and let out a gasp. Tin Than's entire body was pulled backward by a strange force. He fell to the ground with a thud. To Hung No's astonishment, he helped him up and asked, what's wrong? An electric current ran through his body. He gritted his teeth and endured it. Hang Kwong reminded him, your soul body was damaged. Luckily, I pulled you out in time. Tin then asked in horror, it could injure me in an instant. What exactly was the situation then? Hang Kwong revealed, time is being suspended. A heavenly Tao artifact. Time is being suspended. While time was suspended, someone must have attacked the leaders to end the peace talks. Do you remember the sect leader of the Dang Muk sect? He fiddled with his blindfold, and then things happened. Tin then was frightened. He can use time suspension? Hang Kwong denied it. Not him. When the artifact took effect, he also stood still and was then injured. He realized, so he's just a pawn. Hang Kwang continued, "That's right. Only that white-haired person could have caused your soul body to be damaged, even in a memory. Time suspension is a heavenly Tao interfering artifact. Only systems that have ascended to godhood can create it, and its usage range is limited. How could he use it so naturally?" Tin then bitterly discovered, a moment later, he could use the artifact again. Did he also transmigrate? It must be so. That's why he can stand behind the scenes and cause trouble like a villain. Hang Kwang immediately retorted, "No, no. There's no way. He doesn't have a system. If someone from this world transmigrated and descended to godhood, there would be a record with the main god. Moreover, his actions disrupt the heavenly Tao. His system would definitely forcibly strip them of their power." He was curious. Could that system be helping the enemy do evil? It replied, "That's impossible. Every system is marked from its birth. We cannot do anything that breaks the rules. If the host had rebellious intentions and the system could rebel, it would be strange if the main god didn't die." Tin then still hadn't found the answer. Regardless of whether he transmigrated here to ignite a war or release the demon race, disrupting the heavenly Tao, what good would not understanding this do for him? A thought suddenly struck him. He wants to replace the heavenly Tao. Hang Kwang revealed, if one immediately ascends to godhood, one can definitely overwhelm the heavenly Tao. Tin then angrily yelled, "So what does he want? Does he like to cause trouble?" It concluded, "How would I know? In short, later, when you find the seal-breaking stone, don't enter the memory immediately. What if he's also in that memory? That person completely disregards the rules. I cannot guarantee your safety." He didn't believe it. Even though he's very terrifying, he doesn't completely disregard the rules. If he schemes so much, killing Hong Di and her group wouldn't be difficult. That white-haired person wouldn't need to leave any future troubles, but Hong Di and everyone were only sealed, not killed. Is it because fate decreed it, or is there still something binding him? Hang Kwang gave him a satisfactory answer. "It's the heavenly Tao." Hung No called out worriedly, "Hey kid, are you all right? What was wrong with you just now?" He reassured them, "It's nothing serious. Where's the seal-breaking stone?" He looked down and said, "You mean this?" The seal-breaking stone rested neatly in his palm. Hung No continued, "It was in Master's coffin." Tin then could confirm, "This is Grandfather Tianji's stone." He became bewildered. "When did this thing appear? I set up this place myself. How come even I don't know?" He stroked his chin, speculating. Perhaps Tian Swansea was Grandfather Tianji's biggest obsession, which is why the seal-breaking stone could appear nearby. As for when it formed, could it be related to their sealing? Meanwhile, at the Seal Guardian outpost, Dao Yi was surprised after hearing the report. "Missing." Long Wei replied, "Yes, a small team has completely vanished." He continued to ask, "A small team has gone missing. Have they been found yet?" He helplessly replied, "Still the same. The place where they disappeared left no trace whatsoever." Dao Yi immediately understood. Is it that mysterious force again? They're quite capable. We haven't even gone looking for them yet, and this time they've taken the initiative to attack. They're usually so cautious. This style of operation isn't quite right unless it's to protect the fugitives who escaped from Central Continent and came here. We've been investigating that mysterious force for so long without any clues, and now they've actively given us a clue. Excellent. Lin Wei asked for instructions. What should we do next? He wasn't in a hurry. Those escaped fugitives won't remain inactive for long. They'll definitely act soon. So, let's wait and see what those people plan to do. Tin Dan's side had placed several seal-breaking stones on the table. He introduced, "These are the seal-breaking stones we currently have. 2 are still missing. That white-haired person is the most important figure. Although he's currently in hiding, he has an unfathomably deep connection with the Divine Kingdom. To grasp his purpose, the only way is to find the clues left from that year." "What about the Daomu sect now?" Hung No replied. "Uncle Master almost razed it to the ground, and it later became decadent. To find clues from that year, We could also investigate the traders of the Tianji Pavilion. Uncle Master Tian Swan's disciple is extremely strange. He's from the same generation as me and caused a rebellion, but I can't remember what he looks like. My impression of him was just that he was quiet and spoke little. I couldn't understand why Uncle Master Tian Swan took him in. But the first step is, we can leave Manchao. Tin then, holding onto a sliver of hope, asked, "Can Manchao's seal be broken?" He grumbled in response, "Breaking it is impossible. Do you know how many seal keeper outposts Manchao has? How many seal keepers are reinforcing the barrier? Even if you're a martial emperor, breaking it by force would be exhausting. We can only sneak out through a crack. Manchao is too big, and the seals spread across this land are merely pieced together. No matter how intricate the sealing barriers are, there will always be gaps. That's our hope for escape. But of course, the defenses at those cracks are always the strictest." He was surprised. "Can you avoid their surveillance?" Hung No provided some good news. "I've planted spies among the seal keepers. I'll just say it's worth a try." Just then, Chan Vu rushed in, panicking, to report, "Uncle Master, the other side has made their move. The Seal Keepers organization is conducting a full-scale investigation throughout Manchao." At this moment, Tin Thand and Q Hai were hiding behind a tree, assessing the situation ahead. A very handsome drawing of him was presented. Ninha interrogated, "Have you ever seen him?" Immediately, the dog tribe members replied negatively, "Never." Seeing this, she threatened them, "If you dare to harbor him, I'll kill without question," which made the beast tribe members extremely worried and fearful. At the same time, Tin Thand and Hung No had witnessed the entire event. However, he commented, "It seems our actions earlier startled the snake, but this method of investigation is truly idiotic." Hung No then declared, "Don't worry about them, follow me." He looked at his two disciples and ordered, "The two of you stay behind." This surprised them so much they gasped. He expressed his wish, "Uncle Master, please take us with you." Hung No then explained, "We're just trying our luck. Success isn't guaranteed, and there's a risk of exposure. You two protect the main pavilion well and provide support from afar." Realizing he truly couldn't go, the disciple replied with a glum face, "Yes." At this point, he raised a question, "How do we get to a crack in the ceiling network?" He then replied, "A teleportation array." Hearing this answer, Tin then was quite surprised and asked further, "A teleportation array? Isn't teleportation magic forbidden in Manchao?" Hung No said rather unconvincingly, "I've been tirelessly researching how to negate the forbidden spell on teleportation arrays. Now, it's possible to teleport over short distances, though they're not very stable." He grasped the critical point, emphasizing, "Not stable." Looking at the magic orb, Tin then was sweating profusely, extremely worried. "I won't be sent somewhere strange, will I?" He then affirmed, "No, but the strain on your body will be quite significant." Hung No held the magic staff with 2 fingers. Then, the tip of the staff gradually vanished. Following it, a magic circle appeared. He took the lead, and because the light emitted from it was too bright, he had to close his eyes tightly. Then Tin slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself alone in a strange place. Immediately, he shouted, calling out, "Senior." At that moment, Tin secretly assessed his surroundings while throwing up, "Underground, where have I been sent?" He clutched his head and shut his eyes tightly, sighing, completely oblivious to the spear pointing at him ahead. "My head hurts so much." Daiton roared, demanding, "Who are you?" Immediately, Tin knelt straight down, with vomit still in his mouth. He was startled. His legs gave out. Seeing that, he smirked and predicted, "You're quick to kneel. Could it be that you were teleported here?" After that, Tin tried to stand up, but unexpectedly vomited again. "How did you know?" Immediately, Daiton stepped away and replied, "I've seen it many times." He added, "The old immortal used to do experiments several times. You came here vomiting and dizzy, with your legs all wobbly." Hearing that, he immediately asked again, "Old immortal, Is that an old senior? With swift movements, in just a few seconds, Daiton did as he replied. Tie him up first, then talk. Leaving Tin then too shocked to even blink. Daiton's father, with a gentle face, asked, Old Immortal, have you come to adjust the teleportation array again this time? Hearing that, Hung No replied while gagging and vomiting. No. Seeing that, his father evaluated and ordered. It's truly tiring. Every time he comes here, he vomits and gets dizzy. Daiton, get the old Immortal a basin. At this moment, Q High, also part of the vomiting group, spoke up. Where's Tin then? Uncle, don't you feel uncomfortable? Oh, Duno replied, maintaining his composure. I can endure it, even though the liquid is about to pour out of my mouth and nose. Suddenly, he stepped in and shouted, Father, I caught someone. Daiton, carrying him on his back, exclaimed, As expected, the old Immortal is here. Is this person also coming with you all? Then Tin then decisively threw himself to the ground. He looked puzzled. Why aren't you coming to the same position as us? This made him extremely dissatisfied. I still wanted to ask him. Seeing everyone like that, her expression was indescribable. Getting back to the main point, his father questioned, You all want to leave Manchow, but there are investigations going on around here. Huno Engian stated, We need to concentrate our efforts, using their investigation as an opportunity to escape through the seal's crack. Then he wondered, Have our spies received any news yet? Daiton's father replied doubtfully, That kid? Meanwhile, at the Hotin village seal guard post, the guard shouted loudly, Nocton. Then he asked, What are you doing? We're about to go to Hotin village to investigate. Get ready. Hearing that, he complied. Yes. Then Nocton watched the guard's retreating figure with a hint of worry in his heart. He glanced at the rocky outcrop next to him, poking the stone with his hand. More accurately, Nocton retracted the magic circle from his finger. Finally, it transformed into a tattoo on his index finger. Looking at that tattoo, Nocton was lost in thought. At the same time, in Hotin village, someone yelled an order, Come out. Every room must be checked. His accomplice commented, Are all the fox spirits here? On this side, the Tin and group was observing everything happening from a magic orb. They thought that as the investigation progressed, the guard post's attention to the seal's rift would decrease. This is the perfect moment for us to act, and for your group to cross the land barrier. Looking at what was before them, Huno affirmed, That is indeed the seal's rift. Currently, Tin then raised a question. Do we have to go over there? Then he assessed the situation before him. Tin then concluded, It's wide open on all sides, nowhere to hide. This is really difficult. Immediately, he offered encouragement. Our spy has received information. He will coordinate with us. At the same time, elsewhere, the tattoo on his hand slowly glowed. Immediately, Nocton clenched his hand to conceal it. Without knowing what he saw, the guard suddenly froze. It turned out that a surge of power suddenly struck the roof in front of them. Immediately, he angrily warned, It's a sneak attack. Be careful. The guard post is under attack. Hearing that, they were stunned and couldn't react. What? Seeing that scene made him look puzzled. Huno then explained, The invisible art. It generates no physical contact, making it very difficult for others to detect. Be careful where you step. Beware of traps. Follow me. Tin then and the others immediately followed him. Huno, leading the way, spotted someone. Immediately, he glided past him like the wind. When the whole group had successfully passed, that person suspiciously turned around but saw nothing. Suddenly, Huno stopped dead. It turned out a strange puddle had appeared. A trap, he immediately ordered. Follow me. Next, his group walked in a zigzag pattern, flawlessly passing those strange puddles. As he walked, Tin thought to himself, The way the traps are laid out here is really strange. He felt that the evasion path was as if it was specifically prepared for them. Suddenly, Han Kuang appeared and warned, Tin then, something's not right here. It screamed, Be careful. making him startled and react instinctively. Tindan's body lost balance, as if about to fall. He felt himself disappearing and asked in a panic, "What's wrong?" Noticing something was wrong, Huno immediately turned around. His hand grabbed for Tindan, but it was too late. He had vanished. Seeing only dust in his fist made him stunned. At that moment, several beams of light emitted, followed by Tindan appearing in the system space. He truly doubted his existence as he assessed his surroundings. Then Tindan turned around and asked, "Brother Kwong." Someone suddenly spoke, "Pleased to meet you." At the same time, a strange man appeared. He softly called his name, Tindan. He and Thursday Fong then clasped hands. After that, Tindan immediately stepped back, looking fully alert. Next, he nervously asked, sweating, "Who are you?" He calmly replied, "Don't be tense. We are not enemies. Your spy, placed in Thursday Fong Nan, is my subordinate. It took a lot of effort to invite you here. You must already know what kind of person I am, right?" Upon hearing this, Tindan immediately turned to look at Hang Kwong behind him. Then he frowned, glared at the man, and sternly asked, posing as the system, imprisoning Brother Kwong, "What do you want?" Thursday Fong Nan raised a hand to his mouth and calmly spoke, "I just want him to be a little obedient. Don't ruin the space I painstakingly planned. Tricking that person is very difficult. I'll be brief." Suddenly, he raised his voice and asked, "The Demon Queen is by your side, isn't she?" Tindan involuntarily flinched upon hearing this. Then Thursday Fong Nan calmly demanded, "Hand her over to me." Upon hearing that, he gasped, "What?" With an expressionless face, he subtly moved a finger, then narrowed his eyes and said, "Have you realized it yet? There are many hidden complexities behind the Divine Kingdom. They are extremely powerful, spread across the entire Divine Continent." Next, a line of text slowly appeared accordingly. Tindan saw that, frowned in shock, and hesitantly called out, 333 U. Thursday Fong then used his hand to pull up the scarf around his neck and spoke softly, "I have many peers. Although my rank is quite high, there are many others even stronger than me. You alone can't deal with them." He frowned, sweating, and cautiously questioned, "Are you trying to make me submit? Why should I trust you?" With an expressionless face, he said in a monotone voice, "I risked being discovered by him to come find you. This sincerity is great enough. I need your help." Then Thursday Fong Nan slightly bowed his head and confided, "I was raised by demons. The demon race in Manchao currently receives unfair treatment, enduring enough humiliation and restrictions. The Demon Queen must return for the demon race to rise again." Tindan heard that and hesitantly said, "So, because of the demon race you—" Before he could finish, Thursday Fong Nan immediately frowned and cut him off. "This world has become imbalanced under the control of the Divine Kingdom. Tindan, you have the potential to fight him. Perhaps you are the last hope." The more he listened, the more confused he looked. Next, Thursday Fong Nan raised his hand, and at the same time, small clicking sounds appeared on his fingertips. He calmly spoke, "I can't tell you too clearly. This world has its restrictions, but if we're cooperating, I should give you a gift." Suddenly, a small cube appeared, and Thursday Fong Nan continued to explain, "When you get close to my peers, it will flash. First, let's strengthen your system." Although Tindan was suspicious, he reached out to receive the item. After explaining everything, Thursday Fong Nan calmly said, "I have nothing to deceive you about, don't I?" He remained silent. Then Tindan reached out and opened his shirt, and a red python immediately flew out. Then he frowned and wondered, "The Demon Queen is still in a deep sleep. How do you plan to wake her up?" Thursday Fong Nan took the snake and smiled softly, "Easily." Then he looked at the python in his palm and said, "First, remove the demon's sealing mark on her. Waking her up won't be a problem. I can do my best to fully restore her." Next, Thursday Fong then looked up and suggested, "I still need you to explode the dark ravine. The situation in Manchao is critical, and very few people know about this yet. But Central Chao is already in chaos. The demon race has broken the seal and escaped. The situation in Manchao will reverse soon. Just wait for good news." Suddenly, Tin then frowned, looked at him, and asked with a bead of sweat, "Earlier you said I was the last hope. What did you mean?" Thursday Fong then slowly raised two fingers and said, "That depends on your system. All right, it's time. We should finish this." After hearing those words, he frowned in confusion and exclaimed, "Huh." He sternly instructed, "Don't tell anyone about our cooperation." At the same time, Tin then saw his body gradually shifting and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey." Then he completely vanished from that dimension. Next, Tin then returned to the real world, falling hard to the ground. He was sweating and stared wide-eyed in surprise. Before Tin then were Q Hai and the others. She saw him and immediately asked in surprise, "How are you here, brother?" Tin then heard that and immediately yelled, sweating, "How would I know?" Hungu, beside him, broke a slight sweat and asked, "Didn't you just fall into some trap? Your whole body disappeared." And the girl next to her was rubbing her eyes and crying. He recalled their conversation just now and hesitated. "I just—" And then Tin then decided to keep it a secret. He pointed to his head and said, sweating, "I've lost my memory. I don't even know what just happened." When Chu Hai heard that, she angrily shouted, "Seriously, you're good at scaring people." Then she pointed at the tombstone and yelled, "We all thought you were dead. The tombstone is already done." Seeing that, Tin then couldn't help but exclaim, "Thank you very much, honestly." Hearing their pointless conversation, he sighed and said, "Forget it. You really are capable. It's enough that you escaped safely." Next, Huno walked away, giving an order. "Let's go. Let's find the traitors of Thien Kokak." Seeing that, he asked, puzzled, "Where are those traitors?" Duno unrolled the map, squinted, and said, "Eastern Divine Continent, quite far from us. At this time, it might not be easy to go." Tinnan was also curious, and slowly leaned in to look. And then he exclaimed as he saw two red dots on the map, "That's really far." The scene shifts to a place with a yellow roof and sturdy pavilion pillars, built quite neatly. On the ground, countless pieces of food were scattered all around. At the same time, the image of Lam Kui appeared in a pitiful state. Her leg had lost its freedom because of a chain. Just then, the door was suddenly opened. A palace maid entered, carrying a tray of food, and called out, "Your Highness." She tilted her head, looked at the chaotic scene before her, and sighed, skipping another meal. Then the palace maid approached Lam Kui and anxiously warned, "You haven't drunk a single drop of water these past few days. Even cultivators might not be able to endure this." But Lam Kui didn't heed her words. Next, she asked, puzzled, "His Majesty is your older brother. He loves you so much. Why must you be so difficult with him?" Hearing that, Lam Kui uttered, "His Majesty." She let out a sneer and muttered, "He's become His Majesty now." Hearing those words, the palace maid raised her eyebrows in confusion and asked, "The late Empress will clearly states that the throne is to be passed to the first prince. If he is not His Majesty, then who is?" Then Lam Kui raised her glowing wrist and spoke with sarcasm. "To forge the imperial will. It must have taken quite some effort, right? Do you take old Lam for a fool? Imprisoning me here now. Is it to make a move against me?" She put down the food tray and reminded seriously, "Your Highness, you mustn't speak such nonsense." Next, the palace maid leaned her face close to Lam Kui and whispered, "Don't you think about why the first prince had to do this? According to the rules, the first prince should have been appointed crown prince a long time ago, but he has lost his cultivation talent, and there's no one in court to help him. The late emperor allowed the second prince to form factions, riding roughshod over the first prince. The current situation was forced upon them." She spoke, gritting her teeth in anger. The palace maid continued, "Fighting for imperial power is a matter of life and death. Confining you is also to make you think carefully. The court is in turmoil, and His Majesty is extremely busy." And then she asked, "You are his only relative. Will you help him?" Lam Kui, however, remained silent, head bowed. Next, the door was slammed shut by the palace maid, leaving her alone in the cold room. Lam Kui buried her face in her pillow. Around her was a space that seemed distorted. And then Lam Kui softly murmured, "Master." The scene shifts again to the sea, where waves were surging. A boat was also floating on the water, with several people moving about on deck. At the same time, Huno was standing near the hull, looking out at the sea. Suddenly, he turned around and spoke sternly, "Pull your hats down properly." Hearing that, Hu Hai immediately complied, without daring to resist. Then Huno warned, "Our arrest warrant has been spread everywhere. Even if we haven't reached Central Continent, we still need to be a bit careful." Next, he turned to her and asked, "Where's Tin then?" Hu Hai heard that, smirked, and replied, "Him." At the same time, his miserable figure appeared, lying flat on the bed due to seasickness, and she added, "He's still throwing up." Tin then, sweat pouring down, constantly wondered, confused, "Why am I so severely seasick? I didn't even get dizzy on planes back then." Afterward, he struggled to crawl out, muttering, "This is disgusting. No, I need to drink some water." Suddenly, a voice spoke up, "Jia Lam is in trouble." Tin then heard that and couldn't help but be startled. Regaining his composure, a nearby person began to recount. The old emperor suddenly died unexpectedly. It said the second prince poisoned him. Fortunately, the old emperor had already prepared a good will, appointing the first prince. The other person listened and immediately asked, puzzled, "Didn't that old emperor prefer his younger son? Why would he suddenly appoint the eldest?" The man quickly explained, "There are many rumors here. The clans say the first prince framed him, but they can't find any evidence. The second prince also escaped from prison and allied with the major clans to reclaim the throne, not to mention the neighboring bloodthirsty countries, always lurking like tigers eyeing prey." That person continued, "Jia Lam is a powerful nation of the northern continent. If it falls into chaos, Central Continent will become extremely lively." The person opposite heard that and excitedly said, "Isn't lively good? I love a good commotion." Then he said something that made Tin then unable to stomach. "I've hoarded a lot of provisions. I'll go to Jia Lam first to speculate." At the same time, the four people, after hearing Tin then recount everything, gathered in a room. Concurrently, a voice echoed, "Have you heard about Jia Lam?" Oduno frowned and seriously announced, "The clans have openly turned against the new emperor. War is about to begin again." Hu Hai also broke out in a sweat, worried, saying, "The princess was also implicated. I heard she took a large axe and went to confront Feng Dat. Then she went missing, only to reappear in the palace a few days later, wielding an axe to attack the first prince. Now it seems she's been locked up." As for him, he covered his face with a look of melancholy and let out a sigh. Then Tinnen looked up and wondered, confused, "I wonder how Hatch Hy-Vee and Old Thatch are doing now. The great clans have all been tamed. How did the first prince become the new emperor? Did the old emperor love him that much?" Seeing this, Huno glanced over, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Guessing here is useless. Besides, we can't intervene. The most important thing is to find the traitor and investigate the events of that year." He heard that and immediately said anxiously, "Then hurry up. I want to return and find His Highness as soon as possible. She's so impulsive, I'm afraid something might happen." Suddenly, the boat shook violently for some unknown reason. He saw this, narrowed his eyes, and announced, "We've reached shore." Next, everyone on board disembarked from the boat. Tin then, with a floral scarf tied around his head, walked along, anxiously looking around. Before them was East Chow, Gudong City. He walked ahead and sternly reminded, "East Chow was founded by several large religious sects together. Folk customs are very prevalent. It will certainly be less orderly than Jia Lam. Be a bit careful on the road." Huno also quickly unfolded the map in his hand and hesitantly said, "I remember that year. Central Continent East was a unified country, but now it's divided into so many small nations." At the same time, Three regions appeared on the map: Central Continent, East Plateau, and Mang Chao. Oduno smiled wryly and said, "Obviously." And then he subtly glanced over, smiling, and spoke. How could the divine kingdom allow large nations to appear around it? A man holding a bottle declared, "Here's a miraculous elixir, free to take." Everyone was gathered there, and he loudly said, "Don't push." And that scene seemed to attract Oduno's attention. Then he approached and said, "Excuse me." Next, Oduno narrowed his eyes and asked, "What kind of elixir is this?" A person there heard that, turned around, and enthusiastically replied to him, "Heaven's Secret Pavilion. The Heaven's Secret Pavilion's miraculous elixir. It can cure all diseases." Suddenly, Huno rushed forward and shrieked, "Oh my God! Since when did Heaven's Secret Pavilion start refining elixirs?" Seeing that, they couldn't help but be startled. At the same time, he also grabbed him tightly and stammered, sweating, "Sorry about that." The other person saw Huno like that and snarled angrily, "Where did this stinking old man come from?" Next, Tin then handed him over to Oduno, while he ran in front of the other guy, both blocking and comforting. "Don't be angry." The other person also turned his back and walked away, but didn't forget to turn back and flip them off. After he left, Tin then sweated inside. People here are so aggressive, aren't they? Then he turned back and helplessly reminded, "Senior, we're all wanted. Don't do anything too attention-grabbing." Huno didn't stop and continued to curse, "You bastard. Just stepping out, we encounter these scumbags ruining the reputation of Heaven's Secret Pavilion." And then he pointed over and angrily asked, "What kind of elixir is that?" Tin then heard that and asked blankly, "Huh?" Next, the mysterious elixir bottle was in his hand. Tin then looked it over once, then frowned and wondered, "It's just something like this?" Then he poured it into his mouth and said, "Let me taste what it is." Huno saw that and cried out in alarm, "Hey!" Duno next to him placed a hand on his shoulder and reassured him, "Don't worry, he's immune to all poisons." Hai also looked up and curiously asked, "Does it taste good?" Tin then was still chewing on it. Next, he spat it out and said with a frown, "Bitter." Tin then immediately spat it out and said, "There's powder too." Suddenly Hang Kwang cried out, "That's not right." And then it confidently stated, "It's an artifact." At the same time, in his palm were countless small fragments. Tin then saw that and turned around, asking in disbelief, "This is a physical object. Everyone else can see it. How can it be an artifact?" Hang Kwang also immediately reached out its hand, took the object, and seriously said, "Its components can't fool me. Perhaps it's some new type of artifact." Then he frowned and looked up, wondering, "What's the use of this thing?" It examined it and said, "This structure. It seems to be a miniature version of the Frenzy artifact." Hang Kwang continued to explain, "Frenzy is an artifact used to increase battle intent and berserk attributes. This is a consumable form. It's disseminated over a long period, but its effectiveness is less than 1/10,000th of the original artifact." Tin then heard that, frowned, sweated, and wondered, 1/10,000th? What's the use of that? Suddenly, he recalled the angry look of the man from earlier and was startled. At the same time, it spoke up. "Using this elixir for a long time, people will become more and more violent and belligerent, but it can also change. It has no effect. Why would this fake Heaven's Secret Pavilion refine such an elixir? Do they have too many artifacts and are just playing around with them? What a waste of Heaven's resources." Next, Hang Kwang quickly collected the fragments that Tin then had just spat out. Then he turned to Hai, narrowed his eyes, and said, "All those maps are related to the white-haired man, related to the divine kingdom. The surrounding countries are severely affected." Tin then's gaze shifted towards the crowd, and he warned, "The road to the fake Heaven's Secret Pavilion is still very long. Even when we get there, we might not be able to blend in." Meanwhile, that person was still busy peddling medicine, and then he frowned and made a decision. "Then let's hitch a ride." At the market, 4 people from Heaven's secret pavilion stood in a line, each with a different expression. They took out a brown wooden box and placed it on the table. The place where the 4 of them were standing was at Hackcock Inn. After a long while, the oldest person breathed a sigh of relief, finally done distributing. He then impatiently brushed off the dust on his clothes and cursed. These idiotic mortals, they've dirted all my clothes. Why share immortal elixirs with these commoners? What a waste. Hunuok was just as tired. She let out a sigh. Grandmaster has given orders. We just need to follow them. Get ready to return to the sect soon. Su Shu then turned around and walked towards the back. Let's go buy some dried rations. While another person went in the opposite direction. I'm going to relieve myself. He walked into a deserted alley, without any caution. He didn't know that 2 people were secretly following him. At the base of the heavenly secret pavilion, Su Ruo sat alone in front of her tent. After sitting for a long time, she suddenly glanced to her right. Seeing her 4 friends return at the same time, Su Ruo curiously asked, "Why are you all coming together?" She then scolded them. "You're as slow as turtles. Have you bought the dried rations yet?" Jing Shun, who was disguised as Su Shu, happily replied, "Of course." Suddenly, Su Ruo felt suspicious and leaned her face close to his. "You." Jing Shun gave a faint smile. "What's wrong?" But it turned out she just wanted to tease him. "Can you stop smiling? Your smile looks so disgusting." Not being questioned with suspicion, Jing Shun quickly agreed. "All right." Ju Shi enthusiastically shouted, "Let's go! Let's go!" And so, the 5 of them walked together across the vast grassland. He seemed tired. Jing Shin's face was lowered, covered in sweat. Su Ruo heard a gurgling sound coming from her stomach, and suspiciously turned to look. At night, they sat down to rest and lit a fire to keep warm. She put a piece of food in her mouth, casually looking at everyone. Su Ruo saw 2 of her friends, a man and a woman, sitting silently, and asked, "Why aren't you 2 eating?" Su Wu shivered as he replied, "I don't like eating fox meat." The girl replied with a pale face, "Me neither." Su Ruo was utterly confused. She quickly asked, "Didn't you used to enjoy it?" After saying that, Su Ruo turned to look at another person sitting right next to her. She frowned and asked the person sitting next to her, Tu Nu, who was disguised, "Were you just staring at me?" He innocently denied it. "No." The more Su Ruo asked, the more confused she became, murmuring, "What's wrong with you all today? So strange." The boy standing next to her chuckled in agreement. Yeah, I also think they're really strange." To her surprise, she bluntly stated, "You are the strangest." He, now the prime suspect, gave Su Wu a meaningful glance. Su Ruo bit into another piece of food, but had no appetite. She was restless. Something's wrong. Looking at her friend's strange behavior, Su Ruo was certain. There's something wrong with these people. Just as she suspected, Su Ruo's real friends were now tied up and unconscious, imprisoned elsewhere. As she ate, she kept glancing at Jing Shun, who was smiling insincerely beside her, her hands starting to tremble. He's usually so serious, but now he's acting so flippant. Then, Su Ruo looked at another person. He's usually gentle and quiet, but now he's glaring at me so fiercely. She panicked, sweat pouring down like rain. These people. Su Ruo concluded in her mind, they are not my teammates. Thinking this, she felt even more confused. Su Ruo mentally repeated, "Since when?" Then the image of all 4 of them returning at dusk flashed in her mind. Su Ruo immediately realized. It was then. She felt uneasy, unconsciously biting her fingernails. They seemed strange since they returned. They must have been swapped then. Thinking this, Su Ruo's shoulders shot up in fright, and she was also extremely bewildered. What should she do now? She had to escape from them. She first tried to slip away. Su Ruo stood up, walking and glancing behind her. They are many. I am few. I shouldn't act rashly. First, I'll test their strength. She poured some powder into a cup of water, first using the bone-dissolving powder to make them lose their ability to resist. Then, smiling, She quickly invited him. I brought back water. Everyone, please drink a lot. Tin then reached out to take it. Thank you. He took the cup of water and gulped it down in one go. But Tin then seemed to have sensed its unusual taste. His eyes narrowed slightly. But to fool Su Ruo, he continued to gulp it down. After drinking, he chuckled delightfully. I was so thirsty. I drank it all. You guys aren't mad at me, are you? Who no gently replied to Tin then. It's fine. He walked right past her, who was gaping, and cheerfully said, All right then, it's time to rest. Su Ruo held the cup, her face filled with fear. Huh, he drank it all. How can he still move so freely? She bit her lip, continuing to think worriedly. Oh no, these people are deeply cultivated. Just poison won't work. Then, early the next morning, someone was screaming urgently. Help! Everyone sleeping soundly was startled awake by the shouts. What's wrong? Su Ruo, with her eyes tightly shut, cried out help. She was running for her life, continuously shouting, There's a bear spirit. Tin then also cried out in panic. How can there be a bear here? Q Hai was also terrified. Don't lead it over here. Su Ruo secretly chuckled. Are you scared? She was extremely confident. This bear spirit was suppressed by the Grand Master using a mechanism. It's as strong as a martial emperor. Looking at the terrified faces of him and the impostors, Su Ruo became even more pleased. Just wait to die. But she didn't expect Du No to be completely calm, even staring intently at the bear. After a few seconds, he directly threw a punch at the bear's throat. His actions were extremely decisive and reckless, yet his expression didn't change even a little. The bear's growling then stopped. It grimaced in pain, while Du No's hand was still deeply embedded in its throat. Su Ruo now felt like she herself was a lamb lost among a pack of fake wolves. Tin then and Q Hai were a bit surprised to see their companion punch the bear's mouth, but Su Ruo was even more stunned. Watching the bear collapse in an instant, she couldn't stop asking herself, How can this be? Du No coldly looked at Su Ruo and asked back, How can what? He began to explain profoundly. Isn't it just a bear? As long as you destroy the central axis, you can stop it. You, as a disciple of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, couldn't figure this out? How do you usually cultivate? She broke out in a sweat, stammering, unable to say a word, only helplessly. Ah! Du No was about to say something else. You... When he intentionally cleared his throat as a signal to stop. So he stopped speaking, turned his back, and said, Continue on your way. Su Ruo's mind was now full of questions. How can this be? Just now, he exuded Master's aura. Does he want to test my cultivation progress? She looked at the incredibly imposing backs of her fake friends and thought, Wait a minute, these people also understand our Heavenly Secret Pavilion's mechanism techniques? Who exactly are they? Su Ruo clutched her head, full of lament. Are her fellow disciples playing a trick on her? Are they crazy? Besides, who could know such a masterful disguise technique? So, taking advantage of their inattention, she secretly slipped away. No, I can't mess with these people. While they're packing their bags, I must make a quick escape. But after only a few steps, Joshi stood right behind her and asked, Where are you going? She stood with her hands clasped behind her back, speaking reprovingly. Are you that lazy? Why aren't you packing your luggage? I won't pack it for you. Su Ruo was stunned and startled. So agile, so fast. Wasn't he just standing over there? She tiptoed along at the very back, lowering her face in thought. I can't escape. These people are clinging to me. Su Ruo kept her lips tightly pressed together every now and then. Don't be afraid. There's still another plan. At the foot of Lukeman Mountain, there's a forbidden area of the sect where demon beasts run rampant. Last year, I ventured there and almost died. However, I still remember the escape route. I'll just lead them in there first, and then I'll escape. Thinking this, she gained more courage to face the situation. Phuong Trong Kuok, I'll risk my life against you all. Jiyoshi was suspicious. The fog is too thick. Is this the way back to the sect? Su Ruo looked a little further ahead and thought. Right in front. I remember that's the lair of venomous spiders. Above, there's a trap set by the spiders. Just step on it. Thinking was acting immediately. She pretended to bend down. My shoelace is loose. You go ahead. The others, unaware, continued to walk forward. Su Ruo happily mumbled to herself. Hurry up and go. I need to run fast. Their footsteps continued steadily forward. She longed for only one thing at this moment. Step on it. But Suno seemed to have realized something. His eyes suddenly flashed. Beneath his feet, a gentle golden light suddenly appeared as if protecting him. The others were the same, calmly walking past without any harm, contrary to what Su Ruo had hoped for. She tied her shoelace for 10 minutes, but still saw no movement. So she looked up. Su Ruo's mouth twisted, her lips uttering, "Huh." Sweat poured down her panicked face. Su Ruo walked over to peek into the venomous spider's cave. What's going on? There's no reaction. A second later, to recheck her memory, she tiptoed and touched the entrance of the trap. Did I remember wrong? Su Ruo had no protective aura, being completely mortal, so she immediately fell into that trap. Tin then and the others heard the commotion and looked back. What's wrong? He walked backward, repeatedly asking, Where is she? Suno calmly replied, Fallen into the demon cave. He casually crossed his arms and explained, Just now, a mechanism blocked this pit. I used magic to lighten our weight, so there was no problem. Tin then chuckled. So she was trying to lead us into a trap. Serves her right. Jew, she immediately stopped him. If she dies, there will be no one to guide us. Hearing that, he clicked his tongue. Then we'll have to search for her alive for a bit. Gio, she immediately stopped him. Wait a moment. At this very moment, Tenant's entire body was as if controlled remotely. His body straightened and was immediately pulled back up. From above, 2 people from Tien Kokak appeared, shouting, Don't go in there, you idiot. That's the sex forbidden area. Why are you so determined to sneak in? Having said that, both of them threw a magic chain down into the trap cave, while simultaneously shouting, Get out of the way. Su Lin was gritting her teeth, using all her strength to pull the person below up. The chain wrapped tightly around her ankle. Su Ruo was quickly pulled up with her teammate's support. Big Sister breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I arrived in time, seriously. She embraced her teammate, who was now tightly wrapped in spider silk. Which hall are you from? He was suddenly flustered when asked like that. Tin then muttered, Hall. Not just him. The other members were also uneasy. What hall? How would I know? Our pavilion has never had any halls or towers. Hulin then became impatient and unintentionally revealed. Stop stammering. Is it Heavenly Pivot Hall or Heavenly Computing Hall? Tin then was overjoyed, thinking to himself, so that's how it's divided. So he happily picked a name at random and replied, We are from Heavenly Computing Hall. She sighed and continued, Indeed, people from Heavenly Computing Hall and Heavenly Pivot Hall have always been useless, causing trouble repeatedly. Don't you know how to write the word shameful? Du Nuo squinted and asked Tulin in return, So which hall are you from? She frowned and angrily rebuked, What's with your attitude? Don't you know how to call me Big Sister? Tin then quickly caught on and hurriedly laughed awkwardly, explaining, Big Sister, don't be angry. On the way back, she was kicked in the head and lost her memory. Huan, who was with them, now stepped forward to remind them. This is eldest senior sister, Hulin of Heavenly Computing Hall, leader of the 4 halls. Speak to her with respect. She stood behind, pointing directly at their group and ordering, Quickly thank us for coincidentally patrolling here. Otherwise all of you would have ended up in the mouths of poisonous spiders. After saying that, he turned to introduce himself. I am Huan. As for Hulin, she threw Hurua straight at Tin into hold and commanded, Arrest them. Hulin gently told him, We're returning to the sect to face punishment. A silent atmosphere enveloped the group on their way back to the sect. She secretly looked at Hulin. To actually use the names of the four masters as hall names, these traitors are truly rebellious. Dunua also thought deeply. The Heavenly Computing Hall even became the worst place. Those traitors are humiliating the master. The disciples of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion wear uniform clothing. Look at what they're wearing. Half a shoulder exposed. How many mechanisms can a chinku and sleeve hold? They are also shameless, calling themselves the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion? Truly disgraceful. Tindon looked at Dunua's scowling face, thinking to himself, "You've been scolding this whole way. Take a rest." Seeing his still grimacing face, he reminded him, "It's useless for you to complain to me. They can't hear you anyway." Hu Wu was still lost in thought, his eyes carefully scrutinizing. After entering the fake Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, we must be a little more careful. We still don't know the situation there yet. Du Nua looked at Urua, who was still unconscious, deliberately casting a spell on her head. This person. Before we safely leave here, it's better to let this kid sleep in the carriage. Finally, the group was able to stop. Tim then looked at the place in front of them and thought to himself, "We've arrived." Before them was a long rope ladder connecting the ground to the high mountain. Hulin led them to the rope ladder, and at the same time, a small house slid down. It must be the thing that would take them up. They slowly walked straight towards a small house, and all entered together. She, familiar with the place, went in and pressed the glowing stick. This item was probably like a pass allowing them to go up. Hulin placed a small stick into one of the four holes. Immediately, this small house shook, startling a few people. With each passing second, it shook more violently. Then it shot up high with a whoosh. Screams echoed from below upwards. The two girls in the imposter group screamed the loudest. The two men were calm and didn't utter a sound. Finally, it stopped when it reached the top. The house stopped abruptly with a jolt, a little dust still lingering. She opened the door and stepped out first, her face radiating the formidable aura of a big sister. He and she were now leaning against each other, crying. Before them now was a street. Hulin stopped and waited for them. Once she saw everyone was out, she scolded. "It's so noisy. Are you calling ghosts or something?" Hulin glanced at Tindan, who was still dazed and bewildered. He gave an embarrassed laugh. The man next to him continued to scowl and curse every time she spoke. He secretly disdained. Dunu's face was still grim for a while. As they walked along this small path, the imposter group felt surprised. Previously, these traitors had taken all of Tianji Pavilion's meager assets, so this must be the back entrance. It was a small path, usually used by inner disciples. Seeing Hulin, a cleaning member quickly bowed and greeted. At that moment, she suddenly stopped and looked back. All members of the imposter group immediately froze. Hulin looked at them and sternly reprimanded. He was utterly terrified. Tim then pleaded. She put her hands on her hips and snarled, "Go back and receive your punishment, or punish yourselves here." He had no other choice but to helplessly comply. Tim then frantically wondered in his head. Du Nu behind him advised. At this moment, someone called out again, "Hey, Husu." A hand reached out and patted Tin Than's shoulder. A young man wearing glasses walked over and patted his shoulder. Tin Than was stunned for a moment. Then, he had to give a forced laugh and replied. Huveen curled his lips and cursed. He then put his hands on his hips and probed. Just going down the mountain to distribute medicine, and they can still break the rules. Really? After a while, he rubbed his forehead, full of helplessness. Tin then suppressed a gleeful smile. At this moment, inside the Tianswan Hall, the entire group stood staring, as if they had seen something strange. He could only utter two words. Huveen then said. As Tin then walked, he suggested. He turned back and gave a concise answer. Repairs cost money too. Logically speaking, all four halls have their own specialties, but the Heavenly Calculation Hall, since its inception, has been a unique arrangement. After searching for 100 years, we still can't divine or understand the method to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Funds are dwindling, and people long ago rushed to join the other four halls, let alone renovating the Heavenly Calculation Hall. Anyone with sense can see that the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is in decline. Life is getting harder by the day. Where would we find money? He and Du Nuo continued to communicate telepathically, thinking, turning sand into gold, intelligence network. What kind of categories are these? Wasn't it like this before? Martial Uncle Tian Su loves alchemy, and Martial Uncle Tian Xian is skilled at gathering intelligence, but these are all their personal hobbies. The disciples of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion primarily focus on mechanical arts, with divination as a secondary skill. Now these disciples aren't skilled, and they can't even make a living. Disciples are even thinking about making money. Is this still a sect? They began their punishment process, their faces grim, using various methods to cover their noses. Joshi tried hard not to vomit. His mind was so dizzy, he felt like he was about to faint. All around them were flies, and a rising stench. Jingshin screamed in anger and helplessness. It stinks so much. Seeing the two men just standing there, he turned back and scolded. You two come over and help a bit too. Du Nuo calmly replied. It's so stinky. Whoever chose it should do it. It turned out that half an hour earlier, they had played a game of Wheel of Fortune to choose who would clean the latrines. Spin it. Jingshin looked at the content pasted on the wheel and had to ask the guy with glasses, is it that casual? Are these all penalty items? He calmly replied, that's the fairest. Hurry and spin it. Jingshin was uneasy, staring intently at the wheel. Finally, he spotted the words, alchemy and medicinal cleansing. Jingshin eagerly hoped he would land on this section. This is it. I can even investigate the matter of elixirs. He was impatient, so he spun it quickly without further thought. But unluckily, the needle pointed directly to the. Jingshin, remembering it now, was still frantic. This spinning disc definitely has a problem. The strong stench drove him mad, and he screamed tragically. I'm sure I didn't land on cleaning latrines. Xiaoing came over then and asked, Hey, are you done scrubbing? Quickly take them to the other halls. The whole group moved to the extreme heavenly path. The differing scenery made Jingshin exclaim, This hall and the others are so vastly different. He stood a good distance away and loudly instructed, Leave the alchemy room's manure barrel here. He replied briefly, All right. Xiaoing led them inside. Jingshin looked around as he walked. Several other fellow disciples were also inside, arranging some medicinal herbs. He immediately turned to look at the man next to him, signaling. The man then ordered them, Leave them there. Xiaoing was speaking when he suddenly noticed Jingshin, and the tall man had disappeared. Hey, where did those two go? The woman in the group quickly replied, They went to relieve themselves. His face dropped. Huh. While their two friends distracted Xiaoing, he and the man secretly monitored the situation from above. From then on, they continued to use telepathy to communicate with each other. Let's go search their alchemy room. In the elixir room, many people were walking back and forth, working. There were also people sitting around guarding the alchemy pot that was being refined. Tin Dan and Du Nu hid behind the door, looking inside. The two exchanged. The alchemy room has a total of 10 chambers, and the elixirs being refined are not the same. First, we need to find out which chamber is refining that specific elixir. As the two were standing, someone walked over and loudly asked, Hey, you two, what are you doing? Are you disciples of the alchemy room? He, as usual, proactively stepped forward to answer. Actually, we were sent to assist, then got lost. Xiao Ming suspiciously asked again, To assist? Didn't a group of people already come this morning? Never mind, we're short-staffed anyway. Follow me. He led the two in a different direction, even giving thoughtful instructions. This is the main room. Just go help wherever assistance is needed. As they were walking, another person waved and called out loudly, Hey, come over here and help a bit. Sort these medicinal ingredients. So Tin Dan, who was busy with the mission, now had to crouch down and work. At this moment, Hang Kwang jumped out and advised, Perfect. All the medicinal ingredients are here. We need to see where the problem lies. It slowly sensed the entire space there. After a few seconds, Hang Kwang's light stopped at a box someone was holding. It immediately said to him doubtfully, "The energy fluctuation of this box is a bit strange." The man holding the box handed it to another person and instructed, "Slowly. First take out the immortal-seeking pill today." Master said to refine it quickly and then distribute it. The person opposite him replied, "Okay." After handing over the box, the person turned and left. Tin then watched his retreating figure. Then he placed a tray of medicinal ingredients on the table, intending to follow this person. Xiao Ming, sitting right at the table, saw this and immediately asked, "Hey, where are you going?" Du Nu appeared, blocking his view, and said, "Senior brother, I have something I'd like to ask you about." He followed the man for a while, then found him stopping in front of a suspicious place. To avoid being discovered, Tin then had to use an invisibility spell. The man continued walking confidently, unaware of anything. He also hurried to move, so as not to lose track. He stopped in front of a door, his hand gently pressing the round button on it. The door to a secret chamber opened. Tin then was surprised. He quickly rushed in to get inside in time. As he went, Tin then kept muttering to himself, "Wait a minute." But as soon as he set foot there, the elevator had already taken the person down, so he complained in his head, "Too fast." Tin then stood there thinking for a moment, "This elevator, I definitely can't get in. It's too deep." But then he suddenly looked at the chain hanging down. The elevator finally reached the bottom. Tin then was clinging to the chain to go down to this place. As soon as he arrived, he immediately pouted and blew on his palm. "I'm burnt to death." The dark and suspicious space below made Tin then a little flustered. He stealthily followed the man from earlier. Xiaoing also seemed to be here for the first time, holding a glowing round object to guide the way, walking and asking, "Where is this?" Tin then secretly followed, hanging himself high up to avoid being detected. The man's movements kept Tin then watching without missing a second. In a flash, he suddenly took his eyes off that person. Then he discovered something suspicious hidden in a corner, a door. Tin then had to descend to the ground, walking very close to this person. It was really troublesome. He had to maintain this distance, as his invisibility spell would lose its effect if he got too close. Seeing him pass through so many doors, he also became confused. So many doors? Where is this place? Why do they need to guard it layer after layer like this? Huon still hadn't realized he was being followed. Tin then walked, his lips pressed together, feeling uneasy inside. He slowly entered a space with a few rooms. A strange sound made Tin then curious. A growling sound? It's coming from this room. Huon just performed some trick, and a faint blue light shone. A second later, he couldn't hear anything anymore, muttering, "It's quiet now." He stepped into the room from earlier. Tin then also tiptoed in after him. He discovered long black iron bars behind the door. The thought immediately sprang into Tin then's mind. An iron cage. Suddenly, a man appeared from nowhere, letting out a terrifying scream. "Kill!" Following this man, others imprisoned inside also rushed out, screaming and banging on the bars. They seemed to have had their souls taken. Their eyes were bloodshot, looking utterly mad. His eyes widened in shock. Are all these people inside the cages? Just then, Ungu unexpectedly appeared behind Tin then and asked, "What a coincidence! You're brave enough to rush in too, huh?" He startled, turned around, and exclaimed, "Senior, why are you here?" He replied curtly, "You can be here, but I can't." Tin then was very puzzled. "Why aren't you wearing the human skin mask?" Hungu replied, "It's tiring, and I don't need it right now anyway." Then both looked at the people inside the iron cages. These people, why are they like this? Hang Kwang now also offered a suggestion. The spiritual energy fluctuations in their bodies are very strange. The artifact, these people are affected by the Berserker effect. They are used for drug testing, have used too much, and have lost consciousness. Moreover, this artifact permeates them little by little, so I can't interfere. Come, let's check the other rooms." He approached another iron cage and wondered, This room is too quiet. Why are so many people still locked up? It immediately analyzed for Tin then. That's right. These people have been affected by another artifact, the Plague of Monkeys Potion. This is a chronic artifact, used to torture people to death, like diseases. He involuntarily frowned, chilled. They're experimenting with these things. But for what reason? Even he, walking alongside, couldn't hide his horror. There are hardly any left in this room. How cruel. Do those imposters want to spread a plague among the people? This bizarre, frenzied plague will surely harm people's lives. What good does this do them? Tin then listened to Hungu's words and fell into thought. The remaining room's door was ajar, so they said to each other, "Let's go into the innermost room to see." This room seemed to be a compounding area. The fluid conduits were emitting faint wisps of smoke. The liquid flows inside were crystallizing into small blocks and falling into a basin. Standing guard, there was an elderly man with shoulder-length platinum hair, standing attentively. The man Tin then had been following earlier entered and called out, "Master." He reported, "Today's elixir has been fully refined. Once it's done, it will be brought down the mountain immediately, sir." He gently raised the liquid test stick, looked at it, and replied, "For the past few years, you've been distributing the Berserker elixir, haven't you?" Xiaoying bowed and softly replied, "Yes, sir." His master then slowly said, "That's enough. From tomorrow onwards, change to plague elixirs." The man could only bow his head and answer, "Yes." He continued, "The elixirs distributed to Jialan no longer need to be prolonged. Provide a stable supply. The same goes for other northern countries, yes." After speaking, he also ordered, "You may leave." But Xiaoying remained, "Master, there's one more thing." Tian Xiantang's dilapidated disciple, the head disciple of the inner sect, requests to abandon his title. He vaguely repeated the three words, Tian Xiantang. Indeed, it was impossible to comprehend the heavenly Tao. So many years passed, it wasn't easy. Then abandon it. You draft a notice and announce it to the entire sect at an opportune time. After hearing this, he clasped his hands respectfully. Yes. He then gently walked out of the room and carefully closed the door. Hatchdeep remained standing there, watching the alchemy process. Tiny pills were dropped into the basin, his expression calm, but seemingly very dangerous. Suddenly, a person appeared behind Hatchdeep. It was the boy and Huno from earlier. Both lunged forward to attack the man, but with the title of Master, he was not someone easily defeated. Hatchdeep's hand brushed across Tindant's face, tearing off his human skin mask. Seeing the true face beneath the mask, he was slightly startled. Tindan hastily counterattacked with a glowing orb. Hatchdeep easily dodged the move and asked with a teasing tone, "Do you think you can injure me? Yet you proactively sought me out. Who gave you that courage?" At the same time, his comrade had secretly ambushed him from behind. Ah! Huno raised his arm straight, summoning a sword made of light, and attacked him. The comrade's brilliant attack made Tindant's face turn pale. The light gradually dissipated into the air. The man called Master now fearfully turned his head to look back, but he didn't expect that Hatchdeep was actually in front of him, accusing him. The seventh sect leader of Tien Kokak, the direct disciple of Tien Ton Tu Huno, is present today. Everything is revealed. Purge the traitor. The figures of his youth and old age gradually overlapped. His face was now full of scars, and he had lost one eye. His mouth bleeding, his eyes narrowed, he asked, "Huno?" The youthful figure reappeared on that aged face. Seeing this, Hatchdeep sat on the ground and suddenly shouted, "So it's you, the disciple of Tien Ton." After shouting, he lowered his face, his eyes full of hostility, saying, "You're still alive, and you came right to my door? What's wrong? Do you want revenge?" He didn't speak, just raised his hand, and a silver glowing bracelet began to appear on his wrist. Hatchdeep observed intently. Next, Huno raised his hand. Inside the silver ring, there was a barrel opening, and then both sides launched an attack. His was blue, and his opponent's was purple. Huno launched his move while raising his hand, and chanting a spell. Instantly, he appeared behind Huno. Huno lashed out with a palm strike, but he also reacted very quickly, turning his head and immediately retaliating with a similar move. But right after that, Hatchdeep noticed 4 golden whirlpools appearing behind him. From them, 4 beams of light shot out, striking towards him. He immediately jumped backward to dodge. Like this, he fell into his trap again. Just as he landed, a golden whirlpool appeared above Hatchdeep's head. The beam of light shot out. He didn't have time to dodge, and was immediately struck, falling prone to the ground. Huno saw this, and coldly uttered, "So weak." Standing high above, he looked down at the person trembling, trying to stand up, and said, "That year, you rebelled. I couldn't do anything. I could only watch you destroy the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, tearing it into pieces." Hatchdeep heard this and glanced over with difficulty. Tindan, observing from afar, heard Huno continue, "For these 100 years, I dared not neglect my cultivation. It was precisely so that I could personally kill my enemy one day." At this, he stomped his foot on Hatchdeep's head, furiously exclaiming, "And this is how you repay my efforts you waste." Huno used Hatchdeep's head as a footrest, leaned on his knees, and bent down to say, "You trash! How could you have destroyed the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion back then?" His face pressed against the ground. He still struggled to raise his head and replied, "How did we destroy it? You mortals!" The young man heard this and realized something was wrong, exclaiming, "Huh!" Then Tindan shouted, "Senior, be careful." No sooner had he finished speaking than explosions began under his feet. Huno was startled and moved away. Using the force of the explosion, Hatchdeep immediately soared into the sky, saying as he flew, "You think you're strong just because you dealt with a piece of trash?" He and the young man looked up in astonishment. He covered his face with one hand, his eyes malicious, and uttered, "Huno, you are as foolish as your martial uncle." Then Hatchdeep pulled his hand down, his face instantly transforming into a youthful face, with a blindfold. He said, "Do you remember me?" He looked at him, too shocked to speak. Many images quickly flashed through Huno's mind. He looked at the person in front of him and silently uttered a name, the deceased sect leader. Huno was utterly astonished. He exclaimed, "How can this be? Are you really alive?" Watching him slowly descend to the ground, Huno continued, "You were clearly killed by my martial uncle." Hearing this, Hatchdeep raised a hand, condensing a red flame, and replied, "Why not say that fate has played a trick on you?" With that, he waved his hand, and the flames quickly enveloped the two of them. He quickly grabbed the young man's collar, leaped, and shouted, "That's the move of the deceased sect leader. Don't let his fire touch you." The two flew into the air, looking at the roaring flames below. Seeing this, he merely smiled lightly, joined 2 fingers, and waved them. The flames grew even stronger, trying to engulf Huno and Tindan, but he was not to be outdone. Clenching his hand and quickly channeling his moves, 2 metal arms quickly emerged from the ground, lunging towards him. Hatchdeep immediately jumped up to dodge, causing the arms and the red flame to clash together. Suddenly, Huno tilted his head slightly, looking at the glowing eyes behind him. A small spark then flew past. He quickly took off his red cloak to block it, muttering impatiently, "How troublesome." Then Huno looked at the man still calmly performing his moves below, saying, "He's much stronger than that traitor. If we fight, I might not be able to control my strength." At this moment, he had put his cloak back on, adding, "Knocking this place down would be troublesome. There are too many people outside." Continuing to dodge, Huno frustratingly uttered, "How is this guy still alive?" While the young man behind him whispered, glancing at Hang Kwong who was talking into his ear, "This person is too strange." The two once again escaped the flames. Looking from below, he couldn't help but exclaim, "So agile." Then Hatchdeep raised his hand, touching the edge of his facial skin, and said, "I won't let you have your way." With that, he once again pulled down the skin mask, revealing another, more angular face. Seeing this, Hung No and Tin then simultaneously widened their eyes in surprise. He blurted out, "Who is this again?" This time, the transformed person was a bald man with pitch-black eyes full of murderous intent. His hands suddenly clapped together. Instantly, many stone pillars sprang up around the two of them. Seeing this, he immediately released two throwing knives. Then he began to wildly brandish them. The rocks were smashed to pieces by Hung No, scattering downwards. Knowing this face was ineffective, this person raised his hand again. Pulling it down revealed a new face. This time, it was a pink-haired woman. Her blood-red eyes stared lifelessly upwards. He bumped into her and was immediately affected by her attack. Hung No clutched his face, crying out in pain. Tin then, seeing this from behind, anxiously cried out, "Senior." At this moment, the stone pillars lunged towards him. Tindan's hand let go and no longer held onto his shirt. The rapidly approaching stone block was just 1 centimeter from his forehead. Just then Tindan, holding Hung No, suddenly dodged, and the block immediately slammed into the rock wall behind them, scattering sparks. His face covered in dust, he asked anxiously, "Senior, are you all right?" He bowed his head, his forehead covered in sweat, and replied, "My spiritual consciousness is shaken. The demise sex saintus, how could she?" Just saying those words made Hung No tremble all over, gasping for breath. Glancing at the opponent, he whispered a warning. "Don't look into her eyes. Your soul will be sucked away." At this moment, her eyes began to deepen again. Tin then turned his head for a quick glance, and was immediately affected by the attack. He cursed to himself, saying, "How annoying!" A purple light of spiritual power shot forth. Just then, it quickly appeared, blocking the attack for him. Hang Kwang said, "It's just a similar spiritual attack tool. Don't be afraid. I can block her." Meanwhile, on the other side, the girl was preparing to transform again. Seeing this, Tin didn't bother with anything else, grabbed Hung No, and ran, shouting, "The face is changing again." As he ran, he slightly turned his head to glance behind him, muttering, "Who is this person really? How can they have so many tricks?" That figure transformed into an elder of the demise sect. Tin then sighed helplessly. "Now who is it again?" Hang Kwang reminded him, "Find a way to get closer. I want to collect his data." Hearing this, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Easier said than done. I'm carrying a patient here." Just as he finished speaking, the person he was carrying on his back trembled and raised his head, saying, "The elder of the Seven Faith sect. That was the first sect to attack the heavenly secret pavilion." Meanwhile, Tindan's outstretched hand seemed to be blocked by something. Then his entire body, following his running momentum, slammed into it. Tin then immediately fell backward, crying out in pain. He looked up at a box pulled by ropes at its four corners in front of him, exclaiming in surprise, "This is—" Completely ignoring the purple light attack rushing towards him from behind, Tin then focused on the front and said, "Isn't this the large elevator from outside?" Seeing his carelessness, Hung No immediately jumped onto Tindan's back, kicking him aside and shouting, "Behind you!" Kicked, he turned around in surprise and yelled, "Senior." He replied without turning his head, "This person can control the space within a 3-meter radius. Be careful. He might shove you into the wall." As if responding to Hung No's words, Hatch Deep, still in the elder's form, coldly raised his hand, but in the very next second, he was right in front of him, delivering a strike that interrupted the attack. Hung No's eyes were full of ice, as he raised a blue energy ball in his right hand and said, "Still dare to touch me?" The energy surged up, streaking past his face. Barely dodging a blow, Hatch Deep frowned, raising his hand to change his face, and muttered, "Too fast." Then his hand pulled down, and a woman's face appeared. Her eyes emitted light, and he was quickly hit. Just then, Tin suddenly appeared behind him, shouting, "This is our chance!" Hang Kwang's green tendrils immediately shot out. They successfully penetrated her body, but Tindan's expression was one of great surprise and disbelief. The girl quickly turned her head and unleashed a move. He was immediately hit, but fortunately, Hung No rushed over, grabbing Tin then, and angrily scolded. Why did you charge forward? Scolded but unable to retort, he could only angrily raise his fist at it. Han Kuang said, Well done, Tin Than. I've got the data. To be able to possess so many identities, his artifact is truly terrifying. As it spoke, it suddenly flinched, and Han Kuang's tentacles rapidly tapped the keyboard. Then it discovered something, stammering. Wait, this person. The image of the woman appeared, and Han Kuang added to its previous words, saying, He himself is already an artifact. Still affected by Tin Than's recent attack, he trembled as he turned to ask, He's an artifact? What does that mean? It replied, To be able to continuously change identities. I originally thought there was some mysterious artifact I didn't know about. Here, her image appeared again, and Han Kuang continued, But the data shows that this is a human-shaped artifact repository. Tin then heard this and disbelievingly asked, Can an artifact have such self-awareness? How are we supposed to fight him? Can you absorb him? It replied awkwardly, The structure is too complex. I can't absorb him, but... The scene shifted to Hung No, who was looking down, thinking to himself, Difficult to deal with. The speed of identity change is too fast. This Saintess is truly annoying. Just then, a hand placed on his shoulder, calling, Senior. Seeing Hung No turn his face, the boy, bruised and sweating profusely, weakly uttered, I have a way to subdue him. Please cooperate a little. On the other side, she was covering her face with her hand. When she removed it, her eyes were again glowing red, with veins bulging on her face, and he immediately shouted, Close your eyes. Immediately after, Hatch Deep returned to his youthful appearance, spewing red flames, and Hung No raised his hand to create a shield in resistance. Rocks flew up and hit the defense, and a beam of light suddenly pierced down, striking towards him. The form continued to change. It was the old man with white hair and beard. Realizing something, he immediately grabbed Tin Than by the collar and jumped, as he had shifted the flames inside the shield. The boy glanced behind him, crying out in alarm. Again! Tin Than raised his hand and took off his outer jacket. Then he used it like a fire surfboard, narrowly dodging. Just then, something lunged out from the flames. He was about to be swallowed by a small fireball that shot out. Hung No on the other side saw this, and his hands glowed with blue light. A blue snake appeared, lunging towards him, but Hatch Deep only moved his finger slightly, and the snake was deflected, striking the cliff face. Seeing this, he curled his index finger. Countless blue lights erupted from the ground, forcing him to retreat. He changed faces again. This time it was the bald man. The rocks around Hung No were immediately controlled. They all rushed towards him. Hung No tilted his head slightly to dodge, then immediately closed his eyes. He changed faces again to hers, but before she could use her skill, an arm locked her neck. Tin Than's hand also lit up with a metallic ring of light. Then he pressed it into the opponent's body. All the faces inside her body simultaneously screamed out. That woman was again like the old man with white hair and a beard. Finally, her image dissolved, and the white-bearded, white-haired old man appeared. He stood by, watching this scene, and the image of the woman separated. Then it completely vanished. His pupils constricted at this moment, and his whole body trembled. The boy behind immediately sensed danger. Immediately after that, Tin Than was thrown flying into the sky, crying out in pain. Hung No saw that and immediately reached out an arm to support the boy's back. Tin Than urgently asked Han Kuang, What happened? Can your escape tool only be used once? Hearing that, it immediately replied, I didn't expect it to be this strong. Don't worry, I have experience now. Let me do it again right away. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hatch Deep was breathing heavily with anger. Purple Can Chan Tun Lai Cam. Doughy characters appeared on his fingers, and he shouted, What are you doing? Seeing that, the old man immediately shielded the boy. This time there was no collar. Hung No could only grab Tin Than's ponytail, pulling him up and saying, Faster, that way we can avoid his attack. That body transformed into the appearance of a monk, and rocks and dirt once again struck towards the two. Their speed was swift, but they struck towards him. On this side, the boy was led by the old man to dodge. Hung No shouted, "Quickly, lean over and dive." The masked man reappeared, and a flame immediately roared forward, blocking the path of the two. The old man spread out a shield, but from behind, something red approached. It crushed the shield, striking Tindan's back. Hung No immediately turned his head, shouting the boy's name. The hand with the purple characters reached out again. The shield immediately shattered, and the old man fell straight to the ground. But the surrounding rocks and dirt were slowly rising. Hung No instantly looked up, seeing Tindan being carried up with the pile of rocks and dirt, and anxiously shouted, "Tindan!" The boy was carried away by the rocks and dirt, then fell into the red flame. Seeing this, he smiled, turned to look at the old man, and said, "You're next." The flame swirled up, greedily opening its big mouth. It was again blocked by the shield. Hung No raised 2 fingers. The green snake was summoned again, and it slammed its body into the rocks and dirt. Twisting continuously, it shattered all obstacles. Hatch Deep looked up, his lips moving as he said, "Why are you still resisting? That kid is already dead. Do you really think you can defeat us?" The old man remained silent when he heard that, his determined right eye flashing through the pile of rocks and dirt. Against the enemy's attack, Hung No quickly counterattacked to distract him. The opponent, unwilling to give up, counterattacked, hitting the old man with a full kick. Hatch Deep seemed to sense something and turned his head. Thanks to the seamless coordination of Hung No and Tindan, Hang Kwong had the opportunity to extract the control core of the human artifact. It twisted strongly once, then decisively pulled it out. Immediately, he fell into a state of violent shaking. Now he has taken control of the sect leader Mudang. Hatch Deep was still shaking wildly, continuously screaming. Not stopping there, Heng Kwong once again affected his body, causing him pain. Despite being exhausted, he still vigilantly observed the situation. The human artifact repository was attacked to the point of losing control, revealing 3 distinct forms. The result was that they were completely expelled from their master's body. He gaped, his mind seemingly severely affected by the backlash. A gem slowly emerged from Hatch Deep's body. After losing its owner, the human artifact fell to the ground and rolled around. Who knows slightly knelt and stared at it. He reached out and touched the human artifact, seemingly having made his own decision. From within the sea of fire, Tindan, wearing only a pair of shorts, staggered out to meet Who Know. Senior. His face had several uncomfortable burn marks, and he grumbled, "How could you just abandon me? If I hadn't used my pants to wrap myself, I would have been burned to death." He turned back coldly and praised Tindan. "If you could be burned to death, it only proves you have that much capability. The artifact you gave me, I don't see its specific form, but judging by its effect, this artifact is useful." He looked at the glowing orb curiously and wondered, "What is this thing?" After showing it to Hang Kwong, it was astonished and stated, "These stats are really high." Hang Kwong's tentacles continuously stroked the artifact. Before it, countless pieces of information and images flooded its view. Electrical currents flickered around Hang Kwong continuously, and it sweated as it exclaimed, "This is—" Hang Kwong's strange attitude made Tindan blur out, "What's wrong?" It didn't bother to explain thoroughly and hastily made its escape. "This enormous data. I need time to process it. Disconnect first, then we'll figure it out." He didn't even have time to ask more questions. Tindan stared as it powered down. Immediately after, he and Who Know rapidly escaped from this place, everyone gritting their teeth and charging forward. Seeing the violent tremors erupt, Tindan was terrified. Hey, Brother Kwong." The cracks had spread all the way to the stone ceiling above their heads. He looked up and urgently warned, "It's over. We fought too fiercely." Who Know panicked and rushed away like lightning. "This place is about to collapse, Run." The entire Tien Ko CAC also shook violently because of this incident. The Q High group also sensed danger. Hu Lin and Huan stared around in astonishment. Hu Veen loudly asked, "An earthquake?" The cracking ground caused everyone in Tien Kokak to panic and look for an escape route. Someone couldn't help but scream loudly, "Run, it's an earthquake!" Tien Kokak finally couldn't hold on and completely collapsed. Under the rubble, people vaguely heard a few growls. They panicked and all stopped at once, looking back. What's that commotion? It turned out that the dungeon below had been destroyed, so the imprisoned madmen rushed out in droves. Everyone was scared and ran away, trying to escape. The disciples of Tien Kokak resisted while retreating. What are these things? One person furiously shouted, "Kill them!" But the girl behind quickly intervened. "Wait! That guy, isn't he wearing Tien Kokak's clothes?" On the other side was a scrawny figure with only a few strands of hair on their head. She nervously voiced her suspicion. "He seems to be Senior Brother, who went missing. Senior Brother!" Before anyone could react, he charged forward, frantically attacking his fellow disciples. Fortunately, a flash of light streaked across, attacking Hu Trung. He fell to the ground. It turned out the attacker was Hu Lin. "What are you spacing out for?" She snarled, ordering. "These people have all lost their minds. Kill them all." The person standing on the other side. "Don't just stand there." Hu Lin pushed the nearest person, urgently giving instructions. "Go find Master quickly." As he turned, he ran straight into Tindan. He whispered, "No need to look. He's already cold." Upon hearing that, she could only stammer, "You got out?" "Successfully." Tin then firmly grabbed his friend's hand and pulled him along. Of course, escape while it was chaotic. All the disciples of Tien Kokak abandoned everything, focusing on only one thing: run. In the chaos, Huno looked into the distance, silently watching. Behind Huno, a fierce fire raged, engulfing the entire structure and burning everything around it. Suddenly, amidst the chaotic air and pungent smell of burning, a black orb with a glowing blue outline appeared, emitting a strange power. At the same time, a group of Tien Kokak members, including Huno, ran out of the chaotic area, their faces grim. The orb quickly shot away, leaving a blue streak of light. One of them suddenly exclaimed in panic, "It's on fire again!" His face changed color as he frantically ran and yelled, "The east is on fire again! Put it out!" Hu Lin gnashed her teeth and furiously screamed, "Why is it on fire again?" In the chaos, she lunged and grabbed someone trying to escape, shouting, "Put out the fire, don't run!" However, amidst the sea of fire and swirling black smoke, Tin then, wanting to add fuel to the fire, yelled from a hidden corner, "The alchemy room is about to collapse. Martial Uncle is surely dead inside. Run! What else is there to save?" Hearing that, a few people began to waver, their steps faltering as they prepared to flee. Hu Lin still refused to give up, angrily shouting after them, "Stop right there!" Amidst the towering inferno, Huno's eyes were cold and resolute. He coldly said, "Let's go." The scene shifts to a vast range of white snow-capped mountains. On the pure white expanse, Tien then walked leisurely across the snow-covered land. He smirked, his smile both mysterious and cold. Tien Nan whispered to himself, "To be able to swallow Tien Kokak's pawns, truly impressive. You truly are the strongest system I've ever seen." He looked up at the sky and sighed, "I'm truly grateful for the gift you've given me." Finally, Tien Nan smirked, his sharp gaze directed at the sky full of snow and mist, uttering two words full of magic, "Heavenly Tao." The dim space was filled only with falling snow. Cold winds howled, carrying white dust. Just then, in another place, Hang Kwang emitted continuous blinking signals. It gradually stabilized and hovered, emitting faint signals. Tin then looked at Hang Kwang, full of worry. "Are you all right?" Its voice rang out with a hint of surprise. "Why are you here?" He gently replied, "We've already left the fake Tien Kokak, and we're on our way back to Gia Lam. Everyone's resting, so I came to visit you." Tin then sat cross-legged in the virtual space. Looking at Hang Kwang hovering in front of him, he continued to ask, "What's wrong with that orb?" It slowly explained, "I've swallowed the gathered artifacts, and naturally, I've also received their memories. Some things have gone beyond my expectations. Could it be that this world also has fake systems, and there will be many artifacts that don't follow the rules? Upon hearing that, Tin then also felt a little worried. As Hang Kwang continued to speak, he sweated even more. I always thought only systems could create artifacts, but in those memories, I discovered who created those artifacts. It turns out to be the white-haired man, a fading image gradually becoming clear. None other than Tien Nan. The image slowly changed. Tien Nan smiled faintly, a smile that made one feel dangerous. Tin then looked up anxiously. He created the artifacts himself? Just then, Hang Kwang's voice rang out, explaining, all the people we met before, even if they used so many arbitrary artifacts. The artifacts were also created by the system within their bodies. No one can create artifacts themselves, unless Tien Nan has swallowed his own system. He widened his eyes, his mouth twitching in disbelief. Swallowed a system? Then Tien then frantically retreated, his eyes fixed on it. A host can even eat a system? Hang Kwang remained calm. Otherwise, how could he explain being able to create artifacts? It seemed to feel uneasy and eagerly added, Tien Nan is also a transmigrator, though I don't know how he did it. If he has the strength to quickly level up, the system won't be able to control him. Hang Kwang paused for a moment and then continued. Systems can't create rule-breaking artifacts, but he can. He can even create humanoid artifacts. He swallowed his own system, which is why he was cursed by the heavenly Tao. That's right, so that's it. Everything's connected now. All the complicated matters behind it stemmed from his desire to escape the heavenly Tao. He seemed to understand everything. So that's why the heavenly Tao of this world is so chaotic. It confirmed the hypothesis, sweating as it concluded. Perhaps so. He wants to disrupt the heavenly Tao. That year, the failed negotiations between humans and demons were caused by him using humanoid artifacts. The cost of humanoid artifacts is too great, and their identity cannot be used repeatedly. So, for the next few hundred years, he built a fake system organization. Tin then anxiously covered his mouth with one hand, summarizing the current situation. He's completely hiding behind the scenes, yet he's gradually taking control of Shenzhou. It's truly terrifying. Then he rubbed his chin, wondering, what did he say he wanted to do? Replace the heavenly Tao. As soon as the question ended, Hang Kwang urgently responded. Just now, while I was searching through memories, I heard a sound that didn't belong to the past. It began to connect data, and a wave of blue energy suddenly spread throughout the space. Hang Kwang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, these humanoid artifacts. From the panic in its voice, it quickly turned to full indignation. It's that white-haired man again. Immediately after, another sound, full of amusement, quietly echoed from the void. Excellent. You are the strongest system I've ever met. Hang Kwang fell silent, then cautiously asked, who? A cold voice echoed in the darkness. Thank you very much for the gift you brought. As soon as the last sound faded, two fierce beams of light tore through the void, and a pair of eyes suddenly opened, staring at it, accompanied by a call that made everything freeze. Thien Dao. Hang Kwang trembled, his voice laced with a hint of fear. Even if it's me, even if it's within a memory, just touching upon his existence can attract his attention. This guy, his intrusion into this world's Thien Dao has reached a terrifying level. He's controlling everything. Faced with that situation, the spirit could only silently look at its screen, mind heavy. A question echoed in his mind, one he wasn't even sure he could answer. Can we really beat him? Scene shifts to the clear blue sky of Hong Tan Jia Lam. Before their eyes was a majestic city gate, grand and imposing, standing firm like a shield protecting the entire capital. This is where people gather, exchange news, conduct business, and live their daily lives. A man frowned, wondering why the line of people waiting to leave the city was so long. The person next to him shook his head and whispered, I heard the princess just went missing, and the city was sealed off 2 days ago. Now, entering the city is also very strict. Hung no, covered from head to toe, blended into the crowd. Hearing about the situation, he moved closer to listen. At this moment, at the city gate, a loud shout from a gate guard rang out, startling everyone. Everyone entering the city form a line. He pointed to a magic circle at his feet. Each person must step into this manifestation formation to enter the city. A citizen stepped into the glowing circle. Immediately, light enveloped their feet, checking their identity. The gate guard held a wanted portrait, staring with suspicion. Tin Dan, wearing a headscarf, held Q high tightly in his arms. The guard held the wanted poster, scrutinizing his face. Tin Dan, sweating anxiously, asked, "Sir, can't I enter?" After staring for a while, the gate guard suspiciously said, "You look familiar." He quickly pleaded, tears streaming down his face, "Sir, please don't mock me. Look at my child here. She has a high fever and a rash." Her small face was flushed and covered in a red rash, and her breathing was weak. Tindan's voice choked as he pointed to the person next to him. "That old man has tuberculosis, drinking medicine like water. My husband just passed away last year. I'm entering the city for medical treatment. Please let me in." His performance was so convincing that even the gate guard felt a pang of sympathy. Is it really that bad? He looked at the wanted portrait once more. Then he looked at Tin Dan in front of him, hesitating. It can't be the same person, can it? After comparing for a while, the gate guard finally came to this conclusion. The crying didn't stop. He impatiently yelled, "Stop that crying. So annoying. Get in now." He quickly bowed deeply. "Thank you, sir." Then, not daring to linger for another second, he quickly rushed through the city gate. After truly getting past, Tin Dan finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Luckily, they didn't use their manifestation formation, so they couldn't detect the demon. Hugh High protested in a low voice, "Let me go." Behind them, Duno whispered suspiciously, "It seems I heard news related to the princess. She's missing, and there are wanted posters for us in the city. We can't be too careless." On the walls, numerous wanted posters were plastered, all featuring members of Tin Dan's group. He worriedly wondered, what should we do next? Tin Dan, upon hearing this, frowned with a somewhat serious expression. Scene change. A large, imposing gate appeared before their eyes, with a horizontal signboard carved with 3 characters, Thatchmon Manor. Tin Dan stood still, his gaze fixed on the gate, as if contemplating something. Then he subtly raised his hand, signaling his teammates to prepare to move. The guard next to him also frowned, his face full of suspicion. Before him, Tin Dan's group, dressed discreetly, heads bowed, quietly moved around the manor under close observation. As the group continued to move, the guard's suspicious gaze followed their every step. He couldn't help but point and shout, "Where did those people come from, loitering in front of Thatch Manor?" The guard quickly called for more soldiers, ordering them to chase them away directly. "Get out of here!" He screamed in panic and quickly ran off. As they fled, Duno turned and asked, "Doesn't the guard know you?" Tin then gnashed his teeth in anger. How could he recognize me? After that, they stopped in a hidden corner behind the mansion. He tried to recall. There's an anti-theft array in the Sure family mansion. I vaguely remember its location. Tin then muttered, unable to hide his frustration. I originally wanted to see where it would be easier to get in from, but I didn't expect the guard to be so sharp. The guard's eyes still hadn't left them, forcing them to retreat. He decided, he's still watching us now, so we'll just have to wait until nightfall. As night fell, the Sure family mansion was enveloped in silence. Under the dim light of night, figures quietly pressed along the stone wall, their footsteps almost silent. Tin then gently parted the thick grass at the base of the wall. Last time I came to the Sure family mansion, Chudvo took me out to play. He pointed to a small hole near the ground, just big enough for a person to squeeze through, and smiled mischievously. "Through this dog hole." He grimaced, "A dog hole." But Tin then nodded decisively. "It's very safe, and there haven't been any anti-theft arrays recently." Without hesitation, he peered inside and ordered, Everyone, follow me closely. Inside the narrow, pitch-black tunnel, two pairs of eyes suddenly met in the cramped space. Suddenly, both of them shouted. Tin then whispered, confirming, Chudvo. The other person cautiously asked, Who are you? He immediately pulled back both sides of his hair as a sign, gesturing seriously to him. Chudvo's eyes widened in both surprise and joy. Brother So. Still surprised, he quickly asked, Are you all right? Why are you here? Tin then replied decisively, Of course I came to find you. You're... Before he could finish his sentence, Chudvo realized something. He seriously continued, Don't talk so much for now. I also secretly came out to find a place to hide first. But none of them noticed a foot quietly stepping on the ground. Someone was silently watching them. In the darkness, a group of soldiers quietly observed everything. A moment later, in a brightly lit room in the main hall, he entered and said sternly, Madam, Chudvo has run out again. There are also people outside helping him. Hearing this, Bakken frowned, her face anxious. That child found accomplices? She ran a hand through her hair, sighing. Oh, never mind. I can't control him anyway. Send someone to monitor his movements. Let him get some fresh air. But then Bakken's voice dropped. Is there any movement from the Imperial Palace? The guard reported seriously. Currently, it's still very quiet. She began to ponder. Chudvo and Dai Lang guard the border. Since the late emperor passed away, I've received numerous invitations from various factions. The Sher family has always stayed out of factional disputes. This time, we must be even more careful, emphasizing the family's neutral stance. Bakken sternly told the person next to her, Let the three princes do as they please. The old Sher family are merely gatekeepers. Don't drag us into it. Despite saying so, her eyes were still full of worry. I hope that boy understands and doesn't cause any more trouble. Meanwhile, in a hidden spot within the mansion, he appeared with a relaxed and confident expression. Next to Chudvo was Tin Nan's group. He sternly gave his assessment. First, let's look at the current situation. Thinking of Chulin, Tin Nan's voice turned cold. What happened in Jialam during the time we were away? He lowered his head slightly, his voice deep. Actually, I only know the general idea. That day, my mother locked me up. I only heard news from His Highness. Afterward, the first prince, somehow, imprisoned the second prince, claiming that the second prince had delivered something. He poisoned the late emperor. The second prince's influence in the palace isn't small. Everyone said to investigate thoroughly first, but the first prince stubbornly refused. The first prince ascended the throne according to the late emperor's will. This matter is clearly not normal, but no one dared to voice their opinions. It wasn't until one day, Princess Her Highness suddenly burst into the imperial palace, questioned and injured the new emperor. This caused a huge commotion, although the late emperor quickly placed the princess under house arrest afterward, suppressing the internal unrest. But the second prince was rescued by others amidst the chaos. The new emperor became extremely enraged and began to purge opposing forces at court, causing all major powers to fear him. Chudvo turned to look at his friends, his eyes pleading for help. In the past few days, news of the princess's disappearance had spread. He anxiously explained, I'm very worried, but my mother won't let me interfere. He frowned in suspicion. The princess is missing. Where did she go? Chudvo shook his head, sighing. I don't know about that. Suddenly, he leaned forward, his eyes determined. Are you all going to look for her? Take me with you. Tindon looked directly at Chudvo, his voice noticeably colder. Your mother is right. You have a special status. It's best not to get involved. Think about your family for a bit. He lowered his head, his lips pressed tightly as if suppressing something in his heart. He stood up, his voice firm. You go home first. At that moment, a strange sound suddenly echoed, and Tindon spun around in surprise. They instinctively backed against the wall, their eyes tense. He looked up, his eyes sharp like a hawk's, pinpointing the direction of the newcomer. Against the night sky, a few faint figures glided across the rooftops like ghosts. Hugh high startled, whispering, "Who's that?" "It's curfew, but they're still flying around." Tin then gestured briefly, "Follow them and see." At Lamb Manor, a dim light shone from the main hall. Inside, elderly officials sat in a closed meeting, the atmosphere stifling and full of calculations. Hin Trin spoke first. "Gentlemen, I believe you have all received the new emperor's invitation. Now that the second prince is in a difficult situation, and the new emperor has just ascended, he definitely needs people." Lord Hin asked quietly, but with clear implication, "Hin Trin, are you suggesting we shift allegiance to the first prince?" "Forgive my bluntness. Try Quoc. The first prince can't do it." Another interjected, showing displeasure. After the first prince ascended, he began implementing new policies, talking about integrity and loving the people. A cold snort echoed. "He's simply taking our benefits to deal with the remnants and building a good reputation for himself." Many in the room nodded in agreement. "Exactly." The old man slammed his hand on the table, growling, "The masters of Lam are all of us, the great noble families. The first prince clearly intends to carve us up. Does he really think we're so easily bullied?" At Lam Imperial Palace, dusk had fallen. On the table, stacks of memorials were piled high, one half read. The emperor suddenly stood up, slammed the table, and yelled, "Damn it!" He angrily scrunched his face, his body trembling, and cursed, "These damned clans! To openly defy me like this!" With that, the emperor threw the pen and paper off the table. Seeing him lose control, the special envoy beside him calmly spoke, "Your Majesty, why are you so angry?" The emperor, disheartened, spoke with a voice full of frustration, "Special envoy." He respectfully listened attentively to the emperor. The emperor sighed thoughtfully. "Look at these memorials submitted by those clans. The words within all convey disrespect and opposition. Their power is too great. They oppress the people and defy royal authority. Even my imperial father, when he was alive, wanted to resolve this problem. If I want to firmly hold power, I cannot avoid dealing with these forces. But my power is thin. I still hope, Special Envoy." Before he could finish, the Special Envoy replied, "Your Majesty's love for the people is witnessed by heaven and earth. Since I have accepted the order to assist you, I will certainly do my best." The Special Envoy smiled and announced, "Tonight, a group of forces supporting the second prince will gather." The emperor nodded in satisfaction and praised, "You've truly worked hard for him." The emperor suddenly remembered something and spoke, "Oh right, speaking of which, my second brother, he's still causing me trouble, isn't he?" The special envoy immediately reassured, "Your Majesty, rest assured, none of them will escape." In a room, a group of officials gathered to discuss state affairs. Minister Hin spoke first. "Although I don't know what methods the first prince used to frame the second prince, he certainly couldn't have done it alone. The second prince is still alive. Once he returns, won't everything be clear?" Hin Trin quickly spoke up to warn, "Minister Hin, mind your words." Then he spoke in a comforting tone, "I understand all your thoughts. A small family like mine, Hin Trin, cannot compare to the great houses. In times like these, holding on tightly is the best way to get through." The old man closed his eyes and stroked his beard leisurely. He continued, "It's just, how has the second prince been recently?" "The Shue family sent news 2 days ago. The second prince is fine. I heard Elder Shue is preparing evidence to clear the second prince's name from patricide. We just need to wait and then cooperate when the time comes." An enchanting voice suddenly spoke, "Then I'm afraid you won't be able to wait." Minister Hin immediately turned his head and shouted, "Who's there?" The person slowly walked in and spoke, "My lords, so late and still discussing strategies?" "His Majesty sent us to inquire." The person removed his hood. He was a special envoy. The old man's face instantly turned pale, his mouth agape, covered in cold sweat. In the quiet of the night, Tin then cautiously took each step. He hid behind a wall, peeking his head out with a serious expression, monitoring the movement ahead. Tin then softly said, They've entered the Lin Manor. Han Kuang immediately reminded him. Tin then, something's not right with that person. Hurry and follow them. He turned back in confusion and asked, do all those people have fake systems? It quickly replied, yes, even though they're disguised. Tin then frowned, thinking tensely, why are those people coming to impersonate? Sure enough, the internal strife was caused by them. He then instructed his teammates, everyone wait outside, I'll go inside and check. Du Nu asked worriedly, are you okay? Tin then reassured him, don't worry, I'll definitely be back within half an hour. With that, he swiftly jumped over the wall and landed safely. Tin then walked, touching his body to turn invisible. Then he swiftly ran inside. Suddenly, a scream from behind attracted Tin Vance's attention. He looked around to find its source, and determined the sound was coming from the room behind him. Tin then performed Qigong, lightly leaping onto the roof. He gently removed a roof tile. Peeking inside, Tin then immediately froze, his eyes wide. In the room, a dangling foot was struggling to break free. Minister Hin was being choked and lifted, blood around his mouth. He trembled, questioning, let me go. Who are you exactly? An official lay flat on the ground, struggling to say, the first prince. Is he mad? He wants to kill us all. Hin Trin, you leaked the information. How dare you betray us? By this time, the old man was trembling with fear. The special envoy gently wiped the blood from his hand and calmly replied, a wise man is Zhuang Junjie. Did Minister Mu do anything wrong? Then he placed his hand on Hin Trin's shoulder again. Minister Hin choked out, how dare you do this? Aren't you afraid of retribution? The second prince and the Shui family will avenge us. He laughed scornfully. That would be perfect then. But it's too soon for you all to die now. The special envoy intently looked at the poison gas pellet he was holding in his hand. Then he pressed it close to his nose. Refusing to be humiliated, Minister Hin struggled defiantly. What do you want to do? If you dare kill me, don't come near me. The poisonous gas entered his nose, and Minister Hin screamed in agony. After struggling for a while, he gradually ran out of strength. The two people below shrieked in panic. Minister Hin. Old man Tun Chi was agitated and trembling with fear. Minister Hin's mouth was covered in blood, and his entire body went stiff. His body went limp, causing Hin Trin to exclaim in dismay. Minister Hin. He asked with a trembling voice, Special Envoy, this. He calmly replied, I need your cooperation, and this was the only desperate measure. Then the special envoy nonchalantly said, it's just a type of goo worm. Nothing too terrifying, is it? Let the esteemed officials inhale a little. The official on the ground screamed in panic, no. Seeing this, Hin Trin broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, Special Envoy, I don't need it, do I? He coldly stated, Minister Mok, thank you for your intelligence today. Your wife, we will take good care of her. Outside, the sky was pouring rain, and thunderbolts crashed down. In that room, a person in a hooded cloak stepped out. That person was Minister Hin, walking soullessly like a puppet, his eyes always tightly shut. A carriage sped through the thunderstorm. The carriage curtain was blown up by the strong wind, revealing Minister Hin sitting still inside. Du No followed closely, peeking into the carriage. He quickly and skillfully reached his hand inside. Very quickly, Du No had carried out his stiff body. Then he threw Minister Hin onto an empty patch of ground and exclaimed in confusion, What's wrong? Immediately, a voice replied, I have sealed his 8 positions. Tin then looked at his appearance with a contemplative expression. Minister Hin's body suddenly trembled, accompanied by a soft cough, and he immediately knelt down to check. A black mist rose from his nostrils, and Minister Hin's eyes were wide open, bloodshot. Han Kuang used his tendrils to hold the strange black substance. It brought it before Tin then so he could examine it. Tin then stared with wide eyes and wondered, what kind of prop is this? Han Kuang quickly warned, don't touch it, it's a type of goo worm. He frowned and asked again, is it really a goo worm? It quickly explained, within the components of the prop, but also many good goo worms combined. They cannot be separated. With the prop, the goo worm can completely erode the host's consciousness. If it's removed, the host will also die. Tin then unhappily stated, "That guy must have been sent from the divine kingdom. No wonder the first prince's weak forces suddenly managed to ascend to the throne smoothly. They want to control the false realm." Tin then angrily gritted his teeth, clutched his forehead, and cursed under his breath. What do those beasts want to do now? They're using the first prince to control the false realm. Suddenly, he had an idea. Tin then pondered. The princess suddenly stormed into the imperial palace and harmed the new emperor. "I've been thinking too simply." Suddenly, Ku Hai seriously called out, "Tin Nan, how should we deal with this corpse?" He turned his head and asked, "Do you have an artifact to control him?" "Don't let him call me master," Hang Kwong retorted irritably. "I don't have the habit of letting an old man call you master." Tin then said seriously, "These puppets can't be kept. They're all dead, and that attracts too much attention. I plan to remove all their goo worms and temporarily replace them with your artifacts." It pondered for a moment and replied, "That's a good idea. But it'll deplete my artifact inventory. Let's give him a basic version then." After speaking, Hang Kwong immediately transmitted a small orb into Lord Hin's body. Then, he suddenly sat bolt upright. She, scared, immediately hid behind him. Lord Hin turned his head, blood streaming from his nose. Tin then immediately spoke up, "Go home and await orders." Lord Hin left as ordered. He candidly remarked, "He doesn't look alive." It replied, "Just wipe his face when he gets back, and it'll be fine." Tin then carefully instructed, "Next, Lao O and I will act. Everyone else find a safe place and hide. Lao Thatch, you go home." Chukvo looked at him with pitiful eyes. Tin then honestly advised, "Looking at me like that is useless." He helplessly gestured to the side. "Or why don't you go hide with them first?" He joyfully exclaimed, "Okay, as long as I don't have to go home." Tin then asked in a somber tone, "These people have your trackers on them, right?" Hang Kwong immediately confirmed. He quickly ordered, "Go, we must finish before dawn." Tin then looked up, his face serious with worry, thinking, "The first prince. Perhaps he really did kill the old emperor, which is why the princess is resisting him like this. People's hearts are sinister. Isn't he afraid of being controlled by the divine kingdom? I must find the princess quickly." He suddenly noticed the carriage below. At this moment, Duno had caught up with Tin Then. The two understood each other with just a look. He swiftly flew down to the carriage. Duno couldn't hide the surprise clearly visible on his face. He frantically and confusedly chased after the carriage. Duno stood stunned, thinking, "This isn't good. There's an ambush. The carriage has a protective formation." He was tightly bound by blue chains before he could even react. Tin Dan's expression was utterly tense. He rushed down quickly. Tin then grabbed Duno's robe and yelled, "Lao!" Suddenly, he was astonished by what was happening before his eyes. A circle appeared, encompassing them. The bodies of the two immediately vanished in a puff of smoke. They felt themselves free-falling somewhere. The two landed and simultaneously looked into the carriage, bewildered. A foot suddenly stepped behind, accompanied by a voice saying, "I had already guessed someone would try to harm Lord Trin." Tin Then, and he heard it, immediately turning back to look in surprise. Xiao Ling stared at him. She froze for a moment. Then Xiao Ling exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Chu, why are you here?" Tin then immediately became joyful and spoke, "Shui." He hadn't finished his next sentence when disciple Xian cautiously raised his hand to protect her. He frowned and spoke sternly, "I remember you now. You are Tin Then who colluded with the demon race. Why are you here?" Xiao Ling frantically immediately pulled disciple Xian's hand, explaining, "Uncle, that's a misunderstanding." A man suddenly stepped out from the carriage and asked, "What happened?" He happily walked over to greet Uncle Trin. He exclaimed in surprise, "Disciple Xian." He quickly explained, You said that the person next to the new emperor seemed strange, and you wanted to investigate. I was worried about you, so I placed a protective formation on the carriage, hoping to help a little. Du Nuo silently glanced at them, intending to do something. As expected, he immediately pressed Lord Trin's head to the ground. Disciple Xian was stunned and grimaced, shouting, "What are you doing?" She also frantically called out, "Elder Master O." He quickly stepped forward and explained loudly, "We mean no harm, but Lord Trin has been controlled by the first prince." He lay stiffly on the ground, his eyes vacant like a soulless person. He was stunned and confused when he heard Tin Dance's words, asking again, "What?" He slowly regained his composure and gently suggested, "How about we talk for a bit?" Lord Trin's body was now stiff and trembling, his eyes wide with bulging blood vessels. On this side, after listening to Tin Dance's explanation, Disciple Xian's eyes widened in surprise. Uncle was implanted with a goo worm. He couldn't believe his ears, walked over, sat down next to Lord Trin, and said, "How is that possible? It can control consciousness and show no other abnormalities. What kind of goo worm is this?" He answered sternly, "Although it controls consciousness, he's still much slower than before, and his memories are becoming increasingly vague. Don't you notice his pale complexion? He doesn't look like a living person. Or perhaps I should extract a worm for you to see." A moment later, the goo worm was removed. Meanwhile, Lord Trin's face remained pale. Disciple Xian worriedly called out, "Uncle Trin." After holding the object in his hand, Tin then stated, "I can use some methods to put this goo worm back, to avoid alerting the enemy." Seeing this, he suggested, "Can I take a look?" Just as Disciple Xian was about to touch it, he quickly warned, "Don't touch it directly." Suddenly, Xiaoling remembered something. "Oh right, Mr. Chu, why did you suddenly come back?" Tin then revealed some reasons. "We've been through a lot of things outside. We heard that Jialan had an incident, so we rushed back immediately. Princess Consort also went missing. I don't know how she is now." Upon hearing these words, cold sweat began to trickle down her face. He was truly curious. Our Shui family is skilled in medicine and poisons, but we've never seen this kind of goo worm before. What kind of person is the new emperor's subordinate to possess such a method? He also regretfully stated, "I don't know about this matter either. I haven't heard anything related to it." Seeing the relationship between the two of them and Lord Trin, could it be that the Shui family also belongs to the second prince? Both Disciple Xian and Xiaoling suddenly stiffened like stones. He cleared his throat and awkwardly reminded, "Be careful with your words." Among the four great families, only the Shui and Lu families are loyal to the second prince. The Shui and Shi families are neutral and do not participate in the conflict. Disciple Xian specifically emphasized, "These things we do, we're actually bearing the burden of our elders in the family." Tin then knew he had made a slip of the tongue, so he lowered his voice. "Forgive me for speaking frankly. It's still better not to get involved in this matter." He again revealed the disheartening information. The Shui family does not participate in the conflict, only loyal to Jia Lam. Since the former emperor passed away, everything has been beyond expectation. I know the new emperor wants to eliminate factions and strengthen imperial power, but he's too hasty, without a concrete plan. Manpower is insufficient, and he's determined not to use sons of aristocratic families. The East is experiencing floods, the South is suffering from a locust plague, yet he sends ordinary people to deal with it. It's already delayed, and it's getting even more so. What sin have the common people committed? Now, to secure loyalty, he even resorts to this. The more he mentioned this person, the angrier he became. The new emperor's tactics are truly not the actions of an enlightened ruler. If this continues, Jia Lam will descend into internal strife. He expressed his opinion. After all, the second prince was loved by the former emperor and educated to be an enlightened ruler. Wouldn't it be better to just let the second prince become emperor? Seeing the person beside her going too far, she cleared her throat. "Little uncle, watch your words." Xian immediately turned to question her. "Are you going to lecture me now? 2 days ago, when you went to the Sher family. Weren't you advising your childhood friend to be more honest? You're aiding the wicked. Being hit where it hurt made Shaolin blush. Why do you bring up a Wu? While the two of them were being noisy, he was deep in thought. Later, Tin spoke. That second prince's whereabouts. Do you know anything? He immediately shook his head. Our power is limited. But we can be sure the second prince is still very safe. After all, the Shui family is Jia Lam's foremost family. They would still have the ability to protect a prince. So he secretly worried. Not necessarily. But she spoke up. There's one more thing. Shaolin's hand instinctively clutched her skirt. Then she looked up and asked, Old Master Wu, are you sure there's no one around? Old Master Wu affirmed, No. After confirming their safety, she mustered up her courage to reveal the truth. Mr. Chu, actually. Her Royal Highness the Princess is hiding with me. Even Xian was shocked upon hearing this news. He turned to her in surprise. With you? Are you kidding me? Finally, Shaolin voiced her concern. Little uncle, you're an ally now, so you must keep it a secret. Mr. Chu will have a way, right? At this moment, Tin was still reeling from the shocking news. He leaned forward and asked again, With you? Why didn't you say so sooner? How is she? Why is she with you? Shaolin hesitated slightly. Actually. She began to recount the story. Perhaps you've also heard. The first prince inherited the throne. That day, Xian was very upset. That's right. He really did ascend to the throne as emperor. The people around them were all indignant. No power, no influence. Yet he could reach this step. He asked blankly, Is the Second Highness still in prison? At that moment, a staff was slammed hard to the ground with a demand. Silence. And Mo Xiang said loudly, I called you all here today precisely to discuss this matter. In the chaotic situation, all major families tend to seek factions, but the Shui family remains loyal only to Jia Lam. We cannot be drawn into this conflict. If your stance isn't firm, don't you dare implicate the entire family. Is that clear? The whole gloomy group replied in unison, Yes. Night had fallen. At this time, Shaoling was in her study. Suddenly, something at the window made a sound, attracting her attention. As soon as she opened the window, she saw a familiar face. Ah Wu. He was peeking out from the window like a thief. Ah Ling. Shaoling asked anxiously. It's so late. Why are you running here? Didn't Auntie put you under house arrest? Zet Wu's face was full of unease. I couldn't help it. Tonight, I overheard the elders and Dan Yang discussing something in a hurry. Her Royal Highness the Princess injured the new emperor. She was shocked when she heard it. What? Because Shaoling always thought, Your Highness, their sibling relationship has always been good. How could this happen? He affirmed it firmly and added, It's truer than gold. The news has been suppressed, but it still spread. I heard she went missing after injuring the new emperor, and now no one knows where she is. No, it wasn't the princess who was injured by the new emperor. Shaoling quickly stopped Zet Wu. Shoo, don't talk nonsense. Suddenly, she saw something. A streak of light appeared in Shaoling's palm. She was stunned. A secret message from Wu Jin. The message in her hand read, Meet at Quan Lai Restaurant in 3 days. Shaoling was a bit bewildered. Quan Lai Restaurant. Seeing her strange expression, he immediately asked, What's wrong? She immediately denied. Nothing. Shaoling thought, It's better not to tell Ah Wu about these matters. So she found a way to bid farewell. I know. I'll find a way. You go home first. Hearing these words, Zet Wu felt relieved and left. Shaoling, however, had another worry. A secret message from the academy. This is a forgotten message talisman, used for testing. Only a few of us can use it. This made her even more concerned. Sending me a message at this time. Shaoling hesitated. Should I go? It was dark, but there were many people out. The cheerful owner smiled. Welcome, honored guest. He joyfully greeted her. "Welcome to Quan Lai Restaurant, esteemed guest. What can I do for you?" Xiaoling, disguised as a man, ordered coldly. "I need a private room." The owner immediately replied, "Right away, right away." She was actually very nervous. I came after all. With this disguise, there shouldn't be any problems, right? After preparations were made, he led Xiaoling away. In the distance, someone had been observing her all this time. The lit candles brightened the room. Xiaoling recalled, "Didn't I encounter any ambushes along the way?" No sooner had she spoken than she saw the teacup on the table steaming strangely. The black mist inside it suddenly flared up violently. A man appeared from it, respectfully bowing. "Miss Tui, I apologize for making you wait so long. I'm here to guide you." That person placed another full teacup on the table. A secret room suddenly appeared behind the bookshelf. Chu Lin followed anxiously, carefully observing this dark secret room. Noticing her expression, the other person reassured her. "Please rest assured, this manor is my master's property." Hearing that, she wondered, "Who exactly is your master? And why did you summon me here?" But he didn't reveal. "You'll know once you meet him." That only made Chu Lin more bewildered. Stepping into a room, the person inside spoke up. "You're here?" Hatchkin spoke hesitantly. "Sorry, I've dragged you into this messy situation again." She couldn't help but be surprised at the person before her, Chief Imperial Guard Hatch. Having finished his task, the man bowed and left. Chu Lin walked over anxiously and asked, "How did you get injured?" Her eyes fell upon Lam Kui lying on the bed. "Your Highness is here. How is your Highness?" She only uttered one sentence. "It's a long story." Then Chu Lin requested, "Let me treat your wounds first." Hearing that, Hatchkin also smiled. "I'm troubling you." But suddenly, her eyebrows furrowed. Chu Lin was stunned. "Can't it be treated?" It seemed this was not unexpected for her. Indeed, she couldn't treat it either. So Hatchkin recounted, "I've tried to heal myself these past few days, but no matter what I do, it won't heal." That only made her more curious. "What exactly happened? Is this a spell?" He shook his head, denying. "I didn't see the opponent casting a spell." Then he recounted the events of that day. "That day, I was summoned to the palace by the princess, and as soon as I arrived, the situation was already chaotic. I was injured by the mysterious person next to the new emperor. That day, Hatchkand and his father were urgently summoned to the palace. The reverberating sound from inside startled her. What more is there to say? Everything now is your fault." Immediately, Hatchkin rushed inside. "Your Highness." At this moment, the special envoy used his demonic power to attack, and the moment he was about to strike Lam Kui, she shielded him with her body. "Your Highness, be careful." The Emperor, standing behind the special envoy, worriedly instructed, "Don't harm a Kui. Don't make a big deal out of it." So he reassured him, "Your Majesty, rest assured, it won't harm your image." Hatchkin immediately took a defensive stance to protect his master. A strange flash of light appeared on his neck. In just a blink, blood spurted from Hatchkin's hand. Seeing that, Lam Kui was terrified and shouted, "Her!" She was so angry she wanted to eliminate the person in front of her. Damn it! But before she could finish her words, Lam Kui fell down. Hatchkin cried out in alarm, "Your Highness." She gnashed out each word. "I can't move. What did you do to me?" The special envoy indifferently reminded her, "You must not be disrespectful in front of His Majesty. Not even a princess is allowed to be. His Majesty has expended much effort and concern for the nation. May your Highness understand his hardship." Hatchkin's father patted her shoulder and softly said, "Kani." Then he bowed and carefully spoke, "May your Majesty's anger subside. I received an urgent summons from the princess. I had no intention to offend." The new emperor didn't want to make a big deal out of it, only confining the princess to her quarters. Hatchkin explained the situation at the time. The Hatch family is a family of guards, though small. It has been brought under the new emperor's influence. Although he was angry, he couldn't lay a hand on us. But our Hatch family is a power left by the former emperor for the princess, loyal only to the princess. My father didn't know what method he used to get the princess out, but he couldn't find a way to help her wake up. And she knew the reason clearly. It must have been that demon. Hatchkin looked at Lamb Kui with a guilty expression. Nominally, my father sent me to the manor to recuperate, but in reality, it was for me to come here and take care of the princess, but we couldn't do anything more. Having no other choice, she turned to ask Julin, "I'm sorry, I can only ask for your help. The Tui family has practiced medicine for generations. Is there any way you can cure the princess?" She immediately shook her head. "I also have no way, but this method looks very familiar. Perhaps Mr. So has a way." As they walked, Julin recounted. After that, the Hatch family was monitored by the new emperor, so to ensure their safety, I moved them to my place. Guard Captain Hatch, due to a long-standing wound that wouldn't heal, became increasingly weak. The ingredients I have can only help her stay alive. She placed all her hope in Tin then. "We can only rely on you, Mr. So." As he entered, he saw Lam Kui and Hatchkin lying unconscious on the bed. Tin then frantically ran over and called out, "Guard Hatch, Princess." Chu Lin only wanted to know one thing. "Is there a way?" Han Kuang suddenly shouted, "Indeed, it's an artifact again." The guard captain was struck by the VOY technique, and the princess by Tram Tui. "I have removed it for them, but the guard captain is too weak. She needs some time to recuperate before she can wake up." Then he spoke up to explain the situation. The attendant next to the great prince and the people who infiltrated the divine realm, the great chaos of Gollum was indeed caused by them. Lam Kui was slowly opening her heavy eyes. Seeing this, Chu Lin couldn't help but be overjoyed. "She's awake." Tin then eagerly asked, "How do you feel?" Her vision was still unclear. Lam Kui tremblingly spoke, "Master." A second later, she burst into sobs. That startled him. "Why are you crying? Does it hurt somewhere?" Lam Kui wiped her tears and wondered, "Why are you here? Didn't you already?" Tin then had to gently reassure her, "You've been worried. I'm back now." Then he asked about the situation. The imperial family, what exactly happened? She didn't reveal anything. Instead, she requested, "I'm starving. Give me something to eat." So Lam Kui was treated to a steaming bowl of food. While eating, she recounted everything. Big Brother has allowed demons to control the divine kingdom. He dealt with Father and played dirty with Feng Jiat. Tin then was taken aback. The first prince is being controlled? Lam Kui pursed her lips. "Otherwise, what do you want me to say?" Now she was filled with immense anger. Say he colluded with demons to seize the divine kingdom, killed Father, and usurped power? Lam Kui trembled all over. Why did it turn out like this? I originally intended to find Lam Feng Jiat to scold him, but he said that Father was eliminated by Big Brother. I didn't believe it, so I intended to go find Big Brother. That day she tried to call out, "Big Brother." But then she overheard their wicked scheme. "Advisor, my power is still too little right now." At that time, the first prince was discussing his strategy. Although Feng Jiat has lost his standing, the clans are still opposing us. The late emperor was unfair, didn't leave me anything at all. If I don't have real power, then your plan, the special envoy firmly stated. If I can help you ascend to the throne, then of course I can also grant you overwhelming power. If the clans won't cooperate, then we can use more forceful methods too. Lam Kui couldn't listen anymore, so she walked in. She interrupted him. To ascend to the throne. Lam Kui tremblingly asked again, "Did you truly dispose of Father?" Her appearance startled the first prince. "Why are you here?" Lam Kui angrily questioned, "You let him harm Father. Are you insane?" The first prince immediately ordered, "Get out, guards. Escort the princess out." She cursed him angrily. "You unfilial wretch." Yet he sneered, "Unfilial." The first prince grinded his teeth as he brought up his own grievances. But has he ever treated me kindly? I am the eldest son, yet merely for lacking cultivation talent. I was scorned and humiliated by Feng Jiat. Do you think he truly loved you? It's only because of your mother's berserk blood within you, which can improve the imperial bloodline. The person he truly favored was only the successor, Feng Jiat. If I didn't act and let him become emperor with his intelligence, I'd probably be demoted to a commoner. And what would become of you, a Kui, then? Just obediently listen to me. As soon as he raised his hand, Lam Kui immediately screamed, "Don't touch me!" She couldn't accept this truth. You're crazy. You're not Big Brother. This person from the divine nation, this demon, cannot be spared. The first prince immediately shouted, "Don't be rude!" And Lanka recounted everything to prevent me from harming the demon. He even stood in front of the blade. Later, I was placed under house arrest. She covered her face and sobbed. I really don't understand how it came to this, Master. Why did my big brother become like that? Jing Shun remained silent after hearing it, then left with Xiao Ling, leaving a quiet atmosphere for Lan Ke. She looked into the room, so that His Highness could calm down. He explained the immediate danger. Currently, the imperial family is controlled by the divine nation. Jialan cannot stay long. On this side, Xiao Ling worried. I can't hide it from His Highness for long. Do you have a plan yet, brother? So Jing Shun decided that they could only leave first. The divine nation's interference is the most troublesome. Jialan will not be peaceful. When it was first established, the divine nation's territory wasn't this large. There were also several major countries around it. However, the surrounding countries frequently experienced internal strife, then disintegrated. A portion of their people voluntarily joined the divine nation, which made its territory increasingly vast. She summarized it. Do you mean he wants to annex Jialan? Is it impossible? Xiao Ling then provided the information she knew. Jialan is a place that is extremely obedient to the divine nation. Its system follows divine nation standards. From top to bottom, everyone reveres the divine nation. Aside from officials of the divine nation not being allowed into court, Jialan is no different from a colony. His sinister image appeared in her mind. Hearing this, he guessed suspiciously. Does anyone understand? Perhaps it's due to boundless ambition. That's possible. And Jing Shen believed there were other schemes at some border of Jialan. Someone's hand placed a steaming cup of hot water on the table. Second Highness, the subordinate gently invited. Drink some water. Warm yourself up. However, Feng Yi retorted angrily. I won't drink. Take it away. He irritably asked, how much longer do I have to hide here? The subordinate said, don't rush. The first prince has a mysterious power in his hands and is constantly looking for you. Elder Shui is still dealing with them. Feng Yi could no longer contain his anger. Not urgent, not urgent. I've been in this hellish place for so long. If I don't return to the imperial city, my forces will soon be swallowed whole by Big Brother. What mysterious power? Now is not the time to back down. At worst, we'll fight to the death. I must deal with him, that beast who personally eliminated Father. So the subordinate respectfully announced, I will tell Elder Shui to speed up. Thus he departed amidst the cold, snowy weather. The subordinate slowly walked inside. He gently touched the wooden panel on the wall. The subordinate looked around and called out, Master, Master. The special envoy suddenly appeared behind him. Here, there's no one around. The subordinate immediately reported the situation. Master, as expected, the second prince couldn't hold back anymore. I will quickly sever the relationship between them. He retorted, who wants you to sow discord? I want you to quickly make Zhen Chuan take action. The subordinate hesitantly reported the news. Zhen Chuan is too cautious and calm. He's trying to prevent Jialan from a civil war. The special envoy even exclaimed, that hypocrite. Finally, he instructed, you just need to continuously provoke Feng Yi. I will give you more assistance. The subordinate obeyed. Yes. But then he suddenly spoke. Zhen Chuan is getting old too. It's acceptable for a small problem to occur, right? At this moment, in Jialan Imperial City, someone's scream echoed. Let me go. Don't you know who I am? Let me go. The young master of the Xing family was being arrested and kept making a fuss. Do you know who my parents are? The Xing family won't let you off. The soldiers were extremely arrogant. Young master, rest assured, we wouldn't dare arrest you like this unless something happened to the Xing family. The Xing family young master didn't expect this. What? He could only scream. Huh, let me go. Two people nearby spoke in stunned conversation. It's really unstable lately. Which family is this now? Seeing these cultivation clans fall into poverty. It's actually a bit amusing. I heard they're all supporters of the second prince. The second prince killed his father and the emperor. He deserves it. These traitors. Reporting them even gets you rewards, and not a small amount either. Xiaoling, disguised in male attire, was also sitting in that restaurant. Hearing that, she spoke. The Tui family has also started to be investigated. The current situation makes her worried. It can't be hidden for long. But various measures couldn't guarantee that His Highness could be brought out safely. What should we do? Even her spirit had to show a heavy face. Now, the imperial city is more bustling than ever. Witnessing this scene, Laxo had to exclaim, "The imperial city is truly chaotic." Laxo was truly fed up, with people being arrested everywhere. Fong Gam, fully cloaked behind him, asked, "Did you send a message?" She confirmed but was still puzzled. It's sent. All that could be sent have been sent. Can this method even work? She had already made her calculations. Lam Kui and those other families had a good relationship, so if they wanted to find her, they'd have to see if they had any news. A man on the street stared at Laxo, then blushed. She yelled like a fiend. "What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a pretty girl before?" Fong Gam quickly reminded, "Don't do anything excessive to draw attention. We're here to find Lam Kui. Be discreet. You find a cloak too." Laxo let out an annoyed sigh. "I know, it's so frustrating. Someone's gossip caught her attention. Honestly, you traveled 1,000 miles just to see if Lam Kui is still alive. This is like searching for a needle in a haystack. I think we came here for nothing." So, Fong Gam turned towards that direction. Seeing that, she was confused. "Where are you going?" Her mind was extremely tense with thought. What should I do now? Just then, she peeked her face out and called, "Young Master So." He immediately pulled his hood to cover his face. "You've got the wrong person." Having identified this person, Fong Gam also pulled down the hood on her head. "It really is you." As soon as they saw this familiar face, both her and Xiaoling were shocked. "Fong Gam." She smiled brightly and assured, "Don't worry. I'm not looking at you. I won't report you. I just went to Tui Manor to cancel an invitation. I'm looking for La Kui. You don't have any information about her either." Xiaoling and he exchanged awkward glances. At this moment, inside the room, Lam Kui wore a look of surprise. "So, Fong Gam and Laxo have arrived here." Unable to remain calm, she immediately yelled, "Why are you all here too?" She glanced away, saying, "As if I'm thrilled." Lam Kui fearfully asked Tindan, "Master, are they trustworthy?" He immediately reassured her, "Don't say that. Everyone is here to help you." Looking at the person in front of her, she still couldn't figure out. What method could she possibly have? Fong Gam went straight to the point. "You want to leave the Imperial City, right? Jia Lam hasn't received approval from the Divine Kingdom, so the teleportation array can't be used, and the checkpoints are heavily guarded. But there's actually still one way out of the Imperial City. Very few people know that 300 years ago, when Jia Lam first established the nation, a wide path leading in all directions was built, but it has long been abandoned. And she revealed that place, the sewer. At night in the Imperial City, darkness silently crept through every corner. The guards patrolled vigilantly. Fong Gam hid perfectly in the shadows, her sharp eyes silently observing. When the patrol moved out of sight, she subtly signaled, "Go! This is the place." Everyone's eyes simultaneously looked down. Lam Kui skeptically asked, "This well? Are you sure?" Fong Gam quickly jumped onto the edge of the well. "Then I'll go down first." She grumbled, "Hey." Then she leaned close to him and said, "How is she so familiar with the Imperial Palace? It's like it's her own home." Tin then remained silent. The torch in his hand flickered. He led the way, delving deep into the underground passage. Lam Kui complained unhappily. It stinks. The bottom of the well smells a bit too much. Didn't you smell it when we came down? Tin then explained. It's a seal. Actually, the wellhead was sealed, so idle people wouldn't fall to the bottom of the well. He keenly noticed something strange. Footprints. On the mottled bricks, clear bare footprints were imprinted. Tin then wondered, does anyone else know about this place besides you? She calmly replied, don't worry, they are all people who don't see the light. They won't see us. She frowned. What do you mean? Fong Gam just replied, let's go, it's a long way. The group started to pick up speed and move forward. Suddenly, a figure darted past them. Lam Kui shouted, who's that? She quickly reacted, lunging forward to restrain it. Don't run, Lam Kui exclaimed in surprise. A demon. She couldn't believe it. How could there be a demon in the Imperial City? She raised her leg and kicked Lam Kui to the side. You scared it away. Taking that opportunity, the demon broke free and escaped. She was furious. What are you doing? Don't run. Fong Gam calmly replied. No enmity, no grievance. Let it go. Lam Kui indignantly spoke up. What do you mean? No enmity, no grievance? Demon clan members should be captured and brought to Wu Chao. She merely retorted sarcastically. You still have demon blood on you. By your logic, you should probably be captured too. That remark successfully angered her. What did you say? Hong Fong Ngum. Lam Kui sulkily followed, maintaining a gloomy expression throughout the journey, a stark contrast to Fong Gam's relaxed demeanor. As they walked, his spirit suddenly paused upon detecting something. He frowned. There's another one. They had encountered countless demons along the way. How could there be so many demons beneath the Imperial City? Has no one noticed for so many years? The path grew wider and wider, stretching in all directions, and there were even lighting devices. This couldn't have been repaired by demons. As the group continued, they saw the path ahead blocked by an iron gate. Inside, groups of demons held weapons, exuding a heavy killing aura. She immediately became vigilant. They're their accomplices. She merely said indifferently, don't worry. With that, Fong Gam stepped forward and communicated with them in a strange language. He secretly wondered, what is she saying? Han Kuang then spoke up to explain. It's the demon language. He grew even more suspicious. How does she know how to speak the demon language? The exchange lasted for a while, and finally, the iron gate slowly opened. Fong Gam turned around and said, come in, it's safe here. Everyone stepped into the demon's lair together. She continued to explain. Basically, this place is already outside the Imperial City's boundaries. You can directly leave the Imperial City. But even if you go outside, you'll still be in Jia Lam's territory. You'll still be hunted. Lam Kui frowned. Annoyed, she said, that's none of your concern. Fong Gam pointed towards the light ahead. Or you can choose another path. Before them was a blue magic array, with glowing, scribbled symbols. Both he and she were astonished, exclaiming in unison, a teleportation array. Lam Kui couldn't believe her eyes. How can a teleportation array operate without being noticed? She calmly explained, there's a way to conceal it here. Otherwise, why would there be so many demonkind here? Lam Kui was skeptical. Setting up a teleportation array beneath Jia Lam. What exactly do the demonkind want? Fong Gam lowered her voice. Use that brain of yours. Why did your mother inherit demon blood? She froze. My mother. A human-demon hybrid. Perhaps an ancestor. She confirmed. That's right. Your mother inherited the bloodline of an ancestor. There's nothing shameful about that. Because the three founders of Jia Lam, the royal family, and most nobles all have demon blood. This statement startled everyone. What? Fong Gam continued. Perhaps your father vaguely understood, but by your generation, it's completely unknown. This underground passage is the secret cooperative route between the demonkind and Jia Lam's first emperor. Lam Kui questioned again. The first emperor? She remained silent. He always had a cooperative relationship with the demon kind. It's just a pity that this relationship, like the demon kind themselves, has long been forgotten. Lam Kui was stunned, as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. You're talking nonsense. How could the first emperor of our dynasty collude with the demon kind? Fong Gam let out a cold laugh. Collude. It was cooperation. She turned her back, with a meaningful tone. Why such hostility towards the demon kind? How do you know they weren't the victims? She immediately retorted, Victims? Fong Gam lowered her voice, speaking slowly. Demon kind and beast kind are the same. After defeat in the Chu Ta War, they were all sealed in Wu Chao by the divine nation. Even worse than Man Chao, Wu Chao is covered by a high-level curse. From then on, the highest rank a living being in Wu Chao could achieve was a martial king. Lam Kui's face hardened. And aren't they just getting what they deserve? Who told the demon kind to invade human territory back then? She crossed her arms and challenged. Why do you keep defending the demon kind? Are you a demon? Why don't you deny it? Her silence made Lam Kui feel a bit uneasy. Don't be so silent. Fong Gam put a finger to her lips, gesturing for silence, then whispered, Aren't you also red-eyed and pointy-eared? You, go to Wu Chao. You can't do anything in Jia Lam anyway. Your power is too insignificant. Only by leaving here can you live well. Jia Lam's secrets, and its cooperation with the demon race, you'll only be able to use them in Wu Chao. She was silent for a moment, then reluctantly agreed. All right. I'll go then. Are you coming too? She didn't hesitate. I'm not a criminal. After leaving Shitu for the Imperial City, I disappeared. This will also make others suspicious. Lam Kui turned to ask him then. So, Master. He smiled. Of course I'm going with you. Hearing that, she rejoiced like a child. Thank you, Master. You're the best. Suddenly, a tremor interrupted their conversation. She flinched and quickly turned towards the source of the sound. The formation is active. Lam Kui immediately turned back and yelled at Fong Gam. Hey, I'm not ready yet. She remained indifferent. So slow, I'm busy. Tin then was also surprised by the tremor. Wait, what about Jiushi? Fong Gam interrupted him. I'll inform your teammates. Saying that, she turned and threw a cube to her. Take this. It's an important item to save your life. Lam Kui was surprised. What is this? How do I use it? Fong Gam activated the formation as she replied. You'll know when the time comes. Lam Kui, there's one thing I still need to remind you. I'm the one who helped you the most. You should thank me. But looking at you like this, you'll have to say it after you return. No sooner had she finished speaking than she was swept away by the formation's energy. Now, Fong Gam was drawing a mysterious circle on the floor. But from overexertion, she gradually lost her balance and collapsed. Luo Chu rushed over to support her, his voice full of concern. Are you all right? Fong Gam smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, it's just a significant depletion of spiritual energy. At this, he was overcome with anger. Fluctuating spiritual energy, and simultaneously activating a long-distance teleportation formation. Are you really not afraid of exhausting yourself dry? She still wore a bright smile. Impressive, right? Hearing that, Luo Chu advised, Don't be too greedy. After informing Jiushi, let's quickly return to Shitu. She also grumbled, I really don't know what you're drawing on the pillar anymore. Tin then was face down on the shattered ground. He slowly looked up, his expression contemplative. Then he grimaced slightly and sighed. The soil is too acidic. Lam Kui clutched her head uncomfortably. So dizzy. Master, I think we. She frowned, observing something. Then she surveyed the surroundings. This is Wu Chao, isn't it? At that moment, Tin then hesitantly stuck out his tongue. But just a moment later, he bit his tongue as Hang Kwong unexpectedly displayed a notification. Something's not quite right here. Tin then clenched his tongue, enduring the pain to listen to it speak. Listen to me first. I think I just sensed fluctuations from a fragment of the heavenly Tao. and then the fragment was enveloped by a chaotic mass, instantly cutting off all sensations. Still unable to connect with the heavenly Tao, and now there's a fragment here. Could it be that the heavenly Tao has shattered? No way. If it had truly shattered, this world would have fallen into chaos long ago. After that, he decided, let's investigate the village first. Fong Gam said there wouldn't be any beings above Martial King here, so a little caution probably means no danger. The scenery in this place was strangely quiet. Only Lam Kui and Tin then quietly went to investigate. She cautiously glanced around. We've been walking for so long, and there's not even a shadow of a person. Lam Kui couldn't help but wonder. That Fong Gam, he didn't even specify why he brought us here. Suddenly, a figure darted past. She called out in surprise, "Master." He replied as he rushed forward, "Your Highness, there's someone up ahead." Soon, Tindon had caught the person. Lam Kui yelled from below, "It's a demon." At that moment, the demon screamed in an incomprehensible language. While it shrieked, he calmly held onto its arm. At the same time, he asked Tang Quam, "Brother Quam, do you have a demon language chip? Give me one quickly." Immediately, Tindon received a reply, "It's already prepared." At this, the demon became even more agitated. "Let go of me. If you want to die, don't drag me along." Seeing this, he gently reassured it, "Brother, don't get agitated. I just want to ask for directions." Only then did the demon calm down. "You know the demon language? If you want to live, don't follow me. If you don't run now, when the fog arrives, then—" But before the demon could finish speaking, the fog rolled in. "It's over." Looking at the dense purple fog, Tindon felt an indescribable emotion. Lam Kui, and he fumbled around in the purple fog. Many demons were approaching them from all directions. They were grotesque, walking slowly. Suddenly, one of them attacked Tin Nan. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and blocked the blow. Tin then focused his power, his eyes blazing with fire. Then he delivered a powerful punch to its chest. The blow sent the demon flying far away, smoke billowing everywhere. It was hit so hard a hole formed in its chest, and it passed out. But immediately after, the demon woke up, its wound healing very quickly. It growled loudly, its face a picture of disgust. Tindon was surprised by this recovery speed. What? On this side, she was also fighting, constantly complaining. Disgusting. Lam Kui swung her weapon fiercely in her hand, disgusted. "Get out of my sight." The demon that had just been injured in the head was now healed. Then it ran back, intending to attack her. He quickly ran out and hit it, reminding, "Be careful, Your Highness." Tindan assessed the surrounding situation. "These monsters are too strange. Let's break through the encirclement first." The demon they encountered earlier saw this, feeling unconvinced. So strong, they must have been rescued. He took a risk, giving directions. "Run to the right. I know where the safe place is. Please take me with you." Before he could finish speaking, he grabbed the demon by the neck. The two of them quickly escaped, following Tin Dan's orders. "Run." Unexpectedly, there were also many demons surrounding them ahead. Lam Kui quickly moved forward, using a talisman to block them. "Let me clear the way." Throughout the journey, one person attacked to clear the way, while the other carried the demon and ran. He lay on their back, pointing the direction for them. "Turn left behind that house with the tall tree." The three of them ran with all their might to escape, with many demons chasing them from behind. He constantly counterattacked, wondering to himself, "Why are there monsters everywhere?" Tin then asked impatiently, "How much further?" The demon honestly replied, "Turn right, go straight. It's very close now." After a while of struggle, all three finally reached a house. She quickly opened the door, everyone seizing every second. As soon as they got inside, they immediately closed the door to block the demons outside. Both Lam Kui and he were exhausted, panting heavily. At this moment, Tindon noticed the large Buddha statue in front of him. Tindon sat on a chair, deep in thought. He observed the Buddha statue, which had a benevolent appearance, with a thilaka on its forehead. Upon entering, Tin then was astonished to see it. A Buddhist statue. He stood there dumbfounded, bewildered. Why is it placed here? Suddenly, the demon on his back fainted. Tin then panicked. Brother, what's wrong? Lam Kui also couldn't hold on and fainted. He quickly caught her. Your Highness. Tin then was bewildered. What's wrong with you too? Suddenly, a group of demons opened the door from the inside. What a coincidence! Another lucky demon managed to hide in here. The one with a wing on his forehead panicked. Oh my, it's a human! The demon with a tuft of hair also paused. How terrifying! It's been so many years since we last saw a human. These demons whispered among themselves. They won't steal our food, will they? Not just food. Legends say they even eat demon flesh and drink demon blood. He heard their whispers and felt uneasy. Tin then picked her up, turned back and pleaded. Dear folks, we mean no harm. We just want to ask for help. But these guys are cowardly. Look, he's coming this way. Suddenly, a voice echoed from somewhere. Do not panic, humans. Your friend has likely been in the mist for too long. My vital energy has entered her body. The demon with the top knot rejoiced. Abbot Thiet calmly reassured them. If she can enter the temple, it means she's not in grave danger yet. Then he asked about their origins. Humans, how did the two of you appear in Demon Province? He stammered, quickly thinking of a reason. This matter. Tin then immediately made up a story. Actually, I am the princess's attendant, and this is a demon princess disguised as a human. The abbot and his disciples were all surprised and somewhat disbelieving after hearing this. He began to tell the story. A few years ago, I encountered bandits and was in grave danger. Tin then vividly recounted how weak he was at the time. Help! The bandits are killing people. The cunning bandits threatened. They've spread a poisonous gas. Your cries are useless. At a critical moment, he suddenly saw a beautiful maiden descend from the sky. Lam Kui's solemn and captivating face appeared. He continued the story. Later I found out that this beautiful maiden was a secret child of the demon royal family. That year, Her Highness the Princess was framed by a scoundrel, pursued and hunted everywhere. On her way, she unfortunately stepped on an ancient teleportation array and entered the human realm, saving me. After finishing the story, Tin Vance's face flushed, showing his determination. From that day on, I swore to follow Her Highness to the death. Now, we want to return to Demon City and reclaim everything that belongs to Her Highness. The disciples listened to the entire story, all looking puzzled. They successively wondered, does the demon race have a princess? I've never heard of one. Could she be an unrevealed member of the royal family? He immediately panicked internally. Oh no, have we been exposed? He sternly said, with impartiality and integrity, Human, before the Buddha statue, do not speak nonsense. Whether she is a demon or not, we can find out with an examination. As soon as he finished speaking, the abbot raised his hand and used magic to examine her. Abbot Thiet probed her pulse, seemingly discovering something. After careful examination, the abbot exclaimed in surprise, This is the bloodline that only the royal family possesses. Then he looked up at Tin Vance's innocently smiling face, secretly pondering, could this human be telling the truth? The faint flame of the oil lamp illuminated the surroundings. Abbot Thiet was stirring a bowl of water. Afterward, he gently fed the water to the unconscious Lam Kui. Hang Kwang unexpectedly appeared, announcing, Tin Van, I just collected some mist for analysis. Some components in the mist are very similar to the... After being stimulated, the demon blood within the princess's body fluctuated. It reminded him, the item. We must understand the current situation. Abbot Thiet saw his anxious expression and asked with concern, Is Donor so worried about something? He gently comforted him. After my disciple uses this water of merit, she will calm down. Her Highness will wake up tomorrow, Donor. Do not worry so much. Tin then immediately stood up and inquired, Thank you, Abbot. I wonder what happened in this village. Why are so many villagers going mad? The abbot thought about it and sighed. Not just the village, the entire Wu Chao is like this. It is said that hundreds of years ago, a demon tore open a mountain valley for personal reasons. The mist seems to emanate from that crevice. Ordinary demons who stay in the mist for too long will lose their sanity and risk becoming evil demons. Gods and Buddhas soothed Wu Chao by manifesting their golden bodies, suppressing the mist in the canyon. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. But every now and then, the mist still breaks free from the seal and disperses outwards. Abbot Thiet's incessant coughing interrupted Tindan's thoughts. He couldn't help but cough up blood. Tindan panicked. "Are you all right, master?" But Abbot Thiet remained calm. "It's an old illness. Nothing serious. Just completely exhausted." Then, with a pale face, the abbot instructed, "This old monk will go rest for a bit first. If anything happens, benefactor, just find the disciple behind you. Today, I'll assign him to night watch." He then looked at the bewildered disciple behind him. Seeing his foolish expression, Tindan secretly assessed, "He doesn't seem very smart, even if he speaks truthfully." He approached to strike up a conversation. "I didn't expect the abbot to know so much. He is truly compassionate and benevolent, with broad knowledge." The abbot's disciple immediately showed a look of admiration. "Isn't that right? His Eminence the abbot was originally a monk at a large temple in the city. To return to the village and aid the elders and villagers, the abbot gave up everything in the city." Tin then immediately chimed in, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Our esteemed abbot truly has the world in his heart. His Buddhist dharma is boundless. Even the mist doesn't dare enter the temple." So the disciple spilled everything. "That's right. His Eminence the abbot has a Lama relic bestowed from the city. After it was enshrined in the Buddha statue, evil entities like the mist wouldn't dare approach the temple." He casually praised, "That's amazing." Suddenly, a bell rang. He bid farewell. "It's already the hour of high. I didn't realize I'd been chatting with benefactor for so long." Before leaving, the disciple didn't forget to instruct, "Benefactor, please rest well. Leave tonight's watch to me." Tindan's lips curled slightly. Immediately after, he revealed a devious look. Dealing with young people, polite words are the easiest. The lamp was still burning, and the abbot's disciple, on watch, had fallen asleep. He was snoring, oblivious to everything. Seeing this, Tindan was speechless. "It seems I won't need to use a sleeping potion. This is truly a reassuring night watchman." He respectfully clasped his hands before the Buddha statue, then suddenly jumped up and clung to the Buddha's face. Tindan reached out. "Perhaps this eye is the relic." "Hang Kwong, I'm counting on you." Hang Kwong used its tentacles to touch the three eyes on the Buddha statue. After touching it, it spoke. Indeed, it's another item. Inside the relic, it dispels and absorbs life, and the object of life absorption is the old abbot. He recalled Abbot Thiet's coughing, feeling that something was amiss. Tin then held on firmly and asked, "Can I remove the life absorption?" Hang Kwong immediately refused. "No, these two items are linked. For the dispelling effect to work, the life absorption must accumulate enough spiritual power. If it's removed, everyone here will be engulfed by the mist." Hearing this, he was very worried. Isn't this a vicious cycle? The whole process seems to have been prearranged. It continued to analyze. Perhaps the God's kingdom is playing tricks. Let's go back to the room first. Don't let them discover us. It was dawn. Lam Kui, lying asleep, frowned slightly. She slowly opened her eyes. The abbot's disciple was delighted to see Lam Kui wake up. But when she saw him, she punched him in the face. Lam Kui looked around. "A demon? Where's Master?" She didn't hesitate to grab a knife and attack. Her eyes filled with rage. "Where did you take my master?" The abbot's disciple, having been hit, quickly held up a piece of paper explaining, "I'm a good demon." Lam Kui was surprised. "This is Master's handwriting." "Excuse me, do you know where the person who came with me ran off to?" When the disciple heard that, he scooped up some dust with his hand, then blew it away, and she was confused. Blowing dust away? He used his actions to help Lam Kui gradually understand. "Master, behind my back?" Farming. At this moment, Abathayat and Tin then were farming in the back. He happily touched it and said, "This rock isn't bad." Tin then enthusiastically introduced to everyone, "Hey, this is White Cloud Stone, obtained from behind the mountain. After high-temperature refining, we'll get lime. Mix a moderate amount of quicklime and magic fertilizer. Spread it into the furrows. Then plow the fields and water them. Spread 80 gene of quicklime per mu of land. This will not only kill insect eggs and infectious diseases, but also improve uncultivable land that is both hard and acidic." Abathayat was moved upon hearing this. The village is saved. He approached and bowed to him. "Thank you, benefactor So, for your teachings." Tin then heard this and humbly replied, "It's nothing of the sort." Han Kuang behind him sneered, "Planting trees again, huh? Where's the sense of danger gone?" He smiled and explained, "I just woke up to see the villagers plowing the fields. Who could stand that?" After that, Tin then generously gave a bag of fertilizer to each person. "Come on, this magic fertilizer isn't much. Everyone take it and use it." Everyone wondered, how does he have demon race fertilizer? At this moment, Lam Kui ran from afar, shouting loudly, "Master!" "Great Master is fine." He heard her and turned back to introduce, "Your Highness, this is the abbot of the village. Yesterday, he and the villagers helped us." She couldn't help but wonder, "Master, why are these demons so respectful to us?" Tin then chuckled teasingly, "It seems they think you're a demon princess." Lam Kui yelled, "How am I like a demon?" The disciple, whose face was swollen from being beaten, thought to himself, "Indeed, just as the benefactor said, Your Highness has traumatic amnesia of her native tongue." Luckily, the benefactor left a note this morning. A moment later, he announced to everyone, "Benefactor, Abbot, the food is ready. Let's go eat first." Tin then smiled with relief. "Been busy all morning. I'm so hungry. Let's go, Your Highness." However, there was only one bowl of thin porridge on the table. Both he and she were speechless. "I should have expected this." Abathayat apologetically explained, "My apologies, benefactor, for the inadequate hospitality. Our village, the Dain, is relatively poor. What the two of you are having is already our best food. Most others only have water in their bowls. We paid our taxes a few days ago, so we truly cannot cook anything until the new millet season." Hearing this, Tim then suggested, "Abbot, how about letting us borrow the kitchen for a bit? I happen to have some provisions." But before he could finish, a startled shout rang out, "Abbot, it's not good. Someone from the city has come to collect taxes again. They say I can't pay the food, and they want to arrest our people." One person was forced with their head pressed to the ground. The head steward urged, "Hurry up. After you're done arresting them, quickly return to claim your reward." A shout echoed, "Stop." Recognizing that the speaker was Abathayat, he sneered, "Isn't this Abathayat?" He ignored him and shouted loudly, "Release them immediately. We already handed over the food a few days ago." The head steward sneered, "You also said it was a few days ago. I want to collect a tax for these past few days." Abathayat was so angry his whole body trembled. You beast, abusing your power, disregarding human lives. I will go to the city and accuse you." But before he could take a step, he was firmly held by his subordinates, unable to move. Abathayat was restrained but still growled, "What are you trying to do?" The head steward held the gold coin in his hand and provoked, "Old man, you've already been driven out of the city by monks, yet you still dare to be so unruly. Calling you abbot is already giving you too much face. You're going to the city to sue me? Collecting food tax is their order. If you don't pay enough, then pay with people. That's how the rules have always been." Before he could finish speaking, 2 streaks of light flashed by. "Quick, bring this old man back too." 2 of the head steward's subordinates were slammed into the wall by the light. Seeing this, he trembled with fear. The head steward, shamed and enraged, yelled, "Who's there? Are you trying to rebel?" Then he ordered his subordinates, "All of you, go up, capture him for me." But Tin then just snapped his fingers, and the force defeated all the subordinates behind him. Suddenly, he appeared right in front of the head steward. He was so terrified that he fell backward. Though his limbs trembled, the head steward still tried to threaten. "You! What are you trying to do? If you dare to act recklessly, this whole village will be in danger." Tin then shouted loudly, "How arrogant! I am His Highness's personal guard. Yesterday, the abbot helped me accomplish many things." In his hand were streaks of purple light. Tin then angrily grabbed his beard. "I can't believe you harmed someone meritorious, and even dared to disrespect a superior." He pulled the beard harder and harder. The subordinates, unaware of the situation, yelled, "You wretch! Release Lord Steward immediately!" Unexpectedly, the head steward slapped one of them. Then he roared, "How dare you disrespect Lord Personal Guard? Your Excellency, please forgive me. This humble one was blind just now, but these rules were all set by him. If I return empty-handed, I'm afraid even you will be implicated." Tindan was very angry to hear that. "Damn it! What kind of ridiculous rules are these? Take this food back and report it, and don't come bothering the villagers anymore." After receiving enough food, the head steward immediately kowtowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency." He grew increasingly annoyed. "Hurry up and go. Don't stand here being an eyesore." He bowed respectfully. "Yes, yes. This humble one will leave immediately." "Hurry up, finish it, and then we can depart." One minion, still worried, reminded him, "Lord Steward, we don't have enough provisions. What if that person tricked us into marrying him?" The head steward heard that and immediately hit him. "Are you crazy? His Highness has taken pity on us. And you don't even know what's good for you? Can't we just catch a few more people in the next village? Stop nagging me." These events made Tin then very uncomfortable. Inside, Lam Kui angrily scolded, "These people are truly outrageous. Not only did they capture people, but they also tried to steal Master's food. If Master hadn't stopped me, I would have taught them a lesson." Abbot Thiet was very grateful to him. Thanks to benefactors so, otherwise, the villagers and this old monk wouldn't have escaped death. Tin then was surprised to hear that death wasn't it just robbing food and enslaving people. Tin then slightly frowned, puzzled. As soon as the fog cleared, they sent people to collect taxes. Abbot Thiet said in a deep voice, a hint of doubt in his eyes, "Weren't they here to capture slaves? I'm afraid they're taking people for human sacrifice before Buddha. Demanding provisions is just an excuse." He was startled. "They're sacrificing living people too?" His voice dropped slightly, containing a hint of tremor, as if an old memory was flooding back. Ever since the Grand Lama acquired the Sarira from the Buddha, the entire capital was no longer attacked by fog. From then on, after the fog cleared, the Grand Lama and the great Zen masters all performed prayer rituals to gain the protection of the gods. My talent for cultivation was quite good. In the past, they even considered me a monastic member. The fear in his words, Abbot Thiet saw the villagers sacrificing themselves before him. That day was also the day of the sacrificial ceremony. He always told himself this was to gain the protection of the gods and Buddha for all beings. But the nightmare continued endlessly. His cultivation was increasingly depleted. A few years ago, Abbot Thiet resigned and retired to his hometown. Tin then was silent. "This isn't the Buddhism I know." Lam Kui walked in from outside, worried. "Master, what are you two talking about? You both look terrible." He tilted his head and whispered a few words. She immediately widened her eyes. Lam Kui exploded, slamming the table. "Heretical cult. If such a thing happens in the Jialan land, they'll surely be burned alive." Tindan also frowned. "If so, why not lead the villagers to other places to reclaim land?" He shook his head, helpless. "It's no use." Abbot Thiet sadly explained, "The monks and Zen masters in the city can sense the location of the Sarira. Those who flee will only face a more tragic end. The main cultivation resources are in the hands of the nobles and sects in the city. We are completely unable to resist." Just then, Hang Kwang's voice echoed. Activate quest. Help the princess enter the city, become powerful. Ko, who coldly glared at it. You really don't know how to read the room. Hang Kwang immediately retorted. Don't complain. Quests are generated automatically. Besides, isn't this what the people of Wu Chao are aiming for? Tin then ignored it and turned to ask, Abbot, we want to go into the city to investigate. Could you help us with directions? He said sternly, the city gates are heavily guarded. Outsiders cannot enter. However, a month from now, there might be a demonic cauldron selection competition in the city. With your strength, you could join an out-of-city sect and enter the city as competitors. Coincidentally, our village has the extreme demonic sect currently recruiting. Inside Jialan City, DM Ho was startled upon hearing the news. What? Tindan and the princess came to Wu Chao. She angrily shouted, Why didn't you bring us along? The black-haired young man also cried, Has your highness decided she doesn't need me anymore? Fong Gam softly explained, The defenses outside are strict. I could only take them first. 2 people teleporting at once was already my limit. Hearing this, Huno praised. Nu Oa is quite capable. She managed to bypass the prohibitions in Wu Chao. She humbly replied, Old master, you flatter me. The Wu Chao prohibitions affect demons. Only by transferring to the ancient town within the city could it be successful. You two are so powerful, I can't teleport you. The others are from noble families. If they disappear now, I'm afraid it'll implicate their relatives. The formation hasn't been repaired for years, so the exact teleportation location can't be determined. Going there this time, the risk will be very high. Fong Yin bowed slightly, gently reminding, Little Shi, this time only you can go first. Please think carefully. Yen, who groggily opened her eyes. She was lying on the cold ground, the air thick with gloom. Yen, who sprang up, her eyes bewildered. Is this Wuzhou? The fog's too thick. Her elder sister's words flashed in her mind. She said she could only bring her to Wuzhou, and she had to find a way to locate her spiritual brother. She wondered how he was doing now. Suddenly, something rushed towards her, startling her. From within the mist, eerie figures staggered closer. Their bloodshot eyes flashed, full of murderous intent, as if wanting to devour their prey alive. They charged. At that moment, a giant object slammed straight into the leading blue demon, deforming it. The roar of an engine echoed, then a giant crane truck burst in, tossing aside the entire swarm of demons. In just a moment, the scene became strangely desolate. Heavy footsteps echoed, approaching Yan Hu. She opened her eyes wide, staring in surprise at the approaching figure. The scene changes. On a long winding mountain road, moss-covered steps, a few figures sparsely climbed. Lon Kuei walked quickly beside him, while Tin then focused intently on an item in his hand, a wooden token. The deep voice of the Iron Abbot from before echoed in his memory. This is our village's recommendation token. Hundreds of miles north, at the peaks of those distant mountains, lies the extreme demon sect. Tin then can use this token to enter the sect. He once bowed respectfully. Thank you, Abbot. His stern face seemed to still be before his eyes. The world outside is turbulent. The royal family has been scattered for a long time. You 2 benefactors must hide your identities carefully. Tin then glanced at her, especially the young lady beside you. Her bloodline is not simple. Lon Kuei just frowned, tugging lightly at her ear. This fake ear is so uncomfortable to wear. As they walked, a shout rang out. Please stop. On the high platform in front of the gate, Senior Brother Kwang's face was stern, his voice serious. This is the sect's territory. No one may approach without permission. Tin then stepped forward, smiling kindly, and presented the token. Sir, we've come to join the sect. This is our village's recommendation token. With that, he smiled kindly and handed over the token, on which only one character was engraved. Senior Brother Kwang flipped the token over and inspected it. He scrutinized them with a suspicious gaze. Are you from the Dain village? You don't look like it at all. Could this token have been stolen? Tin then was astonished, forcing a smile. How could that be? He put on a pitiful expression, his eyes glistening, and recounted, "I won't hide it. I've had an eye deformity since childhood. The position of my compound eyes, well, it's truly hard to explain to anyone. If you insist on looking, then which startled the gatekeeper. Everyone around gossiped. Isn't that the gatekeeper's senior brother? What are they doing? It's too weird. This made the gatekeeper anxious and trembling. Senior brother Kwong's face flushed red, and he quickly diverted. All right. Go take the entrance test to the sect. Tin then happily said, Thank you for your understanding, sir. The two entered. He smiled cunningly, while Lon Kuei glanced over, unable to hide a hint of worry. At the extreme Demon Sect Plaza, people gathered like ants. Tin then and Lon Kuei quickly joined the crowd, and the ticket checker loudly reminded, Queue properly. If anyone cuts in line, everyone will have to re-queue. He glanced around, unable to help but exclaim, Same village, but what a world of difference, huh? She frowned worriedly. So many demons. Tat Tang, standing at the end of the line, asked curiously, You two look unfamiliar. Are you new here? Tin then calmly replied, Yes, senior. He, holding a piece of paper, calmly instructed, Coincidentally, there's a rank assessment today. Go register there, then queue up. Tat Tang, walking ahead, coldly reminded, Later during the test, remember to perform well. Within the sect, your strength determines the quality of your residence. If you want resources, you must exchange them with sect contribution points. He led the two to the queuing area and carefully advised, Wait here. It'll be your turn soon. I'm going to do something else. He raised his hand and smiled gratefully. Okay. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Tat Tang calmly replied, Don't mention it. He smiled faintly and suggested, Also, just call me Senior Brother Lu. I just turned 18 this year. Tindon couldn't help but shiver upon seeing someone with white beard and hair who was only that age, and with difficulty, he said, Yes, Senior Brother. The audience near the plaza widened their eyes excitedly. Look, Thiat Lam is on the stage for her test. A few people nearby couldn't help but ask curiously, Is she very famous? That's the genius of the younger generation in our clan. The person slowly explained, I heard she was once in the royal family, but was expelled from the city for offending a celestial master. Thiat Lam calmly placed her hand on the stone stele to confirm her rank. A line of text immediately appeared on the stone stele, and the audience erupted, shouting nonstop. Indeed, a first-grade Grand Martial Master. So powerful. Even half a step into martial ancestor is already terrifying. They widened their eyes with longing, praising, truly worthy of being an outstanding talent of this generation. He gave a forced smile, thinking to himself, Why do these lines sound like they're from the subsidy period? The abbot loudly announced, Next up, So Tin Than. He quickly jumped onto the stage and ran towards the stone stele. The audience couldn't help but curiously discuss, I've never seen this person. Must be a new disciple. You sack professionally instructed. Place your hand on it. This stone stele will reveal your rank. Tin then immediately placed his hand on the stone stele, waiting. A line of text appeared on the stele, as dark as his life. 1-star martial ancestor. The audience gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Oh my God, a martial ancestor! How can this be? So talented. He widened his eyes excitedly and suggested, a genius. Quickly give the talent assessment to the new person. When it was Lon Kuei's turn, an even higher grade text appeared, and the entire audience burst into an uproar. Another peak Grand Martial Master, and a sovereign grade martial soul too. Yusak joyfully raised her hand and announced, We welcome these two new geniuses to our sect. The audience couldn't help but clamor and shout, So strong! Our sect will revive this time. Han Kuang exclaimed happily, This is the feeling. He spread his arms, smugly delighted, and arrogantly walked onto the stage, admired by everyone. I've been waiting for this day for so long. Han Kuang cried emotionally, Wu Chao truly is a wonderful place. Lon Kuei suddenly noticed Thiat Lam, and coincidentally, both were facing each other. He pinched Tindan's ear, excitedly yelling, "Did you see? That girl is looking at us. She definitely has a good impression of you." Hang Kwang kept improvising. Quickly complete the mission of conquering the demoness. Display the demeanor of a male protagonist and bring her into your harem. He frowned and glared, shouting, "That's enough." The elder came from behind, happily sighing. I didn't expect to welcome two heavenly talents." He smiled gratefully. "This truly is an honor for the sect." Everyone couldn't help but call out in surprise, "Grand Elder!" He warmly introduced, "Welcome, two young friends, to our sect. I am an elder of the extreme demon sect." He turned around and calmly suggested, "Follow me. Today, this old man will show you around the sect." The elder calmly stated, "Our extreme demon sect is located in the middle of the southeast Wu Chao mountain range. Hundreds of years ago, a prince established this place, and it has a rich legacy." As the two were led to another place, Tindan raised his head and listened intently. "In front is the sect's treasure pagoda." He smiled and revealed, "There are many interesting things inside, but you two need to spend contribution points to exchange for skills and treasures." The elder pointed forward and calmly continued, "Over there is the mission hall." He kindly advised, "Disciples in the sect all accept missions and earn contribution points here. There are no interesting missions left at this hour, so you two should come earlier tomorrow." Suddenly, someone in the distance called out, "Grandpa." The elder ruffled his granddaughter's hair and reminded her with a bright smile, "Oh dear, outside. You must call me elder." Thuong Thursday happily replied, "I know, Grandpa." He looked up, a little embarrassed, and said, "Please excuse us. This is my granddaughter. She helps out at the mission hall." Tin then waved his hand, happily denying, "Not at all. Your granddaughter is very cute, and you, Grand Elder, are also down to earth and approachable." The little girl smiled contentedly and boasted, "You two have good judgment. My grandpa is a very good person." Before, many new disciples had no contribution points and could only pay for food and lodging. Thuong Thursday put her hands on her hips and proudly revealed, "Grandpa used his savings to help some new disciples advance money." Many disciples in the sect had received favors from Grandpa, and they all deeply respected him, greeting him with, "Hello, Grand Elder." He ruffled his granddaughter's hair and explained with a bright smile, "It's natural for older people to care about disciples." The little girl pouted and retorted, "Other elders aren't nearly as good." He generously stated, "You two have crossed mountains and valleys, so you must be tired. I've paid for a week of food and lodging for both of you." The elder sincerely suggested, "How about you go back and rest early today?" The young man clasped his hands, genuinely grateful. "Thank you, Grand Elder." Lam Kui couldn't help but feel flustered and quickly imitated Tin Dan's gesture of gratitude. Seeing her series of slow actions, the young man glanced down and thought, "I should install a language chip for Her Highness soon." Afterward, the two were led to a luxurious compound. The demon race member slowly introduced, "This is where the elite disciples reside." Tin then honestly said, "Thank you, senior brother, for leading the way." The young man calmly replied, "Don't mention it. It was Grand Elder's instruction." The young man raised an eyebrow, pointed ahead, and instructed, "Your Highness, that's your room. You should rest well today." Hang Kwang took the opportunity to insert the chip into Lam Kui's head. She replied with a bright smile, "All right, master." Tin then strode into the room. Before him was a soft bed with private sleeping curtains. He lay down refreshed and praised, "These conditions are good. It's been a long time since I slept on such a soft bed." It enthusiastically agreed, "I also feel this sect isn't bad at all. It perfectly aligns with my expectations." Hang Kwang confidently assured, "Grand Elder is truly a good person. The host will definitely shine brightly here." Even as Tin then frowned in thought, it kept chattering, "Indeed, There's more and more hope. That night, he stood before a room and gently knocked on the door. Then he slowly entered and announced, "My dear granddaughter, Grandpa's new medicine is ready." At this moment, Thuong Thursday was sitting on the bed, pouting and about to cry. The elder couldn't help but smile and ask, "What's wrong, my good granddaughter? Did someone bully you? Tell Grandpa, and Grandpa will stand up for you." The little girl quickly wiped away her tears and explained, "No, everyone treats me very well." Thuong Thursday lowered her head glumly and revealed, "I just miss my mother a little." He quickly hugged his granddaughter, genuinely comforting her. "Your mother is outside seeking treatment. When she's well, our whole family will be reunited." But contrary to his caring words, the elder's face exuded a strange, sinister look. Soon, early in the morning, the mission hall was already crowded with people waiting. Lam Kui widened her eyes, anxiously looking around, while Tind yawned repeatedly in boredom. Time to queue up again. She quickly leaned close to his ear and said, "Master, I slept for a while, and when I woke up, I suddenly found myself able to speak the demon language." Tind smiled brightly and calmly encouraged. "In a foreign land, it's normal to learn a foreign language quickly, and furthermore, your highness is naturally gifted and intelligent." Lam Kui couldn't help but happily reply, "So that's how it is." The demon race members excitedly cheered. "Look, this mission has 6,000 contribution points. That's really a lot." Task cards were hanging on the wall. D. Scrubbing toilets, 3 points per day. B. Wiping out demon lairs, 6,000 points. C. Guarding the main gate, 400 points per month. They kept chattering and discussing. "The Type B mission. If your strength isn't enough, you'll die. It's better to choose that gate guarding one instead. It's truly easy work with high pay. I heard that yesterday, Senior Brother Kwong, the guard, suddenly got an eye infection, which is why this position has been vacant for so long." His face shone brightly like a star, his mouth watering with eagerness. "This mission is so interesting." Han Kwong immediately voiced his suspicion. "It's rare to see you so proactive, but that's just a gate guarding mission." Tinden lowered his face and coldly retorted, "No, I'm looking at that one." Following his gaze was the card. D. Taking care of piglets, 200 points per month. Tinden rubbed his chin, smiling delightedly as he revealed, "I've wanted to try livestock farming for a long time. I'll take this mission. We'll be able to enter the competition city directly." It angrily slapped its master's head and shouted, "Can't you have some ambition, damn it?" Suddenly, someone offered, "Leave the clearing mission to us." Everyone was surprised to see a man and a woman standing in front, Senior Brother Lu and Senior Sister Thiet. The handing over person's eyes widened in surprise. "Here are the mission details." Tat Tang reached out, took it, and calmly said, "Thank you." He smiled, his eyes crinkling, and exclaimed, "All the heavenly talents are here. It seems I arrived at the right time." The disciples rejoiced and excitedly greeted, "Greetings, great elder, great elder." He calmly suggested, "Tat Tang, this time when your team goes out, why not take Tindan and Lam Kui with you? Let them get acquainted a bit. Together, you can bring glory to the sect in the future." He calmly agreed, "Yes, as the great elder commands." Only he, the one involved, was still bewildered and astonished. Huh. A moment later, the group was already in the carriage, heading to the mission location. Tin Dan and Lam Kui sat next to each other, feeling dizzy from the long journey. Tat Tang lowered his head and slowly spoke, "Allow me to introduce you. The two beside me are Thiat Lam and Lok Nan." He calmly continued, "The location for this mission is Trikok Village. According to reports, there have been demon beast attacks in that village. Initially, we suspected there might be a demon lair in this village." He frowned, worried, and repeated, "Demon beast." Han Kwong immediately slapped his master's head and briefly explained, "It's a spirit beast invaded by evil energy. I told you to diligently read the Divine Continent Encyclopedia." She pursed her lips and thought, "That woman is really strange." Lam Kui looked at Thiat Lam in front of her, feeling confused. Since we got in the carriage, she's been scrutinizing me. Does she want to pressure me? She immediately glared back competitively. Can't show weakness, just glare back. Suddenly, the carriage abruptly stopped, causing the compartment to jolt violently. Lam Kui hurriedly lifted the curtain and asked, "What's going on?" The front suddenly exploded. People scattered and ran, continuously shouting, "Run!" A ferocious beast with 3 tails, swaying behind it, stood on the rooftop. The villagers cried out in fear. The demonic beast is attacking the village again. It glared, growling threateningly, drool continuously dripping from its mouth. The people of Tricok village couldn't help but be terrified, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The demonic beast gnashed its teeth, looking angrily at the prey before it. It opened its mouth wide and lunged down towards the villagers. It thought it would get a delicious meal, but as soon as it landed, the demonic beast was tightly bound by ropes around its limbs, neck, and belly. It turned out that Tat Tang had used a grand martial master technique. He quickly unleashed another, net binding move, causing the demonic beast to cry out in pain. It collapsed to the ground, opening its mouth wide and roaring in agony. While Tat Tang was tormenting the demonic beast's body, a figure quickly flashed past. Thiat Lam, holding a scythe, leaped high into the air. With one strike, she decapitated it in a few seconds. She calmly landed on the ground with her weapon. Lam Kui and Tindan's eyes widened in awe. Such seamless coordination. Loch Nan leisurely appeared from the carriage, a contemptuous smirk on his face. Just a puny demonic beast, yet it dares to cause trouble here. Now you know our strength, don't you? He winked arrogantly and continued, "Junior brothers and sisters, you've truly been lucky for 3 lifetimes this time. Many people wish they could join our team, but they can't. Oh, right, you can just call me Senior Brother Locke normally." She frowned in confusion and whispered, "Master, what's he babbling about? It's so confusing." He lowered his eyes, pretending to ponder. Perhaps his mind isn't quite right. Your Highness, don't pay it any mind. Loch Nan pointed at himself and arrogantly introduced, "As an official member of the strongest squad in Siu Ma sect, I, your senior brother, will take good care of you too." Suddenly, another demonic beast emerged from underground. He seemed to sense the imminent danger, and his face immediately broke out in a sweat. Loch Nan turned his head to look, his eyes wide with fear as he screamed. At this moment, a fist came flying from the front, punching the 1,000-tailed centipede squarely in the face. Tin then pressed his lips together, glaring as it was sent flying high into the air. He gaped in astonishment, pondering. So strong. What's going on? Isn't he a new disciple? Tat Tang stood behind him and calmly spoke. "Loch Nan, weren't you at the sect yesterday?" "The ranks of these 2 yesterday. One is a martial ancestor. One is a grand martial master." He widened his eyes in stunned surprise, exclaiming, "What? Another genius?" Loch Nan held his face, lamenting in pain. "And yet, the weakest in the team is still me. Just now, I was even planning to show off a bit to the newcomers." He quickly walked over and bowed in apology. "How embarrassing. If this gets around the sect, I'll definitely become a laughingstock." "Thank you, junior brother, for saving a good-for-nothing like me." Tin then smiled politely and reassured him. "Not all. We'll keep it a secret. Senior brother Locke must have some extraordinary qualities to be admitted to this team." Loch Nan immediately regained his confidence, smiling brightly in agreement. "That's right. I'm a rare physician in the sect." He winked, praising cheerfully. "Junior brother really has a good eye. Healing, logistics, just leave all that to me. I'm the strongest shield of the squad." Tat Tang ordered coldly. "All right, let's pack up quickly and set off again. If the demonic beasts attack this village, then the demonic lair must be nearby." He calmly explained, "We must find that demonic lair and destroy it to consider the mission complete. 60,000 contribution points aren't that easy to earn." Chi Tien timidly walked forward and spoke, "I know where the demonic lair is." He lowered his gaze and smiled apologetically, adding, "Thank you. esteemed sirs, for saving our village. I'm here to guide you, esteemed sirs. Chi Thong knelt respectfully and reported, My lord, I've arranged for someone to lead those sect disciples to the demonic lair. The hidden elder in the shadows said contentedly, Once this matter succeeds, I will reward you. He lowered his gaze, listening intently with fear. Remember this. I can grant prosperity to your village, and I can also destroy you. Just obey my words, and you can rest assured as village chief. Chi Thong kowtowed to the floor, guaranteeing, Yes, this humble one pledges loyalty to my lord, and will certainly handle this matter appropriately. He listened, his brows trembling. You may withdraw. Chi Thong quickly left, gently closing the door. Chi Tien rushed over from a distance, urgently reporting, Village chief, they've been led to the demonic lair, but they won't go inside. He stammered, adding, Instead, they're digging through layers of earth. Chi Tien lowered his gaze and worriedly asked, Should we report this? He frowned and loudly stopped him. No, don't provoke my lord. Chi Thong, with a cunning look, advised, They must enter the cave to find the demonic core to destroy the demonic lair. We just need to wait for them to be killed by demonic beasts. Don't let anything unexpected happen. At the same time in the demonic lair, Thiat Lam was diligently digging. Tin then, clearing away unused items, encouraged, Everyone keep going. We're almost there. Meanwhile, Tat Tang was meticulously wrapping thread around a sharp horn. 2 hours earlier, the group stood before a cave. He calmly advised, Let's not rush inside. Tin then seriously explained, We have no idea about the rank or number of demonic beasts inside. Also, we don't know how many entrances there are. If we're surrounded by a whole pack of demonic beasts, we'll be at a disadvantage. He bent down, carefully examining the footprints on the ground, and calmly added, I just observed the area. This is probably a wolf den. Wolves don't share territory with other species. We don't need to worry about being ambushed by other demonic beasts. Tin then revealed with an arrogant smile, Luckily, I have an ancestral secret technique for digging out wolf dens. He inquired with a cunning look, I wonder if everyone is interested in watching with me. Back to the present, Tat Tang sighed in frustration, thinking, I hope it really works. He looked up and announced, The traps are set. Tin then calmly replied, Mine too. Lam Kui announced with a beaming smile, Master, I found the giant rock too. He smirked triumphantly, holding up a torch and saying, Excellent, everyone. Let us light a fire. Immediately, a fire erupted inside the cave. Tin then called out loudly, Loch Nan. Meanwhile, he was pushing a giant rock, his eyes wide, gritting his teeth, sighing, I'm a physician. Why do I have to do such heavy work? Loch Nan gritted his teeth and pushed with all his might to cover the cave entrance with the giant rock. He panted, utterly exhausted, secretly thinking, Quickly use the giant rock to seal the cave entrance. Remember to leave an opening for myself. At this moment, he approached again, pushing the giant rock close to the cave entrance with both hands, and loudly commanded, The wolves are almost all lured out. Quickly add your spiritual power to the giant rock with me. Indeed, the pack of wolves inside the cave, due to the heat and toxic smoke, were frantically running towards the cave entrance. They gritted their teeth and charged, slamming their heads into the giant rock. Outside, Tin Thand and Loch Nan were combining their strength to push the giant rock tightly against the cave entrance. The wolf shed tears of pain from the recent impact. Suddenly, an opening appeared in front, and light from outside immediately shone in. It quickly dashed its head out. The wolf couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. He urgently called out, Thiat Lam. Immediately, a slash was unleashed, and its head officially separated from its body. The wolf opened its mouth and roared loudly in pain in the darkness. Lam Kui rushed forward with a hammer, and with one strike, sent it back into the cave. Thiat Lam and she enthusiastically dealt with the next wolves. Tin then knelt down and squinted with a smile, as the giant rock suddenly endured a series of relentless attacks. Lam Kui ran over, her eyes wide with worry. He rubbed his chin, carefully assessing. It must be the alpha wolf commanding. This rock won't hold out much longer. Tin then quickly ordered, Your Highness and senior sister, quickly run to the trap outside. The two of us will follow behind to execute phase 2 of the plan. He turned back to the cave entrance, loudly urging, Lock Nan, listen for my signal 1-2. The giant rock officially shattered, and the wolves inside growled as they ran out. Tin then turned around in alarm, run. Ahead of them was a trap that the entire team had prepared. He quickly grabbed Lock Nan by the collar. Both of them jumped, avoiding the trap and the chasing wolves. Tin then knelt down to land. Because of this, he painfully hit his chin on the ground. The wolves gradually stepped into the dangerous trap. The first one to set foot felt the ground give way. They immediately fell into the pit below. The pit was equipped with sharp horned stakes that pierced the wolves' bodies, making them continuously snarl. He looked up and urgently called out, Senior Brother Lu. Tat Tang pressed his lips together and clenched his hands, casting the binding wind spell. Red threads gradually wrapped around the horn stakes, slowly coiling around the wolves' bodies. Thiat Lam and Lam Kui, holding their weapons, quickly rushed forward under Tin Than's command. Take this chance, everyone go. The two girls coordinated to deliver a fatal blow into the pit, causing it to explode. He couldn't help but praise them, satisfied. Well done. While the morale is high, destroy them. He stood in the back, constantly exclaiming in admiration. So many beasts. If we carelessly entered the cave, I'm afraid we couldn't avoid a fierce battle. This kid, he has both strength and brains. He's a rare rookie. Tat Tang was secretly delighted. This year's demonic martial arts competition, we have a chance to top the leaderboard. Meanwhile, someone was secretly observing the entire team. The elders sat in the room, deep in thought, planning. The remaining wolves also fell into the trap and were eliminated soon after. He deduced, this must be the last one. The whole team stood at the cave entrance, surrounded by the defeated wolves. Tat Tang turned and sincerely thanked him. It's all thanks to Junior Brother So. This time we were able to handle it so smoothly. Let's enter the cave and destroy the demon core. This mission will also be considered complete. Tin Than's eyes widened in confusion. Demon core. He slowly explained, during the growth process of the spiritual medicine, if it absorbs evil energy, it will transform into a demon core. Ferocious beasts will gather around this treasure to increase their cultivation. After being affected by it, they will become even more brutal. Tat Tang took out an item and placed it in his hand, carefully instructing him. This is a small sarara granted by the sect to disciples, enough for us to avoid evil energy. Take it just in case. Tin then frowned and intently observed the sarira. Han Kuang immediately snatched the item, irritably disdainful. Don't use these worthless things to deceive people. For now, leave the sarira with me to see if it can be separated into fuel. He looked up annoyed and said, I know, Mom. I'm not stupid. Meanwhile, a gray wolf lying on the ground suddenly had a mark appear on its forehead. He held a torch and led the way into the cave. Lock Nan lowered his eyes and exclaimed, It's really cold in here. He suddenly saw someone sitting ahead. A skeleton lay fallen on the floor right in front of him. Lock Nan's eyes widened in horror, screaming, There's a corpse. He cowardly ran and hid behind Tin Than, muttering with a pale face, I'm scared to death. Why is this corpse still wearing our sect's uniform? Tat Tang calmly bent down to observe. There are a few other corpses here too. It seems they are all missing disciples. He used his hand to push Lock Nan off his shoulder, his brow furrowed in disbelief. This isn't good. The detailed mission description didn't mention any other disciples ever coming here. Han Kuang suddenly announced, Tin Than, I finished analyzing that sarira. It's not like the previous sarira. It will drain one's soul and power upon death. It flew to the corpse, solemnly concluding, This body hasn't fully decomposed yet, but its aura and soul are completely gone. Perhaps it's also related to this sarira. He looked up blankly, muttering, You mean someone in the sect is using Sariras to drain souls and power? Tin then rubbed his chin, pondering suspiciously. Indeed, there's a problem. No wonder I felt like someone was interfering ever since I joined the sect. A series of strange sounds suddenly appeared inside the cave. He turned his head, gritting his teeth, and looked back. In front of him was a large gray wolf, its eyes gleaming as it looked at its prey. Tin then couldn't help but think in surprise, "Is that a master servant mark?" It opened its mouth, snarling threateningly. He turned and loudly ordered, "Run quickly. This demon beast is at least king level." Lochnan chased closely behind, exclaiming in fear, "This mission is really difficult. Why is this demon beast so smart? It even knows how to catch a turtle in a jar." Tin then urgently affirmed, "It has a master servant mark on its head. Someone is controlling it from behind." He hastily coordinated, "Just run inside first, then we'll figure it out." Tin then and the whole team moved swiftly, secretly delighted. There's a small light source ahead. There's hope now. He took out a card and quickly said, "If we continue like this, we'll be caught when we enter the cave. Everyone quickly hold hands tightly. Trust me, I will bring everyone back." Everyone quickly followed, moving in unison. Suddenly, another hand grabbed Lochnan's arm. He turned his head, furrowed his brow, and hesitantly asked, "Hey, who are you?" Suddenly, they were all pulled at a dizzying speed. Lochnan was terrified. "Oh my God!" Tat Tang led, pulling the whole group flying towards the lighted exit, while the wolf had already caught up. The wolf raised its paw, preparing to pounce on Tin Than's illusion. It opened its mouth wide, stomped its foot excitedly. Meanwhile, Tat Tang was pulling the group, flying through a smaller hole. Ahead was a dead end. He widened his eyes in alarm. "We're doomed." As soon as he finished speaking, Tat Tang crashed face first into the rock wall. Even his nose bled. The entire team was immediately separated, hands loosening, drifting inside the narrow path. He furrowed his brow and fearfully exclaimed, "What kind of cursed place is this cave?" They thought they'd take a jarring fall, but everyone was held back by a red thread. He held his nose in pain and asked, "Is everyone all right?" Lochnan clenched his fists, delighted, and praised, "We're fine. Senior Brother Lou is truly reliable." He lowered his eyes remorsefully and expressed, "It's a pity. The stranger who just rescued us couldn't escape. That was a good person. We should erect a memorial tablet for them." As soon as he finished speaking, the three members of CC Matong placed a wooden tablet carved with stranger's tomb onto the rocks. They clasped their hands together and sincerely said in unison, "Thank you, stranger." Tin then laughed with amusement and explained, "That was my skill." Suddenly, strange sounds appeared above their heads. He looked up to observe. Tin then seriously assessed, "There are clear signs of human renovation here, so there might still be another way out. Let's go forward and look." The whole team quickly advanced deeper inside. It was like a maze here. Everyone slowly turned onto another path. He suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. The front was blocked. Tin then couldn't help but be astonished. "There's a stone door." He and Lochnan immediately stepped forward to try, but nothing changed. Tin then angrily exclaimed loudly, "Damn it, I can't push it open." Lam Kui calmly spoke, "Master, there's a knob here." She quickly turned the knob clockwise, and the door slowly lifted upwards. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes in awe. "Oh my God!" Inside was like a resting place of some forgotten academy. They exclaimed loudly, "Where are we now?" Everyone slowly walked forward, disbelieving. No one had ever heard of any other ruins here. Lam Kui looked up at the stone statue guarding in front of them. She gaped in admiration. The stone statue is so huge. Lam Kui suddenly stepped on a brick of a different color. Her entire body immediately fell into a mysterious hole. Tin then furrowed his brow and called out in panic, "Your Highness." The brick quickly returned to its original place. The stone statues seemed to activate, their eyes turning bright red. A small gun barrel appeared from their mouths. A volley of arrows was fired as a defense mechanism. Everyone was surprised by the mystery of these ruins. Lam Kui fell into a strange black hole. She propped herself up, painfully getting to her feet. Then she rubbed her head, furrowed her brow, and muttered, "It's too dark. Where am I?" Then she glanced at her ear, thinking to herself. The spirit storage character on the hairpin was glowing. In her hand appeared a glowing cube. Lam Kui's mouth fell open in surprise. "This is what Kong Fong Gam gave me." The stone gradually emitted small rays of light. The magic array was suddenly activated, and she stared blankly around her. Lam Kui turned her head, noticing the stone table that had a hole on top. Meanwhile, above ground, the whole team was under relentless attack. Tin then hurriedly commanded, "Run into the passage and dodge the arrows first." The stone door suddenly lowered inexplicably. Everyone was still a few steps away from the door when it slammed shut. He gritted his teeth in angry contempt. It waited until we got close before closing. Tat Tang spread his arms and ordered sternly, "Everyone, stand close to me." He intertwined his fingers, casting a secret spell, Thousand Silk Net. Everyone was immediately protected inside the orb, fleeing from the stone statue's attacks. Tat Tang slowly spoke, "We can only temporarily defend ourselves this way." Tin then asked in a panic, "Hey, senior brother Lu, where's your beard?" Loc Nan cheerfully explained, "Senior brother's martial spirit is hair. When he uses a skill, it consumes spiritual power and body hair." Looking at senior brother's demeanor, he must have used all his chest hair first, so now it's his beard. Tat Tang angrily yelled, "You don't need to be so detailed." He frowned and reminded sternly, "The urgent task is to destroy that stone statue mechanism. If we keep shielding ourselves here until our spiritual power runs out, we'll be in trouble." At this moment, he was focused on activating the item in his hand. Tat Tang lowered his head sadly. "Unfortunately, none of us has a high-level teleportation skill." Tin then quickly suggested, "Senior brother, could you temporarily open the protective barrier so I can try to destroy the mechanism?" The red threads gradually spread out, leaving a gap in front. He held the orb in his hand, his face showing determination as he prepared to throw it. Tin then executed a beautiful throw. The orb hit the mouth of the stone statue in front, then flew to the stone statue next to it. They were immediately shattered by a powerful impact. He looked up in disbelief. It worked! He hurriedly ran to the mysterious brick. Taking out a shovel, he thought to himself, "His Highness stepped on this brick earlier." Tin then knelt down and used force to break the brick. Thiat Lam also ran over to assist, a shovel and a scythe working together to strike the stubborn brick. He glared angrily and cursed, "Damn it! What material is this brick made of?" Tin then touched the brick, carefully considering, "Even attacking with spiritual power will be absorbed by the earth below. We've been digging for half a day, but it's had no effect." He frowned, constantly worrying, "I don't know how His Highness is doing right now." Tin then happily realized, "That's right. The sound transmission talismans we made before are still usable for everyone." Underground, Lam Kui held the stone, standing before the stone table. She touched it and observed, thinking to herself, "These are demon script characters. They describe the method to activate the mechanism." Lam Kui pressed her lips together and thought, "I didn't expect that after only a few days in Demon Continent, I can not only understand demon speech, but also read demon script. Is this what Master meant by understanding at first glance?" The sound transmission talisman in her hand suddenly glowed. His voice immediately came through. "Beep, beep. Your Highness, can you hear me?" Her eyes widened as she joyfully called out, "Master." Tin then excitedly asked. Lam Kui slowly spoke. She calmly reasoned, "Moreover, just as I fell, the stone Kong Fong Gam gave me kept glowing. This stone is almost as big as the lock of the mechanism, so perhaps this is the key to open the door." He earnestly reminded, "Be a little careful. If you accidentally trigger a trap, it could be very dangerous." Lam Kui smiled confidently and assured, "Master, don't worry. I won't casually activate this mechanism." Just as she finished speaking, the stone was pulled into the lock by a mysterious force. In just a few seconds, it lay securely on top of the mechanism's lock. She widened her eyes in confusion. I didn't do anything yet. What's going on? Strange characters suddenly appeared on the surrounding stone pillars, and the ground began to shake. Lam Kui gritted her teeth, thinking in horror. It's actually a teleportation array. Just a few seconds later, her body vanished. Tin then, receiving no reply, immediately asked anxiously, Your Highness, are you okay? Hey, why did the sound transmission talisman stop working? Han Kuang calmly reassured him, Don't be afraid. I just sensed that a formation here was activated. Perhaps the little princess activated a mechanism, and the soul power disturbance affected the signal. He observed the screen attentively, wearing his glasses, and concluded with certainty. The princess has the magic language chip I implanted in her. Based on the positioning, the princess is currently in the main hall of the underground palace. He looked up, exclaiming in surprise, Quangxie, you're amazing. That main hall must be the sleeping quarters that Her Highness mentioned. Tin then rubbed his chin, speculating. With the key Kong Fong Gam gave her, Her Highness won't be in any danger. Who knows? She might even use the key to find another path. Now we just need to head towards the sleeping quarters and reunite with Her Highness. Thiat Lam, standing beside him, couldn't help but wonder. Hey, what are you mumbling about? He put on a confused expression and pretended to explain. Perhaps Lam Kui was taken to the sleeping quarters of this place. I was too worried earlier, so I spoke a bit carelessly. She slowly stood up and calmly suggested, Then let's set off quickly. It's not easy to find someone with shared blood, and I don't want Junior Sister to encounter any mishaps. Tin then raised an eyebrow, repeating in confusion, Shared blood? Thiat Lam casually revealed, Don't play dumb anymore. Lam Kui is actually a member of the demon race's royal family, isn't she? We all guessed it. All along the way. You kept saying, Your Highness. It was so obvious. A memory of their journey appeared in her mind as she continued in a low voice. Moreover, in the carriage, I used my eyes to ask Junior Sister if she was a member of the royal family, and she affirmed it with her gaze. Lochnan spoke up, his face beaming. Thiat Lam is not wrong. Although we don't know the reason, we will help you keep the secret. After all, you agreed not to reveal the matters of our village when you returned to the sect. She turned and suggested, Let's go quickly. While the four of them were moving forward, someone was observing everything from an upper level. At this moment, Lam Kui had been transported to the sleeping quarters. She looked around in confusion, wondering, Is this the sleeping quarters the stone tablet mentioned? Lam Kui picked up the stone. Her lips pursed in thought. The key was also teleported here. The stone suddenly flew up, leaving her hand. Light emanating from the stone led up the steps. Lam Kui slowly followed, thinking to herself, This key seems to be guiding me. The light stopped before a ring placed on a chair. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, A ring? Lam Kui picked up the ring, surmising, Such a large sleeping quarters, and there's only one ring? It must contain some secret. She frowned and put it on. Let's try wearing it. The ring immediately glowed, summoning its true form from within. The Empress immediately appeared on the chair, gnawing on a chicken drumstick. She exclaimed with wide eyes, Oh my goodness, a demon tribe member finally made it in here. You scared me to death. Lan Kuei fearfully pulled the ring off her hand, and the Empress's illusion also disappeared. She rubbed her eyes in confusion, thinking, Is it magic? How could I see an apparition, a wandering soul? Lan Kuei couldn't help but be stunned and surprised. As soon as she took off the ring, the person disappeared. Could it be related to this ring? She had only halfway put it on her finger when the Empress hastily stopped her. Wait a minute. Don't put it on yet. Listen to me first. Before she could finish speaking, Lan Kuei had already pulled the ring off her hand. She frowned uneasily, thinking, Sure enough, the wandering soul only appears when I wear the ring. Could the secret that Kong Fong Gam mentioned be related to it? Lan Kuei put the ring on her hand, secretly determining, maybe I should just listen to what that wandering soul wants to say first. The Empress angrily grabbed her head and yelled, "Hey, you little brat, you should at least show some respect to the demon tribe." The Empress angrily complained loudly, "You're holding the ring in your hand, putting it on and taking it off, enjoying yourself? Don't you know any manners? I am your great-great-grandmother, you know." Lan Kuei frowned in surprise, stammering, "Why, what?" She hit the Empress's hand, angrily and disdainfully. "You just appeared, and you're already claiming to be an elder? You wandering soul, you really have no shame." The Empress glared and revealed in a stern voice, "How dare you? I was Empress Wu Chan of this land back then. This is my imperial tomb. Only descendants with the blood of madness can enter. You stinking brat, when you go home, you still have to bow before the ancestral altar, don't you?" Hearing these words made Lan Kuei's face turn blank, and she secretly speculated, blood of madness? Could the bloodline my mother left me be from the demon tribe? She crossed her arms, lowered her head, and teased with a smile. "Feeling guilty now? You unfilial descendant. If I hadn't gone through the hardship of giving birth to you all, you wouldn't have been born." The Empress sniffed and sighed softly, mumbling, "The scent on you isn't quite right." She moved closer, asserting incredulously, "You're not from the demon tribe." The Empress hastily stopped her. "Hey, hey, hey, don't take the ring off again." She raised both hands with a bright smile, reassuring, "A remnant soul like me poses no threat, whether you're from the demon tribe or not. Standing here, you are my descendant." Lan Kuei angrily questioned, "What do you mean by bloodline? My parents are clearly both human." The Empress gently explained, "Human? Indeed, during my lifetime, I once made a pact with a small human nation. Their country faced internal strife and external enemies, and they wanted to borrow the demon tribe's military strength for aid, offering many talented human disciples as sacrifices." Old images flashed in her mind as she calmly continued, "It just so happened that I also wanted to use humans to change the demon tribe's bloodline, which easily lost its sanity. So I sent someone to make a pact with them." The Empress smiled charmingly and sighed, "Don't mention it. Humans have delicate skin and soft flesh. What a pity. I passed away after only a few years." Her eyes widened in surprise as she recalled the words, "Not the victim?" Lan Kuei bit her lip, confused, thinking, could old Lan really have colluded with the demon tribe? She cautiously looked up and asked, "Then, how did you die?" She propped her chin and chuckled awkwardly. "That, huh? Thousands of years ago, in the demon tribe's inner palace, a male consort frowned in fear and called out, 'Empress, your majesty!' He tremblingly brought his hand near her nose to check. The male consort anxiously announced loudly, 'The Empress has passed away.' Back in reality, Lan Kuei blushed and cursed. Shameless. Disgraceful. She lowered her eyes and chuckled with amusement, teasing, 'Little girl, I see you really don't know anything. It wasn't easy to end the war, so of course I had to strive to expand the family line.' The Empress suddenly changed her tone, seriously asking, 'Oh right, quickly tell me, how is Wu Chao now? Has it become more prosperous than before?' The atmosphere became gloomy and hard to describe. She was disappointed and quickly asked again, 'Could it be that things are very chaotic outside now?' Meanwhile, the group of spiritual beings was panting, exhausted, searching for a way out. All of them seemed drained of strength, sweat dripping profusely. Luke Nin crawled up the stairs, panting with difficulty. 'I'm so tired. We finally made it. The traps along the way were truly countless.' Hang Kwang pointed at the door in front of them and said, 'According to the tracking device, the little princess is here. Moreover, the signal is very stable, so it's likely the princess won't be in mortal danger.' He calmly instructed, 'All right, everyone rest for a bit. Now we just need to figure out how to safely enter the palace.' Suddenly, one of the spiritual beings' eyes glowed. He dodged the sudden attack. The elder, who had followed them unnoticed, coldly praised, 'You actually dodged it, as expected of our sex genius.' He stood on the roof, slyly adding, I never thought that following you here would lead to such a pleasant surprise. Inside the private quarters, the Empress looked stunned and said, So, you were being chased by demonic beasts, which is why you ended up in this place. She scornfully complained, polluted fog, world-saving gods. Just hearing about it gives me a headache. So many things have happened since I died, huh? Suddenly, a strange sound came from outside. The Empress rushed out to check. What's that sound? She phased through the door to observe. The spiritual being was attacked and flew straight into the wall. He gritted his teeth and slid down, positioning his body to prepare for a counterattack. The elder faced 4 people alone, slamming his hand to the ground, creating a tremor. The Empress furiously cursed. Damn it! Are you trying to destroy this old lady's tomb too? Lamqui clenched her hands and anxiously asked, What's happening? She turned her head and calmly replied, Outside, for juniors are surrounding an old man who doesn't seem to be fighting back yet. One of them is Bangs. Her eyes widened in thought. It's Master. Lamqui rushed off, muttering to herself, I need to get there and help quickly. But as soon as she touched the door, she was repelled. She rubbed her forehead in pain and mumbled, How do I get out? There's a restriction. The Empress laughed playfully. Oh my, so eager are we? It seems you care a lot about the person I just mentioned. She tilted her head and offered, Want to know how to get out? Call me Great Ed, and I'll teach you. Outside, the elder hunched over and ran to attack his disciple. The spiritual being gritted his teeth and angrily yelled, Damn it, old man, you're attacking so mercilessly without even a word. He clenched his hand and forcefully threw a punch forward. The elder nimbly dodged each punch. The spiritual being swung his fist into the air, stunned. The elder raised his leg and delivered a kick to him. Meanwhile, Thiat Lam jumped up from behind, weapon in hand. She decisively swung her blade down at the elder. But Thiat Lam suddenly widened her eyes in surprise. It turned out he had used a defensive item. The elder cruelly unleashed a move that caused the surrounding area to explode, pushing her away. Thiat Lam ran to her teammates, anxiously saying, My attack was hit by something invisible. He couldn't help but ponder in surprise. An artifact? Is he from the Serpent Ear Ring? The elder suddenly flew high into the air, witnessed by everyone. He coldly said, Don't rely on the treacherous terrain to resist any longer. A gigantic weapon appeared, its sharp point aimed directly at everyone below. The elder loudly commanded, Obediently become my sacrifice. Tin then raised his eyebrows, fearfully looking at the elder. He coldly used his hand to cast the secret, demon-purging pillar technique. The gigantic weapon immediately plunged down, causing rocks and dirt to explode. The weapon continuously plunged down, as if to crush everything. The elder's eyes widened in surprise. Below the pit, all 4 people were protected inside a defensive layer of red thread. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, Yet you managed to block it, as expected of the sect's chief disciple. The elder approached, loudly calling out, Lu Tat Tang. Luke Nen joyfully praised, Senior brother is too formidable. This is the elder's most powerful skill, yet. But he slumped over in pain, his body gradually weakening. Everyone worriedly called out, Senior brother. Tat Tang spat out mouthfuls of blood, struggling to speak. Great elder, the bodies in the cave and the demonic beasts, they're also related to you, aren't they? You're the person I respected most in the sect. He was plunged into despair, loudly accusing, Why would the elder do something like this? Don't you see that doing so will disappoint your granddaughter and the disciples who trusted you? The elder seemed stunned by these words. He lowered his face and descended to the ground. Then he gripped a muddied rope and said, A few years ago, my daughter and granddaughter went out and encountered a mist. They couldn't return to the sect in time and unfortunately got lost in the mist. The elder placed the box on the floor, slowly continuing, My daughter. He opened the door. Inside was the green-hued body of a woman, sealed by demonic characters, corroded to this skin and bone state. Tendant's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't help but think, Evil spirit. The elder recalled that painful time, speaking in a deep voice. Granted a magical treasure that could communicate with gods and Buddhas, healing my granddaughter's illness. When I fell to the depths of despair, I was fortunate to receive the compassionate pity of a great master. He lowered his face, sinisterly continuing. Now it tells me that if I sacrifice the life essence and souls of you geniuses, it can revive my daughter. The elder coldly declared, "Don't think you're safe just because you're hiding in a protective barrier. I've been manipulating your bone-strengthening relics for a long time now." His eyes glowed menacingly. He spoke gloomily. "If I sacrifice you, I'll be reunited with my family." The elder looked up and loudly called out, "Revive my daughter." But nothing unusual happened. He glared angrily, exclaiming, "What? Why isn't the artifact reacting at all?" Tin then broke free from the defensive layer and rushed forward, his flaming arm forming a fist, confidently revealing, "Because your relic was dealt with by me a long time ago." But he still couldn't reach the elder. Another explosion appeared, blocking the attack. The elder created a protective barrier for himself, frowning as he mused, "So you possess such power. I didn't expect you were hiding it just now. What a pity. You can't defeat us." Hang Kwong reached in and snatched the artifact, excitedly exclaiming, "Here for you." Immediately, a punch landed directly on his aged face. Tin then forcefully sent the elder flying far away. He couldn't believe it as mouthfuls of blood gushed from his mouth. The elder trembled, thinking, how could he take away the artifact bestowed by the gods? How can there be such a person in this world? I must report this to the living Buddha. The magical treasure in his hand suddenly glowed. The gloomy voice of the gods and Buddhas echoed, "Eliminate him. Sacrifice his soul and body to me. I will resurrect your daughter, heal your granddaughter, and bestow upon you many rewards." Meanwhile, he was charging from the front. He clutched the magical treasure in his hand, boundless greed overwhelming him, thinking, "Sacrifice the relics containing all these lives here, in exchange for the artifact." As Tin then reached the elder, a column of light suddenly shot out from the side. He was quickly pushed away. My Lai had left the coffin at some point, opening her mouth in a growl. It turned out she had used the soul puppet array. He seized the opportunity to launch an attack. Tin then gritted his teeth in contempt. How dare that old man launch a sneak attack? Lam Kui ran from behind to provide support. Tat Tang loudly reminded, "Junior brother, be careful." He tried to hold my Lai back. Thiat Lam jumped up to attack, holding her scythe, her eyes burning red with malice. Thiat Lam unleashed a move, sweeping down at her with a grand martial master skill, moon-devouring slash. But my Lai was able to block the sharp scythe with one hand. She opened her mouth and growled menacingly. She was flung back into the defensive circle. Thiat Lam painfully fell into Tat Tang. He held his junior sister in his arms, muttering worriedly, "Too strong. I can't hold on much longer." Luke then knelt down to reassure, "Don't talk anymore. Treat your injuries first." He gritted his teeth and continued, "This is an Imperial-level battle, not something we can handle. We can only rely on Junior Brother so." And indeed, Tin then faced the elder alone. He glared, raising his fist forward. A punch landed directly on his face, but the elder remained unmoved, grabbing Tindan's arm and chaining it with magic. He excitedly declared, "This time, you won't escape." The elder sneered and continued, "The two of us are almost martial emperors. You alone can't win. Once I kill you, our family will be reunited." Molly broke free from her restraints and quickly rushed to assist. An explosion immediately occurred. He couldn't help but be surprised to hear the young man's calm voice. "Who said I was alone?" Tin then glanced over, smiling proudly, and called out, "Brother on two." The clone was holding her arm tightly. He smirked excitedly and ordered, "Give the Grand Elder a real eye-opener." Tindan's clone was relentlessly attacking Molly. He clenched his fists, cheering happily, "Go, big brother. This one's yours." The elder spoke coldly, clearly, All it takes is sacrificing just you." He glared angrily, accusing. "Why must you keep me from reuniting with my family?" Han Kuang immediately used a magical item to create a defensive layer, protecting his master. The elder couldn't help but be stunned. "That's my magical item." Tin then snapped his fingers and said in a low voice, "You want your whole family reunited?" He pursed his lips, facing him. Tin then gritted his teeth, raised his fist, and angrily questioned, "Then what about the people you harmed? Their families are also waiting for them to return." As soon as he finished speaking, Tin then continuously punched the elder's face. It eagerly urged, "Keep going. Keep hitting him. I'm about to break his system." He endured the pain, constantly blaming himself. "Why is it like this?" With each punch to the face, the elder painfully wondered, "I've sacrificed so many disciples. Clearly, I was only one final step away." He landed a powerful punch directly on his chest. Tin then bit his lip and entered a berserk state. He spun around and delivered an uppercut straight to the elder's chin. He spat out a disgusting pile of bile. As he neared death, the elder reminisced about the past. He, Molly, and his granddaughter leisurely strolled together. But only a short time later, those beautiful memories remained only in the painting hanging on the wall. A disciple hastily burst through the door, announcing, "My lord, something bad has happened." The elder was stunned by those words. "Thin Kim and your granddaughter are in trouble." He rushed to Molly's room, but inside there were only 2 empty beds. The elder painfully shed tears as he touched his daughter's corpse. Suddenly a mysterious voice spoke. "Do you want to save them?" The divine Buddha calmly continued, "This magic treasure is called the system. It can connect with deities. As long as you fulfill the deities' requests, you can get everything back, including your family." After those words, he raised his hand to receive the magic treasure in astonishment. Back in reality, Han Kuang thrust his hand through the elder's forehead and snatched the magic treasure. His body collapsed to the ground. It excitedly declared, "It seems I've got the new system in hand. Let me digest it first. Don't worry, that old man won't live much longer." The clone had also defeated Molly. Han Kuang calmly reassured. After devouring the system, the controlled evil magical tools also lost their effect. There won't be any danger for now. Suddenly, a strange mist emanated from her body. A hazy mist flew in from all directions. The entire ruin was gradually enveloped by the mist. Tin then frowned, covering his mouth with his hand, exclaiming in confusion, "What's happening?" The elder lay on the floor, coughing violently, struggling to reveal. "To protect my daughter's body from decaying, I placed a large amount of mist within her body." He opened his mouth in a terrifying laugh. "Now that there's no system to control it, everything is pouring out. Let it be a burial offering for my family." He widened his eyes, thinking worriedly, "Damn it, mist can easily affect demon and devil races." Tin then looked towards Tat Tang and Loc Nan. They were breathing heavily. The senior brothers won't last much longer. In the grand hall inside the underground palace, the Empress angrily declared, "I told you to draw it like this first, then like this, and finally like this." She crossed her arms and sneered contemptuously. "Truly foolish. I've taught you so many times, and you still don't know. The formation requires royal blood to dispel. If you let the blood flow like that, it won't work." Lam Kui angrily stood up and ordered, "So annoying. This is my first time dealing with a formation. Let me draw in peace. Don't distract me." The Empress laughed delightedly in agreement. "Yes, yes, yes. I was the one bothering you." In her anger, she inadvertently made the blood on her hand flow more and more. Each drop of blood fell onto the characters, and the formation suddenly glowed unexpectedly. She cried out irritatedly, "Why did the formation self-destruct the incantation when activated? Now it's good. The seal is open. My tomb is about to explode. You wicked disciple who destroys ancestors and clans." Lam Kui's eyes widened in worry. Self-destruct? I must quickly go out and find Master. Outside, Tin then pushed through the dense mist and ran to Tat Tang and his comrades. He hastily asked, Senior brothers, can you all still hold on? He painfully ordered. Leave us. Tat Tang's eyes gradually turned red. His entire body seemed to lose strength, and he urged lifelessly. If this continues, everyone will be corroded by the mist. Junior brother so still has a chance. Run quickly. Tin then looked up, uneasily saying, Brother Kwong, the Sarira I gave you before. It pulled out a gas mask and attached it to its master's face, excitedly announcing, It's been made into a consumable item. He glared and cursed. Damn it. Hang Kwong quickly equipped masks for the other three. He straightened up and said, The mist has been blocked. Loch Nan exclaimed in disbelief. The corrosion has stopped. That's amazing. I feel my strength returning, even though my body still hurts. Holding Thiat Lam in his arms, he joyfully added, as expected of senior brother Loch, if you've regained your strength, I'll hand Thiat Lam over to you. Tin then thought awkwardly to himself, I'm injured too, you know. He put his arm around Tat Tang's shoulder and calmly advised, This mask is a consumable item. It won't last long. We must quickly find Lam Kui again and figure out a way to escape from here. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. He looked up in disbelief and speculated, What's happening? An earthquake. At this moment, Lam Kui had escaped from the main hall and urgently ordered, Master, come here quickly. Tin then called out in surprise, Your Highness. She widened her eyes and hastily announced, The underground palace is about to collapse. I know where the exit is. Quickly follow me. Everyone immediately followed. Let's go. Tat Tang frowned, looking back. The elder was lying motionless on the floor, a giant rock falling onto him. So the elder's fate had also ended. Another world appeared, the sound of Buddhist wooden fish drums continuously echoing. The Buddha struck a powerful blow, signaling the end. On the wooden fish drum was a mysterious inscription. He chuckled with amusement and said, Has the person Lord Tien Tun was looking for appeared? Inside the forest, a hen was incubating its nest under the tree. Tin then emerged from underground, gasping tiredly. We're here, we're here. He turned his head and looked around, calmly announcing, There's no danger around here. Everyone come out quickly. Loch Nan lay on the ground and exclaimed joyfully, Finally saved. How did this underground palace collapse anyway? Tin then glanced over and asked, How's senior sister? Thiat Lam gave a thumbs up, signaling, Awake fine. Lam Kui timidly walked over and said, About that, master, actually. I was the one who collapsed the underground palace. He immediately placed his hand on her head. Tin then smiled brightly and praised, Well done, your highness. It's also thanks to you finding the exit. Otherwise, we would all be doomed. It was a tough journey. When you were alone, your highness, did you encounter any dangers? Lam Kui looked up and happily replied, I'm fine, master. Oh, right. She covered her mouth and whispered, I met my great-grandmother. He widened his eyes, his face flushing, and exclaimed, Oh my God! Tin then cleared his throat to regain his composure. He slowly said, So, your highness met a demon empress inside. Only her descendants can enter the mausoleum and see her. Lam Kui raised her ring-adorned finger and added, The empress also said she can teach me how to control my bloodline. Tin then couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Such a perfect protagonist template. Suddenly, an illusion emanated from the ring. She said disapprovingly, How could this little girl betray me so quickly? Aren't you afraid he'll steal your opportunity? She turned her head and angrily rebuked, Nonsense! How can there be a mother in this world who harms her own child? The empress widened her eyes in shock and exclaimed, What? He's your mother. He looked up and curiously asked, Brother Kwong, do you see anything? Hang Kwong slowly replied, I can only detect a faint lingering spirit fluctuating. It calmly reassured, This lingering spirit won't pose any danger. If it weren't for that ring, it might have already disintegrated. Tin then calmly repeated, As long as it's not dangerous. After a moment's rest, Tat Tang suddenly cleared his throat and spoke, Junior brother, junior sister. He slowly proposed. I have something to discuss with you too. We shouldn't stay here long. Let's talk it over on the way to the sect. He smiled brightly and agreed. All right, senior brother. Immediately after, everyone moved into the carriage to return to the sect. Tin and Lamb, we couldn't help but frown in confusion. The three people sitting opposite them were whispering to each other. She frowned uncomfortably and murmured, Didn't they say they had something to tell us? Why do they keep whispering? It's better to hold our ground for now. Tang finally spoke up. Sorry to have kept you two waiting so long. He clasped his hands together and explained seriously. Just now, we were discussing whether to reveal our identities to you too. Although doing so carries risks, we trust in your character. Tang calmly revealed, Actually, we are secret agents of the Imperial Army. To complete the mission given by the organization, we need your strength. He widened his eyes and proposed loudly, For this reason, I want to invite you two to join our Black Imperial Army. Let's complete the mission together and bring true peace to Wu Chao. Tin and Lam Kui couldn't help but be astonished by this newly revealed secret. He gaped in disbelief. Senior brother, what army did you just say? Tang asked back curiously. The Black Imperial Army. It has been stationed in Wu Chao for over 10 years, junior brother. Don't you know? Going back about a year ago, the Black Earth Demon Imperial Camp suddenly returned to Wu Chao, a place with fertile land and abundant food. When they learned about it, the Zen masters in the city sent troops to plunder the land and food. But they didn't expect that the Demon Imperial Army had very good resistance to the mist and used some kind of mechanism to fight, causing the enemies to die like falling trees. The scene at that time was extremely chaotic. When the war broke out, many people with strong morale also enlisted in the Demon Imperial Army. They confronted each other every day. He declared loudly, We are fair and just. We never suppress the demon race. We are the true hope of Wu Chao. Tindan's eyes widened as he thought, This must be those nature lovers. Tang eagerly suggested, Junior brother So, your strength is extraordinary, and your intelligence is also very impressive. If you two can join us. He quickly grabbed his hand. Tin then declared excitedly, Senior brother, our mission is to revive Wu Chao, joining the Black Imperial Army to overthrow these parasites, fighting for the people. We couldn't ask for more. Tang exclaimed joyfully, Excellent. As expected, I didn't misjudge you. He happily continued, Since that's the case, I'll first tell you about the organization's rules and the situation in Wu Chao. He enthusiastically expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. Tin then pursed his lips and thought grimly, It seems I won't be able to return to Gollum for a while. A silent atmosphere enveloped the extreme demon sect. The carriage proceeded deep inside. As soon as everyone got out, they encountered Steward No. I've been waiting for you all for a long time. You're finally back. He held a pen, noted it in his ledger, and calmly ordered, Hurry and follow me to the guest hall. We're just waiting for you all. Tang asked, puzzled, What's going on? We just returned from completing a mission. Steward No slowly announced, The Zen masters from the city are here to visit, saying they want to meet the clever disciples from outside. He sternly instructed, Later, you must act wisely. If you make a mistake, it could affect the sect's resources. Tin then pursed his lips and thought, This isn't good. He turned his head and spoke in a low voice. This sudden appearance might be related to the Grand Elder's death. Let's first standardize our statements, lest others catch us out. All four quickly followed Steward No. Inside, other squads appeared, and in front were two distinguished guests. He walked over, bowed his head, and announced, Zen Master, everyone is here. He smiled contentedly and said, Very good, they have a connection to Buddha. I will take them all. A magic formation immediately appeared, engulfing everyone. Ting then gritted his teeth, touched the defensive layer, and frowned as he spoke. What? Steward No anxiously questioned. Didn't you just ask me? Why do you still want to take the disciples away? A sudden slash cut across his chest. The celestial master angrily chided. Noisy. Everyone couldn't help but fearfully whisper. They killed Steward No. Suddenly I can't breathe. Save me. Celestial master, please spare me. I don't want to. Tat Tang gradually swayed. His head bowed in exhaustion. He collapsed to the floor, his body trembling uncontrollably. I'm so dizzy. This formation isn't good. Tat Tang gritted his teeth, raised 2 fingers, and thought, I must send news back to the organization quickly. Hang Kwang urgently reminded, this is a soul-bewitching formation. Breathing inside it will cause you to lose consciousness. Host, be careful. Ting then closed his eyes and swayed. I've been hit. Tell me sooner next time. Everyone gradually collapsed inside the formation. He supported himself and stood up, ordering, guards, escort all of them onto the prisoner transport cart. The celestial master coldly revealed, Living Buddha Lord said he wants to personally interrogate these people. Inside his own consciousness, he painfully fell to the floor. Ting then uneasily asked, You a bak dai trang why? He was attacked by them in a battle. Many people. He indignantly rebuked. I raised you with 1 hand of excrement and 1 hand of urine. Why are you hitting me? The vegetable water splashed all over my face. After attacking, they even threw a cabbage at Ting Van's face. He dimly opened his eyes and woke up, lost in thought. Was it a dream? They were placed in wooden cages on the side of the road for the public to throw things and curse at them. This rabble from outside the city dares to disrespect gods and Buddha, throw things and kill them, sacrifice them, sacrifice them. Tat Tang frowned happily. Junior brother So, you're awake. Ting then turned his head and asked in confusion, Senior brother, what's going on? He looked around cautiously and replied, We've been escorted to Wu Chao Imperial City. Tat Tang calmly explained, The 2 monks in front told everyone that we are sinners who disrespect Buddha and must be taken back for Living Buddha Lord to personally deal with us. He indignantly continued, These gentry and nobles in the city were blessed by the Living Buddha, so, of course, they wholeheartedly support him. In Wu Chao, disrespecting Buddha is a capital offense. Tat Tang urged cautiously, Our ghost power is restricted. We can't resist. Later, everyone just say that I killed the Grand Elder. Ting then suddenly widened his eyes and looked behind him. Huh. Strange streams of light were entering his body, and he couldn't help but wonder, can I absorb ghost power? Meanwhile, on the rooftop, a group of mysterious people wearing black scarves appeared, observing everything. Q Hai whispered, The target is about to arrive at the designated location. Prepare for action. A magic spell immediately appeared on the path below the 2 Zen masters. As soon as the horse stepped onto it, it was restrained. Soldiers and horses quickly exploded in an instant. One man frowned and loudly announced, We're under enemy attack. The Lord's horse has been blown up. Counterattack. Protect the Zen master. On the rooftop, archers continuously launched their attacks. Soldiers were gradually defeated, and the panicked citizens scattered. Among them, an agile man pulled out a large shield and loudly ordered, Everyone hide behind me. Take down the archer in front. She appeared out of nowhere, grabbed a head to restrain it, and a weapon slashed across the neck, eliminating the target. Tin then gazed thoughtfully at the cloaked figure in front of him. He exclaimed in surprise, Brat! Q Hai quickly broke the chains above the prison. Tin then stepped out and asked, Little Hai, why are you here? She hastily raised her head and ordered, We'll talk later. Follow me now. Everyone quickly fled from the soldiers. Unfortunately, they were spotted by one of them. He also loudly shouted, Someone's attacking the prisoners. Those lowly commoners are prisoners designated by the Living Buddha. Don't let them escape. A smoke bomb with tear gas flew from a distance towards the soldiers. It immediately exploded, and thick smoke enveloped everything. He turned his head and irritably complained, his mouth so loose. They grimaced in pain, coughing violently. One man rushed over to ask, My lord, are you all right? He frowned in fear and reported urgently, The attacker was True Quan, and they've freed 5 people. The Zen master angrily ordered, Seal off the entire city. Let people in, but no one out. Even if we have to turn this city upside down, we must find them." In the poor district, soldiers searched every nook and cranny. "Why haven't you opened the door yet?" He continuously knocked on the door, announcing, "True Quan is escaping. The whole city is being searched. Anyone who doesn't cooperate will be executed." Tin then, wearing a headscarf, anxiously stepped out. "Coming." They immediately went inside to check, arrogantly criticizing. "Damn it! Why did it take so long to open the door? You're wasting my time." He turned his head suspiciously. "Isn't someone hiding in the house?" He cried out, protesting his innocence. "My lord, it's a grave injustice. It's just me and my little daughter in the house. I was just lighting a fire to boil medicine. That's why I was slow." The soldiers entered the kitchen to check and saw a steaming pot of medicine. On the bed, Q-Hai was covered up, coughing. Tin then recounted mournfully, "My daughter is sick, and her father left me for another woman. My life is already so hard." The follower bowed his head and suggested, "Leader, there's no place to hide anyone in this dilapidated house. They don't look anything like the description in the wanted poster. Let's go. Don't let these lowlifes infect us." He immediately turned and left, not forgetting to curse. "Annoying. Let's go check the next house." She sat up and reminded them scornfully, "Stop acting, they're gone. Close the door quickly." Q-Hai calmly suggested, "Everyone come out. It's safe now." Tin then excitedly pouted and rushed to her, praising, "Well done. This escape plan was so meticulous. Excellent job." He regained his composure and asked, "Right, how did you end up in Vuchao City and even manage to save us?" Q-Hai wiped her face, annoyed, and explained, "I was lucky. As soon as I arrived in Vuchao, I met Ai Nong and everyone. Yesterday, I received news that you were captured, and the rescue plan was all his idea." She held out a piece of paper and continued, "This is a letter Ai Nong wrote for you." Tat Tang and Lam Kui curiously walked over to read it together. "So Tin Dan, long time no see. Learning of your misfortune, I really wanted to come rescue you myself. At that time, Ai Nong was focused on work, but unfortunately, military affairs in the camp are busy, so he couldn't leave." He honestly expressed, "Currently, the war is dangerous. Many compatriots have been captured by the Living Buddha's army. This place is very dangerous. If you want to leave, I will arrange for someone to provide support." Tin then frowned, carefully reading each sentence. "If you also intend to overthrow the tyrannical regime of the Living Buddha, the entire underground network in the city can be placed under your command. I hope you will lend us a hand." Q-Hai curiously asked, "Tin Dan, what should we do next?" He looked up and angrily declared, "Those damn dogs dared to bully my people. Deal with him." Inside the dungeon of Vuchao Imperial City, Kinso was brought back here to be tortured. The Living Buddha rested his chin on his hand and praised with a smile. "It's been days, and not a single Imperial soldier has confessed. Your Imperial soldiers are truly stubborn, Imperial soldier Kinso." He had one arm chopped off, his face covered in blood, and was imprisoned in the dungeon. The Celestial Master slowly walked in and announced, "Living Buddha, a message just came in. Today, the prisoner transport cart in the city was attacked by Imperial soldiers. 5 prisoners were rescued by them." He held out a piece of paper and continued, "This is the list of prisoners. Please take a look, Your Grace." The Living Buddha calmly read each name: Thiat Lam, Lok Nan, Tat Tang, Lam Kui. The last name startled Kin So. "So Tin then." He smiled sinisterly and ordered, "How interesting. Spread the word. In 3 days, we will sacrifice Imperial soldier prisoners before the Buddha. Just wait for the fish to take the bait." Inside the poor housing area that Q-Hai and the others found, he lowered his eyes, displaying an awkward expression. Nie crossed her arms, disbelievingly asking, "Are you that instructor so?" Ai Tao put her hands on her hips and added, "We're asking you." Tin Dan's lips twitched as he stammered darkly, "You are." She calmly introduced herself. We are the underground agents left in the city by Brother Gnome. I am Na. They checked him by poking his ears and rubbing his hair, doubtfully saying, "An instructor so young? Can he really get things done? Oh, these really are two tufts of ear hair." He fearfully asked, "What's going on? Are these really underground agents?" Q High calmly affirmed, "Even though they're a bit unsightly, they are indeed underground agents. Ultimately, it's all for your sake. This style, it can only be someone sent by the Black Imperial Army." Tin then stared at them in horror. Nie gritted her teeth angrily. "Are you looking down on our aesthetic taste?" She calmly continued, "Their master is true AI Tao, in charge of intelligence." He frowned, recalling that mischievous appearance, and thought to himself, AI Tao, the instructor. Tin then covered his face in disappointment. "I only taught him a few unconventional moves. I didn't expect his disciple to be so enthusiastic." Lai Ma coughed to remind them, "Let's get to the main business." He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Lai Mok, you're here too." She coldly stated, "Long time no see. You've completely forgotten me, haven't you?" Q Hai recounted, arms crossed. "Not long after you left, Hong Dingjia Lam fell into civil unrest, and Wujian was forced to close down as well." Lai Ma calmly continued, "It's not just us, other academies too. The situation is truly very unstable. Some chose the wrong side. In just one night, their clan was eradicated. The first prince's assassination squad is now an open secret. Everyone in the imperial city is confused and fearful." Lam Kui frowned in worry, a growing sense of unease evident in her heart. She calmly revealed, "Kong Fong sent me here, also to deliver a message to you all. If you're not absolutely sure, don't come back." She urgently asked, "What does absolutely sure mean?" Lai Ma calmly reiterated, "It means having the power to annihilate Jia Lam entirely." Lam Kui pursed her lips, looking at Tin then. Nie urgently spoke up, "I say, you guys can catch up later. The latest intel, the living Buddha is preparing to publicly sacrifice our people, including Kin So." He was surprised by these words. She calmly explained, "Uncle Kin So, in charge of logistics, was captured while covering the villagers' retreat. This is the first time the living Buddha has captured a Black Imperial Army leader." Tin then lowered his head and gravely confirmed, "A public sacrifice, clearly meant to lure the snake out of its hole." Nie continued anxiously, hands clasped, "That's right, but we can't just stand by. Uncle Kin So is an elder of the Black Imperial Army. His public sacrifice will surely demoralize our side." He asked gravely, "Very good. Then tell me, how do you plan to rescue him?" Rewind to a time before, on a beautiful day. He happily looked at his newly refurbished nails. Kin So blushed and praised, "Such beautiful nails." Tin then removed his gloves and asked gravely, "Remember the steps just now?" He cheerfully promised, "Remember, I remember. I'll definitely practice diligently." He smiled and ordered, "Good, then you'll be in charge of opening a nail salon. True Clan's nails grow very fast. They need regular trimming." Kinso couldn't help but exclaim in confusion, "Huh?" Tin then frowned and gravely reminded, "We can't just be a farming encampment. After food is taken care of, other industries must also develop. You're a great king, used to an easy life. You can't do heavy labor, so do service work." He handed him a notebook, carefully cautioning, "This is the future development plan. AI Gnome also has a copy. Few people in the camp are literate, so discuss with him more often." Kinso lowered his eyes, deeply moved, thinking, "I didn't expect the instructor to think so far ahead, such profound intentions." Tin then hid his face behind him, pondering, "Once the nail salon is open, I won't have to do their nails anymore." Recalling a time before, a group of people lined up, calling out, "Teacher So, I want to change my style." AI Tao ran from afar, cheerfully announcing, "Instructor, the literacy class has started." He replied in surprise, "Coming right away." As they walked and chatted, Tin then kindly inquired, "You can read quite a lot now, right?" Can you teach the beginner class?" He shrugged happily and said, "Not yet, but I've already chosen a name for myself." AI Tao grinned, explaining, "Both AI Gnome and I belong to the AI character system, so I want to be named True AI Tao." He looked up anxiously and asked, "Instructor, isn't this name good? Don't you like plants?" Tin then replied hesitantly, "All right, AI." Kinso stood behind, pursing his lips and secretly calling, "Instructor." That was truly a happy time. Chu Lin kindly taught them divine physician techniques. He diligently ran a nail salon. I am no longer the great king of Black Tide Camp, no longer having to suspect if my subordinates would betray me. You yourself pulled us out of our stupor, freeing us from being confined in that narrow place, granting us a new life. Returning to reality, Kinso, tied up in the dungeon, was gradually becoming exhausted. He was dragged outside with both his arms raised high by chains. A soldier, holding a scroll in his hand, loudly proclaimed the crimes. "True Kinso, you have disrespected the living Buddha, inciting the common people to become Black Tide rebels. Do you know your crime?" He lowered his head and laughed contemptuously, then raised his eyebrows and haughtily scoffed. "Who do you think you are?" He pressed his lips together in anger and loudly commanded, "Begin the sacrifice." The sun gradually emerged from behind the clouds. Kinso and his comrades, with their hands tied, were led out for the people to see. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "Sacrifice to heaven! It's been so long since we've seen a sacrifice to heaven. I heard the blood of the offerings can cure all ailments." A soldier stepped forward, preparing to make an announcement. He unrolled the scroll and examined it. The soldier frowned as he read, "The living Buddha in heaven looks down upon all, with boundless compassion, holding yin and yang." Another person was responsible for turning the wheel to loosen the chains. He loudly proclaimed their crimes. Black Tide rebels, defying the will of heaven. Ignorant of grace, the sharp point above slowly descended. A soldier raised his voice, continuing, "Immediately flay their skin, revealing their true appearance." Kinso looked up at the approaching sharp point. The crowd couldn't help but cheer and applaud at his words. "Cast off the false heart. See the true nature." The people below licked their lips, craving. The soldier sternly stated the punishment. "Extract the bones and flay the skin. Expel them from the realm of the living." He opened his mouth wide and loudly shouted, "More toxic blood to cleanse the mortal world. May our Buddha quickly come to partake." Suddenly, someone from below rushed towards the sacrificial altar. He gritted his teeth, resigned to accepting the punishment. A series of horrifying sounds erupted. The crowd stared in astonishment at the scene before them. The soldier turned his head in confusion to look. The hand of the man pulling the chain had been severed. Tin then frowned, looking at them coldly. He stared intently at one side of the boy's face. The soldier exclaimed in panic, "This here hair! You are so Tin then." He quickly rushed forward with his sword to attack, and in mere seconds, he severed the chains, freeing everyone. Kinso gritted his teeth in fear, feeling himself falling. Tin then hastily ran to catch him. Kinso pressed his lips together, moved, and called out, "Calm, Commander." He suddenly changed his expression and angrily threw him to the ground. Lai Mok Trung, his face covered, quickly caught Kinso. Q Hai and the others were responsible for helping the other prisoners escape. Soldiers holding swords angrily shouted, "You want to seize the execution ground? We've been waiting for you." Tin then quickly attacked him from behind. Suddenly, a net fell from nowhere, covering his entire body. Tin then gritted his teeth, trying to break free. The soldier turned his head and sneered, "Fool, you're the primary target. This net is a Dharma artifact bestowed by the living Buddha. The more you struggle, the tighter it gets." He immediately stopped all movements, pursed his lips, and pondered. He grabbed the praised clothes and excitedly announced, "I've caught Tin then. He's here." Suddenly, the clothes in his hand turned into an illusion. The soldier couldn't help but stare in astonishment as his body transformed into slime, successfully escaping the net. The slime gradually coalesced, forming a human shape. Ten thence clone gradually appeared, astonishing everyone,